The king of the mercenary world retreats to the city, but having been disconnected from the bustling metropolis for too long, he inadvertently triggers a series of comical events. Chapter 1. Gazing at the throngs of people passing by outside the car, Yifeng exhaled heavily. The ruler of the mercenary realm, the leader of the Sha-Long mercenary group, accustomed to the scent of gunpowder on the battlefield, found the atmosphere of peace to be remarkably different. His phone vibrated in his pocket. Yifeng pulled it out and scoffed. Daring to stand me up on my first day back? Just wait until I get you in bed. Why not go home and give her a surprise? Yifeng chuckled as he started the car and prepared to drive off. Suddenly, a flurry of urgent sirens pierced the air as a dozen police cars screeched into view around the bend directly in front of him. At that moment, a person yanked open his car door and jumped inside. Lu Zi, step on it. The police are after us. You really did it. You got a sedan. The robber, visibly exhilarated, buckled his seatbelt with fluid motions as if he had rehearsed it numerous times. Yifeng stared at the robber, utterly bewildered, and asked, "Who the hell are you?" The robber turned to look, their eyes meeting, both recognizing shock in each other's gaze. "Who the hell are you?" the robber instinctively inquired. Before Yifeng could respond, a screech. The jarring sound of brakes shattered the stillness of the night as the police cars swiftly encircled Yifeng's vehicle and hundreds of officers trained their weapons on them. Robber inside the vehicle, listen up. Cooperate, and you may receive leniency. Resist, and you will face severe consequences. Surrender peacefully to mitigate your charges. A female officer's voice resonated through a loudspeaker. To hell with that. Cooperate for leniency? I'd rot in jail. Resist for severe consequences? I'll just go home for the new year. The robber sprang from the car, brandishing his gun to fire at the police. Yet, the moment he stepped out, 3 or 4 officers rushed in and swiftly pinned him to the ground. While Yifeng remained in a state of confusion, the car door swung open, and a special police officer seized him by the collar and yanked him from the vehicle. Instinctively, Yifeng wanted to resist. He could easily dispatch this group empty-handed. However, recalling that this was Huaxia, a forbidden zone for mercenaries, he swiftly quelled any thoughts of rebellion, knowing his identity was even more sensitive than that of a mercenary and could not be disclosed. Wait a moment, officer. I'm innocent, Yifeng shouted urgently. Innocent? Bank robbery, shooting bank personnel, and you claim innocence? Go tell that to the judge. The special officer snapped as he cuffed Yifeng and pressed him against the hood of the car, the dark muzzle of a gun aimed at his head. Meanwhile, the robber continued to struggle fiercely, but upon seeing a young man passing by on a garbage collection tricycle, he ceased his resistance. Why aren't you running? A female officer kicked Yifeng in the backside, ordering, "Get them all back." Without giving Yifeng a chance to explain, several special police officers dragged him into a police car. In the interrogation room, a dimly lit space illuminated only by a desk lamp, the female officer fiercely fixed her gaze on Yifeng. With willow-shaped eyebrows and an oval face, her uniform accentuated her striking poise. In Yifeng's discerning eyes, this female officer could easily rank among the top 10 beauties. Confess honestly. Name, age, gender. The female officer interrogated Yifeng. Yifeng, 21. Can't you tell my gender? Yifeng replied, exasperated. Look at you, still unconvinced. Just answer my questions. If you refuse, I'll charge you with obstructing a police investigation. Chinmayu stood up, pointing at Yifeng's nose, and scolded. It's people like you, societal miscreants, who disrupt public order. One day, I will apprehend every last one of you. Officer, while one may indulge in a meal, one cannot speak carelessly. I am a law-abiding citizen. Look at me, so handsome and charming. How could I possibly be associated with societal misfits? Enough of your nonsense. I advise you to confess sooner rather than later. Who knows? The judge might be lenient if you cooperate. How about we make a bet? Yifeng suddenly said with a devilish grin. Chinmayu paused in surprise. What kind of bet? You kicked me in the rear earlier, but rest assured, unlike you, I am gentle with the fairer sex. If it turns out this matter is not linked to me, you'll let me touch you once, Yifeng said with a chuckle. You. Chinmayu's chest began to rise and fall rapidly with anger, leaving Yifeng dizzy, feeling as if his nosebleed was imminent. Officer Chin. A police officer entered and called out. Without turning around, Chinmayu barked, Can't you see I'm interrogating a suspect? Wait until I'm done. Officer Chin, your shift is over. Suddenly, a familiar voice floated in from behind, causing Chinmayu to turn in shock. Director. Chinmayu immediately turned to salute the newcomer. You can go home now. A beautiful woman in a light purple gown, seemingly on her way to an important event, appeared in the interrogation room. Her cold demeanor and slightly narrowed Danfeng eyes radiated a subtle chill. But director, I haven't finished with the suspect yet. Chen Moyu pointed at Yefeng. Yefeng looked at the beautiful woman and smiled at Chen Moyu. It seems I have one. Chen Moyu froze, feeling a firm hand suddenly grasp her. Reacting to the sudden pain, Chen Moyu instinctively let out a faint moan. The beautiful woman, nearly driven to madness, shouted, "Do you dare assault an officer?" Yefeng calmly replied with a smile, "A bet is a bet, little beauty." Upon seeing Yefeng, the coldness in the woman's eyes was instantly replaced with affection and tenderness as she smiled. "Returning to sow wild oats, are we?" Although she said this, the woman paid no mind to Yefeng's touch on Chen Moyu, instead appearing quite pleased. "Leave this person to me. Moyu shall handle the organ trafficking case in the east suburb." Chen Moyu, standing nearby, was utterly stunned. "Chief, he is a suspect in a bank robbery. Are you short on funds?" The beautiful woman turned to Yefeng, her expression one of perplexity. Yefeng recounted the entire sequence of events and, with a smile directed at Chen Moyu, remarked, "Even if I truly did rob a bank, if you could apprehend me, you'd have bragging rights for a lifetime." The beauty cast a glance at Chen Moyu and said, "Officer Chen has been quite fatigued lately. I shall grant you a few days off to relax properly." With that, she linked her arm with Yefeng's and gracefully exited the police station. "Chief, when have you ever acted like this in front of a man?" Chen Moyu asked, her face a mixture of confusion and astonishment, while the male officer beside her was equally taken aback. The Ice Queen, resembling the majestic Mount Everest, surprisingly revealed a more delicate and charming side in the presence of an ordinary-looking man. Chapter 2. Inside the car. "This time, don't leave again. Stay with me," Qin Ruhan said with a charming smile. "Are you suggesting I become your kept man?" Yifeng shook his head. "No, I wish to find a job for myself. I can't let the old man look down on me." Upon hearing this childlike response, Qin Ruhan covered her mouth and chuckled. "So what do you wish to do?" Yifeng caught a glimpse of a fleeting help-wanted advertisement on a nearby telephone pole and replied, "I think being a taxi driver would be quite good." "A driver? Then come be my driver," Qin Ruhan said. "Aren't you afraid people will say you are abusing your power for personal gain if I become your driver?" Yifeng teased with a smile. Qin Ruhan scoffed. "No one in Jingdu dares to act against me. All right, I know you are capable. After all, you are the renowned, incorruptible deputy chief of the police department in Jingdu. Wait for me 3 years, and I will marry you," Yifeng declared. Upon hearing this, Qin Ruhan's body shivered slightly. "All right, your decisions are yours to make. I understand you are still hung up on that matter. Since you are back, do what you want," she said. Yifeng's eyes momentarily flashed with a hint of murder. The luxury car drove into a gated community, where security was tight, featuring single-family villas and a spacious layout that included an artificial lake and a large park. The property prices were not exorbitant, but the number of buyers was exceedingly limited. The car stopped at the entrance of a villa, and Qin Ruhan pointed at it, saying, "This will be your home from now on. There is a Maybach in the garage, the vintage model you adore, all prepared by Grandpa. I need to return to the office to handle some matters." "What matters?" Yifeng inquired. "Recently, a criminal gang in the eastern suburbs specializes in kidnapping people and selling their organs. I must return to oversee the situation," Qin Ruhan said as she drove away. Yifeng relaxed, took a comfortable shower, changed clothes, and drove out of the villa area in the Maybach. Just as he exited the community, a woman suddenly dashed out from the roadside, blocking his car. Startled by her abrupt appearance, Yifeng's hands gripped the steering wheel tightly, causing the car to swerve dangerously, narrowly avoiding the woman and almost crashing into a nearby shop. "What the hell? Is she trying to get herself killed?" Yifeng shouted as he stepped out of the car. However, the woman rushed over, brandishing a knife at his throat. Feeling the icy cold against his neck, Yifeng raised his hands and swallowed hard. "Miss, let's talk this through." Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the woman, a heart-shaped face, willow-like brows, phoenix eyes, and lightly tinted cherry lips, her skin as smooth as jade, a quintessential beauty exuding youthful vivacity. Her ample bosom was enticing, making Yifeng's throat dry. It could rival Qin Ruhan's figure. Yet, the woman's current demeanor was less than favorable, wielding a small knife that seemed inadequate for even peeling fruit against his neck. "Get in the car," the beauty commanded. Yifeng nodded and took the driver's seat, while the woman climbed in beside him. Wielding her small knife, she urgently ordered, "Put your seatbelt on. I don't want to rob you. Just take me to the eastern suburbs, or you will regret it." Reluctantly, Yifeng fastened his seatbelt and pressed the gas pedal. "Miss, what is the rush to the eastern suburbs?" he asked while speeding over 100 miles per hour. The woman, Wang Wan, momentarily lost her composure, glancing outside at the rapidly passing scenery. "Watch the road, don't look at me," she exclaimed. So you're robbing me just to get a ride to the eastern suburbs? Yifeng suddenly turned to her. Wang Wen's face flushed crimson, and she fought against her urge to retaliate. Just take me there, and I'll pay you, all right? She replied. Is this an urgent matter? Yifeng inquired. Wang Wen nodded, suppressing her anger. Fine, I'll play the good Samaritan. Hold on tight, Yifeng said, flooring the accelerator, and the Maybach surged forward. The car roared like a wild beast, reaching speeds of 200 miles per hour, its body vibrating with a deep growl. As the speed increased, Wang Wen's complexion paled. Gripping her seatbelt tightly, although frightened, she refrained from asking Yifeng to slow down, knowing she needed to reach the eastern suburbs quickly. What would typically take an hour was reduced to merely 15 minutes in Yifeng's hands. Observing Wang Wen's ashen face, Yifeng asked, Miss, how shall I address you? Do robbers introduce themselves? Wang Wen retorted, glaring at him. Yifeng pondered for a moment before nodding. You have a point. Is this disrespectful to your profession? Just be quiet, she commanded. Wait here for me. Wang Wen exited the car, threatening him with the knife. She turned and ran into the nearby shantytown, only to hear Yifeng's voice behind her. Does this silly girl not fear I might escape? Hearing this, Wang Wen's expression darkened, and she approached him again, suppressing her overwhelming urge to stab him. What's wrong? Yifeng asked, bewildered. Wang Wen pulled him into the shantytown. The area was a hub of chaos, and the sight of Yifeng and Wang Wen attracted the attention of several dubious-looking individuals. Suddenly, a flamboyantly dressed woman blocked Yifeng's path, beckoning. Hey, handsome, want to grab a quick bite? It's very affordable, and the service is guaranteed to be attentive. Yifeng chuckled. Quick? I assure you, I'm quite enduring. I can't be rushed. Wang Wen's eyes widened in shock as she shot him a fierce glare, hastily dragging him away from that street into a modest wooden house. Xiao, how is Uncle doing? Wang Wen called out as she entered the yard. Soon, a girl emerged from a small house, her delicate features marked by anxiety and worry. My dad is about to collapse. What should I do, Sister Wang Wen? Xiao asked frantically. Wang Wen pointed to Yifeng, saying, I brought a driver to take Uncle to the hospital. Xiao glanced at Yifeng and nodded. Yifeng entered the house, where the pungent smell of medicine hit him. Inside, he saw a middle-aged man lying on the bed, his eyes tightly shut, with a festering wound on his leg emitting a foul odor. What is this? Yifeng asked, perplexed. Wang Wen replied, help me carry him to the car and take him to the hospital. Yifeng approached, placing his hand on the man's wrist. Frowning slightly, you two step outside. I can't carry him with you blocking my way. The cramped room made the three of them feel crowded. Chapter 3. Hearing this, the two women instinctively stepped outside into the yard. At that moment, several masked men quietly surrounded the entrance. Are you sure this family consists only of a college student and a disabled person? One of them asked. Boss, I'm certain. I've been monitoring this family for half a month. The information is absolutely reliable. They have no relatives or friends, and that college student is quite attractive. If sold abroad, it would be a substantial profit. All right, let's move, one man declared, drawing a sharp dagger and kicking the door open. The two women standing in the yard were startled by the commotion, their faces paling as they beheld four masked men storming in. Who are you? And what do you want? Wang Wen shouted fiercely, the small knife in her hand appearing utterly insignificant. The leading man glanced at the two women, his expression shifting. Didn't they say there was only one? Two is just perfect, boss. Both are quite attractive. Indeed, he decided, they would be tied up together. The man laughed with excitement, gesturing grandly, and his three lackeys immediately lunged towards the two women. The ladies were momentarily stunned, but Yi Xiaoro quickly instinctively tried to flee into the house. Wang Wen lingered behind, clutching her knife and retreating while forcing herself to suppress her rising fear. The younger sister was quite pretty. She must still be a virgin, and virgins fetch a good price. The leading man chuckled, stepping forward to snatch the knife from Wang Wen's grasp, swiftly subduing her. The other three lackeys also captured Yi Xiaoro, who hadn't yet made it inside. Let me go? You're committing a crime. I will call the police. Wang Wen struggled, but how could one woman's strength compare to that of a robust man? The leading brute laughed heartily at her words. Haha, call the police? Go ahead, I'd like to see that. After he finished laughing, he shouted to one of his lackeys, go inside and carry that cripple out. Got it, boss. The lackey sheathed his knife and headed into the house. Suddenly, Yi Xiaoro broke free from the man's grasp and rushed towards the lackey, crying out, don't hurt my dad. The lackey turned, kicked Yi Xiaoro down to the ground, and approached her with a lewd grin, saying, Third brother, go fetch that old cripple. The group erupted in laughter, and the man known as Third Brother walked into the house with a smile. The lackey's filthy intentions were evident as he reached toward Yi Xiaoro, his lewd grin appearing devilish in her eyes. She continued to retreat, but the lackey grabbed her leg and pulled her down beneath him. Seeing this, Wang Wen struggled and shouted, "Stop! Don't touch Xiao." However, the man's grip was too tight for her to escape, and she could only watch helplessly. The leading man sneered, "Don't panic. It will be your turn soon." Yet, before he could finish his taunt, a loud crash echoed as the lackey who had entered the house was suddenly flung out, crashing into the courtyard and shattering several flower pots, landing amidst the rubble. Blood spilling from his mouth. This scene left everyone stunned. The leading brute turned to the house, and there emerged a young man who slowly stepped forward, drawing a dagger from his waist and demanding, "Who is there?" Yifeng put away his phone, a mocking smile gracing his lips as he declared, "The police are on their way. Will you surrender, or shall I assist you?" The leading man, taken aback, bellowed, "You little brat, you're asking for death." With that, he lunged at Yifeng with his dagger. However, Yifeng swiftly delivered a resounding slap to his face, sending him flying into the wall with a painful cry. "What are you all standing around for? Take him down." The man, clutching his swollen cheek, was furious. Two lackeys quickly reacted, drawing their knives and charging at Yifeng. With a cold smile, Yifeng moved with an enchanting grace, swiftly dispatching them with just 2 strikes. He then turned to the lackey still gripping Yi Xiao's leg, whose eyes were now filled with immense terror. With a swift motion, Yifeng struck the lackey in the face, sending him crashing against the wall. Within a minute, all 4 burly men lay defeated at Yifeng's feet. "Do you know who we are? Those who oppose us meet a dire fate." The leading man, seeing Yifeng approach, turned pale and crawled backward, threatening as he went. "I don't know who you are, but you are unfortunate to have encountered me." Yifeng shrugged, chuckling as he untied Yi Xiao and Wang Wen. Yet, the man, with his back turned, suddenly pulled out a handgun from his coat and fired without hesitation. The gunshot echoed loudly. At that moment, a group of police officers arrived, and the leading female officer's expression darkened upon hearing the gunfire. "They have firearms. There are hostages. We need to breach immediately and ensure their safety," she commanded. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, Yifeng was shot in the waist, blood staining his clothes. His expression shifted slightly as he attempted to seize the fleeing man by the door. Suddenly, a tear gas canister and a smoke bomb flew in from outside. Within moments, the courtyard was engulfed in a thick white mist. Dozens of special police officers rushed in, with the female officer leading the charge, pinning the fleeing man down. Chun Mou recognized the man immediately, exclaiming, "Wanted criminal, Chun Kuei from the Tianhu gang. He is a wanted criminal. Ensure no one escapes." Chun Mou shouted, spotting the figures attempting to flee in the smoke. The special police quickly apprehended several individuals, and upon seeing Yifeng, they immediately restrained him with handcuffs. Despite being shot, Yifeng did not resist, understanding that any form of rebellion could lead to him being mistaken for an accomplice. The tear gas and smoke soon dissipated, and when Chun Mou saw Yifeng, she exclaimed, "It's you again. Officer Chun, long time no see." Yifeng greeted her with an awkward smile. Chun Mou's expression darkened instantly. "I just received reports of criminal activity here. Who called the police?" Yifeng raised his hand and replied, "I did." "Why are you always here? What happened?" Chun Mou demanded coldly. Yifeng pointed to the 4 unconscious masked men on the ground and said, "You'll have to ask them. Stop wasting words. Take them back to the station," Chun Mou ordered. Several officers stepped forward to carry the 4 men and escort Yifeng to the police vehicle. Chapter 4. Yifeng exclaimed, "I just came in this morning, and now you want to take me back in the afternoon? Stop talking nonsense. You're always at the crime scene. Let us see how you explain this." Chun Mou retorted coldly. Ignoring Yifeng's protests, she waved her hand, signaling for him to be taken away. Yi Xiao, pale and shaken, was comforted by Wang Wen, who draped her coat around her shoulders. Upon seeing Yifeng being taken away, Wang Wen hurriedly explained, "Officer." Before she could finish, Chun Mou interjected, "Ma'am, your testimony will serve as a crucial weapon against crime. I hope you will testify in court." "It's not as you think." Wang Wen panicked. Chun Mou continued, "Do not fear the criminal's threats. The police will protect you. Please trust us." Before Wang Wen could respond, Chun Mou had already turned and exited the courtyard. In the police station's interrogation room, familiar surroundings and familiar faces awaited. Yifeng looked at Chun Mou, the officer in charge of the interrogation, and asked, "Can I ask you a question?" "Shut up," Chun Mou snapped, frustrated that she hadn't been able to extract any information from him. "Tell me about your relationship with Chun Kuei. Are you involved in organ trafficking?" Chun Mou demanded angrily, slamming her palm on the table. Yifeng lowered his head in silence. "Speak," Chun Mou insisted. "Didn't you just tell me to shut up?" Yifeng questioned, perplexed. Before he could finish his thought, Qin Ruhan entered the room and, upon seeing Yi Feng handcuffed to the chair, turned to Chun Mou with confusion. Officer Chun, I heard from your report that you captured a key figure in the organ trafficking case. Could it be him? Chun Moyu stood up resolutely and declared, Indeed, Director. He is one of them. And Director, although he has a decent appearance, do not be deceived by a man's exterior. He may be deliberately approaching you to facilitate his criminal activities. Upon hearing Chun Moyu's counsel, Qin Ruhan couldn't help but stifle a laugh, turning to Yi Feng and asking, Do you really have such an affinity for Officer Qin? You didn't get enough of him this morning, and now you're back in the afternoon? Yi Feng felt a flush of embarrassment, glancing up at Chun Moyu and retorting, If I let you go this time, I will surely make your backside sore. You dare threaten an officer. That will only add to your crimes. Chun Moyu admonished. However, before she could finish her words, a police officer burst into the room. Exclaiming excitedly, Chun Kuei has confessed. Upon hearing this, Chun Moyu was filled with elation and pointed at Yi Feng, asking the male officer, Does he admit that this person is his accomplice? The male officer glanced at Yi Feng, swallowed hard, and appeared dazed. Speak, Chun Moyu urged. Officer Chun. He is the brave civilian who apprehended Chun Kuei and his 3 accomplices. Additionally, because he captured an important member of the Tianhu gang. There are numerous reporters outside eager to interview the courageous civilian. The male officer stammered, beads of sweat forming on his brow. They have arrested the brave civilian as a criminal and subjected him to interrogation. If this gets out. Chun Moyu's expression turned grave as she looked at Qin Ruhan and said, Director, what should we do? This is your own achievement as well as the trouble you have caused yourself. Deal with it accordingly. Qin Ruhan replied with a smile. Chun Moyu stepped forward and removed the handcuffs from Yi Feng's wrists, whispering, Shall I take you to the hospital? No. I want to expose the dark side of you as a public servant. I will accuse you of defamation and unlawfully detaining and interrogating a brave civilian who was shot. Yi Feng adjusted his collar and declared with righteous indignation. Upon hearing this, Chun Moyu felt alarmed. If the reporters found out, she would surely lose her job. I am truly sorry I was wrong. Please tell me what I must do for you to refrain from exposing me. Chun Moyu pleaded. Yi Feng's eyes glinted with mischief as he smirked. I mentioned earlier that I would make your backside sore. I am not one to make empty threats. If you are willing, we can consider this matter settled. If not. As he spoke, Yi Feng began to exit the interrogation room. Chun Moyu hastily grasped his arm, her face tinged with embarrassment and indecision. If you are unwilling, then so be it. I have never liked to force others. Yi Feng feigned an intent to leave. Chun Moyu gritted her teeth and exclaimed, Do not leave. Turning abruptly to face Yi Feng, she suddenly slapped him. A sharp sound resonating within the interrogation room. In that instant, the air seemed to freeze. Qin Ruhan stifled a laugh, seemingly unconcerned about Yi Feng's flirtations, while the male officer's eyes widened in astonishment. That must have hurt. Chun Moyu's face flushed crimson, her cheeks appearing as though they could be squeezed for moisture, embodying a blend of shyness and fury that was truly pitiable. Enough? Chun Moyu gritted her teeth and inquired. Yet, after a prolonged silence, there was no response from Yi Feng. Hey, I am asking you a question. He has already left, Qin Ruhan chuckled. Chun Moyu turned to find Yi Feng had vanished. Moyu, if you encounter difficulties at work in the future, you could actually seek his help. He might be of assistance. Qin Ruhan remarked before exiting the interrogation room to attend to the reporters outside. Chun Moyu was left in a state of confusion, pondering why a top student from the police academy would seek the aid of someone so uninformed. Yi Feng quietly slipped out of the police station, evading all reporters, and hurried to the hospital to retrieve the bullet lodged in his side. The bullet had nearly penetrated his stomach, but he had managed to evade a critical injury. Hailing a cab, he made his way to the eastern suburbs, where his Maybach awaited him. Upon exiting the vehicle, Yi Feng spotted Wang Wen standing beside his car. How is that girl's father? Yi Feng inquired. Wang Wen replied, He has been taken to the hospital and is alive, but it seems he may need to have a limb amputated. Then you should hurry back. Be careful not to get caught again. Yi Feng chuckled as he opened the car door and entered. Wang Wen followed suit, saying, Thank you for today, my name is Wang Wen. Wang Wen. Yi Feng's brow furrowed, and he immediately asked, Is your brother in the military? Is his name Wang Daqiang? Wang Wen nodded, puzzled. Do you know my brother? He is my comrade. He asked me to look after you. What a twist of fate. Yi Feng smiled. My brother asked you to look after me? Why didn't he come back himself? Wang Wen questioned. Yi Feng hesitated, explaining, He is on a long-term mission and cannot return anytime soon. Coincidentally, I have just retired. So he entrusted me with your care. Years ago, he had received orders to venture to the Middle East battlefield, accompanied solely by Wang Daqiang. And together they had established the notorious Sha Lang. Unfortunately, That big fool never lived to see Sha Lang rise to prominence in the mercenary world. Shall I take you back? Where's your home? Yifeng shifted his thoughts away from the past and started the vehicle. Wang Wen was momentarily lost in thought before responding, my home is in the eastern suburbs. Yifeng drove Wang Wen home, and along the way, she incessantly inquired about her brother. Yifeng recounted all that he knew, yet he refrained from disclosing whether her brother was alive or dead. Goodbye, Wang Wen said as she exited the car and walked towards her house, which was not far from Yi Xiao's residence. At that moment, a man dressed inconspicuously climbed out of Wang Wen's yard, attempting to leave without attracting attention. Quick, leave the house. Yifeng shouted urgently as he spotted the figure in black. But it was too late. Wang Wen had already inserted the key and unlocked the door. Suddenly, a violent explosion erupted, shattering the door and unleashing a powerful shockwave that sent Yifeng, who had rushed to protect Wang Wen, soaring through the air. The courtyard was engulfed in a series of explosions, instantly transforming into an inferno. Witnessing the flames erupting from the yard, Wang Wen's face turned pale, her heart racing. Had it not been for Yifeng's embrace, she would have surely been consumed by the explosion. Quickly looking down at Yifeng, she saw him lying atop her. His back burned and severely injured from the blast. What happened to you? Wake up, Wang Wen cried out in panic. Yifeng coughed weakly, his face ashen, urging, call the police quickly, what are you waiting for? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Wang Wen hastily reached for her phone to report the incident. Suddenly, a group of thugs armed with knives and clubs approached. Yifeng's brows furrowed in alarm. One thug with green-dyed hair lunged for Wang Wen. What are you doing? Yifeng's expression hardened as he bore the pain in his back, swiftly closing the distance and delivering a punch to the thug's nose. Ah! The thug screamed, falling to the ground. Who the hell dares to hit me? You're asking for death. At that moment, the green-haired thug, now bloodied, was helped to his feet, seething with rage as he pointed at Yifeng. You little dog, do you know who controls this area? Get lost. Yifeng retorted coldly, enraged by Yifeng's defiance. The green-haired thug shouted, looks like you have a death wish. 3 thugs lunged at Yifeng. However, as Yifeng made his move, a dull thud echoed through the air, and 3 thugs found themselves sprawled helplessly on the ground. Tiangu, this one is tough, the green-haired thug muttered, realizing they had bitten off more than they could chew. Clutching his chest, he scrambled to the side of a scar-faced man, presumably their leader. Suppressing his anger, the scar-faced man glared at Yifeng and bellowed, it is only right to repay debts. Speak, how shall we resolve this matter? Debts? Yifeng turned to Wang Wen, who explained, Xiaorou's father is in the hospital and in need of money, so I borrowed a little from them. Xiangzi, who had sacrificed himself long ago, left behind a team whose details were kept hidden, resulting in no compensation for the families. This concealment risked exposing them to enemy retaliation. How much do you owe? Yifeng inquired. Tiangu produced a loan document, grinning. According to this, you owe 3 million. What? I distinctly borrowed only 10,000, Wang Wen exclaimed, taken aback. Yifeng interjected, halting her, and addressed Tiangu, shaking the car keys in his hand. These are the keys to that Maybach outside. If you can take it, it's yours. If not, return the loan document, and I shall not pay you a single cent. Care to wager? Tianji's face lit up, for he had long coveted the vehicle parked in the eastern suburbs, never expecting the owner to be this young man. The prospect of using the car to settle debts and the audacity to challenge him thrilled Tiangu. In that case, don't blame us for being rude, he declared, shedding his shirt to reveal his well-defined muscles. The green-haired thug, holding his nose, laughed. You're dead meat. Tiangu has been through the underground fighting arena. He has killed at least 80 men. Come on, that car is mine now, Tiangu grinned. With a slight smirk, Yifeng's figure suddenly flickered and appeared before Tiangu, delivering a swift blow to his chin that sent him flying. The speed was astonishing, leaving the green-haired thug in a daze, unable to comprehend how their leader had been dispatched so easily. Tiangu, the green-haired thug exclaimed, rushing to help him up. Tiangu, pushing him away, pointed at his chin, sputtering incoherently. What are you saying, boss? Speak clearly. The green-haired thug replied, bewildered. Tiangu slapped the green-haired thug on the head and turned to leave, casting a fierce glare at Yifeng as if to say, just wait. You better watch out. No one messes with the Tianhu gang and gets away unscathed. The green-haired thug threatened, pursuing Tiangu. His words encapsulated Tianji's sentiments perfectly. Yifeng picked up the torn loan document from the ground and shredded it. Wang Wen approached him, her head bowed, and softly apologized. I'm sorry for causing you trouble. No worries. The matter is resolved. Yifeng replied with a slight smile, a hint of murderous intent glowing in his eyes. Many are eager to take my money. yet none are alive to spend it. He added, kindness is commendable. Your brother would be pleased to see you share his benevolence. Yifeng chuckled. Seeing in Wang Wen a reflection of that foolish giant's kindness, which had earned no rewards and ultimately led to his demise in a minefield. I should take you to the hospital, he said, noticing Wang Wen's concern as his lip twitched from the pain of his earlier injury. I'm fine, he reassured her with a shake of his head. You won't be able to stay in your house now. Why not come to mine? Wang Wen's cheeks flushed at the suggestion of cohabitation so soon after their meeting, wondering if it was moving too quickly, even though he was her brother's comrade. Noticing her blush, Yifeng paused. What's wrong? Is there a problem? I'm still in school, she murmured, face still aflame. Yifeng was perplexed. And what of it? My brother said one should not date while in college and should focus on studies. Yifeng was taken aback, realizing they were not on the same wavelength. That is not what I meant. From today onward, you will stay with me for your safety. As he surveyed the blazing courtyard, his brow furrowed. He found it hard to believe a gang could acquire such sophisticated explosives. At that moment, the green-haired thug charged forward, brimming with aggression. Wang Wen, alarmed, scurried behind Yifeng, seeking refuge. These guys are relentless, Yifeng sighed, realizing they would not let this matter rest. True to form, the three thugs approached, hesitating briefly before striding toward him. Perfect. With both of you here, we shall settle old scores and new grievances. Tiange fixated on Yifeng, rolling his eyes. Yifeng responded, Gentlemen, I acknowledge the old grievances, but what new ones are you referring to? The trio exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. New grievances? I just can't stand the sight of you. Tiange finally shouted after a long pause. Shall we fight then? Yifeng squinted, cracking his knuckles. The trio fell silent, recalling the pain they had just endured. Don't get cocky, kid. Just because you're a good fighter doesn't mean we fear you. I'll have my brothers watch you day and night until you run out of options. Tiange blustered. Yifeng burst into laughter but then abruptly stopped, glaring. Then I will deal with you right now. Tiange stumbled back, stammering. I swear I won't let this go. I won't repay the money. Yifeng pondered the predicament. At present, he could not afford to expose his identity and couldn't always be by Wang Wen's side. It was fortunate he had followed her. Had he been a moment late, who knows what might have transpired. Raising his head, Yifeng proposed. You claim a loan of 10,000 yet demand 3 million. That's a scam. How about I offer you 30,000? Deal or no deal? What the hell? The three thugs gaped at Yifeng in disbelief. You think I'm a fool? 3 million and you offer me 30,000? Tiange barked incredulously. You're the fool. You think I'll repay 3 million for a mere 10,000? Yifeng shot back, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles pale from exertion. At that moment, Tiange held up 6 fingers. Yifeng was taken aback. Are you complimenting me? Tiange nearly spat blood in frustration. I'm not complimenting you. 600,000. Not a penny less, or this isn't over. He roared, his fury boiling over. Fine, 600,000 it is, as you say. I won't shortchange you, Yifeng replied. If not for the need to remain discreet, he would have dealt with the situation more directly. Although 600,000 was still excessive, given the circumstances, it was the best option. He had initially been prepared to offer 300,000, but was pleasantly surprised by Tiange's apparent lack of resolve. After Yifeng's agreement, Tiange was left dumbfounded, never expecting such a swift acquiescence. Then, you give me the money, transfer it immediately. Tiange finally responded, realizing he had been outmaneuvered. I currently find myself devoid of funds. You must wait, Yifeng declared with a shrug. I am utterly exasperated. Tiange gasped, nearly choking on his words. Feel free to curse. I am a destitute man, lacking even 600, let alone 60,000. And yet, you wish to haggle with me? Naturally. One must negotiate first, and we shall discuss repayment at a later time, Yifeng retorted with indifference. Yifeng is a man of his word, so his proclamation carries weight. He will indeed repay the money, for he is presently broke. The funds he had previously earned as a mercenary have long been donated, and he arrives here utterly alone. According to Yifeng, this is his penance for the countless lives he has taken. For the wealth acquired in the realm of the Shura cannot accompany him into this world. Observing Yifeng's nonchalant demeanor, even lost in thought, Tiange felt tears welling up. After years of being a thug, he had never encountered such an audacious rogue. What an eye-opener this is. What do you intend to do then? Tiange sighed heavily, helpless. I am curious, dear brother, do you have any connections? Yifeng's eyes sparkled with mischief as he inquired. Tiange felt an urge to kneel before this young man, feeling frustrated. If I had connections, would I be in this predicament? You wish to earn money? Noticing Tiange's untrustworthy grin, Yifeng remained unfazed, responding coolly. If you want me to wait for you to make it happen, then I shall wait indefinitely. Ha ha ha, take a gamble, and everything will fall into place. Tiangu smirked. Yifeng raised an eyebrow, intrigued. That sounds promising. Having been a mercenary for many years, he certainly possesses discernment. After all, those with nothing to lose fear nothing. Where shall this take place? Yifeng pressed for details. I will pave the way for you, Tiangu replied. Dialing a number. Shortly, he received a response. At the underground bar on Chuanxi Road 72, find your way there and mention my name, Tiangu instructed. Yifeng quickly noted the number and said, Very well, let us proceed this way. Leave me your number, and I shall notify you once I acquire the funds. Tiangu chuckled coldly, readily providing his contact information. Back in the car, the green-haired thug inquired of Tiangu, Boss, are we really just handing it over to him? What if he runs away? Ha ha ha, run away? I shall see if Brother Hua also pursues the dead. How can he escape? Ha ha. Lacking funds is no concern. After all, there is that lovely young lady. If he cannot repay, we can simply capture her and sell her off. Truly, the boss deserves his title. The green-haired thug thumbed up in admiration. I'll be damned. Tiangu bellowed in anger. Meanwhile, after Tiangu and his crew departed, Yifeng and Wang Wen were engulfed in a delicate silence. So what will you do? Wang Wen cautiously inquired. What else can I do? I must acquire money. Yifeng replied curtly. Wang Wen, intent on speaking, found her gaze drawn to Yifeng. Feeling her stare, Yifeng's lips twitched. You should return home. I will handle the money matters, he stated tersely. Are you truly going? Wang Wen gasped in surprise. What other choice do I have? Yifeng shot her a glare, nudging her back home. Once he ensured Wang Wen was settled, a sigh of relief escaped him. This matter must be resolved with Qin Ruhan. Chapter 7. At the entrance of the villa, Yifeng dialed Qin Ruhan's number. What is the matter? It's rare for you, Yifeng, to take the initiative to call. A playful yet cool voice soon resonated from the phone. I need to borrow some money, Yifeng confessed awkwardly. Name your amount, and I shall transfer it to you. Qin Ruhan readily responded without inquiring further. This only made Qin Feng feel more embarrassed. It was indeed shameful for a grown man to ask a woman for money. Boss, is that really Yifeng's voice? He is asking you for money. Just as he hesitated, Chen Moyu's boisterous voice broke through the line. Don't ask so many questions, Qin Ruhan replied coolly, pulling the phone away from her mouth before returning to the matter at hand. Yifeng took a deep breath and declared loudly, 500. I only need 500. Uft, 500. Upon hearing this, Chen Moyu burst into laughter. Having been eavesdropping, she found it hilarious that Qin Feng only requested 500. Hearing her uncontrollable laughter, Yifeng felt his teeth nearly grinding together. Qin Ruhan, too, was momentarily stunned, confirming, You're borrowing 500? Yes, 500. Yifeng retorted impatiently. I have little money here. How about I give you 500,000 instead? Spend it as you like, buy whatever you wish. Qin Ruhan suggested lightly, while Chen Moyu nearby was laughing hysterically, unable to contain herself. Yifeng swallowed hard, nearly agreeing. But then he reconsidered. No? This matter must be resolved by himself. Yifeng is not the kind of man to frivolously spend a woman's money. So he resolutely stated, No, just 500. If you send even a single cent more, I shall be furious. Qin Ruhan was both amused and exasperated. This man, who was like a bloodthirsty wolf on the battlefield, always reveals a childish side. Perhaps this is the very reason he is so endearing. Ha ha, you rascal. You are truly useless, borrowing 500. Just how poor are you? Oh dear, this is too funny. Chen Moyu continued to laugh, infuriating Yifeng further. Ha ha ha, don't be too smug. I will have money tonight. Once I acquire the funds, I shall treat you both to a late-night snack, Yifeng retorted. Yifeng, you aren't planning anything strange, are you? Rest assured, my beautiful Qin, with your authority, I would never dare to misbehave, Yifeng teased. Indeed, for individuals of Yifeng and Qin Ruhan's caliber, this hardly qualifies as mischief. Qin Ruhan's cheeks flushed slightly, and she quickly regained her composure. I will transfer the money to you shortly. With that, Qin Ruhan ended the call and opened WeChat to send Yifeng the funds. Upon receiving the money, Yifeng sent her a flying kiss emoji, causing Qin Ruhan's face to redden once more. Director, what is your relationship with that fellow? Noticing the change in Qin Ruhan's expression, Chen Moyu asked curiously. She had never seen Qin Ruhan display such a hint of shyness before. You are becoming quite bold lately, Qin Ruhan observed calmly, her voice turning cold. Chen Moyu was taken aback and quickly plastered a smile on her face, wrapping her arms around Qin Ruhan's slender waist. I was merely curious. Qin Ruhan swiftly smacked Chen Moyu's hand away. Behave yourself. At your service, director. Chen Moyu replied with mock seriousness, stepping back as if saluting. The two exchanged smiles. Outside, the waning sun gradually sank behind the buildings, casting a lazy glow that drew their gazes. At this moment, both young women found themselves conjuring the image of one man, Yifeng. Presently, Yifeng was driving his striking Maybach through the bustling streets of the city, attracting envious glances from countless passers-by. Before long, he arrived at Chuanxi Road. As the largest bar street in the city, it was already bustling with activity in the early evening. The deep red Maybach immediately captured the attention of the handsome and beautiful crowds as it cruised down the street. When Yifeng parked near the 72 bar and stepped out of the car, his simple attire stunned onlookers. Most notably, in his haste, he had donned a pair of bright yellow flip-flops, giving him a rather roguish appearance. Several nearby young women frowned at the sight. Initially, I had anticipated the arrival of a wealthy scion, yet to my surprise, a mere buffoon appeared instead. This vehicle, I surmised, was merely borrowed by this fellow to create an air of grandeur. Such characters abound on this street. Yifeng remained entirely unconcerned. With an additional 500 yuan in his WeChat account, he felt emboldened, eagerly awaiting the opportunity to win big tonight. With a light-hearted tune on his lips, he strolled to a nearby eatery for a bowl of wonton noodles, and only when the sky had fully darkened did he leisurely make his way to bar number 72. Under the night sky, Chuanxi Road glimmered with vibrant lights and the intoxicating allure of numerous bars. It was merely the beginning of the evening. Yet each establishment was already filled to capacity, the mingling scents of alcohol and the cacophony of voices creating an atmosphere that momentarily captivated Yifeng. As he continued to hum his tune and approached the entrance of bar number 72, he was intercepted by the doorman. "Sir, we cannot admit those who are improperly attired," the doorman remarked with disdain. Yifeng scoffed. "Am I to appear naked or clad in rags? Have you lost your sight?" Ignoring the doorman, he attempted to push past. "Sir, should you persist, we will not be so accommodating." 3 security guards converged at the entrance. "Oh, this person appears so shabby, yet he dares to enter bar no. 72. Hilarious. In this day and age, anyone seems to be willing to embarrass themselves." The entry fees at bar number 72 were certainly not meant for the average individual. The commotion at the entrance drew the attention of several onlookers. At that moment, a Mercedes S500 glided into view, halting at the entrance. A short man emerged from the vehicle, arrogantly tossing his car keys to a security guard. "Park it for me," he commanded, before striding inside, disregarding the crowd. Wow. It seems the S500 has become a common sight around here. Bar number 72 truly has a starting point at the S500. Initially contemplating a forceful entry, Yifeng cast a glance at the parked S500 beside the diminutive man, and with a sly grin, he called out, "Security, please assist me with parking." He then retrieved a set of Maybach keys from his camouflage pants and pressed a button, producing a beep. The crowd fell silent, all eyes turning towards the sound. Where they beheld the limited edition Maybach not far away, their astonishment palpable. "Yes, it's the security guard," began, but whatever he intended to say was swallowed back. With a smug expression, Yifeng tossed the keys into the guard's hand, ignoring the astonished crowd as he ambled into bar number 72 in his flip-flops. Upon entering, Yifeng was greeted with an overwhelming aroma that nearly rendered him lightheaded. Beneath the shifting laser lights, a multitude of luminous waves undulated, with women of various appearances showcasing their charms, eager to ensnare a wealthy patron. The pulsating bass reverberated throughout the venue, igniting the adrenaline of all present. Yifeng approached a server to inquire about the casino's location. "What venue?" the server shouted, straining to hear. "The casino," Yifeng responded loudly. "What game?" The server still did not comprehend. "Damn it," Yifeng exclaimed, growing frustrated as he bellowed, "The casino. I'm searching for the casino." At that very moment, the DJ changed tracks, redirecting the attention of all towards Yifeng. Both he and the server were momentarily stunned. Fortunately, the revelers, already in high spirits, paid little heed to this detail, and the music resumed, prompting everyone to sway once more. With a nervous expression, the server pulled Yifeng into a private room, shutting the door behind them. "Sir, we conduct legitimate business here. There is no casino." Yifeng raised an eyebrow, responding leisurely, "I was sent by Tiange." The server paused, leaning closer to Yifeng, whispering, "You know Tiange?" Yifeng had not anticipated this. Evidently, Tiange held some influence. He nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. He instructed me to come here for a bit of fun." The server's demeanor shifted, becoming respectful as he cautiously led Yifeng through a winding staff passageway. Ultimately arriving at a concealed door, 2 stout men clad in black suits stood guard at the entrance. "He is a man of Tiange. Allow him entry." one of the guards stated. Without further exchange, the guards nodded and opened the door, permitting Yi Feng to enter. Stepping inside, his vision brightened. The bustling atmosphere rivaled that of the outside. No one could have imagined that such a sordid venue lay hidden within this thriving bar district. Upon entry, a woman clad in a bunny costume and black fishnet stockings approached him with a beaming smile. "Oh, boss, what a pleasure to meet you. Bunny girl no. One at your service." Yi Feng cast a glance at her, and upon noticing his gaze, she immediately understood, affectionately calling him boss as she entwined her arm with his. Though Yi Feng appeared casually attired, those who frequented this establishment were anything but ordinary. As the bunny girl paraded him around the venue, he eventually halted at a dice table. "Would you like to play this, boss?" she inquired softly. Yi Feng nodded. "This one will do. I'll need 5 chips worth 100 each." As he spoke, curious eyes began to gather around him once more. The short man from earlier stood nearby, observing Yi Feng with disdain. Believing the attention to be admiration, Yi Feng raised his phone, casually stating, "I need to pay via WeChat. I don't have cash." The bunny girl looked perplexed. "Is this person here to cause trouble?" she mused. "What's wrong?" Yi Feng asked, noticing her expression growing increasingly blank. "Boss, our chips start at a minimum of 1,000 each." Yi Feng scratched his head, his laughter tinged with embarrassment. "I'm aware. I certainly am. I was merely joking." Though he spoke lightly, internally he lamented, "This place is ridiculous. Exchanging chips requires 1,000? Where would I procure such an amount?" Fortunately, Yi Feng was quick-witted, and moments later, he devised a plan. "Just put it on Tiangu's tab." "Tiangu?" The bunny girl hesitated, but she still escorted Yi Feng to the front desk, where a bald man seated in a boss's chair was smoking. "Brother Hua, this gentleman wishes to exchange chips, but requests it be charged to Tiangu's account." Brother Hua looked up, revealing a prominent scar across his brow, suggesting he was not someone to be trifled with. "Call him. Let him tell me himself." Brother Hua replied coldly, standing to face Yi Feng. Yi Feng, undeterred, casually retrieved his phone and dialed Tiangu's number. Observing Yi Feng's calm demeanor, Brother Hua regarded him with newfound respect. Soon enough, the call connected. "Hello, Tiangu. You were the one who referred me to bar number 72, correct?" Yi Feng spoke loudly, placing the phone on speaker. "Are you wasting time with nonsense? Who else could it be?" Tiangu bellowed from the other end. "Whatever you want, just mention my name, right?" "Exactly. Don't bother me with trivialities. Enjoy yourself. I'm busy." With that, Tiangu cursed and abruptly hung up. Yi Feng shrugged at Brother Hua. "You see, our relationship is quite solid. Just mention my name for anything." Brother Hua scrutinized Yi Feng for a moment before stating coldly, "Since Tiangu has spoken, I shall not press further. We have a transaction next week. I will inquire with him then." Although Hua Ji's attitude suggested that defeat was inevitable, it irked Yi Feng. Yet he felt a sense of satisfaction in successfully exchanging chips and simultaneously outsmarting Tiangu. After all, he never entertained the notion of losing. "Who am I? I am the leader of the Sha Lang mercenary corps. Losing? That is inconceivable." Half an hour later, having lost 3 consecutive rounds, Yi Feng's despair was palpable amidst the crowd. In this brief period, it seemed as though he had fallen under a spell whenever he bet on small. The outcome was large, and vice versa, never aligning with his expectations. Within this time frame, his initial 60,000 chips dwindled to a mere 1,000. "I refuse to believe that this time it will yield a large result." Before the next round commenced, Yi Feng, seething with anger, tossed his last 1,000 chips into the small bet box. Beside him, the diminutive figure scoffed and placed 5,000 chips into the large box. The dealer promptly shook the dice. Indeed, it was large. Yi Feng buried his face in his hands, howling in despair. "Yi boss, you've lost all your chips. Why not get some more?" asked the dejected bunny girl, glancing at the empty space before Yi Feng. "Get lost." Yi Feng roared, pulling out his phone and shouting, "WeChat. I need WeChat payment." "Sir, we only accept chips here," the dealer replied with an impassive glance. "I'll give you 1,000 chips. You transfer me." At that moment, the small figure interjected. Chapter 9. This small figure had become a thorn in Yi Feng's side. Just moments ago, he stood beside Yi Feng, and whatever he bet on seemed to counter Yi Feng's choices, resulting in Yi Feng's utter defeat, while the small figure profited handsomely. "You want to exchange 1,000 for me?" "I only have 500, Yi Feng retorted with irritation. "No worries, it's just 500. I can easily spend that on a meal. Consider it my treat for you since you've earned me quite a bit. Ha ha ha." The small figure handed Yi Feng a chip. Yi Feng scoffed internally but still transferred the money, only to find the small figure's WeChat ID was Huaxingwen. A chill ran down his spine. This lad couldn't he possibly be part of the infamous Zhang AI family, could he? Yi Feng knew he could not afford to cross paths with such individuals. While one might not be able to fight them, they could certainly make his life miserable. After dismissing the small figure in his mind, Yifeng patted his chest to rally his spirits and then tossed his final 1,000 chips into the small box. Meanwhile, the small Zong AI elegantly tossed his chips into the large box, casting a triumphant glance at Yifeng. Yifeng remained silent, frowning as he watched the dealer prepare to roll the dice. In his mind, he began to fantasize about miraculously turning the tide with his last 1,000 chips, winning a fortune, and later meeting Qin Ruhan, ultimately achieving a grand victory of 15 points. The dealer's prolonged announcement shattered Yifeng's daydreams. Darkness clouded his vision as he nearly collapsed. He had hoped to earn enough money to flaunt it in front of Tiangu, yet here he was, not only failing to win, but also in debt of 60,000. Overwhelmed by frustration, Yifeng hung his head, took out his phone, and prepared to call Qin Ruhan to inform her that he could not treat her tonight. Having already exhausted 500, Yifeng sighed, oblivious to the small Zong AI's smug expression, and pushed past the bunny girl, heading towards a small booth adjacent to the casino. Yifeng, what's wrong? Have you finished your business? As soon as he dialed, Qin Ruhan's cool voice rang out. Yifeng hesitated, wanting to tell her that tonight's dinner was off. Yet the words failed to escape his lips. Qin Ruhan noted Yifeng's stammering demeanor, which surprised her. It's nothing. I dialed the wrong number. Yifeng laughed awkwardly. Qin Ruhan was left speechless. All right, I'll come find you later. After hanging up, Yifeng punched the wall in frustration, muttering, I refuse to be cursed. After a brief moment of contemplation, Yifeng decided to explore other casinos. Soon, the proactive Yifeng straightened his posture and strode confidently out of the casino. Ha, that fool earlier didn't even see it coming. Hugu was deliberately messing with him. As he exited the concealed door, Yifeng heard a piercing laugh. It was the small Zong AI, swaggering in front of him with a bunny girl in tow, clearly unaware of Yifeng's presence. As for the person he mentioned, who else could it be but himself? What the hell did you say? Yifeng, seething with rage, stormed up and roughly turned the small Zong AI's shoulder. Weren't you leaving? The small Zong AI nearly wet himself at the sight of Yifeng's furious glare, stuttering in response. Huga set me up. Yifeng was on the verge of losing his composure, raising his fist, ready to strike. Let him go. At that moment, the portly doorman approached. Speaking in a deep voice, Yifeng frowned. If a fight broke out now, he certainly wouldn't fear these individuals, but his identity would be compromised. However, Yifeng was not one to be bullied by such lowly characters. Ha. Go ahead, hit me if you dare. The small Zong AI laughed maniacally. No. I want to hit you. Yifeng suddenly grinned menacingly, turning to the hefty man and saying, Brother, I'm not afraid of you. Consider yourself lucky to have avoided a beating. Yifeng's devilish grin startled the hefty man. He had never encountered such a smile, filled with a hidden malice that even a seasoned thug like him found hard to bear. With a loud bang, Yifeng punched the wall beside him. Instantly, fine cracks appeared on the damp, yellowed surface. Both the small Zong AI and the hefty man gasped in shock. Damn, that punch. Yifeng turned back. The menacing grin still plastered across his face, coupled with his bulging fist, exuding an aura of an ultimate protagonist. Witnessing Yifeng finally channeling the spirit of a true dragon, the small Zong AI experienced true fear for the first time in his life, having grown up in the protective embrace of his mother. In this moment of profound significance, the small Zong AI lost control of his bladder. Warm liquid streamed down his pants, coalescing into a pale yellow foam that seeped into the dusty floor cracks. Another bunny girl clung tightly to her companion's arm, half in fear, half in admiration, gazing at Yifeng. Yifeng shot a disdainful glance at the small Zong AI. This fellow was far too timid. Come with me. Yifeng nodded slightly, uttering a single sentence before striding out. The bunny girl did not attempt to assist the small Zong AI, following behind Yifeng with a pounding heart. Navigating through the bustling crowd, Yifeng arrived at the entrance of the bar, with the bunny girl nearly mirroring his steps. What about him? Yifeng frowned and asked. I don't know, the bunny girl murmured, cautiously moving behind Yifeng and clutching his arm. After a moment, the small Zong AI slowly emerged. He hung his head, walking towards Yifeng, completely devoid of his previous bravado. How much did you win just now? Yifeng asked through clenched teeth. 11,000. The small Zong AI replied meekly. It all belongs to me. Okay, you can take it all. The small Zong AI stammered. Observing his cowardly demeanor, Yifeng spat and extended his hand. The small Zong AI hurriedly and respectfully placed his LV briefcase, filled with money, into Yifeng's hand. As a young heir of a fortune, he dared not engage with such a formidable figure. Had he known from the outset that this individual was akin to Huagu, he would have lacked even the courage to stand beside Yifeng. Yifeng retrieved his briefcase, opened it briefly, and extracted a stack of 10,000 yuan bills, which he handed to the nearby bunny girl, before requesting, "Give me your phone." The bunny girl, her eyes glazed with admiration, produced her phone, her gaze fixated on his face. Yifeng took the phone, entered his number, dialed, and then returned it to her. "I shall need this in the future," he stated coldly. Chapter 10. 10 minutes later, Yifeng was seated in a Maybach, jotting down notes in a small notebook. "Huagu has swindled me out of 60,000 at bar 72, he meticulously recorded. This was his dedicated notebook, where he documented all those who had wronged him. The infatuated bunny girl attempted to follow him, but was sent away after some persuasion. She was now his #1 undercover agent positioned beside Huagu. With her lovesick demeanor, she would undoubtedly report any developments promptly. Before departing, she had inquired about renowned casinos nearby, learning that there was a Tianjin bar at the end of the street, which housed a nearly identical casino. Although the distance was not long and walking posed no issue, why drive? It was simply more convenient for a quick getaway. Despite possessing the formidable power of a super-long Aotian at his disposal, revealing his identity would attract the attention of old enemies, endangering not only himself but everyone around him. Driving the Maybach, he swiftly arrived near Tianjin bar. As he approached, the security guards attempted to stop him, but upon seeing the LV briefcase he carried, their expressions changed, and they hurriedly admitted him. Who would carry a briefcase to a bar? Clearly, he was there for the casino. Though not the same establishment, such venues were all rather similar in their indulgences. Yifeng confidently instructed a server to lead him to the basement. Armed with 100,000 as his capital, he felt emboldened, immediately exchanging the entire amount for chips. However, as soon as he made his appearance, the casino's surveillance room erupted in excitement. Tiangu, what is that guy doing here?" Xiao Lu Mao exclaimed upon spotting the familiar face on the monitor. Tiangu hurried over, his eyes widening in disbelief. "How did he end up here? Should I send someone to chase him away? No, why drive him off? Let us see what he plays. Have the dealer ensure he wins for now." Tiangu replied with a sinister smile. "Hey, Tiangu, you're truly something else. If I hear you utter that term again, I'll cut out your tongue." Tiangu slapped Xiao Lu Mao, who, feeling wronged, covered his face, not daring to speak further, and hurried off to carry out his orders. At the casino, after exchanging for chips, Yifeng followed a bunny girl to a familiar table. Xiao Lu Mao, lurking nearby, quickly instructed a dealer to switch personnel as Yifeng settled at the dice table. Unbeknownst to Yifeng, the dealer was swapped, but the luck was on his side. He won his very first roll, a broad smile spreading across his face. "This is my moment of fortune," Yifeng chuckled inwardly. "Big." He tossed 5 chips of 2,000 each into the box. 14 points, big. "I told you so." Yifeng laughed heartily. Big. Soon, he was caught in a whirlwind of victories, winning 7 consecutive rolls, each dictated by the dealer's manipulation. "I am the hand of God." Yifeng gleefully slipped a chip into the bunny girl's cleavage. Onlookers gathered, astonished by his extraordinary luck. 7 consecutive wins. He must bet small this time. They speculated, many placing their bets on small. Yifeng, initially inclined to bet big, hesitated upon hearing the chatter around him, but ultimately placed his chips on big. At that moment, the dealer signaled to the monitor, readying the dice. 13 points, big. Ha. Bet small if you like." Yifeng erupted in laughter, his stack of chips now resembling a small mountain, likely amounting to 300,000 or 400,000. "Tiangu, what if he decides to stop playing?" "Stop? In my years in this business, I've never seen anyone walk away after winning so much. If they could, we'd be bankrupt by now." Just then, Yifeng made his move, placing his bet on small this time. The influence of the surrounding speculation had affected him. 9 big wins would be truly bizarre. Driven by his confidence, he wagered a considerable amount. Others followed suit. 13 points, big. The dealer opened the dice without flinching. "What? This guy is cursed. Damn it. I just arrived and lost 2 rolls." Many voices erupted in frustration as Yifeng stood there, stunned, watching the dice as if struck by lightning. Losing half his winnings in a single roll was a bitter blow. However, with 9 consecutive wins, the next roll was bound to be small. Small. I refuse to believe it can be big again. Yifeng's eyes burned with determination as he piled his remaining chips on small. The consensus among the crowd mirrored his thoughts, and they too placed their bets on small. 15 points, big. Silence fell over the table. 10 consecutive big wins. Yifeng felt breathless, and most critically, he was out of chips. The next roll had to be small. Yifeng's gaze shifted to the bunny girl, who promptly crossed her arms defensively. At that moment, a server approached Yifeng respectfully. "Sir, may I have a word?" Yifeng turned, irritation evident in his tone. What is it? Despite his annoyance, he followed the server. Spit it out. I've lost hundreds of thousands in 2 rolls. Yifeng was nearly on the verge of exploding. Sir, our casino offers loan services. If you require assistance, we can lend you funds against collateral. The server remained courteous. Collateral? Yifeng's thoughts immediately turned to the Maybach. Would they require the car as collateral? He hesitated. After all, the vehicle was a gift from Qin Ruhan, and any issues arising from it would be difficult to explain. Now, he deeply regretted not having brought back more money initially, as it would have spared him this predicament. Sir, what do you say? If you have a car, simply provide the keys, and we can arrange for a loan. Of course. The car will be returned to you once the loan is repaid. Yifeng remained silent, weighing his options. 10 consecutive big wins. He turned back to find the dealers seemingly waiting for him, undeterred by the commotion around them. With gritted teeth, he resolved, damn it, I'm going for it. I'll pledge it. Yifeng declared through clenched jaws. Chapter 11. Yifeng swiftly completed the necessary formalities and handed over the car keys. Although he could have exchanged the vehicle for several million, he opted for a mere 300,000, fearing he might not be able to repay the amount. In the surveillance room, Tiangu was ecstatic upon receiving the car keys. Ha! This fool, the car is finally mine. 300,000, with your meager means. Let's see where you can find that. He laughed maniacally. However, Xiao Elumao cautiously interjected, but the boss drives a Maybach. He might actually manage it. Get lost. I'll rip that mouth of yours apart. Tiangu bellowed in fury, striking Xiao Elumao in the surveillance room. Meanwhile, Yifeng returned to the gaming table with a serious demeanor, holding his chips as all eyes turned to him. After a moment of contemplation, he lifted his head. His gaze sharp, all in small. He declared with conviction, locking eyes with the dealer. The onlookers remained silent, their anticipation palpable as they awaited the outcome following 10 consecutive wins. The dealer smirked disdainfully, casually covering the dice before shaking them. With a thud, he revealed the result. 16, big. What the hell? 11 consecutive bigs. This is insane. The crowd erupted. Thank goodness I didn't follow with small. Yifeng, having already faced a shocking defeat earlier, felt the heat rising. Just then, the waiter sensed the tension, and a group of thugs approached from behind. The crowd, witnessing the unfolding drama, quickly dispersed. What do you want? Yifeng frowned at the intimidating group, already suspecting their intentions. Sir, please write an IOU, and return the 300,000 by the end of the day, with a daily interest of 50. The waiter maintained a polite demeanor. 50 a day? Are you high-interest loan sharks? Indeed, we are. What of it? A large thug stepped forward, glaring menacingly. Yifeng felt a mix of fear and frustration. He could not fight, but was left with no alternatives. 300,000 seemed only possible if he borrowed from Qin Ruhan. If only he had borrowed 60,000 instead. Yifeng felt a sense of helplessness wash over him. Do you think you can default on this debt? It's fine if you want to. After all, your car is with us. Time is limited, so think carefully. The thugs laughed. Driving a Maybach yet can't scrape together 300,000? That car must be borrowed. Tiangu, watching the scene unfold in the surveillance room, reveled in his triumph. Just as he began to dread Yifeng's formidable prowess, he realized that causing a ruckus in this setting would easily expose his identity, and discretion was paramount. Fine, take care of the car. I'll find a way to get the money, Yifeng grumbled, signing the IOU and preparing to leave. Suddenly, chaos erupted in the casino as patrons scrambled to escape. Catch them all. A familiar female voice commanded, and a swarm of police officers burst through the entrance, apprehending fleeing gamblers and staff alike. Yifeng turned to see the petite, yet powerful figure of Chen Mou. Ah, Yifeng, I was wondering what you needed money from Ruhan for. Turns out you're here gambling. I knew it, you're just a bum. Chen Mou stormed forward, pointing an accusatory finger at him. Yifeng felt a wave of despair. He had hoped to keep this from Qin Ruhan, and now it was public knowledge. My dear aunt, I was forced. Forced. I'll give you 2 words. What words? Chen Mou paused, her face turning red. 2 words. Huh. Yifeng sighed, realizing that explaining the situation was futile. You can arrest me if you wish. I can't clarify this matter regarding Wangwen. He worried about implicating her, given her brother's past enemies. To protect Wangwen, it was best to keep her identity concealed. At that moment, Tiangu, who had nearly tried to escape, was dejectedly escorted out by the police. What the hell? Yifeng was astonished to see Tiangu. This casino was his operation. Tiangu remained silent, reveling in Yifeng's fury. Instantly, Yifeng connected the dots. Nearly overwhelmed with the urge to confront him. Originally negotiating from 3 million down to 60,000, he now found himself owing 360,000. Tiangu's cunning was impressive. Fortunately, he had managed to recoup some losses from Fire Go, yet he remained frustrated. Let us go. Take them all back. Chun Mo urged, pushing Yifeng forward. In her eyes, he was merely a lazy opportunist, relying on his looks to deceive her beloved Ruhan. Even if he were handsome, his actions were unforgivable. Before long, they were led outside the bar. And Yifeng humorously spotted Fire Gu's shiny bald head among the crowd. Clearly, he too had fallen victim to this police operation. However, Yifeng understood that figures like Tian Gu and Fire Gu would hardly fear such an event. They had underlings to take the fall. Being detained was merely a temporary inconvenience. The police station buzzed with activity as numerous detainees were processed, with officers busy gathering testimonies. Under Chun Mo's careful arrangement, Tian Gu, Fire Gu, and Yifeng found themselves seated together. Yifeng, you'd better find that 300,000 quickly, otherwise your Maybach will be mine. Tian Gu sneered. He owes you money? Before Yifeng could respond, Fire Gu interjected. And what about my 60,000? 60,000. This guy lost that much at my place. I just kept it on your tab. Are you using my name to gamble? Tian Gu grasped the situation instantly, recalling Yifeng's earlier strange phone call. Very clever, boy. You think you can outsmart me? When we get out, I'll make sure you enjoy yourself. Enjoy myself? Who do you think you're talking to? A female voice suddenly interjected. The three turned in unison, their expressions shifting to alarm. It was Qin Ruhan. Chapter 12. For figures of Tian Gu and Fire Ge's caliber, Qin Ruhan was not someone to be trifled with. Who is Qin Ruhan? She is the head of the police department. Over the years, they had attempted to bribe their way through, but to no avail. Trying to undermine her would only lead to their downfall, as many of those in the underworld had already learned that lesson the hard way. Now, this young lady can be considered a formidable figure in Pingqing's underworld. No, I merely meant that once we step outside, the two of you will immediately relent when it comes to treating me to a meal. Outside, Qin Ruhan chuckled lightly, clearly aware that once again someone would take the fall for you. Tian Gu and Hua Gu dared not respond. Qin Ruhan turned her gaze towards Yifeng, her expression softening. Yifeng felt a pang of guilt. Sensing her gentle gaze, he hurriedly averted his eyes. The car that Ruhan had gifted him was gone, and now he found himself caught up in a casino debacle. He was truly in deep trouble. Are you all right? Qin Ruhan suddenly inquired. Her attitude towards Yifeng astonished Tian Gu and Hua Gu. They had dealt with her numerous times before, but had never witnessed this iron lady exhibit such tenderness. Who exactly is this young man? Yifeng looked up and forced a bitter smile, stating, what could possibly be wrong? Just a bit unfortunate, that's all. Weren't you going to treat me to supper? Qin Ruhan, unfazed by the increasingly astonished gazes of Tian Gu and Hua Gu, teased him. Supper? This scoundrel has lost all his money at the casino. He borrowed from you just to go there. Upon seeing Ruhan approach, Qin Mo rushed over, exclaiming loudly. Tian Gu and Hua Gu lowered their heads in unison. The current situation left these two small-time leaders utterly bewildered. What on earth is happening? Borrowing money? Treating supper? What is the relationship between Yifeng and Qin Ruhan? In this brief moment, both men redefined their perception of Yifeng. Oh, you lost everything? But Yifeng, why would you go there? Qin Ruhan feigned surprise, though her gaze hinted at deeper meaning. Just out of curiosity, Yifeng shrugged, still withholding the truth. Curiosity. Next time. Perhaps you could be curious about whether it's permissible to commit murder. Chun Mo was even more incensed, pointing at Yifeng and scolding him. Enough, Chun Mo. Qin Ruhan cast a cold glance at her, and the girl fell silent. She then turned her attention back to Tian Gu and Hua Gu, stating calmly. He lost a considerable sum of money with you, didn't he? Tian Gu and Hua Gu exchanged glances, unsure whether to confirm or deny. No, not much, just 300,000. Ultimately, Tian Gu cautiously admitted. I had 6,000 on your tab. A total of 360,000. You shall return it all to him now. Qin Ruhan declared assertively. Ruhanjia, you still choose to help him. Another cold stare silenced Chun Mo once more. Tian Gu and Hua Gu shared a glance, knowing better than to refuse. If Qin Ruhan wanted something, she had countless ways to get it done. They still could not grasp the nature of Yifeng's relationship with Qin Ruhan. Yifeng shook his head in frustration. Damn it, in the end. It falls to Qin Ruhan to resolve this. It was utterly vexing. At that moment, he felt the spirit of his inner dragon ready to burst forth. Yifeng, come to my office later. MOU, release him, Qin Ruhan said, casting another gentle glance at Yifeng before striding towards her office. Chun MOU muttered a few resentful words as she begrudgingly unlocked his handcuffs. After the restraints were removed, Yifeng smiled and said, I graciously accept the money. Tian nearly choked on his own blood at the sight of Yi Feng's smiling face. Losing 3 million and then being left with only 60,000 was bad enough. Now he had to fork out another 300,000. In the end, Yi Feng had Hui Gu transfer 60,000 to Tian and then had Tian send 30,000 back to himself. Upon receiving the funds, Yi Feng instantly felt invigorated. Now, not only had he resolved the issue with Wang Wen, but he finally had some money to his name. Of course, he would also remember this incident when it came to Tian. This matter was resolved by Qin Ruhan. He hadn't even lifted a finger, so it didn't count as his doing. Yi Feng was always very clear on such matters. After settling everything, he strolled towards Qin Ruhan's office, humming a tune. While the onlookers gazed inquisitively at this scoundrel confidently entering the office, speculating about the esteemed guest being favored by the director. You think this guy could be the director's secret weapon? Please, with his demeanor, he hardly seems formidable. Not at all. I saw him handle the last case quite competently. What do those petty characters matter? Let him take on the Tianhu gang, and they'll surely meet their end. Ugh, don't even mention the Tianhu gang. Those fellows are truly ruthless, and no one can handle them. Amidst the whispers of the police officers and Chun Mou's hateful glare, Yi Feng entered Qin Ruhan's office. Before stepping in, Yi Feng composed himself, then casually entered. To his surprise, as soon as he walked in, Qin Ruhan approached him with a gentle demeanor, whispering, "Have you been helping someone again?" Yi Feng stiffened, awkwardly replying, "You are the cleverest one here. If I weren't clever, would you marry me?" But 3 years seems a bit long. As she spoke, Qin Ruhan's expression darkened. Yi Feng cleared his throat and said seriously, "I believe your position as director needs to be bolstered. There is still quite a bit of chaos in the city." Qin Ruhan furrowed her brow. "I am well aware. Sai, let me tell you, these two casinos, though located in different bars, are actually properties of the Tianhu gang. Tiangu and Huagu are merely small-time leaders within that organization. I have devoted all my efforts to investigate the Tianhu gang over the years. Yet I still cannot uncover who their true boss is." Yi Feng pondered deeply. Their brazen demeanor, coupled with the behavior of Tiangu and Huagu upon their arrest, confirmed that the Tianhu gang indeed wielded considerable power in Pingqing's underworld. Yi Feng was acutely aware of the implications behind Qin Ruhan's backstory. Even with the support of her esteemed elder, she was at a loss, which only underscored the terrifying nature of the Tianhu gang. Yi Feng could only pray that he would not be entangled with the Tianhu gang, for if his identity were revealed, the enemies he would attract would far exceed the level of the Tianhu gang. Just as Yi Feng was about to speak, the office door was suddenly slammed open. Chun Mou rushed in, her face a mask of panic. "Mou, what is the matter with you?" The moment the door opened, Qin Ruhan regained her icy composure. "Sister, it's bad. The Tianhu gang is on the move again." Qin Ruhan was taken aback. "Well, it seems that everything we feared is coming to pass." Yi Feng sighed in frustration. This was no longer a mere burden. It felt as though he was being dragged into the depths of despair. Chapter 13, What is happening over there? Qin Ruhan asked, frowning. "I am not entirely sure. Our informant has provided intel indicating that they plan to make a significant move tomorrow night." Tomorrow night? As she spoke, Qin Ruhan glanced at Yi Feng. "Don't look at me. I'm not a police officer. This matter is still your responsibility." Yi Feng quickly waved his hands. "Ruhanjia, why do you want him? He is just a scoundrel who even needs to borrow money from you. How could he possibly help us? If we are to resolve the Tianhu gang issue decisively, he is indeed indispensable." Yi Feng felt frustrated. Qin Ruhan was about to expose his true identity. Of him, Chun Mou scrutinized Yi Feng with disdain, believing that even a random police officer would be far more competent than him at this point. "It is him," Qin Ruhan stated with unexpected resolve. "The Tianhu gang is so formidable that even the Sandwolf mercenary team would struggle to handle them." Chun Mou insisted. "Oh, you actually know about Shalang mercenary group?" Yi Feng glanced at Chun Mou and then at Qin Ruhan. Qin Ruhan smiled knowingly. "Indeed. Some people even have a fondness for Shalang himself, don't you think?" Chun Mou's cheeks flushed crimson, and she playfully nudged Qin Ruhan, saying shyly, "How rude. Who would like such a brutish fellow? Besides, I haven't even seen him. What if he is hideous? I am quite particular about appearances." While speaking, Chun Mou looked at Yi Feng. This fellow's looks were indeed to her liking. It was just a pity that his character was so lacking, being a second-rate scoundrel. And now he seemed to resemble a freeloader. Qin Ruhan merely smiled in silence. Yi Feng awkwardly scratched his head, momentarily at a loss for words. Soon after, Qin Ruhan sent Chun Mou on her way. "Mr. Shalang, might I inquire if my late-night snack is assured for tonight?" After Chun Mou departed, Qin Ruohan gazed at Yi Feng with a teasing glint in her eyes. You mustn't divulge my affairs to others. Chen Mou is not just anyone, but then again, perhaps it's best not to speak of it. Qin Ruohan hesitated, her expression slightly dimming. All right, enough with the gloomy face. Come, let us go for a late-night snack. Yi Feng laughed heartily, pulling Qin Ruohan along. Observing Yi Feng boldly escorting their goddess director out, the officers felt as though their eyes were deceiving them. Is it the director who is blind? Or are we the ones blinded? This was a shared thought among them. Once outside the police station, Yi Feng genuinely wished to express his gratitude to Qin Ruohan. With the issue regarding Wang Wen resolved and a fair amount of money now at his disposal, he could afford to ease off on his frantic rides with Didi. Moreover, Tiangu had instructed his subordinates to promptly return the vehicle, alleviating much of today's vexation. Where to? Once outside, Qin Ruohan's eyes remained tender. To the bar? Let us indulge in a couple of drinks. Yi Feng announced boldly, casually ushering Qin Ruohan into the car. Yi Feng, regarding the recent Tiangu gang situation. I truly need your assistance. Inside the vehicle, Qin Ruohan gazed at Yi Feng earnestly. Sister, are you wishing for my identity to be exposed? You certainly do not want to confront my real enemies. Yi Feng replied helplessly. What do you mean by sister? Am I that old? Qin Ruohan retorted, displeased. Should I call you wife? Yi Feng teased. Qin Ruohan's face flushed, and she muttered softly. If only it were possible. The two fell into a silence. The vehicle enveloped in an enchanting atmosphere. Fortunately, this awkward yet alluring ambience did not persist for long, for they soon arrived at the bar. Yi Feng reserved a private room, and, upon entering, smiled at her. I can't drink since I'm driving. You take charge. Tonight, I shall substitute cola for alcohol. In that case, I may have to challenge you to a cola duel. Oh, so audacious, are you certain? Don't go collapsing after just one bottle. Waitstaff, bring 5 cases. Oh no, please don't. Ruohan, if you drink to excess, I certainly don't wish to be the one to burn incense for you. Yi Feng exclaimed in alarm, realizing this girl was playing with fire. Half an hour later, Yi Feng gasped, Ruohan, I'm truly on the verge of throwing up from drinking all this cola. Can you please ease up? The carbonation was swelling in his stomach, ready to burst at any moment. After several rounds, Qin Ruohan, seemingly delicate, unleashed an incredible stamina. However, with such excessive drinking, no matter how great one's tolerance, intoxication was inevitable. At this moment, Qin Ruohan's cheeks were slightly flushed, and she pointed at Yi Feng, saying, You made me wait for you for 3 years. Do you have any idea how much I have changed in 3 years, and how much has changed in my family? Yi Feng was taken aback. What happened to your family? You scoundrel. They are all a bunch of scoundrels. Tears suddenly streamed down Qin Ruohan's cheeks. What's wrong? What's wrong? Yi Feng hurriedly went to comfort her. Qin Ruohan, heavily intoxicated, grasped Yi Feng's hand, her eyes glazed. Yi Feng, tell me truthfully. Have you ever had feelings for me? Yi Feng felt an explosion of emotions. Truly, it is better left unsaid. Yi Feng, with great restraint, withdrew his hand and embraced Qin Ruohan. You are drunk, truly drunk. I shall take you home. You rascal, always making me wait, Qin Ruohan sobbed. A finger poking at Yi Feng's cheek. Feeling her icy touch, Yi Feng couldn't help but reflect. He understood he shouldn't have made Qin Ruohan wait. But he also feared that after 3 years, upon his return, she might have become someone else's wife, resulting in a complete loss. Now, he had once again made her wait. With this thought, Yi Feng sighed. Life can be so demanding. Exiting with Qin Ruohan, an unparalleled beauty leaning against a second-rate fellow inevitably attracted numerous gazes. Even many self-proclaimed champions of justice attempted to approach under the guise of righteousness. But after being rebuffed by an irate Yi Feng wielding his flip-flops, none dared to approach again, and he finally assisted Qin Ruohan back into the car. After finally extracting her address from the dazed Qin Ruohan, he drove towards the renowned affluent community in Pingcheng. Inside the vehicle, Qin Ruohan seemed to awaken slightly from her drunken state, but then recalled something and began to sob quietly again. Yi Feng remained silent, unsure how to console her. He felt a twinge of guilt about the events of this evening, but there was also an unmistakable sense of torment. Why the torment? Because now, with Qin Ruohan leaning sideways and softly weeping, even though Yi Feng prided himself on his self-control, it was difficult to resist such temptation. Will you accompany me tonight? Qin Ruohan suddenly asked softly. She hugged her arms, curling up in her seat. Yi Feng stole a glance, his throat tightening. Tonight is going to be explosive. Chapter 14. Not tonight, perhaps tomorrow. I promise to take you out to enjoy yourselves. It has been quite a while since we went on a date. Although a myriad of thoughts flitted through his mind, Yi Feng still declined. Seeing Qin Ruohan's tearful, distressed expression, Yi Feng felt a pang of compassion. A boisterous girl crying so heartbreakingly, and a beauty at that. Who could remain indifferent? However, to take advantage of the moment and act upon it would be utterly wrong. This was absolutely not permissible, unless she truly made the first move. Yet Qin Ruohan was truly a sensible girl. Noticing Yi Feng's conflicted expression, she suddenly broke into a smile. As expected of Yi Feng, the leader of Shalang, he can withstand temptation. Of course, if one cannot resist temptation, how could they hope to spend a lifetime together? Yi Feng boldly stated, "Humph, you can talk the talk, but being your wife would surely entail much suffering." Qin Ruohan shot him a glance. "Who wants to be your wife?" Yi Feng asked with a grin. "How would I know?" Qin Ruohan retorted, then wrapped her arms around herself and slowly closed her eyes. "I'm so sleepy. I'll take a nap. Wake me when we arrive," she mumbled indistinctly. "Oh no, this little enchantress is at it again, in that very posture." Qin Ruohan had no idea how alluring she appeared in her current position. The most crucial point was that she had her eyes closed, and Yi Feng felt no need to hide his gaze. "Do not gaze upon improper sights. Do not gaze upon improper sights," Yi Feng thought to himself, yet his eyes found it impossible to stray from her. As they engaged in a fierce internal struggle while driving, approximately 15 minutes later, Yi Feng brought Qin Ruohan back to her opulent residential complex. "Hey, wake up!" Yi Feng gently shook her. Qin Ruohan murmured, slowly opening her eyes. "You really can sleep. We're home now, and there's plenty of time for that," he remarked. "Carry me upstairs," she commanded, gazing at him. "You have an elevator here. Why would I carry you?" Yi Feng chuckled, scolding her lightly. "I don't care. If you dare not carry me, I'll sleep in your car tonight, and you won't get to go home." Qin Ruohan pouted defiantly. "First, tell me what benefits I would gain from carrying you. Then I'll consider it," he replied. "Carry me upstairs first, and then I'll tell you," she retorted. Looking more awake now. "You little imp," Yi Feng said, tapping her forehead and teasing her. Noticing her improved mood, he felt relieved. Leaving her alone in her room to wallow in sadness would undoubtedly weigh on his mind. With that thought, he ceased the banter, exited the car, approached her, and squatted down. Without hesitation, Qin Ruohan hopped off the vehicle, wrapped her arms around his neck, and leaped onto his back. In that instant, Yi Feng felt something soft against his spine. Recalling everything he had just witnessed, combined with the smooth touch of her arms around his neck, his heart began to race. At 25, he found himself easily swayed by such feelings. Adjusting her slightly, he strode into her apartment building. "Giddy up," Qin Ruohan exclaimed, seemingly having forgotten her earlier displeasure. Now playfully enjoying the ride. "Stop it." Yi Feng playfully swatted her pert backside. After his playful hit, she fell silent. Just as he was about to inquire about her earlier mood, a sudden sharp pain shot through his shoulder. "What the heck? Are you a dog?" He was astonished to discover that Qin Ruohan had bitten him, and quite firmly at that. "Does it hurt?" She released her grip and whispered in his ear. "What do you think?" Yi Feng replied, somewhat annoyed. "I need to leave a mark here so you'll remember me for a lifetime," she asserted earnestly. "Uft. I thought you were going to plant strawberries," he retorted, bewildered. "Would you like me to?" Qin Ruohan mischievously asked. Then, without waiting for his response, she began to suck on the spot she had just bitten. Moments later, a pink mark blossomed at the base of Yi Feng's neck. The inebriated Qin Ruohan had shed her icy demeanor and transformed into an enchanting little sprite. Once in the elevator, perhaps fearing the surveillance cameras, she finally settled down a bit. Soon, they exited the elevator and arrived at her doorstep. Qin Ruohan retrieved her keys from her bag, handed them to Yi Feng to unlock the door, yet she still refused to dismount until they entered her home. Once inside, she suddenly leaped off his back and tugged him toward the sofa. In a flurry, Yi Feng found himself pushed down onto the couch. A charged silence enveloped them, thick with anticipation. Seated upon him, she slowly lowered her head, gazing into his eyes with a dreamy expression, and softly asked, "Do you like me?" Meeting her gaze, Yi Feng replied seriously, "You know the answer." Her serious demeanor made her chuckle, and then she composed herself, leaning closer to his ear, whispering, "Did you enjoy what happened in the hallway?" Hearing her delicate words, Yi Feng's throat tightened, his mind blanking, and he unconsciously nodded. With his nod, she leaned in closer, leaving another pink mark on the side of his neck. As the mark slowly appeared, her breathing became heavier. Listening to her increasingly rapid breaths made Yi Feng's heart race. He turned the tables and leaned in closer to her. "What are you doing?" she stammered, her face flushed. Just reciprocating, Yi Feng smiled. Subsequently, he mirrored her earlier actions, leaving a mark on her neck as well. Qin Ruohan's porcelain skin contrasted beautifully with the faint red mark, making it all the more pronounced. Her breathing quickened further. Observing her reaction, Yi Feng felt a surge of excitement, almost ready to act. No, don't. Qin Ruhan pressed down on his hands, shaking her head. What the heck? Yi Feng's mind was racing with a torrent of thoughts. With a gentle smile, Qin Ruhan turned over, resting on Yi Feng's chest, her fingers tracing circles as she murmured. I never expected to see you again. After 3 long years, I thought you wouldn't return. True connections never fade, Yi Feng replied, grasping her delicate hand. She nodded. Yi Feng studied her for a while, playfully patting her cheek, and feigned nonchalance as he said, how about we take things to the next level? We can discuss marriage later. Upon hearing his words, Qin Ruhan lifted her gaze to meet his, remaining silent for a significant moment before slowly responding, no. Chapter 15. Qin Ruhan's rejection left Yi Feng perplexed. He had believed that their relationship would naturally progress in this direction, never anticipating such a turn of events. Why not? He asked, bewildered. Guess, she replied, grinning as if her earlier refusal was inconsequential. Her demeanor unsettled Yi Feng. It felt like she was teasing him. Are you just playing with me? I don't appreciate that, he said, irritation creeping into his voice. Alarmed by his tone, Qin Ruhan hurriedly clarified. No, it's just not the right time. Not the right time? What do you mean? Yi Feng was even more confused. It's a long story. The old man knows about you. But my father cannot know about your background, Qin Ruhan explained cautiously. Upon hearing her words, Yi Feng suddenly understood. It was a matter of social standing. Her refusal indeed had its rationale. After all, she was a distinguished lady, and although he had his merits, he lacked the pedigree. Even if the old man valued him, there remained the obstacle of parental approval. Realizing this, Yi Feng's heart grew heavy. The harshness of reality often eclipsed the ideal. I see, he said slowly, sitting up. Oh, I knew discussing this would upset you, Qin Ruhan said, wrapping her arms around his. I'm not angry, I'm just frustrated. How can I explain you to my father? Dad, this is my boyfriend, a DD driver, and then wait for him to kick me out? Yi Feng's frustration mounted as he spoke. Rising to his feet. Or should I say I was once a murderous king, taking countless lives, and now I can't even provide you with a stable life? Clearly, Qin Ruhan held a different perspective. She pressed down on his shoulders, looking into his eyes. I believe in you, Yi Feng. You said to wait for you for 3 years. I can do that. After all, I've already waited 3 years, so I don't mind. Plus, if you want to start a business, I can help you. No, what do you take me for? A freeloader? Yi Feng retorted. I have taken your money. How can I face you again? Yi Feng exclaimed in anger. Witnessing his fury, Qin Ruhan quickly embraced him, exclaiming, You mustn't be angry. Let us not discuss this for now. All right, Yi Feng nodded. I will take my leave for now. If you need anything, just give me a call. I will give careful thought to what you said, but I intend to rely on my own efforts to achieve my goals. Over the years, despite frequently missing Qin Ruhan, Yi Feng had become accustomed to his solitary life, honing remarkable speed as a single man. The human heart is indeed the most inscrutable entity. Yi Feng found himself perplexed about Qin Ruhan's true feelings towards him. You mustn't be angry, do you hear me? As Yi Feng stood up, Qin Ruhan promptly followed suit and addressed him. I am not that petty. I have seen much of the world. I am not an ordinary man. Yi Feng remarked with a self-deprecating smile, gently caressing Qin Ruhan's smooth cheek. Gazing intently at Yi Feng, Qin Ruhan suddenly stood on her tiptoes and softly bit his lip. No matter what, I will assist you. I am also quite helpless. I could conceal everything and pursue a relationship with you, but given my father's network, he would soon discover it. Therefore, we must strive to improve our situation, making it easier for me to discuss it with him later, Qin Ruhan said, wrapping her arms around Yi Feng's. Is this the plight of a wealthy girl? Yi Feng replied with a wry smile. What wealthy girl? Qin Ruhan playfully punched Yi Feng's chest. Ah, this is still disheartening, Yi Feng lamented. After years of being single, finally reuniting with Qin Ruhan only to be rejected due to insurmountable circumstances was truly frustrating. What do you want me to do to make it up to you? Qin Ruhan inquired with a mischievous smile. Yi Feng, his throat dry and heart racing at the sight of her alluring figure, replied in a hushed tone. Perhaps we could engage in a little more intimacy before settling the affair? Qin Ruhan's cheeks flushed crimson upon hearing his words. What are you saying, you rogue? She exclaimed, casting him a disapproving glance. I have been quite the gentleman, you know. If it were another man, you would have been in trouble just now. Yi Feng asserted with righteous indignation. Would you blame me? Qin Ruhan asked cautiously, her gaze lingering on him. Answer my previous question first, Yi Feng teased, his eyes glinting with intrigue. Lowering her head, Qin Ruhan whispered, Yi Feng, I have longed for the day when we can genuinely be together, recognized by others. Her words ignited a surge of excitement in Yi Feng. I will earn money immediately, he declared. You really? Can you not be serious? She chided with a laugh, playfully punching his arm. Enough. I truly must leave now. Don't test my patience, Qin Ruhan pouted. That matter with Tian Hu Gang has troubled me for quite some time, Yifeng replied. All right, I will accompany you to take a look. You are the best. Qin Ruhan beamed, planting a quick kiss on his lips. Yifeng chuckled softly, and after bidding her farewell, he declined her offer to see him off and left her home. As he drove home, Yifeng couldn't shake off the echoes of Qin Ruhan's words. Now alone, he felt a sense of calm wash over him. After all, he surmised, Qin Ruhan's behavior must have been influenced by the remnants of alcohol, and he had succumbed to the allure. Upon reflection, he realized that being together would indeed be challenging. Not only was her father a formidable obstacle, but the shadowy figures lurking in the periphery were equally daunting. Returning home, Yifeng collapsed onto his soft, white bed and drifted into a deep slumber. The next day, he spent the entire day driving for a ride-hailing service. The luxurious Maybach had brought him a fair share of troubles. After 8 hours, he had received countless ambiguous signals from women. As evening approached, Yifeng suddenly received a call from Qin Ruhan. Yifeng, could you come over? Things are a bit complicated, she said, her voice tinged with palpable embarrassment. Have we been discovered? Don't be ridiculous. It's about Tian Hu Gang. Haha, well, that's a relief. I'm on my way. Yifeng responded awkwardly, quickly turning the car around towards the police station. Setting aside everything else, it seemed he had to help Qin Ruhan tackle her pressing dilemma first. Chapter 16. Arriving at the police station, an air of solemnity enveloped the place. Qin Ruhan stood amidst the crowd, her brows furrowed, the cartoon bandage on her slender neck clearly visible. What's going on? So many people, Yifeng remarked, hands in his pockets, maintaining his casual demeanor. This is a police station. Who allowed you to come here? Chen Mo Yu was the first to step forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Yifeng. All right, then I'll just leave, Yifeng replied nonchalantly. Chen Mo Yu, stop causing trouble. I asked him to come. Qin Ruhan interjected coldly, her demeanor starkly different from her drunken, flirtatious self from the previous day. Chen Mo Yu opened her mouth to retort, but noticed the faint hint of red on Yifeng's neck. Today, in an attempt to conceal the two vivid marks, Yifeng had opted for a short-sleeved shirt, but Chen Mo Yu's keen eyes caught on quickly. Silenced, Chen Mo Yu shifted her gaze towards the cartoon bandage on Qin Ruhan's neck, nodding as she returned to the crowd, her expression complex. With newfound confidence, Yifeng sauntered over to Qin Ruhan and inquired, what do you need me to do? Tian Hu Gang has kidnapped someone. I suspect a connection to the previous organ trafficking organization. This complicates our ability to act unless someone negotiates to rescue the hostage, she explained. Wait, you can't be serious. Yifeng's astute mind instantly grasped Qin Ruhan's intent. Captain, I can go. At that moment, a burly officer raised his hand, volunteering while casting a glare at Yifeng. Why am I always caught in the crossfire? Yifeng thought. Have you ever seen a muscle-bound negotiator? Qin Ruhan didn't even glance at him. This guy is even less likely to succeed. The large officer protested. Exactly. Shaoli is our best fighter. If he doesn't go, no one will. Indeed, sending him to rescue a hostage is asking for disaster. Captain, I'm just saying. The other officers began to murmur. They were already dissatisfied with Yifeng, a mere slacker who had no affiliation with the police, and were baffled as to why the captain placed such importance on him. Ruhan, you hear that? It's not that I don't want to help, but these folks don't trust me. Yifeng shrugged, his nonchalance apparent. If you don't let me go, that's for the best. I don't even want to go. Don't trust you? I'm just being kind. I don't want you to go to your death. Chen Mo Yu sneered from the side. Shut up. Qin Ruhan's icy tones silenced everyone instantly. Tonight's operation will be led by Yifeng. Anyone who dares to speak out will face my wrath. Seeing the captain's protective stance over Yifeng, the officers had no choice but to swallow their grievances, though many still simmered with discontent. However, they were now waiting for Yifeng's imminent failure during the operation that night. Ruhan, you're putting me in a difficult position here, Yifeng remarked after the meeting in Qin Ruhan's office. Yifeng, you are the only one who can resolve this situation. Regardless, you must ensure my identity remains confidential. Rest assured, I will keep it a secret, Qin Ruhan smiled reassuringly. Yifeng cast a fleeting glance at the band-aid adorning Qin Ruhan's neck and chuckled. Are you satisfied with the strawberry shape? Instantly, Qin Ruhan's face flushed crimson. She delivered a playful punch to Yifeng, exclaiming, Be serious. We have a mission tonight. As you command, Director. Yifeng responded, standing at attention. However, despite the light-hearted atmosphere between them, it did not last long. The incident involving hostages held by the Tian Hu Gang soon attracted the attention of the city authorities. And as Qin Ruhan and Yifeng prepared to take action that evening, they encountered formidable obstacles. Following a swift operation, the police had managed to subdue members of the Tianhu gang. As anticipated, the hostages they held became a bargaining chip for their escape, and the plan to have Yi Feng masquerade as a negotiation expert was met with staunch disapproval from the officials present. You want to send an outsider to negotiate? Are you joking? Director Qin, your usual performance is commendable, but how could you be so reckless in this matter? The leaders, in disdainful disbelief at Yi Feng's unrefined appearance, refused to approve the plan, regardless of Qin Ruhan's pleas. Ruhan, you can't blame me for this. If your leaders want to approve, I can't force the issue. Can I? Yi Feng shrugged. The other officers watched with schadenfreude, and a burly officer volunteered. Let me go. I can pretend to be a negotiation expert. The moment he finished speaking, the leaders shot him scornful glances, retorting in unison, with that physique, you should save your breath. Only he can go. At this juncture, Qin Ruhan interjected with annoyance. If you don't allow him to go, then you can handle this yourselves. The leaders were taken aback, her assertiveness rendering them momentarily speechless. Although Qin Ruhan held a lower rank than them, her family background instilled a sense of caution among the officials present. Enough of this bickering, I'll go. Is that all right? Yi Feng interjected nonchalantly. The leaders nearly choked with indignation. By referring to himself in such a manner, he implied they were beseeching him for assistance. The officials, now furious and red-faced, felt compelled to suppress their anger for Qin Ruhan's sake, reluctantly nodding in agreement to see what merits Yi Feng possessed that warranted her esteem. As for Yi Feng, witnessing the elders acquiesce, he grinned mischievously and remarked, "Give me a 28-inch Phoenix bicycle. Make it quick." Everyone was left in stunned silence. What on earth did this rascal need a bicycle for? Deputy Li. Should we really comply with his request? Deputy Li Tao, acting as the temporary commander for this operation, glanced at Qin Ruhan, his expression torn. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, "Give it to him." Before long, a 28-inch Phoenix bicycle, procured with considerable effort, was delivered to Yi Feng. What on earth was he planning to do? You ask me? I wonder the same. He is merely an attention-seeking clown. Let us see him embarrass himself with the Tianhu gang. The surrounding officers began to murmur. Yi Feng paid no heed to the opinions of those irrelevant to his mission. He fondled the vintage bicycle with delight, and after a brief exchange with the sniper, he leisurely mounted the bike and pedaled toward the encircled abandoned factory, under the watchful and varied gazes of the onlookers. Chapter 17. Everyone was transfixed, watching as Yi Feng wobbled on the old Phoenix bicycle toward the factory. What was he planning? Was he truly courting death? Director Qin, is this the caliber of person you've brought? You're truly embarrassing us, one of the leaders exclaimed. Still in shock. I have faith in him, Qin Ruhan replied with a serene smile. Chen Moyu glanced anxiously between Yi Feng and Qin Ruhan. Although she harbored a dislike for Yi Feng, the imminent danger began to genuinely concern her. No one present believed Yi Feng could resolve this situation alone, and with Qin Ruhan's unexpected endorsement, all eyes locked onto him. Qin Ruhan maintained her composure, her eyes radiating confidence. At that moment, Yi Feng was blissfully unaware of the multitude of gazes focused upon him. He whistled a leisurely tune as he entered the abandoned factory, where the members of the Tianhu gang were left bewildered. What is going on here? Hello there. Yi Feng casually pushed his bicycle into the musty factory. However, as he stepped inside, he caught sight of a familiar figure, Wang Wen. Upon seeing the unconscious Wang Wen and two other girls bound to chairs, a flash of murderous intent crossed Yi Feng's eyes. Who the hell are you? After a brief moment of shock, the kidnappers finally reacted, with their leader, a scruffy-haired man, demanding an answer. No need to rush. I'm here to help you, Yi Feng said, suppressing his fury and speaking slowly. Help us? The kidnappers exchanged puzzled glances. Yi Feng checked his watch, 1 minute remaining. Yes, help you. Do you understand what it means to put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha? Go to hell. The scruffy-haired man retorted angrily, swinging his knife towards Yi Feng. Yi Feng effortlessly dodged, sighing, I'm so tired of guns. You're still using knives? That's just pathetic. Outside, as the scruffy-haired man lunged at Yi Feng, everyone gasped in shock. At this point, no one dared to belittle Yi Feng any longer. Facing such danger alone required immense courage. Sister Ruhan, is he really going to be all right? Chen Moyu asked cautiously. With this level of danger, he'll be just fine, Qin Ruhan smiled. Upon hearing this, the crowd turned their attention to her, puzzled by the source of her confidence in this rogue. Suddenly, gunfire erupted, the sniper's shots ringing out as the suppressor had been deliberately removed. The kidnappers were thrown into disarray by the sound of gunfire, though the bullets did not target them. Instead, they struck the overhead lights. With the bulbs shattering, the factory was plunged into darkness, and chaos ensued among the kidnappers. "Let us get to work," Yi Feng shouted cheerfully. The sound of fists striking flesh filled the air as screams erupted. "Kill him. Make sure to kill him. Ha ha ha. Still think you can kill me? How about I take you out first?" In the pitch blackness, Yi Feng unleashed his full potential. He wove through the crowd, each punch infused with enormous strength, leaving the unfortunate thugs unable to rise. In the blink of an eye, several of them had been knocked down. "You bastards! How dare you plot against us? I won't let you succeed," the scruffy-haired leader bellowed, brandishing his knife as he charged towards Wang Wen. Observing this, Yi Feng lunged forward, catching the sharp weapon with his bare hands. With a loud thud, he delivered a powerful kick, sending the scruffy-haired man sprawling. As Yi Feng's palm bled profusely, the remaining thugs closed in. Enraged, Yi Feng's demeanor darkened. He ceased speaking, relying solely on his fists and kicks to dispatch the remaining thugs. Just as he subdued the last one, the police stormed into the factory. Upon activating the lighting apparatus, a scene unfolded before their eyes that rendered everyone momentarily speechless. The ruffians, writhing on the ground and emitting anguished cries, left Chen Moyu wide-eyed in disbelief. How could this be possible? There were at least 20 individuals here, and we had only surrounded them for a mere 3 minutes. Could this person truly be human? The expressions of the police officers shifted from shock to embarrassment. They had anticipated witnessing Yi Feng's blunders, yet the unexpected turn of events was a painful blow to their expectations. The leaders who arrived shortly thereafter were equally astonished upon witnessing the spectacle. Qin Ruhan was the first to notice Yi Feng's palm dripping with blood and hurriedly approached him. Her brow furrowed with concern. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. These people are all from the Tianhu gang," Yi Feng replied, glancing at Wang Wen, who was now unconscious. Indeed, they belonged to the Tianhu gang. Yi Feng pondered, realizing that this situation was far from simple. The explosion and the kidnapping suggested that the Tianhu gang harbored intentions towards Wang Wen. Yet, she was merely an ordinary female student. What could these scoundrels possibly want from her? It seemed he would have to wait for Wang Wen to regain consciousness before he could inquire further. "You've lost a considerable amount of blood. You must go to the hospital immediately," Qin Ruhan commanded. Yi Feng rolled his eyes at Qin Ruhan, teasingly retorting, "I have tough skin and thick flesh. What is there to fear? Are you finally feeling sorry for me? Who feels sorry for you?" Qin Ruhan shot back, but then leaned closer to Yi Feng and whispered, "If you wish to meet my family, you need to recover quickly." "Huh? What do you mean, huh?" Qin Ruhan put her hands on her hips. It was only then that they both realized the surrounding silence, as everyone stared, dumbfounded, at the playful banter between the two. Chen Moyu observed Yi Feng with a complex expression. Clearing his throat, Yi Feng called out, Come, someone beautiful, come and give me a simple bandage." Subsequently, the captors were escorted away, and Yi Feng, Qin Ruhan, and Chen Moyu followed the ambulance to the hospital. Wang Wen was swiftly admitted to a ward, and after examination, it was a relief to find that she was not severely injured. However, the excessive inhalation of the narcotic meant it would likely take several days for her to awaken. Yi Feng had no desire to linger in the hospital, yet Qin Ruhan insisted he receive stitches and medication, ultimately resulting in his hand being wrapped in thick gauze as he remained hospitalized. Given the serious nature of the incident, there was much follow-up work to be done. Thus, Qin Ruhan left Chen Moyu to care for Yi Feng while she returned to the bureau to handle matters. Once Qin Ruhan departed, an awkward silence enveloped the hospital room. Chen Moyu stole glances at Yi Feng, yet remained silent. "Is there something on my face worth staring at?" Yi Feng finally broke the silence, feeling frustrated. Chen Moyu snapped back to reality, her cheeks flushing crimson. "And no, then what are you doing? Why the silence?" After scrutinizing Yi Feng for a moment, Chen Moyu finally inquired, "Who exactly are you?" Chapter 18. I am a man. Yi Feng chuckled at Chen Moyu's question. "Humph, you're just a petty person. I don't know how you managed to deceive Ruhan into believing you, but I certainly won't trust you," Chen Moyu retorted, frustration evident in her tone. "I never asked you to trust me," Yi Feng shrugged indifferently. Chen Moyu, infuriated, struggled to find a counter-argument. Although she hadn't witnessed how Yi Feng had subdued those thugs, it was clear he possessed considerable strength. Reflecting on Qin Ruhan's regard for him, Chen Moyu sensed that this individual was not to be underestimated. However, after their playful exchange, the atmosphere became considerably lighter, as Yi Feng had nearly contemplated fleeing the ghastly place. After what felt like an eternity, and following several rounds of Honor of Kings played on her phone, the doctor finally arrived. After changing Yi Feng's dressing, the doctor informed him that he could leave. Upon hearing this, Chen Moyu seemed liberated and urged Yi Feng to leave promptly. "Do you really dislike me that much?" Yi Feng remarked with annoyance as he looked at Chen Moyu. "Indeed, I loathe you. Chen Moyu shouted back. Without further ado, she exited the hospital room. Yifeng shrugged nonchalantly and followed her out. However, unbeknownst to them, this brief encounter had subtly altered their perceptions of one another. Chapter 19. After a taxing day, Yifeng returned home and fell into a deep slumber. The next morning, as the first light of dawn gently filtered into the room, Yifeng was awakened by a call from Qin Ruhan. Ruhan, what is it? Can't you let me rest peacefully? Yifeng groggily inquired. Come exercise with me. Qin Ruhan replied nonchalantly over the phone. Exercise? Why are you being so suggestive this early in the morning? How detestable. Where did your mind wander to? If that's the case, I might as well continue sleeping, sister. My injury isn't healed yet, and I definitely need to lie down for a week. This little injury is nothing to you, Yifeng. Do you really think I'm some kind of deity? If you don't arrive in half an hour, you'll bear the consequences. Qin Ruhan declared before hanging up. Yifeng was left in a daze for 2 minutes before hastily getting up to wash up. Truth be told, Qin Ruhan was a remarkably special presence in Yifeng's life. Her unwavering support had deeply touched him. Soon, he arrived at the address Qin Ruhan had provided. You're quite punctual, she remarked coolly upon meeting him. Look at me, coming early to accompany you for exercise. What a good friend I am. Yifeng laughed. However, after he said this, he noticed a fleeting shadow of disappointment on Qin Ruhan's face. It seemed she was quite sensitive to the term friend. The two fell into silence as they entered the fitness club. It appeared that Qin Ruhan frequented this establishment, as she had a designated locker. Upon arriving, she announced her intention to change into workout attire. Yifeng sat on a nearby bench, waiting idly. During this time, his mind couldn't help but conjure images of her figure in form-fitting attire. When Qin Ruhan finally emerged from the changing room, Yifeng was utterly speechless. She surpassed all his expectations once again. Dressed in skin-tight attire that clung to her every curve, Yifeng, who had been languidly waiting, was instantly revitalized. Not only he, but the entire gym turned their gaze toward her as she stepped out. Yet, Qin Ruhan appeared unfazed by the attention. She confidently donned a pair of boxing gloves and approached Yifeng with poise, saying, Let us go. I'll take you to practice. You want to practice boxing with me? Yifeng was taken aback. Isn't that akin to walking into the line of fire? Something feels off about Qin Ruhan today. Are you coming or not? Qin Ruhan asked, pouting slightly. Of course. Of course. Yifeng quickly nodded in agreement. Following her toward the boxing ring in the corner of the gym. Just then, 3 burly men who had been lifting weights approached and blocked their path. Hey, beautiful. Care to practice together? One of them suggested. How do you want to practice? Qin Ruhan assessed them from head to toe, questioning. One of the burly men pointed at the boxing gloves on Qin Ruhan's shoulder and said, Aren't you supposed to be training in combat? Fighting with a woman? Why not challenge me instead? Upon hearing their words, Yifeng instantly realized that these fellows intended to defeat Qin Ruhan in the boxing ring, hoping to conquer her in the process. No worries. Let's practice, Qin Ruhan replied, her expression remaining cold. Yifeng looked at her in surprise. Although she held the esteemed position of police chief, her combat skills had been average before his departure. Seeing the muscular men, Yifeng couldn't help but start to worry about Qin Ruhan. However, he soon noticed that others in the gym were watching the 3 burly men with amusement, as if they were fools. This situation piqued Yifeng's curiosity. Could it be that Qin Ruhan had significantly improved her abilities? With this thought in mind, Yifeng scrutinized Qin Ruhan. Despite her curvaceous and alluring figure, he could discern no signs of formidable strength. Her arms appeared quite soft, lacking any muscle definition. How could she possibly contend with those 3 burly men? Yifeng had his doubts. The 3 men likely had similar thoughts, given her appearance. After all, the disparity in physique was evident, something that skill alone could not compensate for. Without further ado, Qin Ruhan followed the largest of the men to the center of the sparring stage. At that moment, a number of onlookers gathered around. There's always someone inexperienced. One chuckled, fighting with Sister Ruhan. That's absurd. Let's grab a seat and watch. Hearing the crowd's chatter, Yifeng curiously turned his gaze to Qin Ruhan, eager to see how she would handle the muscular man. Just as the match commenced, when the burly man attempted to grab Qin Ruhan, she lowered her head, seized his arm, and executed a shoulder throw, sending the nearly 200-pound man crashing to the ground. Without hesitation, she leaped forward and delivered a precise knife-hand strike, causing the unfortunate fellow to groan and lose consciousness. Witnessing this scene, many in the audience erupted into applause. The other 2 men, like Yifeng, stared in disbelief at the unfolding spectacle. This was truly astonishing. Yifeng was taken aback. That throw. Even a man with a solid foundation in combat would struggle to achieve such a feat with someone so heavy. Indeed, Qin Ruohuan had undergone a remarkable transformation. After the other two men helped the unconscious fellow exit the stage, Qin Ruohuan remained unfazed, in good spirits as she began to practice with Yifeng. Ruohuan, how have you become so formidable? Yifeng asked, utterly bewildered. Hee, just practice with me first, and you'll find out, she replied with an uncharacteristic cheerful smile. With her assurance, Yifeng could only comply and train alongside her. However, for him, this session felt like a true trial. Qin Ruohuan shot him a glance and declared, all right, it's time to get serious. Chapter 20. Get serious? Yifeng was taken aback, wondering what this seriousness entailed. At this moment, Qin Ruohuan returned to her usual demeanor and informed Yifeng, today, I want to introduce you to a very special coach. You'll practice with him and let him teach you well. Is that what you meant by seriousness? Yifeng asked, his expression darkening. Nevertheless, hearing her words sparked a sense of anticipation within him, eager to discover what kind of coach she had in mind. Surely someone whose prowess correlated with her own terrifying abilities. Subsequently, Qin Ruohuan led Yifeng into the inner chamber of the gym. Within, numerous well-built men were engaged in combat training. Unlike what Yifeng was accustomed to, these individuals trained without gloves. A glance around revealed several young men adorned with numerous battle scars. On the largest boxing platform at the center, a lean yet muscular man was sparring with another. Observing his speed and evasive maneuvers, Yifeng could immediately tell that this man was indeed a master. Upon entering the room, Qin Ruohuan bounced over to the man, speaking with a hint of intimacy. Hey handsome, I've brought Yifeng. Hearing her somewhat affectionate tone, Yifeng felt a sinking sensation in his heart. Although they were not officially together, hearing her speak in such a manner to another man was quite unsettling. The man merely glanced back at Qin Ruohuan, completely ignoring her, maintaining a cold demeanor as he continued to practice. After a while, he finally finished his round and descended from the platform. You're here, he said flatly. His indifferent attitude mirrored Qin Ruohuan's usual demeanor, yet she seemed unperturbed, nodding vigorously as she pushed Yifeng forward, saying, this is him. You two practice. The man turned his gaze to Yifeng and coldly remarked, then step up. The man's demeanor quickly ignited Yifeng's irritation. I'm quite inexperienced. Especially with all those flashy techniques, he retorted. Then I'm even more intrigued, the man replied, a smile creeping onto his face. All right, let us see what you've got. The man's attitude only served to further infuriate Yifeng. However, it had been quite some time since he had engaged in a gratifying fight. With that thought, he loosened his arms and followed the man onto the platform. Let us begin, Yifeng declared. The man remained silent, adopting a stance as they commenced their match. Undoubtedly, the man's prowess was formidable. After several exchanges, he showcased a level of skill far superior to that of Qin Ruohuan. Although Yifeng held back somewhat, the man's ability was nonetheless impressive. As the match progressed, Yifeng noticed the man becoming slightly winded while he remained composed. At this point, everyone in the venue had gathered around. Witnessing their coach being outperformed, they were all astonished. Who is this guy? I've never seen the coach being dominated before. He didn't seem that impressive when sparring with Sister Ruohuan earlier. He seems to not have exerted his full strength yet, right? Surely, no coach would dare to hold back. Upon hearing the comments from the onlookers, Qin Ruohuan's face revealed a rare expression of pride. However, she could not allow the young man to lose face. All right, cousin. If you continue fighting, it will be dark soon, and Yifeng still has an injury. With Qin Ruohuan's voice, the two on stage halted their movements. Cousin? Injured? Their reactions were quite different. Yifeng, allow me to introduce you. This is my cousin, Qin Tian, who previously served in the military. And now he is a renowned combat coach, Qin Ruohuan proudly introduced. Why didn't you mention it earlier? Yifeng replied with a wry smile. This girl, indeed has her own thoughts. Cousin, I've already introduced him. No need for further introductions, Qin Ruohuan said, sticking out her tongue in a rare display of playfulness. He.S. injured? I didn't even notice, Qin Tian frowned as he inquired. It's nothing, just a minor injury, Yifeng replied nonchalantly. Kid, I think you should join our club, Qin Tian suggested. Upon hearing this, Yifeng would not agree. Are you joking? I just returned from the battlefield. Of course, I'll be a DD driver. After his gentle refusal, Qin Tian did not press further. After exchanging pleasantries with the two, he returned to his teaching. On their way back, Yifeng and Qin Ruohuan engaged in light conversation. Not bad, girl, your combat skills have truly improved significantly. Qin Ruohuan shot Yifeng a sidelong glance and replied, well, with my cousin around, of course. Hearing her words, Yifeng chuckled. Your transformation is indeed remarkable. So much so that there are many things you are still unaware of. Qin Ruohuan looked at Yifeng and said, I don't mind if you take your time to tell me. Yi Feng was at a loss for words. Qin Ruhan's expression dimmed as she quietly said, "In the future, you will understand." It seemed that during the 3 years he was away, this girl had experienced quite a lot. The car continued to speed along, but their thoughts were firmly fixed on each other. After this incident, Yi Feng finally enjoyed a few days of tranquil living, merely driving Didi and occasionally meeting with Qin Ruhan. As for Chen Moyu, she still wore a look of deep enmity. A week later, Yi Feng received a call from the hospital. Wang Wen had finally awakened. Chapter 21. The news of Wang Wen's awakening stirred not only Yi Feng's heart. When Wang Wen was first admitted, the leaders whom Yi Feng had humiliated were informed that they must spare no effort to ensure her recovery. Fortunately, Wang Wen's condition was not serious. Otherwise, the hospital would have faced considerable repercussions from the many leaders pressing for her treatment. When Yi Feng arrived at the hospital, he was surprised to find Qin Ruhan, Chen Moyu, and the leaders already present. "You all seem more eager than I am," Yi Feng remarked as he strolled in with a casual air. Qin Ruhan looked at him with an expression that was both amused and enigmatic, saying nothing. The unfortunate leaders, mocked by Yi Feng, could not utter a word. The tale of a phoenix bicycle that had subdued a group of thugs had already spread within the police department. And even a big shot had declared the need to recruit Yi Feng into the police force. Knowing Yi Feng's character, Qin Ruhan had naturally declined their request unilaterally. "Mr. Yi Feng, we owe you our gratitude for your assistance in resolving this matter. On behalf of the Pingxing Police Department, I sincerely invite you to join us." Vice Director Li approached Yi Feng with a polite demeanor. Yi Feng ignored him entirely and walked straight to Wang Wen. "Are you all right?" he asked gently. Yi Feng's tender tone left both Qin Ruhan and Chen Moyu momentarily stunned. Vice Director Li stood nearby, his face a mixture of embarrassment, unable to utter a single word. "Did you save me?" Wang Wen asked weakly. "Those small fry were no match for me," Yi Feng replied with a proud smile. "I don't understand why they wanted to kidnap me. It's so strange, truly strange," Wang Wen said, her excitement rising. "I don't care why. You silly girl. Why are you running around instead of staying at home? I don't want to live at your place. That's not my home, and I'm not used to it. I definitely don't want to live with you." "No way," Yi Feng declared firmly. "You must live with me. Otherwise, no one can ensure your safety. Once I investigate this matter thoroughly, everything will be fine." The two engaged in their conversation, oblivious to the fact that Qin Ruhan's expression was growing dim. "Yi Feng, I still have some matters to attend to at the station, so I'll be leaving first," Qin Ruhan said coolly. Yi Feng turned to glance at her and nodded. "You go ahead, I'll come find you." Qin Ruhan did not respond, nodding before departing coldly. "This good-for-nothing scoundrel." Chen Moyu glared at Yi Feng before hastily following Qin Ruhan out. The other leaders, seeing this, also found excuses to leave. Soon, only Yi Feng and Wang Wen remained in the hospital room. "Thank you, brother Yi Feng." Once everyone had departed, Wang Wen earnestly expressed her gratitude. "Hey, with you calling me brother, from now on, I've got your back." Yi Feng laughed heartily to mask his awkwardness upon hearing her address him as brother. "Brother, is it true that you've gotten into trouble with those people outside?" Wang Wen asked with a furrowed brow. Yi Feng was taken aback. He truly did not know how to broach the subject regarding Wang Daqiang. If this girl were to find out that Wang Daqiang had died while on duty, she would undoubtedly harbor much resentment, and caring for her would become a moot point. "Girl, don't overthink it. Come on, let me get you an apple." Yi Feng quickly changed the subject. Chapter 22. He picked up an apple, intending to peel it, but recalling Chen Mayu's earlier incident, he couldn't help but chuckle. Quickly heading to the restroom to wash the apple. "But my brother hasn't contacted me in a long time. I'm really worried about him." Wang Wen continued after a moment. "All right, don't worry. Your brother is so capable, no one can handle him," Yi Feng reassured her. This matter had been a secret weighing heavily on Yi Feng's heart, including the reasons for his previous involvement with the mercenary team. However, this secret could not be revealed just yet, as it could endanger many. He had never anticipated that he would take up the mantle of the Sandwolf from the Sandwolf mercenary group. Days passed like this. During the day, Yi Feng drove his Maybach while continuing to drive Didi, and at night, he took care of Wang Wen. Over these days, Yi Feng occasionally contacted Qin Ruhan, but curiously, she always declined his invitations, citing being busy. Before long, with the doctor's treatment, Wang Wen recovered and was finally able to be discharged. That evening, Yi Feng bought a large bouquet of roses and arrived at the hospital, ready to celebrate Wang Wen's return. Little did he know, as he grandly drove up to the hospital in his Maybach, he had unwittingly acquired a tail. "Haha, girl, congratulations on your discharge." As soon as he entered the ward, Yi Feng cheerfully presented the flowers. Wang Wen's cheeks flushed slightly as she lowered her head to accept the roses. "Brother, why go to such expense?" she murmured. "Haha, It's nothing, just a bouquet of flowers. Come on, let us head to the pedestrian street. I'll buy you some new clothes. Yifeng generously replied. Upon entering the Maybach, Yifeng accelerated away with a roar, soon arriving at Pingcheng Walking Street. It was a Monday, and the street was sparsely populated. As the Maybach approached the vicinity of the pedestrian area, it attracted numerous glances. Observing Yifeng's swaggering demeanor as he alighted with a young lady, bystanders shook their heads disapprovingly. Alas, the moral fabric of society has deteriorated. Even the finest of women are being led astray. Wealth has become the ultimate power, a truth many fail to grasp. Another fallen girl. No wonder we remain eternally single. With a sharp sound, Yifeng had just taken a couple of steps with Wang Wen when he overheard the gossip. While he could tolerate comments about himself, disparaging Wang Wen was intolerable. He swiftly removed his flip-flop and struck the lewd man beside him. How dare you speak without understanding the facts? This is my sister. Do you comprehend? Yifeng berated, his rebellious spirit startling the onlookers. The beaten man dared not utter a word and, after a meek apology, hastily fled the scene, not daring to linger. Brother, it's fine. Let's go. Wang Wen tugged at Yifeng's shirt. Don't take it to heart. That's just how people are. Next time, I'll hit him again. It's all right, I don't mind. As long as we understand our truth, Wang Wen responded calmly, deepening Yifeng's appreciation for her. However, Yiga, you should really consider updating your wardrobe. She teased with a sly smile. Leave this to me, Wang Wen proclaimed cheerfully, determined to give Yifeng a complete makeover. Chapter 23. Upon reaching the heart of the walking street, Wang Wen led Yifeng into a store to select some appropriate clothing. Frankly, Yifeng rarely paid attention to his appearance, often dressing casually in public. Due to his attire, he had endured many judgmental glances, so he had no objections to Wang Wen's initiative. Thus, he strolled alongside her, purchasing several items for himself and a plethora for her as well. It must be said that the adage clothes make the man held true. After changing into a new outfit, Yifeng's entire demeanor transformed remarkably, altering the way others perceived him. Ha ha ha, I knew I was handsome, Yifeng exclaimed, grinning foolishly as he walked down the street. His newfound confidence surged after catching a glimpse of himself in the mirror, making him smile at every girl he encountered. Lost in his own world, Wang Wen sighed, wishing to feign ignorance of this brazen fellow. I've decided as well, I need to dress better. After all, we live in an era that prioritizes looks. I can't let my handsomeness go to waste, Yifeng rambled on, oblivious to Wang Wen's lack of a response. Wang Wen discreetly stepped back half a meter. After finishing their shopping, Yifeng intended to browse for more clothes, but he soon realized that Wang Wen had vanished. He searched the vicinity, but could not locate her. By now, he had reached the end of the walking street, where the foot traffic was significantly lighter than on the main thoroughfare. Logically, in such sparse crowds, finding Wang Wen should have been easy, yet after a thorough search, he began to feel anxious. Unable to locate her, Yifeng quickly dialed Wang Wen's number. The call connected, but no one answered. An unsettling premonition began to rise within him, recalling the troubling events of the past few days. As Yifeng arrived at a convenience store near the end of the walking street, he noticed 2 unopened bottles of drinks lying on the ground, causing him to become alert. Clearly, Wang Wen had encountered misfortune while attempting to purchase drinks for him. Panic surged through him, and he dashed out of the walking street in search of her. Simultaneously, he called Qin Ruhan, informing her of the situation and requesting her assistance. Eventually, Yifeng spotted 3 delinquents in a narrow, dimly lit alley, grappling with Wang Wen. She was struggling fiercely as they attempted to drag her away, seemingly intent on abducting her. Witnessing this, Yifeng's anger ignited. Generally easygoing, he was the type whose wrath could erupt like a volcano when provoked. Seeing the 3 ruffians daring to treat Wang Wen in such a manner completely shattered his composure. With a furious shout, he seized a brick from the ground and hurled it at the farthest thug, striking him squarely in the head and causing blood to spill. Following that, he leaped forward and delivered a flying kick to another, sending him crashing into a nearby metal trash can. Brother, Wang Wen cried out, tears streaming down her face, intensifying her struggles upon recognizing Yifeng. He then landed a punch on the thug holding her, causing him to release his grip in pain. The 3 thugs, upon realizing they faced Yifeng, stumbled to their feet, supporting one another as they hurriedly fled the alley. Are you all right? Once the thugs had departed, Yifeng turned to Wang Wen with concern. Chapter 24. Fortunately, the girl appeared uninjured. I'm fine, Wang Wen shook her head. What were you thinking running off like that? You nearly gave me a heart attack. Yifeng expressed his frustration, relieved that she was unharmed. If anything had happened to you, I would have been devastated. I just wanted to buy you a drink while you were busy looking at clothes, Wang Wen explained, her tone tinged with grievance. Upon hearing her words, Yifeng sighed and shook his head, opting not to argue further as he prepared to escort her away. Just as they were about to leave, a lean figure suddenly emerged at the alley's entrance. Yifeng, it's been a few days. You seem quite dapper. Yifeng was taken aback. It was Qin Ruhan's cousin, Qin Tian. Cousin? Hello? Yifeng stammered, bewildered as to why Qin Ruhan's cousin would be here. The individuals you encountered earlier were sent by me. I merely wished to gauge your response, Qin Tian remarked nonchalantly. You sent them? Yifeng was even more perplexed. What was this guy up to? I know Ruhan well. Although she is cautious, she is quite innocent when it comes to matters of the heart. I can see she has feelings for you, but your current demeanor is not what I desire for her. At this moment, Yifeng finally grasped the underlying issue. He was in such a predicament that he could not clarify his position, hastily explaining, This is my comrade's sister. It is not as you perceive. Your comrade's sister? That may be so, but living together and buying things for one another, all while disregarding danger to rescue her. How could that not appear romantic? No, it's not like that. Nothing has happened between us. Wang Wen interjected, equally agitated. Ha ha ha. Yifeng, do you think my family is ordinary? Regardless of what transpired. Your current state is unacceptable. Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, I have reserved a place for us to have a proper discussion at Hanyun Restaurant. You need not wait for Ruhan. I've already contacted her, and she will join us. With that, Qin Tian turned and departed without a backward glance. For the first time, a shadow fell across Yifeng's expression. This situation is quite troublesome. What should I do? Perhaps I should just move out. Wang Wen expressed her concerns. Don't move, who cares about him? If it weren't for my mom, forget it, I'll discuss it with him tomorrow. Yifeng replied, feeling frustrated. After this brief interlude, their enthusiasm for shopping dissipated, and they returned to the villa together. Lying on the soft white bed in his room, he admired the opulent decor. Although he often proclaimed that he did not rely on others, the fact remained that his living situation and the car he drove were provided by the old man, which was largely related to Qin Ruhan as well. Even if it was something he deserved, the inexplicable secret weighing on him rendered any explanation futile, leaving him labeled as a kept man, with no way to clarify his situation. To hell with that label. One day I'll show you all that I can be a millionaire, no, a billionaire, he exclaimed in frustration. Chapter 25. The next morning, Yifeng rose early. Today marked the most significant day since his return. He dressed meticulously, even enlisting Wang Wen's help for a while before finally heading out. This time, he realized with a start that Qin Ruhan's recent aloofness stemmed from the matter concerning Wang Wen. Truly a dense man. In the car, he lightly slapped himself. The Hanyun restaurant, booked by Qin Tian, was located near Yifeng's home and required nearly half an hour to reach. Upon arriving, he found that Qin Tian and Qin Ruhan were already seated, awaiting his presence. Qin Tian appeared composed and nonchalant today. Perhaps there is still hope, Yifeng thought, feeling a slight alleviation of his pressure. However, to Yifeng's astonishment, as soon as he took a seat, Qin Tian fixed him with a cold stare and said, You must choose one of the two women. But I suggest you continue living with that young girl and do not disturb Ruhan any further. Upon hearing this blunt statement, Yifeng's heart sank. It was evident that her cousin had investigated their relationship. Even if nothing was truly happening between him and Wang Wen, it could easily be misconstrued by outsiders. More importantly, he could not explain the involvement of Wang Daqiang. Because of this, Yifeng's carefully prepared arguments fell flat, leaving him in an awkward silence. After a moment, Qin Ruhan broke the silence, asserting to her cousin that Yifeng genuinely cared for her and treated her well. To Yifeng's surprise, Qin Tian's anger intensified at her words. He slammed his hand on the table and scolded, How can you even say that? You are bringing shame to the Qin family. Qin Ruhan hesitated, aware that the secret between her grandfather and Yifeng was not to be disclosed, as it could endanger their entire family. Nonetheless, despite her cousin's remarks, she remained resolute, arguing fiercely and even asserting that her cousin had no right to interfere in her affairs. Yifeng observed Qin Tian's increasingly grim expression and wished to intervene on Qin Ruhan's behalf, yet found himself at a loss for words. Kid, do not hinder Ruhan. She is the future head of the Qin family. How could she possibly be with someone like you, a poor boy? Don't you think you're too ambitious? Poor boy? Yifeng scoffed internally, realizing that this individual was indeed prejudiced. However, such opinions held no weight for Yifeng. For those with genuine capabilities, the judgments of others are inconsequential. Was it not true? A mere Didi driver. How do you think you are worthy of her? Qin Tian sneered, completely shedding the humility he had displayed during their previous encounter in the ring. When it came to family interests, his true colors emerged. As expected, the ensuing conversation unfolded as Yifeng had anticipated, with Qin Tian continuously questioning the nature of his relationship with Qin Ruhan. Enough. Do not be like my father. My feelings are my own, and stop introducing me to families of status. Qin Ruhan finally snapped, unable to contain her emotions. Witnessing her frenzied demeanor, it was clear that her temper had reached its peak. All right, if you want my agreement, let's make a wager. With that, Qin Tian extended a finger. What? A finger bet? Yi Feng exclaimed, taken aback. Qin Tian's face flushed with anger as he retorted, a wager on your sister. Yi Feng. Qin Ruhan. Chapter 26. You are indeed betting on your sister, Yi Feng noted, his expression darkened. Qin Tian was close to losing his composure. How had he encountered such a fool? 1 million. If you can earn 1 million within a month, I will cease interfering in your affairs. Even assisting you with Qin Ruhan's father. Qin Tian bellowed. He was convinced that this fool would never accomplish such a feat. Had it not been for Yi Feng's commendable combat skills, he wouldn't have even considered a wager. Yi Feng raised his head and calculated. How on earth would I earn that much? Even if he enlisted every DD driver he knew, it was impossible to reach that figure in a month. But who was Yi Feng? The illustrious leader of the Shaolang mercenary group, the second commander of Shaolang. Even if he had to take on impossible tasks, he would see it through. Even if it meant robbing the likes of Tian Gu and Lin Gongzi, he would find a way. Fine. It's settled, Yi Feng declared. Do not even think about employing underhanded methods. You must earn it honestly, and do not expect Qin Ruhan to assist you. I will uncover any deceit. Qin Tian warned with a sneer. Yi Feng was fuming internally. Had it not been for his connection to Qin Ruhan, he would have already taken off his polished shoes to strike him. After that, Qin Tian wasted no more time, leaving Yi Feng behind as he took Qin Ruhan away. On the drive home, Yi Feng's mind was consumed by Qin Tian's earlier words. He had never contemplated such issues before, so the pressure he placed on himself regarding his livelihood was minimal. However, reflecting on the prospect of being with Qin Ruhan and possibly marrying her, he realized that a stable income was indeed necessary. Their considerations were not unfounded. The Qin family was significant. Marrying a DD driver would undoubtedly become a source of ridicule. Currently, Yi Feng earned approximately 5,000 to 6,000 monthly from driving DD, aside from his regular expenses. He rarely indulged and spent little, so his monthly outlay was minimal. Yet, after returning, aside from the money he won at the casino, his savings were almost non-existent. If he needed to make money, entrepreneurship was the quickest route. However, Yi Feng was a novice in this area, fearing that he might lose everything without making any profit, which would be a tragedy. Especially now that he needed to earn 1 million. This was no trivial matter. Moreover, if he were to venture into business, he needed to find a channel. Yi Feng began to ponder how to initiate his breakthrough. After a long period of contemplation, he decided to call 2 of his close friends. Li Ming. I need to ask you something. The first call was to Li Ming, his college roommate, and a wealthy second-generation heir. He had heard that Li Ming was dabbling in business recently, but Yi Feng had not inquired further, as he had been busy driving. Unbeknownst to Yi Feng, this call would lay the foundation for the future Yi Feng group. Chapter 27. Soon the call was connected. Oh my, who is this? A rare visitor. Li Ming's boisterous voice echoed through the receiver. Let us get to the point, Yi Feng replied curtly. What is it? Murder or fire prevention? Ugh. I see you're itching for trouble again. Actually, I'm planning to start a business, but funds are tight, just a few $100,000. What industry do you think would be best? A mere few $100,000? What kind of business can you start with that? It's barely enough to borrow from brother. I currently have around 2 million in idle funds. I could lend you some, just don't forget your brother when you start raking in the profits, Li Ming exclaimed. Lend? You know I never borrow large sums. I just wanted to ask if you have any leads or suggestions. You're a seasoned businessman. I've seen you thriving back in school. With that amount, you could open a physical store. If luck is on your side, you might even make some profit. And being a boss sounds much better than being a DD driver, Li Ming chuckled. What kind of store should I open? With just a few $100,000. I could only manage 2 or 3 convenience stores, which probably wouldn't yield much profit, Yi Feng mused. I'm currently running a foreign trade company. If you're interested, I'm doing wholesale, and you could retail for me. I guarantee great prices, Li Ming suggested. What kind of store? Yi Feng inquired with curiosity. A women's clothing store, Li Ming replied. Yi Feng was taken aback. A big man like you, opening a women's clothing store? I can't accept that proposal. Am I supposed to sell my looks? Although I consider myself rather handsome, that won't be of much help. Come on, you're the boss. Just hire a couple of pretty girls to handle the sales. Li Ming nonchalantly remarked. Aren't you the boss? If I have to hire 2 attractive salesgirls, how much profit would there be left for me? Yi Feng retorted, speechless. Li Ming had grown accustomed to his big business lifestyle, clearly developing a boss-like mentality. More importantly, he could not express his desire to earn 1 million. as it would only burden Li Ming with his pressure. Yifeng would never do that to a friend. However, Yifeng did harbor some longing for opening a store. As Li Ming said, transitioning from a driver to a boss certainly felt different. Though merely a small boss, it was still better than nothing. And of course, a women's clothing store in summer would be a visual feast. After hiring staff, and with Li Ming providing the supply, it wouldn't require much management. Let me put it this way, if you get your goods from me, I guarantee you'll sell well, Li Ming asserted confidently. Chapter 28. Your words sound a lot like those entrepreneurial scams, Yifeng remarked, unimpressed. Get lost. What kind of relationship do we have? Do you think I would cheat you? Remember who was always there during fights back in school? Li Ming protested. Please, you have the audacity to bring up fighting. If you hadn't shown up, Ming and I could have definitely taken them all down. But with you there, we ended up with an extra liability. If Li Ming were in front of Yifeng at that moment, Yifeng would surely have punched him, allowing him to experience the might of the black fists that once ruled the school. Damn it, I know you two are tough fighters. By the way, has Ming contacted you lately? That guy is always acting mysteriously. It's hard to meet him, Li Ming complained. You two are busy people. I'm the only one free. I had lunch with Ming last week. He seems to be doing well in the underworld, sitting in a decent position. While we've both washed our hands of that life, he is still at it. I just don't understand what is so exciting about fighting all the time. Li Ming sighed. I've advised him too, but it didn't help. Anyway, let us not talk about that. Is opening a women's clothing store really my only option? Yifeng asked Li Ming. What else do you want to do? Open a restaurant? But can you even cook? As for a convenience store, forget it. Low returns and high competition. If you're not planning to open a chain, don't even consider it. Online shops are tough too. As a newcomer, it's best to avoid that. Just trust me. As long as you open a store, I assure you'll make money, Li Ming insisted. And Yifeng could even hear him banging his chest over the phone. Fine. Since my brother said so, it's settled. Tomorrow I'll look for a location. With Li Ming's assurance, Yifeng decided to trust him. He and Ming were two of the most important people in his life since their school days. Of course, he would also have to consider Qin Ruohan's place in his heart. I can help you find a location. I have a friend renting out a space without a transfer fee, just a deposit of 1 month's rent. Only 3,000 a month for 50 square meters. That's more than enough for you, Li Ming offered. All right, I'll contact you tomorrow. I need to head home now, Yifeng replied. After hanging up, Yifeng felt a sudden surge of ambition to become wealthy. This was not only because of Qin Tian, but also because the idea of starting a business was now becoming a reality. Having a tangible vision invigorated him. However, $1 million seemed daunting. Yet, Yifeng was not one to dwell on worries. He believed that everything would work out in the end. No matter what, he would focus on opening the store first. Upon returning home, Wang Wen approached him anxiously and asked, Brother Yi, how did it go? Yifeng smiled reassuringly at Wang Wen. With your brother around, everything will be fine. That's good. Wang Wen seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. She appeared to be getting accustomed to Yifeng's character. However, this harmony made Yifeng a bit uneasy. What would happen if she found out about Wang Daqiang? Chapter 29. That night, Yifeng and Wang Wen sat on opposite sides of the sofa, bored, watching a variety show. As bedtime approached, Yifeng's phone rang. Yifeng, come keep me company. Hurry up. The voice on the phone was Qin Ruohan, sounding quite intoxicated. All right, I'm on my way. Just don't drink too much. Yifeng replied helplessly. He pondered the reasons behind Qin Ruohan's need to drown her sorrows. She had indeed changed a lot. She never used to drink to excess. When Yifeng arrived at the bar where Qin Ruohan was, he found her already dancing in the crowd. As he stepped into the dance floor, he felt her gaze fixed on him, unwavering. Yifeng didn't say much, joining her in the dance, exchanging smiles as he began his performance. However, his clumsy movements soon drew disdainful glances from onlookers. Yifeng, unfazed, continued to shake his hips, shamelessly captivating the audience. Seeing Yifeng dance energetically, Qin Ruohan succumbed to a frenzy. Eventually, she wrapped her arms around him tightly, pressing her lips against his. The crowd erupted in cheers. Feeling her soft lips, Yifeng froze momentarily before quickly reciprocating the kiss. With this little interlude, he no longer attracted attention. Meanwhile, Yifeng also noticed a man on the second floor of the hall, who had been casting a dark glare at him ever since Qin Ruohan kissed him. After accompanying Qin Ruohan for a dance, they returned to their seats. How was it? How do you find my dancing skills? As soon as they settled down, Qin Ruohan sat directly in front of Yifeng and asked with a beaming smile. Impressive, even surpassing most people I have encountered, Yifeng replied honestly. Humph, you certainly know how to flatter. She shot Yifeng a playful glance, and both of them, as clear as day, chose not to mention Qin Tian. Let us go? I've had enough fun and you are here to pick me up, she said, linking her arm with Yi Feng's as they exited the bar together. However, just as they stepped out, the man from the second floor appeared before them, his expression dark as he fixed his gaze on Yi Feng. He then turned to Qin Ruhan, asking, "Qin Ruhan, why are you leaving?" In the presence of Qin Ruhan, Yi Feng could see his demeanor noticeably soften, and a hint of affection could be detected in his tone. "Who on earth is this?" The man's gaze shifted back to Yi Feng, and he inquired, "Ruhan, who is this?" Yi Feng was about to respond when Qin Ruhan pulled him back, interjecting, "Lin Gongzi, he is my boyfriend." "Boyfriend?" Upon hearing Qin Ruhan's words, Lin Gongzi furrowed his brow and scrutinized Yi Feng from head to toe. Since Qin Ruhan had stated it so, Yi Feng stepped forward, extended his hand, and calmly said, "Hello, I am Qin Ruhan's boyfriend." "What does he do?" Lin Gongzi did not shake Yi Feng's hand, but instead looked at Qin Ruhan. He is just an ordinary office worker," Qin Ruhan stammered. It seemed she did not wish him to know that Yi Feng was a Didi driver. "Oh, just an ordinary office worker." Lin Gongzi elongated his tone. Yi Feng clearly caught a fleeting look of disdain in his eyes. After his peculiar drawn-out statement, he finally reached out and shook Yi Feng's hand, saying, "Hello." Before Yi Feng could speak, he turned to Qin Ruhan and gently said, "Let's go back. Remember to be careful on the way and call me if anything happens." With that, he ignored the two and walked back into the bar without a backward glance. After Lin Gongzi left, Qin Ruhan let out a sigh of relief, revealing a mischievous expression as she hooked her arm through Yi Feng's and declared, "Let us go. My boyfriend." In the car, Qin Ruhan sat in the passenger seat, silently staring at Yi Feng, causing him considerable embarrassment. "I know I'm quite handsome, but you don't need to stare at me like that. You know, too much of a good thing can be detrimental." He joked. "Uffed, handsome my foot. That Lin Gongzi has been pursuing me, and it's truly vexing, but he was introduced by my family, so I can't outright refuse," Qin Ruhan said, her big round eyes reflecting her distress. "Is he your cousin?" Yi Feng asked helplessly. "Ah, let us not talk about him," Qin Ruhan replied, looking glum. "Anyway, I've become a shield in this situation." Yi Feng chuckled, thinking Qin Ruhan was quite amusing, using others as a shield without a second thought. "I don't want to talk to you anymore," Qin Ruhan huffed. Only in front of Yi Feng would she show such a side of herself. After this statement, she truly fell silent. No matter how Yi Feng tried to amuse her, she maintained her pout, leaving him quite frustrated. Before long, Yi Feng dropped her off at the bottom of her building. Due to the awkward relationship with Qin Tian, Yi Feng felt it inappropriate to accompany her upstairs. However, he did not expect Qin Ruhan to remain silent. "Come on, you should at least say goodbye." Yi Feng looked at her. "Goodbye?" Qin Ruhan quickly replied. With that, she opened the car door and pretended to get out. "Sleep early," Yi Feng called after her. "You." Qin Ruhan turned back, glaring at him fiercely. And it seemed that for the next few minutes, Yi Feng was in for it. Faced with such an intimidating figure, Yi Feng wisely chose to remain silent. You, why are you like this?" Seeing Yi Feng's silence only made Qin Ruhan more displeased. After another glare at him, she unexpectedly circled around the car, opened the door on his side, and forcibly pulled him out. "What are you doing?" Yi Feng was bewildered by Qin Ruhan's antics. "Humph, I'm in a bad mood. Let us go drink at my place," she declared fiercely. Realizing that refusing her was futile, Yi Feng figured that perhaps after a few drinks, the misunderstandings caused by Wang Wen might be resolved. Qin Tian was secondary. Maintaining a good relationship with Qin Ruhan was what mattered most. With that thought, after parking the car, Yi Feng followed her into her home. Inside the dimly lit hallway, Yi Feng's gaze fell on Qin Ruhan's long legs clad in black stockings, causing his throat to involuntarily constrict. Upon entering her home, he was surprised to see her bringing out all her stored alcohol. "Come on, continue drinking with me," Qin Ruhan insisted. "Sister, I can only drink cola. I'm driving," Yi Feng protested. Qin Ruhan shot him an exasperated look and continued to drink on her own. After just a few glasses, the alcohol began to take effect, and her gaze became increasingly hazy. After finishing another glass, her cheeks flushed as she leaned closer. Her voice slurred with intoxication. Why did you dress so handsome today? Do you know how charming you look?" Realizing that Qin Ruhan was truly drunk, Yi Feng could only smile wryly and say, "You've had enough, it's best to rest." However, upon hearing his words, Qin Ruhan suddenly exclaimed, "I refuse to rest. You promised to marry me before. How can you go back on your word?" "Of course I meant it. We're just working hard towards it. What's the use of effort? A million. My family is just making it difficult for you." Yi Feng was left speechless. Realizing this was the burden Qin Ruhan had been carrying in her heart. "Don't worry, I'll definitely succeed," Yi Feng reassured her calmly. "Really?" Qin Ruhan asked. Her eyes glazed with drunkenness. "Is there any doubt?" Yifeng pinched her cheek lightly. If you really succeed, I have a reward for you, Qin Ruhan suddenly said coyly. What is it? Yifeng gulped, the implications making his heart race. I want to tell you. Just as Yifeng was about to respond, Qin Ruhan leaned in suddenly, attempting to press her lips against his. This is a deposit, she shyly murmured. Yifeng felt as if he was about to explode. This girl transformed into a little vixen when drunk, truly unparalleled. However, this was neither the time nor the place for such entanglements. And Yifeng did not wish for anything to happen between them at that moment. Struggling to suppress the turmoil within, he held Qin Ruhan's shoulders firmly and said earnestly, Ruhan, I have started my own venture. Although I don't know how it will turn out, I will work hard for your future. With a mischievous giggle, Qin Ruhan playfully pointed at Yifeng, resembling a tipsy child, and exclaimed. Yifeng felt a surge of restlessness within him. Fortunately, after a bout of raucous antics, perhaps due to the effects of alcohol, Qin Ruhan eventually succumbed to slumber under Yifeng's gentle coaxing. After carefully placing her in bed and tucking her in, Yifeng stealthily exited her home. As he descended the stairs, a heavy sigh escaped his lips. This behavior from Qin Ruhan was unacceptable. After all, she was the chief of police. If this were to come to light, it could pose significant complications. Yet, he found himself quite fond of her. Cold and distant towards others, she was fiery warm towards him. However, their relationship was fraught with challenges due to her family background. As Yifeng prepared to drive away in his Maybach, he inadvertently noticed Lin Gongzi standing at a distance, glaring at him with an intensity that seemed to ignite flames in his eyes. It appeared that Lin had witnessed him ascending the stairs with Qin Ruhan. This man was truly peculiar. In his pursuit of a woman, he resorted to stalking, a behavior that typically repels women who crave security. Yifeng felt a pang of sympathy for this unfortunate soul, who, despite possessing some power, remained devoid of romantic affection, which was indeed a tragic circumstance. Upon noticing Yifeng's gaze upon him, Lin Gongzi approached with a dark expression. I hereby solemnly warn you to stay away from Ruhan. A driver like you has the audacity to associate with her? He rapped on Yifeng's car window, and when Yifeng lowered it, Lin coldly proclaimed his threat. And what if I don't? Yifeng retorted, meeting Lin's glare. Huh, you even drive a Maybach, surely a borrowed one. Listen, kid, I've already looked into your background. Tread carefully, Lin sneered. Do your homework, then. What do you intend to do? Feel free, Yifeng replied icily. This fool, despite his arrogance, seemed to be puffing himself up. Fine, you're brave, truly brave. Lin chuckled bitterly, turning to leave, but not before pointing a finger at Yifeng once more, warning. You'll regret this soon enough. Then you should hurry. I eagerly await your arrival, Yifeng called out with a smile as he leaned out of the window. The thought of being threatened by such a man was indeed ludicrous. In the past, Yifeng would have swiftly dealt with this insolent character, but perhaps it was beneficial to indulge in some diversion during his entrepreneurial phase. After all, what tactics could such a privileged young man employ? Merely seeking out some petty thugs was all he could manage. Yifeng felt no fear. After Lin departed, Yifeng sat in his car and made a phone call. He was reluctant to inquire about Lin Gongzi's background from Qin Ruhan, so he recalled the informant he had placed with Huage and decided to reach out. Hello. Yifeng Gidge. The sweet, syrupy voice of the bunny girl greeted him over the line. I need your assistance in investigating someone, Yifeng stated directly. Who? A young man named Lin, connected to Tianyun Bar. Ah, Lin Gongzi. No need to investigate. I already know. I've heard he has some business dealings with Huage. If you wish to know more, I can find out for you. Perfect. If you can gather details, there will be a reward, Yifeng said, excitement bubbling within him. Just make sure it's a personal reward, the bunny girl teased, her voice dripping with sweetness. After finally dismissing her, Yifeng hung up, a thrill coursing through him. It appeared Lin Gongzi had ties to Huage. It was time for both of them to experience the consequences of their actions. The following morning, as soon as Yifeng rose, he received a text from Qin Ruhan. Every time my embarrassing moments are caught on camera, it drives me crazy. Yifeng chuckled to himself, recalling his conversation with Li Ming from the previous day, and promptly dialed Qin Ruhan's number. I've found an excellent entrepreneurial project. I'm about to take a leap towards your cousin's wager, Yifeng declared proudly. Really? So soon? What is it? Tell me. Qin Ruhan's interest was piqued immediately. Guess. You're teasing me. Spill it. Or else, she demanded playfully. I'm opening a women's clothing store. Imagining her pouty expression on the other end, Yifeng couldn't contain his laughter. A women's clothing store? Why not an underwear shop? Qin Ruhan retorted, convinced of Yifeng's ulterior motives. A wicked grin spread across Yifeng's face. He knew she would misinterpret his intentions. If you need some, I could get a few pieces for you, but you must tell me your size first. Pervert. She scolded playfully. I'm being serious. Are you 34C? Yifeng teased, intentionally underestimating her size. Who said that? I'm 36D. She corrected him hastily. Oh, indeed. I estimated quite accurately. Yifeng laughed. You're insufferable. Anyway, I have to go meet a friend about something. Qin Ruhan suddenly became serious. Our intel regarding the Tianhu gang has abruptly ceased. The previous factory siege must have impacted them significantly. I'm not sure if they've caught wind of your situation, but you must be cautious these days. Hearing the earnestness in her voice, Yifeng nonchalantly replied, Hey, do you not know my capabilities? If they wish to target me, that's just splendid. I've been itching to unleash my pin-up frustrations without exposing my identity. Yifeng, take this seriously. The Tianhu gang is not as simple as you think. Their past dealings are intricately linked to current events. Yifeng was taken aback. This revelation was unexpected, prompting him to respond earnestly, if that's the case. I must investigate further. Just promise me to be careful, Qin Ruhan urged. Feeling a swell of emotion from her concern, Yifeng, however, was not one to easily reveal his feelings. So, he replied, I understand, and now I also know you're 36D. Ha ha. He guffawed triumphantly before hanging up amidst her protests. After their conversation, Yifeng tidied up briefly, leaving some living expenses on the table for Wang when before stepping out. He had crucial business to discuss with Li Ming regarding the store opening. Upon leaving, Yifeng called Li Ming, confirming his location before heading directly to meet him. When Yifeng arrived, he found Li Ming standing in front of an empty storefront, accompanied by a middle-aged man. Yifeng approached and exchanged a high-five with him. This gentleman was the landlord of the establishment. After patting Yifeng on the back, Li Ming, without further ado, pointed to the middle-aged man beside him to introduce him. Chapter 34. Hello. Yifeng greeted the middle-aged man, who nodded in acknowledgement. The location that Li Ming had found for Yifeng was rather commendable. Although it was not situated in the city center, the foot traffic was quite substantial. Furthermore, the rental prices for similar spaces in the city center were astronomically higher than those here. Yifeng estimated that, based on the rental costs, achieving a daily sales figure of around 300 to 400 yuan would sufficiently cover the shop's expenses. Observing the bustling crowd, Yifeng felt quite confident and swiftly made the decision to secure the space. Subsequently, they naturally proceeded to handle the particulars of the lease agreement and payment. What piqued Yifeng's curiosity was that during the signing of the lease, a beautiful female shop owner from next door occasionally peeked out, seemingly intrigued by them. Is she worried we might steal her business? Li Ming whispered to Yifeng, having noticed the woman as well. Perhaps she finds me handsome. Yifeng replied with a smug grin. Ever since Wang Wen had revamped his appearance, Yifeng had begun to consider himself one of the most handsome men in the world. After the landlord handed over the keys, the woman emerged again to observe them. Hello. Meeting the gaze of the beautiful shop owner, Yifeng smiled and greeted her. Noticing Yifeng's salutation, the beautiful owner exhibited no change in expression, spoke no further, and coldly turned to re-enter her shop, leaving Yifeng and Li Ming standing there awkwardly. What a warm welcome, Li Ming remarked discontentedly. Perhaps she was merely shy because of my good looks, Yifeng chuckled. Please, don't flatter yourself. She looks like a star, so don't overthink it. Li Ming retorted with a roll of his eyes. Fortunately, I wasn't interested in her anyway, so that evens things out. You've become quite bold after not seeing you for a while, Li Ming commented, exasperated. Indeed, Yifeng replied while gazing at the lavishly decorated women's clothing store. In the following hours, Yifeng accompanied Li Ming to his company to inspect merchandise. Li Ming operated a foreign trade firm that produced numerous surplus garments for export each year. These items could be considered quite sought after in women's fashion. For Yifeng, Li Ming offered a price of 100 yuan per piece, essentially at cost. Brother, I'm not making a penny off you, Li Ming exclaimed. Would you dare? Yifeng shot him a glance. Of course not. I don't fancy getting punched, Li Ming chuckled. With the goods secured, the next step was, naturally, the shop's decoration. Once the decor was completed, Yifeng's entrepreneurial journey would genuinely commence. However, this was not the most significant aspect. The most crucial factor was that this was a women's clothing store. Brother, I have high hopes for you. If you ever expand into a chain, don't forget to lend a hand to your brother. If you develop into a large corporation, I would gladly carry your shoes, Li Ming earnestly stated at the company entrance. Ha ha ha, I shall take your kind words to heart. Yifeng laughed heartily. But is it even possible to become a large corporation? Chapter 35. Just as Yifeng was bidding farewell to Li Ming and preparing to seek out a renovation company, a call from Qin Ruhan came through. Yifeng, didn't you say you were going to set up the shop today? How is it going? Upon answering the phone, Yifeng heard Qin Ruhan's cool voice. From her tone, It was evident that she was currently embodying her Ice Queen persona at the precinct. I'm inspecting merchandise with a friend. Have you found a location for your shop? Yes, I've secured a place with a pretty good location. I believe I'm about to strike it rich, Yifeng replied with pride. Then you should hurry and take me to see it, Qin Ruhan calmly insisted. After giving her the address of the shop, Yifeng made his way there to meet her. Ever since various obstacles had arisen between him and Qin Ruhan, his desire to see her had intensified, which was not a good sign. His tendency to be stubborn suggested that he was becoming increasingly entrenched in this predicament. Lost in thought, when Yifeng arrived at the shop, Qin Ruhan was already there. Strangely, Qin Ruhan was engaged in a lively conversation with the female shop owner next door, appearing quite familiar with her. Upon noticing Yifeng's arrival, Qin Ruhan smiled and quickly approached, linking her arm with his and leading him to the beautiful shop owner from earlier. Yifeng, let me introduce you. This is my good friend, Lin Feng. Yifeng was taken aback. What a small world it was to encounter Qin Ruhan's close friend in such a manner. However, Lin Feng's presence validated the saying that birds of a feather flock together. All of Qin Ruhan's companions were also stunning. Many beautiful women often prefer to associate with less attractive friends to accentuate their own beauty, but it appeared that Qin Ruhan did not need such a strategy. Or perhaps she simply lacked the guile. Ruhan, who is this gentleman? The beautiful shop owner Lin Feng finally inquired. He is my crush, the man I like the most. Qin Ruhan replied with a cheerful smile, showing no signs of concealment. Your crush? Lin Feng exclaimed, her mouth agape as she looked between Yifeng and Qin Ruhan in disbelief. Yes, he is my crush, and I've liked him for quite a while. Qin Ruhan stated boldly. He must be quite an impressive man. Lin Feng quickly regained her composure and remarked meaningfully. You flatter me, Yifeng modestly replied. Lin Feng seemed genuinely intrigued by Yifeng, bombarding him with questions as if she were attempting to uncover every detail of his life. However, when Qin Ruhan mentioned that Yifeng worked as a Didi driver and had only recently opened a shop, Lin Feng simply responded with a nonchalant "oh" and ceased her inquiries. A subtle hint of disdain flickered in her eyes. Naturally, Qin Ruhan's carefree personality did not allow her to be affected by such sentiments. She continued to lavish praise on Yifeng, oblivious to Lin Feng's growing disinterest. Yifeng immediately noticed this shift in dynamics. It appeared that Lin Feng's character differed significantly from Qin Ruhan's. Observing the situation, Yifeng felt it best not to let Qin Ruhan continue the conversation any longer. I still need to find a renovation company for the shop. Why don't you stay here and chat with her for a while? I'll head out first, Yifeng suggested to Qin Ruhan. No. Qin Ruhan immediately replied upon hearing Yifeng's words. You both should go together. After all, Qin Ruhan is so devoted. She is accustomed to hardship, Lin Feng interjected, her words laden with meaning. I'm certainly exhausted from being at the precinct. Unlike you, who could choose to run a large corporation. I'm stuck managing a small shop, Qin Ruhan continued, her tone also carrying an undertone. Don't worry, I won't let Qin Ruhan tire herself out. Yifeng chuckled. Lin Feng did not respond, bidding farewell to Qin Ruhan before ignoring Yifeng and turning back into her shop. Is your friend running a company? Yifeng asked, feeling a surge of irritation as they walked away. She runs quite a large company, but I'm not too clear on the specifics. Her family is quite formidable, Qin Ruhan replied. This naive girl remained blissfully unaware of her friend's unusual interest in Yifeng. Naturally, Yifeng would not divulge this observation. However, Qin Ruhan, this friend of mine, certainly has a way with words that is both sarcastic and enigmatic. I can only hope that once the store opens, I won't have to interact with her too frequently. After all my energy is currently focused on the 1 million wager with Qin Tian. Upon arriving at the renovation company, the manager quickly presented the design plan. The decor for Yifeng's shop is relatively simple and will be completed in about 3 days. Thus, Yifeng and Qin Ruhan set the grand opening for the 4th day. Ha ha ha, I am finally about to become a boss. Exiting the renovation company, Yifeng proclaimed loudly in front of the Maybach. Qin Ruhan shot him a disdainful glance, saying, You do realize you need to earn that 1 million, right? I truly do not know how you plan to achieve that. Therefore, you need to empower me and invite me out more often, Yifeng teased. Leaning closer to Qin Ruhan, the flirtatious Qin Ruhan blushed and took a couple of steps back. After 2 intimate encounters, their relationship had undoubtedly grown closer. And Qin Ruhan found herself contemplating whether she should indeed spend more time with Yifeng. All right, I am a boss now. I must work hard, Yifeng declared. You could also try online sales. It's quite popular these days, Qin Ruhan suggested. Do I even need to mention it? Yifeng shrugged. Subsequently, he first escorted Qin Ruhan home before returning to plan for the store's opening. Upon arriving home, Wang Wan, that little girl, greeted Yi Feng with a charming demeanor. This little girl has become quite sensible. After Yi Feng helped her several times, she finally opened up, shedding her previously brash attitude and seemingly treating Yi Feng like an older brother. I will help you with the store opening, brother, Wang Wen earnestly proposed after some contemplation. Yi Feng was taken aback and quickly responded, if you want to join, I would certainly welcome you. Then it's settled. You must pay me a generous salary. Wang Wen beamed, her face adorned with cuteness. Yi Feng sighed in exasperation. Damn it. I am destined to be defeated by women in this lifetime. Chapter 36. Just as Yi Feng was chatting with the little enchantress Wang Wen, his phone rang. Upon checking, it was Qin Ruhan. Handsome, shall we meet? As soon as Yi Feng answered, Qin Ruhan's cheerful voice came through the receiver. No, we shall not meet, Yi Feng declined. You said that if we do not meet, I shall return alone. Qin Ruhan exclaimed, the background noise indicating she was at a bar. Let us meet. I am still at home. Wait for me. I will be there shortly, Yi Feng replied. It's the same bar as last time. I wish to discuss the store with you. I will give you half an hour. I will wait for you outside the bar. If you do not come, I will leave. You, young lady. Just wait until I see you. Yi Feng said with curiosity. Yi Feng's home is quite far from the bar where Qin Ruhan was, and after encountering several traffic lights, he arrived at the bar half an hour later. However, upon reaching the entrance, he did not see Qin Ruhan, only a few drunken men staggering out. After parking, Yi Feng walked around the bar entrance, but still found no sign of Qin Ruhan. Puzzled, he entered the bar to search, yet still found her missing. However, when he looked up at the second floor, he spotted Qin Ruhan's silhouette. Yi Feng immediately understood the situation and hurriedly ran up the stairs. Indeed, when he arrived, he found Qin Ruhan coldly confronting young Master Lin. If you follow me again, I will not be polite. Ruhan, what does he have that I do not? Just think about my qualities. What does he possess that I lack? Haha, you are merely deluding yourself. I can't be bothered to engage with you. With that, Qin Ruhan turned to leave. Don't go. Young Master Lin grabbed Qin Ruhan. Get your hands off my woman. Yi Feng fumed, stepping forward to kick young Master Lin away. Yi Feng. Upon seeing Yi Feng, Qin Ruhan exclaimed in delight. Are you all right? Yi Feng asked with concern. I am fine. Qin Ruhan shook her head. You scoundrel. Yi Feng directed his gaze at the staggering young Master Lin, delivering another harsh kick to his abdomen. Yi Feng. No. Qin Ruhan interjected, rushing to stop him. Young Master Lin is not someone easy to provoke. If anything serious happens, it could be troublesome. You dare hit me. Young Master Lin, pale-faced, pointed at Yi Feng and shouted menacingly. I will not only hit you, I intend to make you regret it, Yi Feng declared, raising his fist to advance again. Yi Feng, stop it. Qin Ruhan urgently restrained him. Yi Feng halted, glancing between Qin Ruhan and young Master Lin, coldly stating, I will let you off this time, but if there is a next time, I will make you pay. You dare hit me. I will not let you off. Young Master Lin glared at Yi Feng, gritting his teeth. Yi Feng, let us go. Don't bother with him. Qin Ruhan tugged at Yi Feng's arm, casting a disgusted glance at young Master Lin. After exiting the bar, Yi Feng grumbled, this fellow truly does not know when to give up. Oh, let us not dwell on him. As long as he does not provoke us, we should remain composed. His family holds some influence. Qin Ruhan expressed her concern. Uft, I fear nothing. Yi Feng scoffed. Chapter 37. I know you are brave, but do not be reckless without strategy. Qin Ruhan laughed. I assure you, I am not only brave but also intelligent, and most importantly, I am handsome. Uft, how shameless. Qin Ruhan rolled her eyes at Yi Feng, the earlier displeasure caused by young Master Lin dissipating considerably. So where to now? Of course, you are to take me home. This Maybach is for you to show for me. What? So I am now your driver. Do you accept this role? Of course, I cannot refuse. Hee hee. I knew you were the best. Soon, the incident with young Master Lin was forgotten by the two blissful individuals. Meanwhile, after they departed, young Master Lin, clutching his abdomen, sat on the couch with a grim expression and dialed Brother Hua. The busy times always passed swiftly. With Yi Feng's preparations, his first store was finally ready to open, and all the goods from Li Ming's company had arrived. On the eve of the opening, Yi Feng, Qin Ruhan, and Li Ming gathered in the store for the final preparations. At that moment, Li Ming was waiting idly at the store entrance for Yi Feng's arrival, initially hoping to chat with the beautiful shop owner next door, but she had not opened her door. Is she your new girlfriend? Li Ming asked mischievously upon seeing Yi Feng approaching with a lovely lady. Hello, I am Qin Ruhan, a friend of Yi Feng's. She smiled and introduced herself. Hello. I am Li Ming, Yi Feng's buddy. Upon hearing Qin Ruhan's introduction, Li Ming seemed surprised that she was merely a friend and quickly shifted to a more formal greeting with her. You two should have known each other. It's a pity this guy has been too busy with business, Yifeng chuckled. You talk too much, Li Ming shot Yifeng a glare. Have you notified Ming? Yifeng inquired. Of course, even though we don't meet often, he must attend such an important event as your opening tomorrow. If he doesn't come, he will truly be finished, Yifeng grinned menacingly. All right, let's get to work, said Qin Ruhan. Subsequently, the three of them exchanged no further words and entered the shop to commence their bustling activities. They toiled late into the night, finally organizing the spotlight, shelves, and merchandise. The moment the shop's lights illuminated, a bright and beautiful scene unfolded, igniting a surge of excitement within Yifeng. As the store was suddenly aglow, curious passers-by outside began to glance in. Since Li Ming had been overseeing the renovations these past few days, this was Yifeng's first glimpse of the results, which were indeed quite astonishing. It filled Yifeng with immense anticipation for the upcoming grand opening. Bossy, congratulations. The grand opening is imminent. Don't forget about me when you strike it rich. Li Ming chimed in with a smile. Indeed, Bossy, once you become prosperous, you must shower us with gifts. Qin Ruhan echoed. Haha, if I truly become wealthy, let us not talk about anything else. I'll get everyone a house. Yifeng responded, his laughter echoing with joy. Much to the exasperation of Li Ming and Qin Ruhan, who exchanged glances, realizing this was quintessentially Yifeng. The following day, Yifeng awoke early. His nerves heightened for this significant occasion. After a quick wash-up, he set out with Wang Wen. Upon arriving at the store, he found Qin Ruhan and Li Ming, who had taken the day off, already waiting. To be cautious, Li Ming had even brought along 2 employees from his company. Throughout this period, Yifeng had refrained from mentioning Wang Wen to Qin Ruhan, but to his surprise, her attitude towards Wang Wen was rather amiable. The newly opened store was undeniably eye-catching. Yifeng, in a spirited mood, enthusiastically called out at the entrance, earning disapproving glances from the 3 inside. However, it must be said, his antics were effective. After a morning of fervent sales, many items had already been sold. Noticing the dwindling stock, Li Ming hastily called for more supplies from the company. After leaving 2 employees to manage sales, he insisted on taking Yifeng and the others out for lunch. As they exited the store, a tall figure approaching from the front caused both Yifeng and Li Ming to pause in surprise. It was Ming. Yifeng had already sent him a message that morning, but he had not responded, leading Yifeng to believe he would not show up. Yet, unexpectedly, he appeared just as they were about to leave the store. You really are something. After disappearing for so long, are you trying to abandon us now? Yifeng laughed, playfully punching Ming, who was dressed sharply in a white shirt and black casual pants. Bro, starting a business, how could I not come? Ming replied, giving Yifeng a bear hug. He then turned to Qin Ruhan, who was closely following behind Yifeng, and asked curiously, and who might this be? Qin Ruhan. Yifeng said with a casual bravado, my secret crush. Hello. Qin Ruhan stepped forward after giving Yifeng a sharp pinch from behind. Oh, look at you, Yifeng. Actually having a crush. I thought you'd be a loner for life. Ming nodded at Qin Ruhan and turned back to Yifeng, chuckling. Wow, bro. Just yesterday you said she was just a friend? How exciting. Li Ming teased from the side. I came today for another reason. Ming's expression suddenly turned serious. What is it? Yifeng inquired, noting Ming's grave demeanor. Have you offended anyone recently? Ming asked earnestly. What is up? Yifeng asked, puzzled. The only person I might have offended is young Master Lin. Someone is out to get you, Ming said in a low voice. The revelation left everyone stunned, except for Yifeng, who was already aware that young Master Lin would seek revenge. It seemed this fellow had even reached out to Ming. Shouldn't one investigate the relationships surrounding a target before plotting against them? However, since Ming was aware of the situation, Yifeng felt reassured, knowing that with Ming's capabilities, he had little to worry about. Indeed, Ming merely informed Yifeng that he would help resolve the matter before taking his leave. Understanding Ming's character, Yifeng and Li Ming did not insist he join them for lunch. Yifeng, it wouldn't be young Master Lin, would it? Qin Ruhan asked worriedly in the restaurant. It's fine. Ming said he would handle it. Yifeng replied nonchalantly. Right, sister-in-law, trust Ming. He knows what he is doing, Li Ming said through a mouthful of food. At the mention of sister-in-law, Qin Ruhan's face flushed, and she dared not pursue the conversation further, mumbling under her breath. When the group returned to the store, the crowd had significantly diminished. Brother, today's sales are fantastic. Upon re-entering, Wang Wen rushed to the cashier to check the sales figures, looking adorable in her fitted light gray t-shirt and dark blue navy skirt. Oh, how much did we sell this morning? Yifeng asked. I just calculated. We sold 8,000 this morning alone. Wang Wen exclaimed. So much. Yifeng was astounded. If they made 8,000 in the morning, with the afternoon and evening sales, they could potentially reach nearly 20,000 for the day. Over a month, the gross profit could very well exceed 200 to 300,000. However, today's figures were inflated due to the new store opening, and future sales might not match up. Moreover, he still had a considerable distance to cover regarding his wager with Qin Tian. With these thoughts, Yifeng's expression darkened. Don't overthink it, Qin Ruhan said, patting Yifeng's shoulder in comfort upon seeing his troubled face. Yifeng smiled, declaring, "There's still more than half a month left. I'm certainly not worried." "Now, that's the Yifeng I know," Qin Ruhan remarked with a knowing smile. Thus, the rest of the day was spent busily as they navigated through this significant occasion. As the day came to a close, Yifeng's prediction proved accurate. They had indeed sold nearly 20,000. This realization filled him with boundless anticipation for the future. Damn, this time I'm really going to soar. After seeing Qin Ruhan home, Yifeng lay in bed, talking to himself after a long day. However, things seldom unfold as desired. The next day, upon approaching the store, he discovered a crowd gathered at the entrance, murmuring in agitation. Pushing through the throng, Yifeng was instantly taken aback. His store had been vandalized. The glass lay shattered, and clothes were strewn across the floor, clearly indicating this was a deliberate act. The sight ignited a blaze of fury within Yifeng. He immediately called Qin Ruhan. "Ruhan, please check the surveillance footage near the store. Someone has vandalized it," Yifeng said coldly. "What?" Qin Ruhan gasped in shock. Who would have thought that just one day after opening, they would face such calamity? "Just check it," Yifeng replied tersely before hanging up. Moments later, Li Ming arrived at the store, and upon seeing the chaos, he too erupted in anger. "Yifeng, who the hell did this?" Li Ming demanded, fuming. "I don't know." Yifeng shook his head, his demeanor equally grim. "Have you recently offended someone?" Li Ming inquired. "Didn't a Ming mention yesterday that someone is targeting you? I suspect it might be them." Li Ming's conjecture aligned with Yifeng's own suspicions. This matter was likely orchestrated by that Lin Gongzi. At the thought of this, Yifeng chuckled coldly. "Heh, Lin Gongzi. I haven't sought you out yet you come knocking at my door. It seems I shall demonstrate my methods to you." Chapter 40 Soon, Qin Ruhan responded. However, her information provided little assistance to Yifeng, revealing only that a group of petty hoodlums was responsible. Typically, the police have limited recourse in such cases unless they catch the perpetrators in the act. "I believe we must resolve this ourselves," Li Ming stated after the police had departed. "I suspect it's Ruhan's admirer behind this," Yifeng remarked. "Let us go find him and deal with him," Li Ming said, brimming with anger. "Calm down. Attacking him now would be futile. We need to resume business. Tonight, when they arrive, we shall catch them in the act." Yifeng replied with a cold smile. After devising a plan for the night's actions, Yifeng began to attend to the repairs of the store. With everyone's diligent efforts and considerable time invested, the store was finally able to operate normally. As night fell and preparations for closing began, Li Ming and a Ming arrived. They were determined to stay close by, ready to apprehend the troublemakers. Once the day's business concluded, Yifeng and his companions secured a room in a nearby hotel, offering a clear view of the store. This time, Li Ming had come prepared with a camera, an essential tool for gathering evidence. Unbeknownst to them, they waited anxiously in the room for nearly an hour. As the streets emptied, a group of hoodlums stealthily approached Yifeng's store. Upon spotting the gang, a Ming exclaimed, "So it's them. Do you know them?" Yifeng asked a Ming. A Ming nodded, "Just a bunch of ordinary thugs without much skill. They can't survive outside, yet here they are causing trouble. They're about to make their move. Should we act?" Li Ming inquired anxiously as he observed the thugs preparing to vandalize the store. At that moment, the group of young delinquents reached the entrance, picking up bricks to smash the windows. "Let us go. Take them down," a Ming shouted, the first to dash out of the hotel room. Yifeng followed suit, smirking as he and Li Ming pursued them. The night air was chilly, and the streets were deserted. They rushed forward, quickly closing in on the gang. Without uttering a word, a Ming launched a kick at one thug, sending him sprawling. The frightened gang members, caught off guard, hesitated to retaliate when they realized it was a Ming. Yifeng and Li Ming soon joined the fray, unleashing their fury upon the thugs without hesitation. Yifeng was determined to repay them for the frustration they had caused him that day. These ruffians not only disrupted Yifeng's business, but also soured his mood. He could not tolerate their interference, especially after having just embarked on his entrepreneurial journey. In no time, with Yifeng's terrifying presence, the already intimidated youths found themselves overpowered, sprawled on the ground, howling in surrender. "Big brother, we truly want to do it again. Had we known you were acquainted with a Ming, we would never have dared." One thug pleaded. "Get lost," Yifeng roared, his anger flaring further at the thug's words. If Yifeng had not known a Ming, would he have simply been bullied? Chapter 41. Yi Feng despised such bullies who preyed on the weak. Who sent you? A Ming demanded coldly. It was Huagu. Huagu instructed us. The thug's confession confirmed Yi Feng's suspicions. It appeared that Lin Gongzi had maneuvered this scheme through Huagu, likely taking advantage of their previous conflicts. Enraged, Yi Feng dealt further blows to the gang before escorting them, along with the video evidence, to Qin Ruhan. Although a Ming preferred to resolve matters through street justice, he ultimately respected Yi Feng's insistence. After addressing these issues, it was already 1:30 in the morning. They headed straight to Huagu's bar to settle the score. This time, they did not act alone, recognizing Huagu's connections. Before heading to the bar, a Ming summoned his subordinates. When Huagu saw a mass of people flood into his bar and disperse his patrons, he was paralyzed with fear. Although he held some influence in Pingcheng, it was merely due to the support of the Tianhu gang. Compared to the notorious A Ming in the underworld, he was insignificant. Oh, A Ming, what brings you here? Huagu stammered, attempting to ingratiate himself as A Ming approached with his men. Do you dare to touch my friend? A Ming kicked Huagu to the ground, speaking coldly. Well, what? I wouldn't dare. Huagu feigned ignorance as he looked up at A Ming. However, when he spotted Yi Feng emerging from the crowd, his face drained of color. This is my friend. A Ming stated coldly, pointing at Yi Feng. I had no idea he was your brother. Had I known, I wouldn't have dared to touch him. Huagu pleaded desperately. A Ming, ignoring his pleas, stepped back, saying, Yi Feng, it's your turn. Without hesitation, Yi Feng launched a brutal assault on Huagu, venting the pent-up frustration he had endured. Huagu, trying to shield himself, cried out in agony. For someone like Huagu, who had never experienced such punishment in his life, it was unbearable. Before long, he was howling, Stop. I'll give you whatever you want. Just don't hit me anymore. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng paused, smirking. What can you offer me? I can give you money. Whatever amount you want. Huagu replied weakly, enduring the pain. No, I don't want money. Yi Feng chuckled even more. What do you want then? Huagu felt a sense of foreboding. I want your bar. Yi Feng replied with a chilling smile. Chapter 42. Huagu stood frozen in place, unable to comprehend Yi Feng's audacious demand. He had not anticipated such a vast appetite from Yi Feng, which left him utterly unprepared. No, absolutely not. Huagu flatly refused. Your denial holds no weight. Yi Feng sneered. After speaking, Yi Feng signaled to his subordinates, who swiftly subdued Huagu. He then contacted Tu Nu Lang, who, having already been informed, hurried out. Upon seeing Huagu sprawled on the ground, a glint of excitement flickered in her eyes as she grasped Yi Feng's arm. You might not be aware, but I have gathered substantial evidence against you. If you wish to avoid incarceration, it would be wise to comply with my demands, Yi Feng remarked with a cold smirk. This fellow, Yi Feng, was a complete joker around friends, but becoming his adversary would lead to dire consequences, a fate few could endure. Huagu glared intensely at Yi Feng, resentment burning in his eyes as he gritted his teeth. Fine, I will wait for you, but mark my words. One day you will regret this. Yi Feng crouched down, responding indifferently. Do not forget, you were the one who first deceived me, and you were the one who vandalized the shop. Now that the tables have turned, you cannot handle it? Huagu fell silent. Surprisingly, the subsequent events unfolded rather smoothly. Huagu promptly signed the contract, transferring the bar to Yi Feng for a mere 10,000 yuan. However, once Yi Feng and his companions departed with their desires fulfilled, Huagu immediately placed a call. Yes, bring those two wretches to me at once. It's fine, I will take responsibility for any issues. Also, gather more people and continue to vandalize his establishment. After hanging up, Huaji's expression turned icily resolute. Haha, my bar is the culmination of my lifelong effort. You may have it, but I swear I will make you pay dearly. Meanwhile, Tu Nu Lang, having achieved great merit, was rewarded by Yi Feng and contentedly planned to return home that evening. However, on her way, a group suddenly intercepted her and forcibly abducted her. As for Yi Feng's villa, an individual masquerading as a delivery person knocked on the door. When Wang Wen opened it, they surged in, dragging the unfortunate girl away, disregarding the security guards who were swiftly overwhelmed. Yi Feng, congratulations, you have acquired another bar, Li Ming remarked as he sat in Yi Feng's Maybach. That was his own doing, A Ming replied coolly from the side. If he had not provoked me, there would have been no issue. Yi Feng chuckled. However, did he agree too easily? Was he truly willing to sign whatever was presented to him? Surely he harbors some scheme? Yi Feng furrowed his brow. Damn, I was too excited earlier and did not consider this matter thoroughly. We must return to the shop. His long-standing professional instincts urged him to act, and he promptly headed to the establishment. Upon their hurried arrival at the old shop, They found the deserted street where a group of blonde-haired ruffians approached the entrance of Yi Feng's establishment, brandishing a brick and preparing to smash the newly installed glass. Witnessing this scene, Yi Feng roared and slammed the accelerator, recklessly charging at them. The nimble ruffians managed to evade his vehicle before it struck, but as Yi Feng sped past, they pursued him wielding iron rods. The number of assailants had nearly tripled compared to the previous group. Seeing these unfamiliar faces, Yi Feng realized they were not affiliated with Huoge, yet he was certain they were connected to him in some manner. However, this was not the moment for Yi Feng to ponder the identity of the mastermind behind this chaos. The ruffians had already surrounded him. After sealing the car windows, Yi Feng revved the engine and spun in place, knocking several of them to the ground. Once my subordinates arrive, they are finished, Ming cursed, promptly messaging his own men. Just as he finished speaking, an iron rod struck the car window in front of him, shattering it. At that moment, Ming's subordinates, having received the message, arrived in a fleet of vans, charging toward the scene with great fervor. The ruffians were taken aback, clearly unprepared for such a confrontation, and found themselves unable to flee. As the vans encircled them, Ming's men swiftly captured the ruffians, immediately launching an assault with iron rods. Subsequently, Yi Feng, Li Ming, and Ming emerged from the back seat with iron rods in hand, joining the fray without hesitation. After venting their pent-up frustrations on the ruffians, Yi Feng finally called for everyone to cease their actions. The subordinates under Ming were well aware of their leader's style, thus they refrained from delivering fatal blows, ensuring that none of the ruffians were in life-threatening danger, merely rolling on the ground in agony. Who sent you to vandalize the shop? Yi Feng coldly inquired, placing the iron rod against one ruffian's palm. The ruffian, panting heavily, remained silent, refusing to speak. Li Ming, observing the ruffian's stubbornness, delivered a kick to his mouth, knocking out teeth and causing blood to spill forth. Following this, Yi Feng approached another ruffian, posing the same question. This time, he made it clear that if the ruffian remained silent, he would not hesitate to use the iron rod. Upon hearing this, the ruffian glanced at Yi Feng in terror and, trembling, confessed that they did not know who had hired them, only that a young man had paid them to carry out the task. As Yi Feng processed this information, he immediately deduced who had orchestrated this scheme. It was none other than Huoge or that scoundrel Lin Gongzi. Given their connection, it was likely that both were involved. Clearly, this matter could not be swept under the rug. Once the situation was clarified, Yi Feng and his crew escorted the ruffians to the police station. Yi Feng, you scoundrel! Why do you always have people vandalizing your shop? You must be stirring up trouble outside. Chun Mo exclaimed irritably upon seeing Yi Feng deliver yet another batch of ruffians. Today, he had already sent 2 groups, making it evident that her hopes of a restful evening were dashed. Just as Chun Mo finished speaking, Qin Ruohan approached with a grim expression. We have just received word from the property management that Wang Wen has been kidnapped. What? Yi Feng was taken aback. Do we know who did it? Is it related to Huoge? Qin Ruohan frowned. At that moment, Yi Feng recalled Huoge's malicious gaze when signing the contract. That old villain had indeed dared to act. Just after being beaten, he had already committed further wrongdoing, catching Yi Feng completely off guard. Haha. This scoundrel only knows how to create trouble. Chun Mo scoffed from the side. Shut your mouth. This is not your place to speak. Yi Feng retorted, his voice rising in anger for the first time at Chun Mo. I have lost someone dear to me and have no time for your banter. If you're unhappy, you can leave. Chun Mo stood frozen, her large eyes suddenly welling with tears. In truth, a significant reason for her banter with Yi Feng was that he had never truly lost his temper. Deep down, she felt that Yi Feng had a decent character, albeit sometimes lacking in consideration. Now reprimanded by Yi Feng, she suddenly felt a sense of grievance. All right, Mo, you may go handle your affairs, Qin Ruohan said unusually gently, patting her shoulder. After Chun Mo departed, Qin Ruohan turned to Yi Feng and said, I will rescue her as soon as possible. Do not worry. We have surveillance, and news will come swiftly. No, this matter, I shall resolve myself. Yi Feng's tone turned icy, devoid of his usual playful demeanor. However, rest assured, I handle my affairs with utmost care. Qin Ruohan said nothing further, nodding in acknowledgement of Yi Feng's familiar side. I certainly trust you. Yi Feng remained silent, and after reviewing the surveillance footage with Qin Ruohan, he departed. Upon exiting the police station, Yi Feng made a phone call to Wang Ming, requesting assistance from his subordinates to locate Wang Wen, while he proceeded alone to Huoge Bar. Upon arriving, he found that Huoge was indeed absent. At that moment, Yi Feng stepped outside the bar, intending to take a brief respite with a cigarette. However, shortly after standing outside, he noticed a luxurious car pulling up at the entrance of the bar. From the vehicle emerged a woman clad in opulent attire, gracefully approaching the bar. As she passed by Yifeng, she glanced at him and halted, inquiring, "Are you one of the male attendants here?" Taken aback by her inquiry, Yifeng momentarily froze. What on earth? Does Huiji's bar really engage in such practices? He thought. Nonetheless, Yifeng found himself inexplicably nodding in affirmation, responding, yes, pleased with his answer. She smiled and beckoned him with a finger before striding into the bar. Upon entering, Yifeng noticed the staff hesitating, seemingly burdened by unspoken issues. Observing that none of the staff called out to her, the woman was about to express her displeasure when Yifeng intervened, arranging for her a private room. Once she was inside, Yifeng inquired about her identity and was astonished to learn that she was Huiji's wife. Realizing her identity, Yifeng understood that this was indeed an opportunity. This was undoubtedly a breakthrough point regarding Hugo. It seemed imperative that he must win this woman over, regardless of the circumstances. Chapter 45. With this thought in mind, Yifeng instructed the staff on necessary precautions and voluntarily ordered her a drink. After the staff delivered the beverages, Yifeng began to toast her, one cup after another. Upon discerning her identity, he perceived that, relative to Huiji's age, this woman was rather youthful. Hugo must be nearly 50 years old by now, while this woman appeared to be under 30, a striking 20-year gap. This realization prompted a smirk from Yifeng. Clearly, this woman was seeking fulfillment that was lacking in her life. However, her bold presence suggested that the couple's relationship was far from harmonious. Otherwise, they would not have resorted to such indulgences. Recognizing these dynamics, Yifeng understood how to approach this woman. Throughout the ensuing moments, he treated her with utmost tenderness, providing her with the affection she likely lacked in her life. Indeed, under Yifeng's gentle persuasion, the woman gradually became more open, eventually reclining against his thigh in a state of inebriation. You see, despite our vast differences, I have invested my youth into this relationship. I even forsook my boyfriend, and what do I have now? I truly feel no happiness at all, she lamented, downing another drink. Hearing her words, Yifeng mused that perhaps her former young boyfriend had prospered since then. Naturally, he refrained from voicing this thought and instead reassured her that at least her man was wealthy, and that was something. If I could start over, I would never choose him. He spends all his time with other women. What kind of relationship is that? She retorted indignantly. Internally, Yifeng scoffed at her naivety. You, a green tea princess, deserve this fate, he thought. He inquired, do you know where he is now? She shook her head. He's been rather mysterious lately. Frankly, I couldn't care less. He's probably out with other women, haha. As she spoke, she leaned toward Yifeng, playfully demanding, little handsome, please take care of me. A sudden impulse for revenge surged within Yifeng. You dare to engage with my woman, then why not indulge? Furthermore, the woman's figure and appearance were indeed captivating. Yet, despite his lack of interest in a green tea princess, he understood the necessity of employing psychological tactics. Thus, leveraging her inebriation, Yifeng suggested a massage, gently placing his hands on her long neck. Remarkably, her skin was remarkably supple. At over 30, she bore no signs of aging, her flawless complexion nearly entrancing him. You're quite impressive, little handsome, she remarked contentedly, pulling at his hands. Goodness, I must avert my gaze. I cannot betray Qin Ruowan, Yifeng declared earnestly. The woman cast a flirtatious glance at him, saying nothing, yet inching closer, attempting to kiss him. Just then, a commotion erupted outside. The sound suggested something significant was occurring, even though the private room was soundproof. As Yifeng contemplated stepping out to investigate, the door was suddenly kicked open. Expecting Huigu, he was astounded to see Tiangu enter instead. Chapter 46. No way, this is too dramatic. Yifeng was utterly bewildered. He sensed that something peculiar was unfolding. Observing Tiangu's frantic demeanor, he realized the latter was clearly there for a reason. What have you done? Tiangu demanded, his gaze fierce and anxious. You've come again? I already told you that Huigu and I are on good terms, the woman stammered from behind Yifeng. Turning around, Yifeng noticed her complexion had turned ashen. Realizing the connection, he understood that Tiangu was her impoverished boyfriend. So, Tiangu is intentionally keeping in touch with Huigu? Is this an act of revenge? Yifeng pondered, overwhelmed by the absurdity of the situation. It was akin to winning the lottery, far too outrageous. As if to validate his suspicions, Tiangu's expression softened as he gazed at the woman. Fei, I no longer care about this. Your happiness is what matters, Tiangu declared, almost melodramatically. Witnessing Tiangu's infatuated demeanor made Yifeng feel nauseated. Can it be that Tiangu is a hopeless romantic? You really don't need to be so self-deprecating, Fei said to Tiangu, her expression tinged with sorrow. Let us not dwell on this. I was just. Tianji's gaze lingered on her, his expression returning to normal. You came to find my husband, right? He seems to be absent from the bar, Fei Jia murmured. As Yifeng observed their entangled interactions, he felt a surge of exasperation. Doesn't Brother Tian feel awkward discussing such matters in front of me? Fortunately, Brother Tian had no intention of lingering here for too long. After greeting Fei Fei, he coldly turned to Yifeng and said, I am already aware of Brother Hua's situation. Yifeng was taken aback and inquired, So you came to find me? What happened to Brother Hua? Fei Fei, casting a suspicious glance at Yifeng, hurriedly asked. It's nothing. Let him handle it himself, Brother Tian replied nonchalantly. With that, he stepped forward, took Fei Jia by the hand, and left the bar. As for where they were headed and what they were to do, that was beyond Yifeng's knowledge. After Brother Tian departed, Yifeng inexplicably felt a surge of satisfaction. Poor Brother Hua. Having such a wife is indeed a twist of fate. It seems Brother Tian is genuinely formidable, fearing that Fei Fei would suffer in his hands. However, there was no time for Yifeng to dwell on these thoughts. He needed to rescue Wang Wen from that scoundrel without delay. Just as he exited the private room, a staff member approached and handed Yifeng a note. Upon opening it, Yifeng was momentarily stunned before a cold smile formed on his lips. Brother Hua. Even Brother Tian is betraying you. There's nothing to be done now. The note boldly displayed the address of Brother Hua. With the address of that rogue in hand, Yifeng swiftly utilized Ming's connections to locate Brother Hua. This scoundrel was indeed quite cunning, rarely venturing outside and having everything delivered to him. Upon finding him, Yifeng, Li Ming, and Ming wasted no time and went straight to confront him. The moment Brother Hua saw them, he was utterly shocked, unable to fathom how Yifeng could track him down in such a vast city. Despite having hired some thugs for protection, they were powerless against Yifeng's group, left with no option but to surrender. Under interrogation, Yifeng discovered that Brother Hua had even kidnapped the bunny girl and imprisoned her alongside Wang Wen. Where are they being held? Yifeng demanded, having failed to find them in the room. He approached Brother Hua, stepping forcefully on his hand as he interrogated him. Hee, don't expect me to tell you. Let those two women starve. With a resounding slap, Yifeng struck Brother Hua, declaring, Then I will end you. Ha ha ha. Come and try. I have nothing left to lose. Do you think I fear you? Brother Hua retorted defiantly. Yifeng found himself in a dilemma. Such a desperate individual could indeed be a nuisance. Let me handle this, Ming suddenly spoke up. Yifeng looked up, bewildered by Ming's audacity. At that moment, Ming unbuckled his pants and crouched down, preparing to remove Brother Hua's trousers. The entire room nearly erupted in chaos. Yifeng was rendered speechless, astonished by Ming's audacity. He was tempted to question Ming's intentions, but refrained from doing so. What do you want to do? Brother Hua stammered in fear. If you want to speak, I have to relieve my frustration, Ming replied coolly. Ultimately, Brother Hua abandoned all hope and revealed the location where Wang Wen and the bunny girl were being kept. Upon learning that they were imprisoned in a dilapidated warehouse, Yifeng's fury reignited, and he slapped Brother Hua once more. Are you in contact with young Master Lin? Yifeng asked coldly. Brother Hua gazed at him in silence. However, Yifeng knew that young Master Lin's shadow loomed behind this. After obtaining the address, Yifeng called Qin Ruhan, instructing her to come and apprehend the culprits. Subsequently, Yifeng led a group to the warehouse where Wang Wen and the bunny girl were held. Upon arrival, they effortlessly dealt with the thugs guarding the premises and, in the innermost room of the warehouse, Yifeng finally laid eyes on Wang Wen and the bunny girl. To his surprise, Wang Wen remained remarkably composed. After swiftly removing the rags stuffed in her mouth, he untied both of them. You seem quite calm, Yifeng remarked playfully, relieved. I'm used to being tied up. Wang Wen shrugged. Yifeng sighed, recognizing that she had indeed become accustomed to such situations. However, this reality was unsettling and only heightened his concern. After directing Ming's subordinates to demolish the place, he took the two girls home. With this incident involving Brother Hua resolved, the most important thing was that Wang Wen and the bunny girl were safe and sound. Additionally, Brother Hua's bar would greatly assist him in meeting the 1 million bet he had placed. It appeared that a new chapter was about to unfold. While driving, Yifeng glanced at the girl beside him, who had already fallen asleep, and murmured to himself. Having rescued Wang Wen, Yifeng finally alleviated a lingering worry. Once home, he awaited Wang Wen's awakening and laid down 3 ground rules, meticulously outlining all potential dangers. I understand, Wang Wen replied, clearly feeling guilty, as she accepted everything Yifeng instructed without protest. Please, don't put yourself in danger again. My fragile heart cannot endure it. Yifeng lamented. Wang Wen's safety had indeed become a pressing concern. As for himself, he had never considered the possibility of being in peril. With members of the Tianhu gang gradually surfacing, he was left wondering what other heinous acts they had committed. After this episode, Yi Feng's life seemed to temporarily return to tranquility. With the addition of Brother Hua's bar and his previous clothing store, his income surged. Nevertheless, there remained a gap to bridge before reaching that 1 million mark. However, the calmness of his days was shattered anew today. Just as Yi Feng was about to return home after leaving the store, he received a peculiar phone call. Yi Feng, came a voice he did not recognize. Yi Feng, being sensitive to voices, realized he had never encountered such a tone before. Who is this? He asked, puzzled. I will send you a text shortly. If you wish to learn about your father's past, come alone to this address, the person instructed coldly. Without waiting for Yi Feng's response, the call was abruptly terminated. This situation plunged Yi Feng into a web of confusion. How could someone know about his father's past? Nevertheless, he resolved to visit the specified location. Upon confirming the address from the text message, Yi Feng promptly drove to the designated site. Though he considered bringing assistance, he feared that it might alert others. And with unwavering confidence in his own abilities, he chose to go alone. However, upon arriving at the location, he found it completely deserted. Before him stood a modest house. After a moment's hesitation, he gradually approached. As Yi Feng stepped into the humble dwelling, he was suddenly struck on the back of his head, and soon darkness enveloped him, causing him to faint. He had no idea how long he had been unconscious, but when he finally awakened, he found himself in a damp room, rubbing his aching head. He was startled by a chorus of shouts from outside. He instinctively reached into his pocket for his phone, only to discover it was missing. Just as he prepared to leave the room to ascertain the nature of his predicament, several burly men entered. Upon seeing them, Yi Feng cautiously stepped back and inquired about their intentions. However, without further ado, they seized him and dragged him out. Once outside, Yi Feng finally understood the source of the earlier chants. He found himself in a large classroom filled with dozens of people, all eagerly listening to a man speaking from the podium. From the snippets of the man's lecture, Yi Feng quickly deduced the nature of this place. Chapter 49. What the hell? This is a pyramid scheme den. Yi Feng never anticipated that the individual who had assaulted him would bring him here. Yet, to be honest, the decision to transport him here was astutely made. Escaping from such a place would prove to be more challenging than one could imagine. As Yi Feng pondered who had brought him here, the men unceremoniously pushed him into the classroom. His presence did not seem to disturb the indoctrinated individuals inside. Most concerning was Yi Feng's realization that he felt as though he had been injected with something, leaving him utterly drained of energy. This revelation alarmed him. At that moment, the man on stage was greeted with thunderous applause as he made his entrance. Following this, a woman, seemingly of similar age to Qin Ruhan and quite attractive, took the stage. Her voice was soft and gentle, yet Yi Feng could not grasp the content of her lecture. Upon noticing Yi Feng's arrival, she prompted him to introduce himself. Yi Feng merely stated his name and fell silent, faced with his indifferent demeanor. She did not press him further and continued her lecture. Throughout the morning, Yi Feng endeavored to communicate with the guards, but to no avail. Observing the tight security surrounding him, he realized that escaping this nightmarish place was an unrealistic dream. He remained oblivious to the identity of those who had brought him here and drugged him. However, given his father's past, it was evident that this was not the work of a mere petty faction. The true intentions behind his abduction remained a mystery to Yi Feng. Consequently, he resolved to feign compliance and bide his time to find a way to escape. Soon, after attending a few lectures, lunchtime arrived. When the woman approached him, she observed him with curiosity, leaving Yi Feng uncertain of her motives. The midday meal consisted of a pot of cabbage and potatoes, a fare reminiscent of what one might serve to labor camp inmates. Amusingly, as Yi Feng ate, the woman continued to watch him, creating an awkward atmosphere. Eventually, after he claimed to be full, she did not replace his bowl and instead finished the remaining food in it, leaving Yi Feng speechless. After dinner, there were activities that involved a group of people sitting together, sharing their feelings and discussing life and aspirations, which was essentially mere boasting. Yi Feng began to lose track of the true intentions of those who had brought him here. Was there something more concealed within this situation? At 9 o'clock, it was time for bed. They slept in a large dormitory with more than 10 people in a single room, the stench of feet nearly suffocating. Even though Yi Feng had never experienced such conditions before, it was undeniably difficult to endure. Yet, in pursuit of uncovering the hidden truths behind this ordeal, he persisted. Perhaps due to his status as a newcomer, he was assigned a private room, which, though not luxurious, was relatively clean. Importantly, at night, the woman accompanied him to bed. Likely to monitor him, Yi Feng felt a wave of frustration wash over him at her presence. What was her true intention? Chapter 50. Yi Feng, of course, was uninterested in her. While she was undeniably beautiful and well-endowed, he wondered how many others had received such treatment from her. He hoped she would not transmit any ailments to him. Yet, as it turned out, Yifeng had overthought it. She seemed genuinely interested in forming a connection with him. Throughout the night, she chatted with Yifeng about mundane matters, mostly talking while he occasionally responded, eventually dozing off. Before he fell asleep, she even washed his clothes for him. Breakfast the next morning was equally dismal, consisting of a bowl of plain rice porridge and a plate of pickled vegetables. Yet, observing the others devouring their meals as if they were feasting on delicacies, Yifeng realized the power of indoctrination was formidable. The subsequent lectures held little to note, as after a day in this environment, Yifeng felt himself nearly assimilating into their daily routine. Knowing from the outset that this was a pyramid scheme, he believed brainwashing would be impossible. However, upon arriving, he realized he had underestimated the complexity of such places. The restrictions on personal freedom were severe, with heavy iron gates always locked and walls embedded with shards of glass. No matter what one did, two individuals were always watching, even waiting outside for him when he needed to use the restroom, and he was sandwiched between them while sleeping. Even if Yifeng were to engage in a fight, the overwhelming number of guards deterred him from acting recklessly. After all, he had been drugged, and any confrontation would surely end poorly for him. Reflecting on his situation, Yifeng wished that Ming were present to assist him. The hierarchy and supervision here were strict, and any attempt at escape would endanger not just himself, but also his fellow inmates. The individual assigned to his group had already been thoroughly brainwashed, making collaboration for an escape nearly impossible. Reporting to the authorities was an even more ludicrous notion, as all personal belongings had been confiscated from the very first day, and their whereabouts remained unknown. Yifeng was not naive. He understood that the best course of action at this moment was to dispel any suspicion among the internal personnel. However, this was an undeniably complex endeavor. In the following days, Yifeng maintained a facade of compliance, attending meals, chanting slogans, and engaging earnestly in lectures, all the while embodying the demeanor of someone who had been brainwashed. His strategy was to impress the leaders, gain their trust, and ultimately secure a position within their ranks, thereby creating an opportunity for escape. During this period, Yifeng was quite restless, actively engaging with newcomers, attempting to forge connections by delivering lectures and indoctrinating them, assuming the role of a life mentor. To be honest, he felt a profound sense of guilt while undertaking such actions. However, he realized that if he refrained from doing so, others would inevitably follow suit. Thus, he resolved to facilitate their endeavors. After all, he had no intention of remaining confined in this dreary place, squandering his life. Yifeng yearned to see Qin Ruhan, to reunite with Wang Wen, and to bask in their warmth. Even to meet Chen Moyu would be a welcome change. Truly, no one knew the tribulations Yifeng had endured in recent days. He now resembled a fool, incessantly taking to the stage to chant slogans and even washing others' socks. His wealth of experience rendered his thoughts remarkably clear during lectures, far surpassing those of his peers. Chapter 51. Due to Yifeng's exceptional performance, the leadership gradually began to take notice of him. After a few days, he was summoned to the office for a discussion. However, this was merely another form of indoctrination. In the office, the leader constantly urged Yifeng to work diligently, expressing confidence in his abilities and predicting that he would become a millionaire within 3 years. Upon hearing these words, Yifeng feigned gratitude, shedding tears, while secretly contemplating how to gather information and escape from this place. A few days later, Yifeng had seemingly ascended to the position of group leader, overseeing a team of 10, which included the very person who had initially shared his group and the beautiful woman who had accompanied him at the start. As for that beautiful woman, their interactions were nothing more than a pretense. While romance could blossom in this place, it could not be pursued earnestly. Should physical needs arise, they could be discreetly addressed. On several occasions, while Yifeng was in the restroom, he overheard peculiar noises. It was only later that he witnessed a woman in her 20s exiting the men's restroom with a middle-aged man. Yet, these occurrences were of no concern to Yifeng, who was preoccupied with thoughts of escape. During these peculiar days, a profound longing for Qin Ruhan began to surface within him. He wondered if she was worried about him. However, as the days passed without anyone seeking him out, it became apparent that establishing contact with them would be a formidable challenge. It must be said that during the days of Yifeng's disappearance, Qin Ruhan and the others were truly frantic, desperately seeking news of him. Qin Ruhan even mobilized all her subordinates, yet they returned empty-handed. As for Yifeng, he patiently awaited an opportunity, which finally arrived after several days. That day, the leader summoned Yifeng to the office once more, remarking on his eloquence and expressing a desire to promote him to a lecturer. However, prior to that, Yifeng was required to attend training at another company, which, in essence, meant continuing the indoctrination elsewhere. Before departing, the leader provided numerous instructions, essentially warning Yifeng not to attempt an escape, assuring him that as long as he remained within the city, he would be apprehended. Just as the departure time approached, the leader suddenly fell silent, neither seeking out Yifeng nor instructing him to find him. Unable to contain himself any longer, Yifeng ventured to the office to inquire about the situation. However, upon entering, he found the guards following closely behind, locking the door behind him. This turn of events caused Yifeng's heart to race with trepidation. "Is there something you need?" the leader inquired with a smile. Yifeng responded, "Weren't we supposed to go to another company for training? I wanted to ask when we would be leaving." In truth, this situation presented Yifeng with a rare opportunity. In a place as tightly controlled as this, escaping necessitated seizing such chances. Otherwise, he feared he would never again see Qin Ruhan. Thus, he resolved to act quickly, determined to uncover who was orchestrating this scheme against him. Chapter 52. Do not rush. Continue your studies, and I will send you, the leader replied calmly. Hearing this, Yifeng felt a twinge of disappointment, though he concealed his feelings to avoid raising suspicion. Nevertheless, as he absorbed the leader's words, anxiety began to creep into his heart. After a brief pause, Yifeng quickly added, "In the past few days, I have been assisting the 3 newcomers, and 2 of them are already considering payment." The leader smiled and said, "Good. Keep up the great work, young man. If you achieve something noteworthy in the future, I will surely reward you." Yifeng initially believed their conversation had concluded, but immediately after leaving the leader's office, he was seized by 2 enforcers who dragged him to a stairwell at the end of the corridor. Without a word, one of them delivered a punch to Yifeng's face. As stars danced before his eyes, he yearned to retaliate, but the effects of the drugs rendered him powerless. Truth be told, throughout this ordeal, Yifeng had never experienced such indignities. Had someone treated him this way outside, the outcome would have been predictable. Moreover, with a Ming by his side, only those of considerable stature dared approach him. Suppressing his anger, Yifeng demanded to know their intentions. One of the enforcers pointed at him and said, "Don't think we aren't aware of your little thoughts. You want to escape, right? Go ahead, give it a try. If it weren't for the leader offering you an opportunity today, I would have dealt with you right now." Upon hearing their words, Yifeng's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that his intentions would be so easily discerned. It seemed that the enforcer's gaze was indeed keen. It became evident that if he were to attempt escape, he would need to proceed with caution. The 2 men glared at Yifeng, warning him to refrain from harboring such thoughts in the future. Yifeng remained silent, internally vowing that one day he would return to seek retribution. Following this incident, Yifeng returned to join his team for breakfast. Although his companions likely sensed that something was amiss, none approached him to inquire about the situation. In truth, Yifeng himself was perplexed. The leader had previously treated him well, so why had the atmosphere shifted so drastically? Moreover, he believed he had concealed his intentions perfectly. How had they managed to uncover his desire to escape? Throughout the day, Yifeng spoke little, preoccupied with these questions. Yet he could not arrive at a conclusion. It was not until just before bedtime that the beautiful woman from his group, Xie Jiejia, unexpectedly sought him out. She waved at him from outside the door, saying, "Group leader, come out for a moment." In their previous casual conversations, Yifeng had learned that this young woman was a university student named Xie Jiejia. After interacting with her in recent days, Yifeng found her to be quite amiable, so he followed her outside without hesitation. The 2 guards at the door, upon seeing Yifeng, paid them no mind, continuing to smoke. For the leader regarded Yifeng with favor. As long as he did not attempt to flee, they felt no need to interfere. To Yifeng's surprise, once outside, Xie Jiejia led him directly to the kitchen, inquiring if he was hungry. "You call me out just for this?" Yifeng questioned, eyeing her suspiciously, unsure of her true intentions. Feeling somewhat irked, he thought the day had already been fraught with difficulties, and now it seemed she was toying with him. "Yes, I am a bit hungry. I was thinking of finding something to eat in the kitchen," he replied. "If you want to eat, go ahead. I'll be returning if there's nothing else." Yifeng expressed his annoyance. "No, as the group leader, I can't take anything without you around. I'll get scolded," she retorted. Yifeng finally comprehended why she had dragged him out. "You are utterly annoying." She playfully pouted, striking his chest before swiftly fleeing. Initially, this incident seemed trivial, and Yifeng paid little heed to it. However, in the following days, Xie Jiejia consistently sought him out, often sitting beside him with her bowl during meals, leaving him perplexed. Could it be that this girl harbored feelings for him? Being extraordinarily handsome certainly had its drawbacks. Yet, what Yifeng did not anticipate was that she had intentionally approached him. The next day, shortly after dinner, during some post-meal activities, she abruptly pulled Yifeng aside and inquired, "Did you get beaten up a few days ago?" Taken aback by her question, Yifeng promptly asked, "Who told you that? Who doesn't he know? You came back looking utterly wretched that day." "I just didn't have the heart to ask," she replied. "Team leader, I have a secret to share. Do you wish to know? Spit it out already." Yifeng retorted, feeling vexed. "You truly lack a sense of humor," Zhang Jijia remarked, rolling her eyes at him. Subsequently, Xie Jijia revealed that he had been warned that day, likely by someone from his own team. She had seen that individual conversing with two internal personnel for quite some time. Although she could not overhear their discussion, it was probable that they were framing him. On that very day, Yifeng had approached their superior, only to be struck by two internal staff members. This could not simply be a coincidence. There had to be a connection. Nevertheless, Yifeng believed he had no grievances with that person, making such animosity seem unwarranted. Thus, he queried Xie Jijia, "Are you certain he reported me?" "Most likely," she affirmed. "I often hear him speaking ill of you, calling you arrogant and petty, implying you are difficult to engage with." "Ha ha ha, he seems to know me quite well." Yifeng chuckled. Xie Jijia continued, "Team leader, you've been in the spotlight recently, swiftly rising to the position of team leader. You are the first here to achieve such a feat. Moreover, that person seems to have some issues. He appears to have connections with the leadership." Although her reasoning was sound, Yifeng remained somewhat skeptical. In such an environment, much of what others said could not be trusted. Moreover, having endured numerous trials, he was not easily deceived. Yet, the man assigned to his group undoubtedly posed an obstacle to his escape. Chapter 53. Xie Jijia did not elaborate further, but advised Yifeng to remain vigilant, cautioning him about the complexities of the people around him and urging him to avoid falling into traps. "Understood," Yifeng replied nonchalantly. "You can return to your business. I can manage on my own." Perhaps Yifeng's indifferent demeanor displeased Xie Jijia, for after speaking, she cast a lingering glance at him before departing. Nonetheless, after hearing her words, Yifeng felt a profound sense of helplessness. His every action was aimed at escape, so he naturally would exercise caution regarding such matters. He could not fathom what this girl was truly after. After pondering for quite some time, and with uncertainty lingering about whether he had indeed been discovered, Yifeng ultimately resolved to seek out the leadership. Upon entering the office, he directly inquired, "Has someone been speaking ill of me?" The leader feigned ignorance. Asking what he meant, Yifeng recounted the events following his departure from the office that day. However, upon hearing Yifeng's account, the leader began to chuckle. "Xiao Yi, have you ever heard the saying, 'A straight body fears not a slanted shadow'? I observe all your actions. Focus on your own affairs. How others report is their concern. Whether I believe it or not is my judgment." As he spoke, he approached Yifeng and patted him on the shoulder. "Indeed, there have been some rumors circulating, but I trust you. Otherwise, that day would not have been merely a punch. I've noticed you have been getting closer to Xie Jijia. She must have informed you of this matter." Upon hearing this, Yifeng felt a twinge of regret. When Xie Jijia had pulled him aside earlier, those individuals had been watching. He hoped he had not inadvertently placed her in jeopardy. Yet the leader suddenly grinned at Yifeng in a rather mischievous manner. "Are you two in a romantic relationship?" Taken aback, Yifeng quickly feigned embarrassment, lowering his head and softly denying, "No, she is merely my team member. We often communicate." "All right, you two have been inseparable lately. Do you think I am unaware?" Yifeng chose to remain silent, uncertain of the leader's true intentions. Besides, Xie Jijia was quite a decent person, and he did not wish to embroil her in trouble. When it came to matters of the heart, Yifeng was rather soft-hearted. Engaging in romance was inconsequential. Love was free here, provided it remained within bounds and did not become chaotic. "Both of you are capable and presentable. I intend to showcase you as exemplary figures and take you to visit other companies." Yifeng was surprised by the leader's unexpectedly favorable attitude. He continued, "Indeed. Someone reported you that day, but I did not take it seriously. It was merely a warning. You have been rather ostentatious lately, rapidly ascending to the position of team leader. It is only natural for some to feel envious. Therefore, I advise you to maintain a lower profile for a while, as the early bird gets the worm." The leader spoke with a tone akin to that of an elder advising a junior, imparting numerous pieces of advice. However, to Yifeng, it was utterly ridiculous. After having commanded storms for so long, he now found himself listening to the trivial admonishments of a small-time leader within a pyramid scheme. The very notion made him feel nauseated. Nevertheless, given his current predicament, he had no choice but to endure and maintain his facade. Chapter 54. However, to his astonishment, just as he exited the office, he found Xie Jijia waiting outside. "What do you want?" Yifeng inquired, gazing into her bright eyes. "Did you ask the leader about the report?" She asked bluntly. "I did." And I have confirmed that it was indeed that guy causing trouble, Yifeng replied. Yet, he was indifferent to these issues. As long as he could escape this wretched place, everything would be splendid. Following their exchange, Xie Jiejia did not press further. After a few casual remarks, they headed to the kitchen for dinner. However, halfway there, Xie Jiejia suddenly asked Yifeng, "Do you want to escape?" Taken aback by her words, Yifeng quickly scanned their surroundings, and, upon confirming that no one was nearby, he managed to regain his composure. Seeing this oblivious girl, he feigned nonchalance, pulling her along as he whispered through gritted teeth, "Are you trying to get us killed?" Yet, Xie Jiejia had already halted, grasping his arm and emphatically stating, "It is precisely because I do not wish to die that I want to escape. Some of those people have been here for 4 years. Who knows how many more years it will take to get out? How many 4-year spans does one have in life?" Yifeng again subtly glanced around, ensuring no one could overhear their conversation before pointing at her and asserting, "Are you out of your mind? If you want to run, do it on your own. I refuse to die with you." Of course, Yifeng's words were laced with irony. He indeed intended to escape. He simply would not do so alongside her. Although Yifeng possessed a certain tenderness towards women, when it came to matters concerning life and death, he would undoubtedly refrain from placing himself in perilous situations. After uttering his thoughts, he turned to depart, yet Xie Jiejia, in a desperate attempt, rushed from behind and embraced him. At that moment, her voice was laced with tears as she clung tightly to Yifeng, whispering in a pitiful tone, "Please, I truly have no other options. I do not wish to die here. I know you must have a way. Will you take me out? I beg you. I will give you whatever you desire. My family is wealthy." Yifeng paused momentarily, pondering whether this woman might be an heiress. However, her voice had already attracted the attention of onlookers nearby, and Yifeng felt an urge to extricate himself from her grip. Yet, by then, many had taken notice of their interaction. Thus, Yifeng resolved to turn around and envelop Xie Jiejia in his arms. In response to his embrace, she trembled, her bright eyes wide in astonishment as she instinctively attempted to break free. Sensing her struggle, Yifeng gritted his teeth and whispered fiercely, "If you wish to live, do not move. Many eyes are upon us, and the authorities believe we are in a romantic liaison. You must cooperate with me." Frightened by his words, Xie Jiejia immediately tightened her hold on him, rendering them an authentic-looking couple. Subsequently, Yifeng leaned closer to her ear, whispering softly, "I shall pretend I did not hear your previous words. Never entertain such notions again, do you understand? Otherwise, I will ensure you face the consequences. During this period, you ought to be learning, yet you seem to have absorbed nothing. You could become a millionaire in no time. How could you even think of escaping? Have you been kicked in the head by a donkey?" Upon hearing his remarks, Xie Jiejia appeared deflated, like a punctured balloon, her strength sapped as she leaned against him. Sobbing quietly, observing her state, Yifeng felt a twinge of conflict in his heart, yet he was left with no choice, as he remained uncertain of her true intentions. After all, their acquaintance had been brief, and should she be an agent sent by the authorities to test him, his compliance could lead to dire consequences. Moreover, having encountered numerous women, her tactics held no sway over him. In such a treacherous environment, he remained wary of everyone except himself. Eventually, as they continued their entangled exchange, a member of a pyramid scheme organization approached briskly, reprimanding them harshly. "You two need to be mindful of your influence. If you wish to embrace, find a secluded spot. It has been too long, and others are watching. It reflects poorly." In light of this admonishment, Yifeng led Xie Jiejia to the dining hall, behaving as if nothing had transpired. In truth, during the past few days, Yifeng had been contemplating whether to probe the authorities regarding their intentions to facilitate his escape. If he could manage to contact Qin Ruhan and others, even if not successful in fleeing, it would still be worthwhile. However, the fact that he had no knowledge of his current surroundings weighed heavily on him. The reality of such an existence was indeed tormenting, and his longing for Qin Ruhan had escalated to the brink of madness. Consequently, Yifeng had been devising plans to escape. Yet the security was so stringent that it felt like an insurmountable challenge, leaving him without any viable opportunities. After a week at the hideout, Yifeng finally encountered another chance to escape. However, this time, events unfolded in a manner he had not anticipated. Without Xie Jiejia's assistance, his chances of survival would have been exceedingly slim. In fact, following that day, Xie Jiejia sought him out several times, swearing that she was not a plant sent by the authorities but genuinely wanted to escape. Yet, each time, Yifeng managed to deflect her pleas. Even if he believed her, he could not afford to take along a liability on a venture already fraught with danger. Moreover, with the situation still unclear, he hesitated to make any promises. Through their encounters, he discerned that she was not lying, yet the uncertainty loomed large. Thus, he refrained from revealing his true thoughts to her. Daily, Yifeng mingled with this group, sitting cross-legged among them, engaging in idle chatter, feigning camaraderie as they dreamed of wealth, appearing as close as brothers. In reality, beneath the surface, they were rife with intrigue, each vying for riches, but most lacked the means to contribute, unable even to recruit subordinates. Consequently, their sole recourse was to gain the favor of the leaders. Here, each individual aspired to become a group leader, then a director or manager, reaching the pinnacle of success. In their eyes, Yifeng was a fortunate soul, having garnered the attention of the leadership shortly after his arrival. Yet, they remained oblivious to his fervent desire to escape this wretched place. As days passed, Yifeng scoffed internally at the notion of wealth. He had already amassed a fortune, 100,000 a month. Who among them could match such a wager? Although Yifeng had contemplated revealing his true identity to the leaders, he hesitated, uncertain of the connections held by those who had placed him here. Thus, he maintained his facade as a diligent worker. The leaders valued Yifeng because his persuasive tongue had convinced many newcomers to part with their money, generating substantial revenue for the company in his brief tenure. However, after the incident of being reported, he had opted for a more subdued approach, focusing on consolidating his position in this realm. Despite the peculiar circumstances, he managed to navigate his existence with some semblance of satisfaction. Now, it could be asserted that within the company, Yifeng's group was undoubtedly the most enthusiastic, albeit he did not include himself in that count. The leaders thrived on this atmosphere, continually emphasizing motivation, instilling in everyone the belief that they could become millionaires, urging them to proclaim their aspirations loudly. They sought to induce self-hypnosis among the ranks, feeding off the collective belief that if one person claimed wealth, others would follow suit. Indeed, not everyone in the company remained destitute. There were a few paragons, elegantly attired, adorned with luxury watches, driving fine cars, and frequently accompanied by beautiful women. They would casually visit, reminiscing about their shared past in the pyramid scheme, extolling the virtues of perseverance. Yifeng held their rhetoric in disdain, recognizing that while those at the pinnacle could amass wealth, the number of positions available at the summit was limited. He too found himself among the elite, dismissing their endeavors as folly. Ultimately, the days continued to pass, and with the lack of escape opportunities, Yifeng's anxiety grew increasingly palpable, compounded by the looming specter of a 1 million bet awaiting him. On the other side, after spending an entire day with Xie Jejia, conversing with Yifeng in this dismal place, he had gradually lowered his guard around her. Having experienced so much, he could discern the subtleties of whether Xie Jejia was being deceitful. Nevertheless, even with this understanding, Yifeng had no intention of escaping with her. After all, they were not related, and the uncertainties of what awaited them outside were daunting. His greatest fear was that during their escape, she might hinder him, leading them both into an irretrievable abyss. It seemed that the quest for genuine escape was indeed fraught with challenges. Chapter 57, perhaps due to the influence of their superiors. The pretense of a romantic relationship between Yifeng and Xie Jejia had become common knowledge among nearly everyone. This was an unavoidable situation, leaving Yifeng somewhat speechless. To avoid suspicion, he was compelled to play his part, exhibiting a semblance of intimacy in public, though in private, their interactions were often awkward. To speak candidly, Xie Jejia was exceptionally beautiful, and every time Yifeng caught sight of her alluring figure, he found it increasingly difficult to avert his gaze. The presence of such an enchanting woman beside him was undeniably challenging to resist. However, Yifeng understood that this was merely a primal impulse. Any notion of affection was far from reality. Yet, if either of them were to escape, he would certainly wish for it to be himself. For all he desired was to return and reunite with Xue Jiani and Qin Xingyan. Later, when Xie Jejia sought him out again, she did not mention escape, leading Yifeng to believe she had abandoned the idea, until this afternoon, when everything changed. A superior had come to inspect, one whose rank surpassed even their own leaderess. Arriving in a BMW 7 Series accompanied by a secretary, a clear display of ostentation. After lunch, the high-ranking official took the stage to deliver a lecture. It must be said that those in charge of this pyramid scheme had a distinctly different caliber of rhetoric. The persuasive skill exhibited was truly exceptional. While their instructors focused on recruiting others and teaching them how to manipulate people, this senior leader shared his personal experiences with heartfelt sincerity. When he recounted his business failures and the betrayal by his wife, even Yifeng found himself almost empathizing with him. If someone like Yifeng could feel this way, one could only imagine the effect on the others. Many were moved to tears, and even Xie Jejia's eyes glistened with moisture. It was astonishing how easily they were swayed. Observing the foolishness of those around him, Yifeng felt a sense of intellectual superiority rising within him. The leader continued to offer numerous encouraging remarks, leading the group in chants of slogans, proclaiming the need to greet today with wholehearted love. As it marked the beginning of all success, the atmosphere was electrified. Yifeng couldn't help but admire the skill of this leader. Achieving such success in pyramid schemes could certainly be deemed a victory in life. However, he was unprepared for the fact that this very leader would provide him with his first opportunity to escape. Due to the significant hierarchy within the organization and his elevated status, the leader could not remain visible for long. After delivering his lecture, he retreated to an office for discussions with their supervisor. Later in the afternoon, an announcement was made. The senior leader intended to take a select few of the highest performers out for a celebratory dinner. In that moment, Yifeng recognized his chance. His group had indeed achieved the best results, closing nearly 300,000 in sales in a short period, of which a significant portion was orchestrated by Yifeng himself. Thus, it was inevitable that he would be included in the celebration. Chapter 58. Although Xie Jijia had not recruited anyone, 2 newcomers brought in through other channels were credited under her name, resulting in nearly 40,000 in earnings, so her performance was commendable. As expected, the leader called out 6 names, including those of Yifeng and Xie Jijia. Amidst the envious glances from others, Yifeng outwardly cheered, while internally, he remained composed. Contemplating the potential for escape, the leader instructed them to prepare for the evening's dinner with the senior official, emphasizing the importance of presenting themselves well. As they were headed to a hotel, they should not appear disheveled. It would be obvious they were involved in a pyramid scheme. The selected individuals began to tidy up, with some even donning new outfits they had packed away before arriving, though typically locked in cabinets to prevent use. Xie Jijia also changed into a fresh dress and styled her hair, looking quite lovely. As Yifeng admired her slender legs encased in black stockings, he felt a stir of excitement within him, perhaps influenced by the atmosphere created by the senior leader. It was better this way. He hoped she wouldn't cause any trouble that might jeopardize him. However, unexpectedly, just before their departure, Xie Jijia discreetly slipped a note into Yifeng's hand. At that moment, the senior leader was addressing the group, and the sudden gesture startled Yifeng, causing him to tense up. He cautiously received the note, stowing it away in his pocket. Once he noticed no one was paying attention to them, he exhaled in relief, internally chastising Xie Jijia for her recklessness. Before leaving, he found an excuse to visit the restroom, where he opened the note she had given him. Her handwriting was quite elegant, but the content made him break into a cold sweat. I believe this is an opportunity. Regardless of whether you choose to run or not, I am determined to escape. I do not ask for your assistance. I merely request that you do not disclose this matter. Once I am safe, I will find a way to rescue you. Yifeng realized that Xie Jijia had become utterly obsessed. What could she possibly do to facilitate an escape? In his view, her thoughts bordered on the absurd. If he were not being suppressed, escape would be feasible, but under the current constraints, it was entirely unthinkable. Contemplating this, Yifeng discarded the note into the toilet. Frustratingly, he was aware that everyone knew about their relationship. They were now inextricably linked. If she attempted to flee, it would be detrimental to him as well. Her actions effectively forced him onto her battlefield, leaving him no option to distance himself. Yifeng had initially aimed to explore opportunities for escape. If one presented itself, he would seize it, but if none were available, he would endure and wait for the next chance. Yet, with Xie Jijia's impulsive move, she had wholly obstructed his retreat. In such a pressing situation, the truth was, if one genuinely wished to escape, the task was exceedingly arduous. Moreover, Yifeng had no knowledge of the surroundings. If he were to flee, he wouldn't even know where to go. Attempting to escape without any reconnaissance was utterly absurd. Chapter 59. After exiting the restroom, Yifeng sought opportunities to converse with Xie Jijia, aiming to clarify the gravity of the situation and implore her to refrain from acting impulsively. However, despite Yifeng's relentless search, such an opportunity eluded him entirely. Upon exiting their hideout, they immediately boarded a van, which, aside from the 6 of them, also housed several enforcers from within the organization, who scrutinized them intently, not allowing a word to escape their lips. The van's windows were shrouded in opaque film, rendering the outside world invisible. Even a curtain separated the driver's compartment, making it impossible for Yifeng to memorize their escape route. As the vehicle drove on, Yifeng surmised they were in the outskirts, possibly in a remote area, which bore little difference from rural settings. The journey lasted over half an hour before they finally reached the city's edge. By the time they arrived, darkness had enveloped the surroundings, and they halted in front of a hotel where several insiders awaited their arrival. Counting those inside the van, approximately 10 individuals were present, leaving little hope for escape even if the 6 of them united. Moreover, it seemed that only Yifeng and Xie Jejia harbored thoughts of fleeing. The rest would likely hinder their attempts. Seeking help from others appeared to be a distant hope, as one could never be sure of their willingness to intervene. And even if they did believe, there was no guarantee they would involve themselves. People nowadays tend to be indifferent to matters that do not concern them. Yifeng had heard that many here were linked to pyramid schemes, and he feared that seeking assistance could lead to being reported instead. At this moment, he found himself reminiscing fondly about Ming. Had that fellow been present, even if they were cornered, he would have carved a bloody path to freedom. Yet, considering the audacity of their superior to bring them out here, Yifeng reasoned that there must be a confidence in preventing their escape. Observing the leader's current demeanor, Yifeng suspected he had abandoned this operation and was searching for another opportunity. However, upon recalling the note from Xie Jejia, he felt an intense desire to eliminate her immediately. Nevertheless, it must be said that the leader did possess a certain charisma. Upon entering the private room, he ordered an extravagant feast of seafood and game, along with several bottles of expensive liquor, and soon they began to eat and converse. Whether by design or coincidence, the leader insisted Yifeng sit beside him and engaged him in considerable conversation, perhaps probing for information. Of course, since joining this organization, Yifeng had remained diligent. These individuals likely perceived him as an ordinary person. The leader began to inquire about Yifeng's background, much like conducting a census, where he was from, his age, and the number of family members. Yifeng dared not be remiss, answering his questions honestly, only to be taken aback when the leader abruptly shifted the conversation. Young man, what do you think of our organization? Yifeng momentarily froze, quickly gathering his wits to respond. I think it's exceptional. This place suits me perfectly. In just 2 months, I have achieved remarkable results and earned a substantial commission. I am confident I can make a fortune here. Few could rival Yifeng in the art of persuasion. Indeed, upon hearing his words, the leader beamed, his eyes narrowing with delight. It is a good sign that you think this way. I was once like you, when I first arrived. I doubted this was legitimate and believed it to be a scam with no profits. However, I later came to trust it, as I witnessed many who left here earning considerable wealth, just as you see me now. Our experiences are similar. I too began with no funds and struggled to recruit others. Yet through my efforts, I have risen to this position. Yifeng nodded vigorously, eagerly affirming, yes, yes, yes. You are my role model. I will certainly learn from you. Unexpectedly, the leader remarked, your superior informed me of your arrival, describing you as an outstanding newcomer. I decided to come personally to assess your capabilities. The headquarters may establish a new branch after the new year, but we have yet to find a suitable manager. I believe you possess that potential. Upon hearing these words, Yifeng felt an overwhelming urge to slap him. Here he was, a man worth hundreds of thousands. Listening to this fellow discuss a mere few thousand in salary, the sensation was akin to a thorn lodged in his throat, utterly indescribable. However, this thought was swiftly cast aside. He understood it was merely a grand illusion he had painted for himself, a narrative he likely shared with many others. Whether one fell for it or not depended entirely on the individual. Yet, had this been during Yifeng's early university days, he believed he would have easily succumbed. The leader then toasted them several times, offering words of encouragement, which stirred excitement among the group as they drained glass after glass. Even Xie Jejia consumed several drinks in succession. Seeing her in such a state eased Yifeng's anxiety, for if she intended to escape, she would not be able to drink so much, hinting that she understood the gravity of their situation. But just after Yifeng had downed 2 bottles of beer, Xie Jejia suddenly expressed her need to use the restroom. Noticing her peculiar behavior, Yifeng felt a sense of foreboding wash over him. Without hesitation, he informed the leader that Xie Jejia might be a bit inebriated and wished to accompany her. The leader playfully teased Yifeng, do you have enough time? Hurry back. But be careful not to strain your back. The others, aware of Yifeng and Xie Jejia's relationship, joined in the banter. As he feigned a chuckle, Yifeng wrapped his arm around Xie Jejia's waist, and they exited the private room together. Upon reaching the door, several insiders were keeping watch. Seeing the pair emerge, one of them inquired, what are you two doing? Yifeng replied that they wished to use the restroom, and one of them responded, I'll take you both. Yifeng realized things were not as straightforward as they seemed. These individuals clearly did not trust him. However, having this insider accompany them might eliminate any thoughts Xie Jejia had about escaping. Yet, Yifeng was unprepared for Xie Jejia's fierce determination to flee, which surpassed his own. The hotel restroom was gender segregated, Entering through one door led to the men's room on the left and the women's on the right. Yifeng had initially planned to use the men's room for a quick moment and then wait for Xie Jie outside. Unexpectedly, seizing the opportunity when the insider was distracted, Xie Jie pulled him into the women's restroom. In the dimly lit restroom, Xie Jie stood before Yifeng, clad in a fitted little black dress that accentuated her alluring figure, her voluptuous curves perfectly defined. Her striking red lips stood out vividly in the shadows of the restroom. At that moment, her delicate fragrance wafted toward Yifeng, instantly transforming the cramped space into one filled with an intoxicating atmosphere. It must be said, Xie Jie's figure was indeed enticing. "What are you doing? Do you realize that your actions could jeopardize us?" Yifeng inquired, attempting to lower his voice amid her reckless behavior. He understood that if their situation were discovered by the insiders outside, it would spell disaster. Moreover, should they be caught once, they would plunge directly into an abyss of despair. "I truly cannot remain here any longer. Let us escape together," Xie Jie implored. Leaning closer and speaking softly, her fair cheeks, tinged with a hint of crimson from inebriation, stirred a tumult of emotions within Yifeng. Certainly, Yifeng was acutely aware that this was not the time for him to become distracted by such sentiments. He understood that if they lingered too long, those insiders would inevitably come looking for them, and he was not willing to bear such risks. Therefore, he glared at Xie Jie in agitation and exclaimed, "What are you trying to do by dragging me down with you? Do you really think we can escape in this situation? Have you lost your mind? If we both perish, what benefit is there for you?" Hearing Yifeng's words, Xie Jie's eyes momentarily reflected panic, evidently startled by Yifeng's anger. For this girl was rather timid. However, just as Yifeng finished his outburst, the voice of one of the insiders suddenly erupted in their ears. "What the hell have you two been doing in there for so long? I advise you not to entertain any foolish thoughts, or I will make you regret it." Accompanying this threat, the sound of hurried footsteps approached the restroom. The commotion outside sent a shiver down Yifeng's spine. He shot another glance at Xie Jie and growled under his breath, "Well done, now we're both doomed." Witnessing the disturbance, Xie Jie abruptly grasped Yifeng's hand. At that moment, as Yifeng's hand rested on her, Xie Jie let out a sound that was both enchanting and disorienting, reverberating throughout the cramped space. In that instance, Yifeng found himself utterly bewildered. He attempted to withdraw his hand, but her grip was firm, preventing any escape. Yet, after a moment of confusion, upon witnessing Xie Jie's peculiar gaze, he quickly grasped her intentions. She aimed to use this sound to distract the guard outside. After all, the outsiders were well aware of their purpose for entering. Thus, in tandem with her, Yifeng also emitted some indescribable noises. "Brother, just give us a little more time," he called out, feigning urgency. "You two hurry up." Fortunately, their ruse appeared to be effective. Upon hearing Yifeng's voice, the insider muttered some curses and fell silent. After all, the higher-ups had previously granted them time, so lingering a bit longer should not pose a problem. However, to Yifeng's astonishment, at the moment he and Xie Jie intertwined, the effects of the alcohol they had consumed surged within his mind. This intoxication felt distinctly different from the ordinary kind. Yifeng turned to Xie Jie. Noticing her gaze fixed upon him, her once fair cheeks now flushed as if they might bleed. Gradually, with an entranced expression, she leaned closer to Yifeng. Observing her beguiling demeanor and feeling her warm breath upon him, Yifeng felt a surge of impulse, and without engaging in conversation, he drew her into his embrace, decisively initiating an action. "What is happening?" As he moved, Yifeng realized his consciousness was slipping from his grasp. Something was amiss with that drink. Could it be that the leader had sinister intentions here? As Yifeng acted, Xie Jie's body went limp, collapsing against him as she murmured, "Yifeng, what is wrong with me? My head is spinning, yet it feels so wonderful. If only it could stay like this forever." Hearing her words ignited a fire within Yifeng, causing his actions to become frantic. The poor girl was incapable of rational thought, which only intensified her emotions. "No, this cannot continue." At the last moment, he managed to restrain himself, forcefully pushing Xie Jie away. Yifeng slapped his own cheeks, and then hers, striving to break free from the overwhelming heat. "Please, don't do this. It makes me feel terrible," Xie Jie protested, twisting in distress. At this point, Yifeng was certain that the leader's alcohol was indeed compromised. This time, the scoundrel had ulterior motives beyond just the celebration. Could it be that he was connected to those who had attacked him? "Continue," Yifeng urged softly as Xie Jie fell silent. He recognized that as long as her voice continued, they would not arouse suspicion. In this precarious situation, maintaining clarity was exceedingly challenging. However, soon, upon noticing the window beside the women's restroom, Yifeng realized this was his only chance. "Xie, I will lift you up," he whispered, formulating a quick plan in his mind. Xie gazed at him with dazed eyes, and Yifeng crouched down, allowing her to mount his shoulders. Then, with great effort, he stood, lifting her to reach the window, and she climbed out. Just as Yifeng prepared to follow her, the voice of the insider resounded once more. "Have you finished yet? I'm giving you one more minute. If you don't come out, I will come in myself." Hearing the voice from outside sent a jolt of panic through Yifeng, and he shouted feebly, "We're almost done, just a moment." As he spoke, he desperately clawed at the window ledge and finally managed to pull himself through. After emerging from the window, he found Xie anxiously waiting for him. Upon jumping down, he scanned the surroundings and realized that the only way out of the hotel was a single road. If they fled directly, they would surely be discovered along the road. Yet, if they ventured into the wilderness, the treacherous terrain would likely spell their demise before they could escape. "What should we do?" Xie clutched his arm, her expression one of sheer panic. Observing her state, Yifeng felt a surge of frustration, tempted to scold her, yet recalling their earlier intimate moment. He found his anger inexplicably subdued. This girl only knew how to run, yet had no idea what to do once they escaped. Nevertheless, remaining near the restroom was certainly ill-advised. With that thought, Yifeng quickly pulled Xie toward the thicket, aiming to find refuge. While running, a sudden inspiration struck him. He removed one of his shoes and tossed it toward the roadside. Perhaps it could serve a purpose later. However, just as the shoe left his hand, he heard the furious voice of the boss from afar. "How dare you try to escape? Go find them. Bring them to me. Break their hands and feet." Upon hearing the boss's enraged outburst, Yifeng felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Why was he always the target of such threats? He understood that the boss had previously regarded him favorably, as he had helped generate considerable profit and brought in numerous people. Yet, their attempt to flee had undoubtedly crossed a line. If he were to face the boss's wrath while under the influence of that drug, he would surely be doomed. Of course, if Yifeng could manage to escape, he would have nothing to fear. In fact, he would return with his subordinates to reclaim everything they had taken from him during this time. However, given the current circumstances, the prospect of escape seemed almost impossible. Upon reaching this thought, Yifeng cast an indignant glare at Xie. It was this girl who had ensnared him. She was courting disaster and had the audacity to drag him down with her. Truly, how outrageous. Now both of us are doomed. Just look at this desolate wilderness. How on earth can we escape? Your brain could truly use a severance. Yifeng muttered angrily, fixing his gaze on Xie's face, now glistening with fine beads of sweat. I also don't know," Xie lamented, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. Finding herself trapped here, encountering Yifeng to assist her escape was already a stroke of luck. There was no room to consider anything further. Alas, Yifeng could not blame anyone. Chapter 63 was indeed a moment of impulsiveness. He had been blinded by Xie's allure, leading to such a foolish act. He was, after all, a gentleman of virtue. On the other side, the big boss, along with his anxious associates, had rushed out of the hotel and began searching for their whereabouts in separate directions. At this moment, Yifeng noticed a group of individuals scanning the area around the hotel, while a few others began to approach the thicket where they were hiding. Upon witnessing this scene, Yifeng felt a lump in his throat, fear coiling around his heart like a venomous serpent. Imagining the dire consequences if they were discovered, despite having faced countless dangers, his heart raced wildly. The autumn air was slightly chilly, and the pallid moon loomed ominously above, casting mottled shadows across the dense thickets. At that moment, Yifeng longed for a thick cloud to obscure the bright moon overhead. However, such a wish went unfulfilled, as he observed the approaching figures scanning their surroundings. An indescribable fear enveloped him. Fortunately, just as they reached the midway point, a shout echoed from behind them. "Here! They dropped a shoe here. It seems they must have fled down the road. We should hurry and pursue them." Hearing the shouts from behind, the group finally halted, scanning the area before hastily running off to join their companions. Witnessing this, Yifeng felt a slight sense of relief wash over him. Throughout this ordeal, Xie had been gripping Yifeng's arm tightly, her palm slick with perspiration. Yifeng turned to her, noting her furrowed brow and pale, distressed expression. He sighed softly, gently patting the back of her hand to signal her to relax and not worry excessively. In truth, Yifeng was uncertain of the precise reason for this girl's desperate escape, but it was evident that this group was no good. Given the circumstances, he might as well consider himself a savior of a damsel in distress. Regardless, the situation had reached this point, and lamenting further would be futile. He had to contemplate how to escape. Most importantly, This wretched place was devoid of civilization, making any attempt at fleeing nearly impossible, unless someone could provide them transport. They were utterly without options. Additionally, he had no idea how far they were from the city center, nor did he know if they were even in Pingcheng. Acting recklessly could prove extremely hazardous. Just as Yifeng pondered possible strategies, the sound of car engines reached his ears. Following the noise, perhaps due to his earlier impulsive act of discarding a shoe, the big boss and his crew were already boarding their vehicle, seemingly preparing to set off in pursuit of them. Thus, they remained concealed within the shrubbery until the big boss's car drove away, at which point Yifeng took Xie Jiejia's hand, cautiously peering as they emerged from the thicket. They moved with great care, stealthily approaching the entrance of the hotel while casting glances inside. The hotel appeared to be thriving. Yifeng observed numerous luxurious vehicles parked outside. Realizing this, he understood that their only chance of escape lay in enlisting the help of the patrons dining there. Chapter 64. With this thought in mind, Yifeng led Xie Jiejia to a thicket close to the hotel parking lot, hoping for a turn of fortune. Yifeng, what are we going to do now? Xie Jiejia whispered cautiously, clutching his arm. Listening to her inquiry, Yifeng replied quietly, we must wait for someone to take us away. This is our only option. As long as someone can aid our escape, we will be free. But I fear they might alert others. Xie Jiejia bit her lip in concern. We have no other recourse. You heard what happened to those who were captured. We have no choice but to take a chance. What other options do we have? Yifeng glared at Xie Jiejia. Yes, I'm sorry for dragging you into this, she said, her expression gloomy as she looked at Yifeng. Yifeng disregarded her apology and remained focused on the parking lot. After a while, he finally spotted a middle-aged man in gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of authority as he sauntered out of the hotel. As he entered the parking lot, he pressed a button on his key, and with two chirps, a luxury car's doors responded with a crisp sound. Observing this scene, Yifeng realized their opportunity had arrived. This man appeared to be a successful individual. Although Yifeng was not adept at reading people, he could surmise that this gentleman was likely a cadre, perhaps a minor leader. Since he was a leader, he should have no ties to this nefarious organization. With this thought, Yifeng, without hesitation, urged Xie Jiejia to hasten towards the middle-aged man. The man paused, momentarily taken aback, then took a cautious step back. Sir, please help us. We have escaped from a pyramid scheme. Can you take us away from here? We implore you. Upon hearing Yifeng's plea, the man scrutinized him from head to toe before solemnly inquiring about the identity of the organization's leader. Yifeng hesitated, recalling that he had been here long enough to realize he did not even know the name of a single leader. The vigilance of these individuals was astonishing. Someone like Yifeng had no knowledge of the organization's specifics. Left with no choice, Yifeng quickly described the boss's appearance to him. After listening to Yifeng's description, the man appraised him once more, appearing contemplative before finally saying, very well, you may accompany me in the car. The middle-aged man's response alleviated a great weight from Yifeng's shoulders. After expressing his gratitude profusely, he took Xie Jiejia and climbed into the back seat of the man's luxury car. You look like a student, the man said, frequently glancing at Yifeng through the rearview mirror. Ha ha ha, do I resemble a student? Indeed, I might seem a bit youthful, Yifeng replied, feeling quite pleased. Xie Jiejia looked at Yifeng with exasperation. It was the first time she had encountered such a self-absorbed person. However, the man's peculiar demeanor raised Yifeng's suspicions. Of course, as he was in need of assistance, Yifeng responded truthfully, stating that he was merely a Didi driver. Subsequently, the man posed several questions, primarily concerning matters of romance and family. When Yifeng mentioned he was just an ordinary person, the man's face flickered with a cold smirk, heightening Yifeng's wariness. Chapter 65. After a series of inquiries, the man fell silent, accelerating down the road, which gradually eased Yifeng's wariness. Throughout the journey, the man continuously sent messages on his phone, leaving Yifeng puzzled about the matter at hand. Just as Yifeng believed they had evaded danger and was preparing to rest, the man's car suddenly came to a halt. All right, I've brought you what you wanted. This man, I'll borrow him for a few days, he announced, rolling down the window. Yifeng's heart raced at the man's words, prompting him to glance outside. Upon seeing the familiar yet menacing face of the big boss, he realized that their situation had taken a turn for the worse. It appeared that the man had been in contact with the big boss all along. Why hadn't he considered that the local populace was in cahoots? Relying solely on their strength, escaping from this predicament seemed increasingly improbable. Boss Gao, do you want this fellow to go to your club? The big boss inquired, addressing the middle-aged man in the car. Indeed, I have a special guest arriving at my club today, and he can assist me with that woman. I can tell that she has a penchant for boys like him, Boss Gao replied candidly. Yifeng's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. What? They want him to entertain guests? That might not be so bad. However, given the man's previous demeanor, Yifeng recognized that his instincts had been correct. Yet, it was of little use to have accurate instincts. Why did they need to deal with a woman? What was their intention with him? He was utterly in the dark. Yifeng could only concede that he was too handsome. But to have him, a straightforward man, entertain guests, if it meant escaping this dreadful place, he would surely return with reinforcements to flatten it. After a brief exchange of pleasantries with the big boss, Boss Gao turned and cast a sly glance at them, unlocking the car door. Once the door was opened, the lurking insiders immediately dragged Xie Jijia out of the car. Watching Xie Jijia struggle against her captors, Yifeng felt an overwhelming gloom settle over him. Faced with such numbers, he felt utterly powerless, the effects of the drug rendering him incapable of resistance. After Xie Jijia was taken, the big boss, as promised, did not take Yifeng with him. After thanking Boss Gao, he ordered the insiders to escort Xie Jijia back to the car. Where are you taking me? Yifeng asked the man in a low voice. Haha, you'll find out soon enough, the man replied with a cold laugh. At that moment, a familiar figure appeared outside the car, flanked by a large contingent of police officers who had effectively subdued the big boss's influence. Upon recognizing that familiar face, Yifeng was momentarily stunned. No way. It's Chen Moyu. Chapter 66. Seeing Chen Moyu here stirred a flicker of emotion within Yifeng. Get out of the car, Chen Moyu commanded sternly from outside. However, when the man exited the vehicle, Chen Moyu froze for a moment. Director Liu? Yifeng was taken aback, never having anticipated that this man wielded such power. Who else could elicit such a response from Chen Moyu? It was clear. Yifeng felt as though he was on the brink of losing his mind. What are you doing here? I'm on a mission, and you're interrupting. On a mission? Chen Moyu hesitated, glancing at Yifeng with concern. Should we take this kid back for questioning to see if he has been drugged? I discovered he had a connection with a female employee from Tianing Company. What are you all planning to do? Chen Moyu struggled to find her words. Seizing the moment when no one was watching, Yifeng quickly slipped behind Chen Moyu and whispered, "Give me your phone." Without hesitation, Chen Moyu handed her phone to him. What are you doing? Trying to run? Director Liu barked at Yifeng. Yifeng exchanged a glance with Chen Moyu, remaining silent as he returned to Director Liu's side. Subsequently, under Director Liu's reprimand, Chen Moyu clenched her teeth and led the team back. Throughout this ordeal, the big boss observed with a cold smirk, seemingly unfazed by the unfolding events. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for crossing paths with the wrong people. You'll be stuck under my thumb for life, Director Liu jeered from the car. Yifeng remained silent, pondering who might be plotting against him. The individual capable of manipulating someone like Director Liu was certainly no ordinary foe. Had he offended someone from his mercenary days? Yifeng preferred not to dwell on it. Damn it. All I wanted was to make some money and enjoy the company of women. Why is it so difficult? Nevertheless, after receiving the phone from Chen Moyu, Yifeng was handed over to a group of guards upon arriving at their destination. After a few days of serving drinks, he was once again returned to the big boss's custody. In the days that followed, Yifeng began to behave more submissively. This was not only to lower the big boss's guard, but also to grant himself some breathing room to gather evidence against the big boss and the director, aiding Chen Moyu and Qin Ruhan. During this time, the group consistently brought Yifeng to bars to cater to various older women, even sending him to the hotel's spa to provide massages for women. It was evident that the hotel belonged to the big boss's conglomerate. Clearly, he intended to exploit Yifeng's value in other ways, given that he could no longer effectively engage in pyramid schemes. Likewise, Xie Jijia was not having a good time either. However, for reasons unknown, the big boss only required her to serve drinks and refused to allow her to entertain clients. That evening, Yifeng was once again escorted to the hotel. Unlike previous visits, today he encountered two pivotal women who had been crucial during his and Xie Jijia's escape. Upon entering the spa, Yifeng was assigned to serve customers. Chapter 67. As he stepped into the spa, two alluring figures in the VIP room instantly captivated his attention. The silhouettes hinted at beauty. After days of serving older women, could he finally indulge in the pleasures of youth? Yifeng, come here and attend to this lady first, the spa attendant called out. The spa was relatively empty when Yifeng arrived, and he wasted no time responding to the attendant's request. Miss Qin, this is our assistant. Xiaoyi, I need to attend to another client, so I've asked him to assist you. Please bear with him for a moment. I'll be back shortly. The attendant respectfully addressed the enchanting woman. Yifeng was taken aback by the attendant's deferential demeanor. What could the woman's status be for the usually authoritative attendant to act so subserviently? What are you still doing standing there? Hurry up and attend to Miss Qin, the attendant urged, frowning at Yifeng. Initially, he had been waiting behind the beauty for instructions, but upon hearing the command, Yifeng quickly stepped forward. At last, he caught a glimpse of the woman's face. However, upon witnessing the beauty of the woman before him, he was instantly captivated, rendered speechless by her striking allure. Despite merely donning a light layer of makeup, her visage radiated an indescribable magnificence. The upward curve of her eyes, even with a seemingly indifferent expression, exuded an irresistible charm. When their gazes met, Yifeng discerned a fleeting moment of surprise in her countenance, as if she had encountered him before. Although perplexed by this reaction, he dutifully commenced to attend to this enchanting lady under the physician's instructions. He could not help but marvel at her exquisite face, struggling to divert his gaze elsewhere. At that moment, she sat before him, modestly draped in a white bath towel. He had never imagined that a woman of such slender stature could possess such remarkable curves. "Please assist me with an oil massage," Miss Qin requested, casting a glance at Yifeng with a sigh. "Miss Qin, which essential oil would you prefer?" Yifeng replied promptly, donning a smile in response to her words. "What fragrance do you favor?" Miss Qin inquired, her gaze fixed on Yifeng. "Rose essential oil?" Yifeng was taken aback, uncertain of her intentions. Was it customary to select an oil at a beauty salon? "Very well, let it be rose essential oil," she replied calmly, instructing him to begin from her back. As she spoke, she unwrapped the white towel without a hint of modesty. Though he had envisioned the sight beneath the towel countless times in a mere instant, the reality flooded his mind with heat, causing his cheeks to redden. How astonishing! Yifeng stole a glance at Miss Qin, realizing she was teasingly observing his reaction, evidently pleased with his response. As she lay down, he swallowed hard and approached the work table, cautiously dispensing the rose oil into his palms. The moment his hands made contact with Miss Qin's shoulders, her body shivered, eliciting a soft sound from her. Her tantalizing voice nearly caused Yifeng to falter, his knees weak with desire. "Feel free to apply more pressure. I can endure it," Miss Qin whispered gently. Responding to her request, Yifeng increased the pressure of his hands. As he massaged her, lost in thought, Miss Qin suddenly inquired, "Are you new here? I don't recall seeing you before." "Yes, I am new." Yifeng hesitated, contemplating whether to divulge the truth, but ultimately chose to remain discreet. "There's no need for such caution with me," Miss Qin remarked, a hint of annoyance in her tone. "Understood," Yifeng replied absently. As his hands traversed her delicate waist, the moment he touched her, she began to squirm. "Do you not know that I am ticklish?" She giggled. "Perhaps I should massage a different area," Yifeng thought, his thoughts straying to more daring possibilities. "Ah, you are indeed different," Miss Qin sighed again, then paused before continuing. "All right, please assist me with the front." Though Yifeng found her demeanor puzzling, his heart raced at her request. Just as he was about to help her turn over, there was a sudden commotion at the door. "All right, Xiao Yi, let me handle this. Please attend to Miss Chun in the other room. Remember to be gentle." The physician entered, interrupting their moment. "You're here?" Yifeng thought, reluctant to leave. He glanced at Miss Qin, who had already wrapped the towel around herself. With no choice, he nodded and proceeded to the other treatment room. However, upon opening the door, he was met with the sight of another stunning woman standing before him, completely unclothed. Instinctively, Yifeng froze. "My sincerest apologies. I did not mean to intrude." He quickly turned his back. Silence enveloped the room, accompanied by the rustling of fabric. "Turn around," the woman's icy voice commanded. The chill in her tone sent shivers down his spine. "Did you not heed my warning?" she repeated, her voice laced with an unsettling coldness. "Miss, I truly did not intend to barge in. Dr. Shi instructed me to enter." Yifeng hastily defended himself, eager to shift the blame to the physician. Understanding her status, he realized that a complaint from her could result in dire consequences. "Lift your head so I may see you," Miss Chen coldly instructed. Upon hearing her request, Yifeng cautiously turned to face her. To his surprise, she possessed an innocent demeanor. As she caught sight of him, Miss Chen appeared startled, retreating a couple of steps before steadying herself at the edge of the massage table. She wore a sheer lingerie set that left Yifeng parched with desire. To his embarrassment, he noticed her gaze scrutinizing him, her expression shifting momentarily before she regained her composure. "What is your name?" she inquired, returning to her frosty demeanor. "I am Yifeng," he replied, suppressing the surge of longing within him. To be honest, despite the constraints of this situation, he found himself quite enjoying the experience. "Yifeng," she echoed, suddenly smirking as she approached him, leaning in closely, whispering, "Did you enjoy the view?" "Delightful." No, not at all," Yifeng blurted out, his mind racing to retract his words, yet he found himself at a loss for a coherent explanation. "I fail to comprehend who permitted you to enter without knocking. Are you unaware of basic etiquette?" Miss Chun's demeanor shifted abruptly after hearing his name. It is not my fault. You should direct your complaints toward Dr. Shi. Yifeng thought bitterly. I shall report you, she declared, raising her hand as if to strike him. Her gesture caused Yifeng's heart to sink. Did wealth grant her the privilege to slap a man? Though ensnared in this predicament, he refused to allow a female client to treat him with such disrespect. In a swift motion, he seized her wrist, his expression turning icy. You have no right to strike me. If you wish to provoke me further, do so at your own peril, Yifeng warned, his tone deliberate and firm. Release me. Do not wear that expression. Miss Chen faltered, her composure shaken by the intensity of his gaze. If you refrain from striking me, I shall let you go, he stated solemnly. I understand. I shall not strike you. Miss Chen's voice softened. Upon hearing her words, Yifeng immediately released her hand. Truth be told, he had no desire to engage in conflict with her. However, to his utter astonishment, as soon as he let go, Miss Chen abruptly raised her hand once more, aiming a strike at Yifeng. What on earth do you intend to do? Yifeng grasped her wrist, gazing at her with fury. Yet, Miss Chen seemed oblivious, staring blankly at him as she murmured, This is it. This is the expression. With that, a flicker ignited in her eyes, and she lunged forward, wrapping her arms around Yifeng and fervently kissing him. The suddenness of the situation left Yifeng utterly bewildered. What in the world was happening? In that moment, Miss Chen kissed Yifeng passionately, pulling his hand to her body. I miss you. I truly miss you, she whispered between kisses, attempting to remove his white coat. Miss Chen, please calm down, don't do this. Yifeng hurriedly pushed her away and retreated to a distance. Yet, despite his retreat, Miss Chen was relentless. Her gaze filled with an insatiable desire akin to that of a long-repressed woman. She approached him again, gripping his arm, and seductively whispered in his ear. If you do not comply, I shall ensure you are dismissed. Do you understand? Yifeng, taken aback by her words, stared at her in shock, unsure of how to articulate his feelings. While nothing could be more blissful than this, he already had Qin Ruhan. Since encountering Miss Qin earlier, both women's reactions upon seeing Yifeng had been quite peculiar, leaving him utterly confused. With Miss Chen now presenting such an enigmatic proposition, he felt as though he were submerged in a profound abyss with no escape. Be obedient and help me with a massage, Miss Chen insisted, her gaze unwavering. Under the weight of her allure, Yifeng found himself unable to resist and began to gently massage her as she requested. Had she been an older matron, he would have declined without hesitation. However, her captivating beauty and graceful figure rendered him defenseless. After all, there was no harm in this. He consoled himself that he was being coerced. As he pressed down, Miss Chen emitted a soft sigh of pleasure. Use some essential oil, she murmured dreamily. Complying, Yifeng fetched the oil and poured it over her. He never imagined he would perform the very task he had neglected with Miss Chen on Miss Chen instead. His hands glided over her smooth skin, kneading with tenderness. I miss you. I truly miss you, Miss Chen murmured, gazing at him with longing. Yifeng yearned to inquire who they believed him to be, yet he ultimately refrained from voicing his question. At that moment, a noise at the door startled Yifeng. Could it be another physician arriving? With this thought, he quickly halted his actions and covered Miss Chen with a large towel. However, she remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding situation. Suddenly, the door swung open. What are you two doing? To Yifeng's utter disbelief, it was Miss Chen standing at the entrance. Faced with her presence, he was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Just as he prepared to explain, Miss Chen approached with a complex expression, pulling his hand away from Miss Chen. Xiaoxua, what are you doing? She inquired, her gaze laden with nuance. Still in a dazed state, Xiaoxua propped herself up with the towel, fixing a teasing stare at Miss Chen. Qin Meili, what's the matter? Are you worried that he with me? Do you want to compete for him like before? Xiaoxua, we agreed to let that matter rest. Can't we all just be fine? Upon hearing Xiaoxua, Qin Meili's expression darkened. Ladies, what is going on here? Yifeng hesitated, wanting to speak. This doesn't concern you. We will not return here, so this is your final encounter with us. As for what just transpired, please keep it confidential. Should I learn that anyone else is aware of this, I will ensure your life becomes unbearable, Qin Meili stated coolly, her tone laden with an unassailable authority. Yifeng could only nod in resignation. Yet, he sensed that Qin Meili's identity was undoubtedly extraordinary. His instincts had always been sharp. At that moment, Xiaoxua wrapped her alluring form in the towel and whispered something to Qin Meili. Instantly, Qin Meili's cheeks flushed crimson. Afterward, Xiaoxua neatly secured her towel and walked directly into the bathroom. As the sound of the shower filled the air, Qin Meili scrutinized Yifeng for a prolonged moment before sighing deeply. Very well, I shall contemplate this further. If we require assistance in the future, we shall seek you out. With that, She too entered the bathroom, leaving Yi Feng to ponder. Before long, both beauties emerged, impeccably dressed. Yi Feng was taken aback by their stunning appearances. Reflecting on the moments he had just spent with them, he contemplated whether he should refrain from washing his hands that night. To illustrate the tension between them, Xiaoxue donned a white tank dress paired with striped white stockings, radiating purity. In stark contrast, Qin Meili wore a sleek black dress accompanied by smooth black stockings, exuding the aura of a seductive goddess. As he beheld the striking juxtaposition of black and white, Yi Feng felt a lump form in his throat, his mind replaying their enticing forms. Xiaoxue gazed at him thoughtfully and hesitantly remarked, "If you are willing, you could assist me with my beauty treatments. We are quite busy and could benefit from your help." At her words, Yi Feng's heart raced with excitement. If he could truly assist them, perhaps his escape would be plausible. Seizing the moment while they were alone, Yi Feng discreetly approached the two women to share his current predicament, requesting their contact information. For reasons he could not fully comprehend, he felt a greater sense of trust towards these two than anyone else. He believed they would not betray him. After listening to his situation, the two women fell silent for a while before nodding in agreement. "Very well, this concludes our meeting for today," Li Shualai stated, casting a meaningful glance at Yi Feng. "We shall return to seek you out again," Xiaoxue affirmed, her gaze lingering on him with complexity. Yi Feng understood the implication behind their words as they settled the bill and departed from the beauty salon. Once they left, he hurried to inquire about their identities. But the physician merely shook his head, displaying a look of caution. Upon witnessing the physician's demeanor, Yi Feng discerned that he certainly dared not disclose the identities of the two enchanting women. Thus he relinquished that intention. Over the subsequent days, they did not return. And during this time, Yi Feng and Xie Jiejia continued to lead their lives with utmost restraint. However, the pyramid scheme organization did not relax its vigilance, as there were always individuals shadowing them wherever they went. Yi Feng diligently gathered evidence against the organization, recording every class, including instances when the boss summoned him to speak. Although he could not confront Lu Ju, the evidence he amassed would undoubtedly suffice to bring down the big boss. Now, all that remained was to await an opportune moment to extricate themselves from this predicament. It must be noted that throughout this period, Xie Jiejia's desire to escape had never waned. Despite Yi Feng's persistent counsel to maintain her composure, it was an exceedingly arduous task for the simple-minded girl to refrain from contemplating the notion of fleeing. Consequently, Yi Feng found himself utterly fatigued. The dual burdens of scouting for an escape opportunity and daily comforting Xie Jiejia drained both his physical and mental fortitude, leaving him on the brink of collapse. Fortunately, the big boss had not placed undue pressure on him lately, perhaps due to Yi Feng's exemplary performance, which had garnered substantial profits for the organization. Yet, his thoughts were perpetually occupied with the two beautiful women. Aside from occasionally attending to esteemed guests at the hotel, he spent most of his time at the beauty salon, where he found himself devoid of any inclination when faced with middle-aged women. After all, having once served such stunning beauties, how could he bear to confront aging bodies? Yi Feng's aversion did not go unnoticed by Mei Jie, the salon's owner. Today, having just begun his shift under the watchful eyes of the security personnel, Mei Jie summoned him to her office. With her legs crossed and arms folded, she regarded Yi Feng with a serious expression and remarked, "Yi Feng, your recent performance is evident, and I believe you are well aware of it. If you continue in this manner, it may become clear that you are unsuitable for this position. Should you find it impossible to continue here, I need not elaborate on how the big boss might arrange your future. Accompanying patrons may prove to be a challenging endeavor." Upon hearing Mei Jie's words, Yi Feng fell silent. Truth be told, his mind had been preoccupied with thoughts of the two women, rendering him disinterested in his work. Their prolonged absence weighed heavily on him, leaving him perplexed about what had transpired on their end. In Yi Feng's estimation, they should not have disappeared for such an extended period, and this situation instilled a profound sense of unease within him. Furthermore, this predicament tormented him, preventing him from achieving any semblance of peace. Chapter 71 Now, hearing Mei Jie express her sentiments, he genuinely felt disinclined to remain in this place any longer. He understood that even if he departed, the big boss would likely assign him to other tasks that would exploit his value. Perhaps venturing elsewhere could present new opportunities. Perhaps leaving here would liberate him from the torment associated with those two women, allowing him to focus on other endeavors in tranquility. Thus, Yi Feng cast a fleeting glance at her and replied, "Then I shall resign." "You are resigning?" Mei Jie exclaimed, her bright eyes widening in disbelief. Clearly, she had not anticipated Yi Feng's direct declaration of resignation. Yi Feng nodded and stated, "Yes, I no longer wish to be here. This place is not suitable for me." "Ah, you Just as Mei Jie intended to continue, the receptionist burst in, flustered and urgent. Mei Jie, there's someone here causing trouble. Upon hearing this, Mei Jie turned pale and hastily exited without a moment's hesitation. While Mei Jie had generally treated Yifeng well and had not shown him any special favoritism due to the big boss, Yifeng nonetheless followed her swiftly outside. However, upon arriving in the salon's lobby, they were met by a robust middle-aged woman, donning a baseball cap, whose face was swollen and bruised as she shouted angrily. Beside her stood 7 or 8 ruffians, brandishing wooden clubs and exuding an air of arrogance. This was undoubtedly a troublesome situation. What perplexed Yifeng was that there should have been security present in the salon, yet this woman had brazenly entered without any hindrance. He pondered briefly but decided not to dwell on it. Perhaps they had simply infiltrated the establishment unnoticed. What kind of shoddy beauty salon is this? Your advertisements are so loud, yet you have disfigured someone. The middle-aged woman yelled in the lobby. Observing her swollen face, Yifeng found it strange. For according to the salon's beauty procedures, such results should not occur. The only plausible explanation was that there had been an issue with the products used. However, Yifeng knew that Mei Jie's supplies were sourced through legitimate channels, making it improbable that a problem had arisen. Could someone have tampered with the products? I apologize, madam. Let our physician examine you to determine the cause of your condition, Mei Jie interjected, rushing forward to apologize while instructing the receptionist to summon the doctor promptly. At this juncture, Yifeng remained silent, opting to observe the unfolding events to ascertain the nature of the predicament. Chapter 72. Before long, the physician arrived in haste. Upon seeing the woman's swollen face, his gaze shifted slightly. Quickly examine this young lady and ascertain the source of her ailment, Mei Jie instructed. The physician hesitated briefly. As Yifeng noticed, his attention was fixated on the ruffians, indicating a palpable sense of apprehension towards them. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Yifeng approached the physician, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Let us go together. At this moment, forging a good relationship with anyone could potentially prove beneficial in the future. The physician offered Yifeng a grateful glance, nodded, and accompanied him forward. In the ensuing moments, the physician meticulously examined the middle-aged woman's facial symptoms and even escorted her to a nearby hospital for a comprehensive checkup. Yet they could not ascertain the cause of her condition. Throughout this time, the ruffians remained in the salon, confronting them. Yifeng realized that Mei Jie likely wished to avoid involving the authorities, as exposing this incident could irreparably damage the salon's reputation. Therefore, while the physician and the woman were away for the examination, Yifeng stayed with Mei Jie in the lobby. During this interval, some security personnel from the hotel arrived. But upon hearing Mei Jie state that everything was fine, they departed without further inquiry. Thank you for staying with us, Mei Jie said appreciatively, casting a grateful glance at Yifeng. As she drew near, he was instantly enveloped by the subtle fragrance of her perfume, a delightful olfactory experience. The ruffians, however, continued to scrutinize the beautiful Mei Jie, laughing and making lewd remarks without restraint. Unbeknownst to Yifeng, as their banter escalated, one of the ruffians boldly approached Mei Jie. Upon witnessing the approach of the ruffian, Mei Jie was clearly thrown into a state of disarray. Noticing the situation, Yifeng stepped forward to shield Mei Jie. We've been waiting here for quite some time. Shouldn't you come over and engage in conversation with us? The ruffian sneered at Mei Jie. You should handle this yourselves. Yifeng replied calmly, still standing in front of the ruffian. Get out of the way. If you keep blocking me, I'll beat you to death, threatened the ruffian. Hearing this, Yifeng remained silent and steadfast, refusing to budge. Though he lacked strength at the moment, his skills were still present, and he was unafraid of these few ruffians. Oh, you have some guts. I see you're itching for trouble, the ruffian exclaimed, glaring menacingly at Yifeng. He gestured to the other thugs, who swiftly surrounded Yifeng and his companions. At this moment, Mei Jie, frightened, hid behind Yifeng, tugging gently at his clothing. Appearing quite flustered, the receptionist attempted to call the police, but was promptly stopped by them. Are you going to let us through? If we have to resort to force, we cannot be held responsible for tearing this woman's clothes. The ruffian chuckled ominously. His words caused Yifeng and Mei Jie to draw even closer together. And Yifeng could feel Mei Jie's breath, which stirred a subtle tremor within him amidst the tension. Alas, it was a pity that he was currently ensnared in a predicament. Otherwise, after this incident, he could have forged a deeper connection with Mei Jie. Very well. I admire your tenacity. Let us see whether you or my stick is harder. The ruffian laughed heartily, raising his club to strike Yifeng. What a cowardly bunch. Ganging up on one, came a cold, piercing voice from the entrance of the hospital lobby. Yifeng turned to the source of the voice and was astonished to see a familiar figure at the door. It was Xiao Shui. He had anticipated her arrival at such a critical moment. Dressed casually in a white t-shirt and fitted 9-point jeans, her attire was relaxed. When he caught sight of her face partially concealed by a cap, Yifeng felt his heart race. Had she come specifically to find him? The ruffians turned in fury at Xiao Shue's words, but upon seeing her, their expressions shifted to one of sheer terror. The previously arrogant ruffian now visibly trembled, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he bowed deeply to Xiao Shui, stammering her name. Xiao Shui approached them with a calm smile. "Leave," she said coolly. At her command, the ruffians scurried away, appearing as if they had seen a ghost, completely disregarding the middle-aged woman who had not yet returned. Seeing this unfold, Yifeng's mind raced with questions, pondering Xiao Shue's true identity that could instill such fear in these ruffians. "You've arrived," he said, stepping towards Xiao Shui after the ruffians had fled. She gazed at him blankly for a moment, her expression softening. Nodding slightly, she uttered a quiet mm, and then turned her attention away from him. "Thank you so much, Miss Chen," Mei Jie said, glancing at Yifeng before hastily expressing her gratitude to Xiao Shui. "Aren't you going to thank me?" Yifeng inquired with a smile directed at Mei Jie. "What do you think?" Mei Jie squinted playfully at Yifeng before suddenly kissing him on the cheek in front of everyone, saying, "Thank you, our handsome hero. This is your reward." The kiss left Yifeng momentarily stunned. Yet, inexplicably, the first thing he did upon regaining his senses was to observe Xiao Shue's reaction. Noticing her furrowed brow, a flicker of joy surged within him, despite the circumstances. Of course, amidst this happiness, he couldn't help but wonder if Xiao Shui had come to assist him. Just then, the doctor returned with the middle-aged woman. "Doctor, what is the situation?" Mei Jie asked anxiously as she approached Dr. Shi. The doctor shook his head in frustration, saying, "I can't determine the cause. I told you, this hospital is worthless. I will definitely smash this place today." The middle-aged woman erupted upon hearing the doctor's words. "Where are the people I brought? Where did they go?" she exclaimed, noticing the absence of the ruffians and glaring suspiciously around. "Let me handle this," Yifeng suggested, aware that the woman's commotion was untenable. Even if she couldn't destroy the hospital today, if her actions attracted media attention, the repercussions could be significant. He was confident he could manage her concerns, for the matters entrusted to him by the elder were far from ordinary. "Are you sure you can handle it?" Mei Jie asked, looking at him with skepticism. Yifeng nodded confidently. "I've trained under a master and picked up a few skills." With that, he stepped forward to confront the middle-aged woman, who eyed him warily. "What do you want?" she asked, her voice laced with caution. "Beautiful lady, I'm here to help you take your pulse," Yifeng replied with a smile. Though she grumbled a bit, the woman ultimately extended her wrist to him due to the unwavering demeanor he presented. Gently taking her wrist, Yifeng assessed her pulse and then asked her to open her mouth for a brief examination. Soon, he arrived at a conclusion. "You experience menstrual pain regularly, don't you?" he asked the woman. She paused momentarily before nodding. "And you came here for cosmetic treatment just before your menstrual cycle, correct?" he continued. She nodded again. "Then there's nothing to worry about," he said with a calm smile. "What do you mean?" Both Mei Jie and the woman asked in unison. Yifeng glanced at Mei Jie before slowly explaining, "Just trust me. I'll prescribe you some medicine. Follow my instructions for 3 days, and your symptoms will surely subside. If they don't improve, come find me immediately. Moreover, if you're willing to reach an understanding with us regarding this matter, I can also remedy your menstrual pain." Yifeng spoke assertively. As he concluded, he noticed the astonishment etched on the faces of the doctor and Mei Jie. The thrill of impressing others surged within him. Just as he was about to bask in his moment of triumph, he caught sight of another familiar figure at the entrance, and his elation quickly dissipated. For the newcomer was none other than Xiao Shui. Upon seeing her exquisite visage once more, his mind was instantly besieged by a whirlwind of complex emotions. Naturally, his predominant thought was about the prospect of escape. After Qin Mi Li's arrival, the middle-aged woman, having half-heartedly accepted Yifeng's assurance, grumbled that she would return if he failed to deliver on his promise before departing. "Ah, Miss Qin and Miss Chun, you truly are my good fortune. With your arrival, all my troubles have been effortlessly resolved." Mei Jie is at a loss for how to express her gratitude. Upon seeing Xiao Shui arrive, Mei Jie hurriedly approached with a warm demeanor. Upon hearing Mei Jie's words, Yifeng felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. How could she attribute the credit solely to others? While it was indeed Qin Mi Li who had driven away the ruffians, Yifeng had played a significant role himself. However, just as Yifeng was lost in his thoughts, Mei Jie, after attending to the 2 esteemed guests, subtly approached him and whispered, "Thank you, Yifeng." Feeling the warmth of Mei Jie's breath, any lingering resentment he had towards her dissipated entirely. Subsequently, without further ado, Mei Jia understood that both beauties required Yi Feng's expertise in beauty treatments, and after a brief arrangement, she ushered them into the VIP room. How did that matter turn out? Yi Feng inquired softly as he approached the two ladies upon entering the room. Just as Xiao Shui was about to respond, Qin Mili abruptly pulled her back. There's no rush. We are here to receive services. Let us put your matters on hold until after we have been properly attended to, Qin Mili stated coldly. It was evident that Qin Mili held the dominant position between the two, as Xiao Shui remained silent, casting a glance of apology at Yi Feng. Yi Feng felt a flicker of annoyance at Qin Mili's haughty demeanor, yet given the circumstances, he felt he had no right to express such feelings. Thus, he acquiesced to Qin Mili's demands. As long as you provide us with excellent service, everything will be agreeable, Xiao Shui chimed in, sticking out her tongue playfully. Which of you would like to go first? Yi Feng asked politely. Let Xiao Shui go first, Qin Mili replied. Her cheeks tinged with a faint blush as she gazed at Yi Feng. Very well, Miss Qin, please change into your attire and lie down, Yi Feng instructed, pointing towards the small white bed in the room. Xiao Shui nodded and made her way to the changing room. After a rustle of fabric, Xiao Shui emerged with her proud figure and gracefully laid down on the bed. To Yi Feng's surprise, her complexion was flushed, leaving him puzzled. Instead of lying face down, she lay on her back, causing Yi Feng's throat to involuntarily swallow. What kind of service would you like today? Yi Feng asked softly. After a moment of hesitation, Xiao Shui pointed to the top option on the board and quietly added, that one. Yi Feng was taken aback by her response. Could it be that Xiao Shui truly desired that? The critical issue was that Qin Mili was right beside them. Nevertheless, despite his misgivings, Yi Feng proceeded to apply the essential oil to his hands, focusing intently on Xiao Shui. Xiao Shui understood it was time to begin. Yi Feng's voice caused Xiao Shui to tremble, and nervously, she slowly loosened the towel that enveloped her. Overwhelmed by the intoxicating atmosphere, Yi Feng felt a surge of heat. At that moment, Xiao Shui was completely immersed, her gaze fixed on Yi Feng, her face a complex shade of crimson. Noticing her state, Yi Feng cast a sidelong glance at Qin Mili, who also appeared to be blushing, biting her lower lip tightly. When Yi Feng's eyes met hers, the perceptive Qin Mili quickly caught onto his gaze and approached him. As Qin Mili slowly walked closer, Yi Feng felt his throat constrict, and his heart raced uncontrollably. Can you massage two people? Qin Mili's voice lingered, concealing her shyness between her brows. Hearing this, Yi Feng's body involuntarily shuddered. He truly hadn't intended for his thoughts to wander in that direction. Yet, under the current circumstances, who could resist such thoughts? He hesitated, his mind swirling with confusion. He awkwardly scratched his head, casting a glance at Qin Mili's alluringly curved figure as she turned away to undress, causing his throat to move again. Come on, Qin Mili murmured, settling herself onto another bed. She glanced at Yi Feng, her expression a haze of shyness and complexity. At that moment, Yi Feng's mind was consumed by a singular thought. This was destined to be an enchanting moment. With that realization, his heart raced, and he approached to apply the oil on Qin Mili. However, as soon as his hand made contact with her skin, she grasped his hand. Her gaze fixed on him, her expression a blend of enchantment and intrigue. Yi Feng was truly perplexed by the attitudes of both Qin Mili and Xiao Shui towards him. He couldn't comprehend their motivations. Yet, amidst this bewilderment, he felt an unexpected thrill. For the first time, he believed that his profession brought him happiness. The room was bathed in a warm, amber glow, and a rich, seductive ambience enveloped the confined space. Yi Feng stole another glance at Qin Mili, who held onto his hand, gazing silently at him. What exactly is happening? Yi Feng contemplated asking, yet he found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to broach the subject. Moreover, his heart was already racing in anticipation. Unexpectedly, after he spoke, Qin Mili turned to face him, her eyes gradually clearing. I'm sorry, she said, sitting up with a sigh. I know you're curious about why we treat you this way, but we wish to keep it a secret. Please don't blame me or Xiao Shui. We want to grant you freedom, allowing you to live a life free from disturbance. Hearing her words stirred something within Yi Feng. He was unaware of the secrets that existed between them, but he sensed they were somehow connected to him. Truthfully, he was more concerned about the repercussions if their situation were to be discovered by their boss. Yet, recalling the fear in the ruffian's eyes when they encountered Xiao Shui, he hoped they wouldn't face any dire consequences. With that thought in mind, combined with Qin Mili's fervent actions, Yi Feng replied, as long as you can assist me, that suffices. At this point, Xiao Shui also sat up, lacking the calmness of Qin Mili, her face still flushed. After changing, Qin Mili approached Yi Feng, producing a phone from her bag and placing it in his hand. If you need help, you can contact us after you leave. Our phone numbers are saved in this device. However, assisting you in escaping may be beyond our current capabilities. Let us just help him directly. Xiao Shui murmured from the side. Upon hearing her words, Qin Mili's expression became complex once again. After a moment of hesitation, she looked at Xiao Shui and whispered, Xiao Shui, if the old man finds out, things will become even more perilous. Xiao Shui fell silent, lowering her head. Lost in thought, listening to the two girls, Yi Feng was genuinely baffled, unable to grasp their conversation. What was this about an old man in danger? What did it have to do with him? However, at this moment, he could not afford to ponder too much. Having acquired their phone numbers, it was only natural that he would meticulously plan his escape. For him, this was undoubtedly a pivotal opportunity. Moreover, under such circumstances, if he could successfully flee with someone to aid him, it would certainly be more assured than attempting to escape alone. As for eliminating the big boss, he would certainly consider that as well. Of course, it was still early to think about that. For Yi Feng, the immediate priority was to safely escape. With this thought in mind, he expressed his gratitude to Qin Mili and Xiao Shui for their assistance. After giving some instructions, Qin Mili and Xiao Shui were the first to leave the club. When Yi Feng exited the establishment, he noticed Mei Jie looking at him with a peculiar expression. Her gaze flickered with an unusual light, and her cheeks seemed slightly flushed. Observing Mei Jie's demeanor, Yi Feng's mind raced, and he suddenly understood the meaning behind her expression. It appeared that the sounds from their room had been too loud, allowing Mei Jie and the others outside to overhear. With this realization, Yi Feng chuckled softly. Walking over with an air of pride to bid farewell to Mei Jie, she readily accepted his farewell request, and he soon returned to his room under the watchful eye of a few guards. Typically, these guards would search him every time he returned. But after numerous searches without finding anything, they had ceased to do so in recent days. This allowed Yi Feng to boldly bring back Qin Mili and Xiao Shui's phones. On the way, he contemplated the details of his escape, but still found himself at a loss. For now, he could only return and temporarily entrust the phones to Xie Jiejia, taking it one step at a time. Before long, they brought Yi Feng back to the headquarters of the pyramid scheme. Upon returning to the room, Xie Jiejia was already there. Having seen no progress on Yi Feng's escape plans for several consecutive days, she merely glanced at him and said, "You're back," without asking any further questions. Seeing Xie Jiejia's somewhat listless demeanor, Yi Feng mischievously took out his phone, intending to approach her to hand it over. Just then, a sudden commotion arose outside the door. "Ah, Mrs. Gao." It was the big boss's wife. Hearing the voices from outside, Yi Feng's heart raced, and he quickly shoved the phone into Xie Jiejia's hands before turning to face the door. The door swung open, revealing the big boss's wife along with Mrs. Gao. The big boss's wife seldom visited, and Yi Feng was uncertain of her intentions in bringing another woman along. Observing the ambiguous expressions on their faces, Yi Feng felt his heart quicken. Chapter 77. Moments ago, overhearing their brief exchange at the door, a sense of foreboding washed over Yi Feng. Upon their arrival at the room where Yi Feng and Xie Jiejia were confined, the two middle-aged women fell silent. At that moment, Mrs. Gao stepped forward, glancing at Yi Feng and then at Xie Jiejia. Without hesitation, she took Yi Feng's hand and led him toward the second floor. Once they reached the expansive private room on the second floor, Mrs. Gao stood before Yi Feng, eyeing him intently, and remarked, "This man is indeed impressive." As she spoke, the big boss's wife stood to the side, her eyes glinting with malice, silently observing with a knowing smile as Mrs. Gao continued her flirtatious banter. "What do you intend to do?" Yi Feng inquired, scrutinizing Mrs. Gao's alluring expression. "We merely require your services. After all, we are all adults here. Why must we be so coy?" Mrs. Gao replied, glancing at the big boss's wife. Yi Feng wanted to retort with a dismissive thought, but recognizing the potential leverage these two women held, he refrained from voicing his objections. The ensuing moments were spent with the women indulging in drinks. Mrs. Gao was in high spirits, yet after just a few sips, both women succumbed to inebriation. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Feng discreetly activated the recording function on his phone. "Mrs. Li, your husband is quite remarkable, a substantial boss who even knows Director Liu," he prompted, hoping to extract more information as they drank. "Indeed, that's due to Director Liu's greed. Otherwise, how would there be a business relationship? He likely doesn't even know how much he has pocketed." Mrs. Li, the big boss's wife, slurred. "Oh, who doesn't know about Director Liu's avarice in this circle? The number of people he has swindled is countless." Mrs. Gao chimed in. Yi Feng's heart raced at this revelation. This was critical evidence. With this recording, there would be no doubt. "Let's drink." Mrs. Li leaned closer, shamelessly caressing Yi Feng's thigh while giggling. Yifeng felt elated and downed his drink in one go. Heh, Director Liu, just wait. Before long, the two intoxicated women were escorted away by their subordinates. Although Yifeng felt physically and mentally exhausted, his excitement over the recording obtained from Mrs. Gao and Mrs. Li kept his spirits high. Most importantly, if they were to return to seek him out again, it could serve as a vital breakthrough for his escape with Xie Jejia. For Yifeng, this situation represented a significant advantage. It also indicated that the two women were almost entirely unguarded around him. Lost in these thoughts, Yifeng returned to his room. Xie Jejia was sitting on the bed, staring blankly, her eyes red-rimmed, leaving him wondering what she had been through. Xie Jejia, what happened? Yifeng approached her and asked softly. She glanced at him, her expression complex. Seeing her demeanor, Yifeng's curiosity deepened. Although they shared a common goal of escaping, he couldn't shake the feeling that an impenetrable barrier remained between them. What's wrong? Yifeng asked, perplexed. Xie Jejia shook her head, remaining silent. Chapter 78. Witnessing Xie Jejia's state left Yifeng utterly bewildered. Whenever he inquired, she would dodge the core issue, leaving him uncertain. What exactly is wrong? If you keep hiding things, how can I trust you if I want to take you with me? As he pressed further, his tone grew increasingly impatient. Just trust me, Xie Jejia replied, her face turning serious. Yifeng fell silent, deciding not to press her further. While he was unaware of her plans, he felt that after everything they had been through together, she wouldn't deceive him. Thus, they remained quiet, and Yifeng lay on the bed, lost in thoughts of future plans. At this moment, Yifeng found himself in quite the predicament. Currently, the only individuals available for assistance outside were Xiao Shui and Qin Meili, while internally, Mrs. Li and Mrs. Gao could potentially serve as breakthrough points. Crucially, all four women were unpredictable factors. Should any one of them falter, it could jeopardize their entire plan. Thus, from every angle, for the plan to succeed, he needed to tread carefully with these four women. Moreover, it was uncertain how Mrs. Li and Mrs. Gao would react if they learned of Yifeng's escape intentions. Hence, he could only utilize them, leaving him with no other options. As Yifeng pondered these matters, Xie Jejia unexpectedly drew closer. I really like you, truly like you, she murmured. What? Is it my looks that captivate you? Yifeng maintained his composure. Once, he had believed that Xie Jejia harbored no feelings for him. However, her whispered confessions now struck him as astonishing. To be candid, Yifeng's heart was a tumult of questions. He was utterly perplexed by Xie Jejia's intentions and what plans she might have. Yes, it's because you're handsome. Xie Jejia laughed. Yifeng forced a smile, but inwardly, he was consumed with thoughts of escape. If I get out, I will definitely follow you. No need for that. If we escape, we should go our separate ways, Yifeng replied, disheartened. You will need my assistance, Xie Jejia said mysteriously. Yifeng chose not to respond, as the possibility of escape remained uncertain. Soon, in that tranquil room, he fell into a deep slumber. In the days that followed, Yifeng continued his work at the hotel, yet despairingly found no opportunity for escape. This predicament felt utterly hopeless, an insurmountable deadlock. Throughout this time, Mrs. Gao and Mrs. Li would occasionally tease him, while Xiao Shui and Qin Meili mysteriously vanished after that particular day, leaving Yifeng quite astonished. Just as he grappled with his thoughts of fleeing, on the fourth day, when he returned from the hotel, Mrs. Li approached him with a complex expression. Yifeng, you need to go to a certain place. Act swiftly, she said, her tone somewhat grim. Upon hearing her words, Yifeng felt puzzled, uncertain of her true intentions. Where am I supposed to go? He inquired. Just go. There will be guards accompanying you, Mrs. Li replied curtly. Yifeng, taken aback by her unusually cold demeanor, was left bewildered. Nevertheless, this outing could very well be his prime opportunity to escape, yet it was frustrating that he alone was granted this chance, while Xie Jejia remained behind. Nonetheless, Yifeng complied with Mrs. Li's instructions, tidied himself up, and set off under the watchful eyes of 3 guards. They drove for an unknown destination, eventually arriving at an upscale residential area. Here we are. You may enter, one of the insiders warned sternly. I advise you to behave. We will remain here. Should you entertain any illicit thoughts, we will ensure you face severe consequences. Hearing his words, Yifeng merely cast a vacant glance and nodded. After all, with Xie Jejia absent, he could not possibly abandon her and escape alone. Thus, even in this situation, he harbored no ulterior motives. Resolving his thoughts, he descended from the vehicle. Uncertain of who he might encounter, Yifeng knew he had to maintain his composure to avoid jeopardizing the upcoming plan. Upon exiting, Yifeng stood before an exquisitely decorated villa. As he gazed at the expansive property, he speculated on who could possibly be significant enough to warrant his presence there. With a sense of trepidation, he approached the ornate redwood door and gently knocked. Moments later, the door swung open, revealing a stunning woman. Yi Feng was taken aback. He had never imagined that Xiao Shui resided in this villa. Why are you the one opening the door? Yi Feng stammered, utterly confused about their intentions. However, after a fleeting moment of bewilderment, a realization dawned upon him. Could it be that Xiao Shui and Qin Meili were there to assist him in escaping? When Yi Feng entered Xiao Shui's home, he found it empty save for her, while Qin Meili's whereabouts remained a mystery. Is Qin Meili not here? He asked. Xiao Shui shook her head, explaining that she had gone out with a friend and would return late. Observing the desolate living room, Yi Feng finally understood why Xiao Shui had wanted his company. Being alone in such a place could easily lead to loneliness. Yet, another question arose. Was Xiao Shui not supposed to be rescuing him by inviting him over? Stepping closer to Xiao Shui, he gazed at her unadorned yet beautiful face and began to speak. Xiao Shui, you. At that moment, Xiao Shui gently pressed her finger against his lips, saying, I remember everything about you, but for tonight, will you stay with me? Yi Feng's heart stirred at her words. Perhaps there was hope. Xiao Shui continued, just know that we will help you. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Yi Feng replied, once I escape, I will certainly repay you. In the villa, all the curtains were drawn, enveloping the space in darkness. Suddenly, Xiao Shui lunged at him. Whoa, don't do that, Yi Feng exclaimed, pushing her away. I can't help it. You're just too handsome. Xiao Shui laughed. It would be quite amusing if Qin Meili returned now, Yi Feng remarked. Let her join us, Xiao Shui teased. Just as her words hung in the air, the door swung open, and Qin Meili appeared unexpectedly. They were startled, turning to face the entrance. You're back, Xiao Shui greeted with a smile. Yes, Qin Meili replied coolly, casting a glance at Yi Feng before continuing. All right, let us arrange for him to rest for the night. Yi Feng hesitated, eager to learn why they had summoned him, but the two girls merely played coy, eventually retreating upstairs to sleep, leaving Yi Feng alone. Those two mischievous girls are always so secretive, he muttered to himself, heading to the room they had prepared for him. Observing the villa's opulence, he inferred that the background was indeed extraordinary. Early the next morning, a knock resounded at Yi Feng's door. Upon opening it, he found Qin Meili standing there. Upon seeing him, she suddenly smiled and said, Today, we can commence the escape plan. Yi Feng stood frozen, bewildered. What did you say? Today we are carrying out the escape plan? He asked incredulously. What else would you come here for? Qin Meili responded. Yi Feng felt utterly lost. Your boss has likely been absent for several days now, she inquired with a smile. Indeed. It's been days since I last saw him. It's only been Mrs. Li and Mrs. Gao visiting, Yi Feng replied. Could the absence of your boss be connected to you? Yi Feng once again asked in disbelief. Qin Meili nodded, then looked at Yi Feng seriously and said, Yi Feng, I hope you will never forget me and Xiao Shui. Observing Qin Meili's earnest expression, Yi Feng also restrained his demeanor and replied with sincerity, I will always remember everything you and Xiao Shui have done for me. Qin Meili smiled, gently caressing Yi Feng's cheek, and said, All right, go now. Before Yi Feng could inquire about her plans, she gently urged him out of the villa. Soon, Qin Meili led Yi Feng outside the villa. At that moment, the several individuals responsible for watching over Yi Feng sat in a car, visibly displeased as they watched Qin Meili escort him. These individuals seemed to have stayed up all night to keep an eye on Yi Feng. However, in the presence of Qin Meili, they were reluctant to express their discontent. After casting a fierce glance at Yi Feng, they simply ushered him into the vehicle. Upon returning to his room, Yi Feng briefly recounted to Xie Jiejia where he had been the previous night. Of course, he did not disclose the escape plan to Lei Lei. After hearing that he merely met a client, Xie Jiejia's expression quickly dimmed. Uncertain of how long they remained in the room, a sudden commotion erupted outside. Upon hearing the noise, Yi Feng's heart raced. Could it be that Qin Meili had sent someone to rescue him? Were they attempting a forceful entry? Yi Feng was aware that the external forces dispatched by the big boss were numerous, but he could not assess their defensive capabilities. If he were not restricted in strength, such a number would not pose a challenge. However, if it were someone else attempting the rescue, it would undoubtedly be difficult. Regardless, a forceful intrusion was no trivial matter, leaving him feeling quite anxious. Before long, the sounds of commotion outside escalated into a brawl, drawing closer to him, clearly indicating that the individuals outside were progressively breaching the premises. Eventually, the fighting abruptly ceased. Yi Feng, are you in there? Upon hearing this voice, Yi Feng's body jolted. Could it be? It was indeed Qin Meili. Although he had not known her for long, her melodious voice was unmistakable. To his astonishment, she had come to rescue him, and he never anticipated that it would be just her outside. This unexpected development left him feeling quite bewildered. For Yi Feng, His emotions were undeniably tumultuous. Although he had not witnessed the scene, he could tell from the sounds that Qin Meili had indeed subdued the individuals outside. Yifeng, Qin Meili called out again, her tone now tinged with urgency. I'm here. Yifeng finally responded to her. Shortly thereafter, he heard the sound of keys unlocking the door, and Qin Meili's charming face appeared before him. However, Yifeng's feelings at that moment were truly complex. Gazing at the unconscious figures outside, and then at the slender Qin Meili before him, he found it difficult to articulate the peculiar sensation. They were still within the territory of the big boss, and Yifeng knew they could not linger. He looked at Qin Meili and asked, how did you get here? Where is Xiao Shui? She has already begun her actions, so I came ahead, Qin Meili replied, regaining her composure. How are you so skilled? Yifeng inquired with curiosity. Don't underestimate me. She chuckled. Now, let us hurry and leave this place. Upon hearing her words, Yifeng nodded earnestly. They swiftly departed the room alongside Xie. As they traversed the corridor, they encountered several guards who had been knocked unconscious by Qin Meili. However, as they passed a nearby room, they heard a mournful wail emanating from within. Recognizing the familiar voice, Yifeng abruptly halted and kicked open the door. To his astonishment, the woman he recognized was none other than Chen Moyu. How had she also been captured? It seemed that after the previous rescue, Director Liu had indeed taken action. Despite having spent so long in the room, Yifeng had been entirely unaware of Chen Moyu's proximity, which spoke volumes about the big boss's secrecy. This indicated that the pyramid scheme had thoroughly infiltrated the influence of Qin Yuhan as well. Yifeng pondered why Chen Moyu had been brought here. Fortunately, he had discovered her. Otherwise, she would have endured untold suffering after his escape. At that moment, Chen Moyu's face was flushed. Her lips pressed tightly together as she fought back tears. The man in front of her had just raised his hand, seemingly intent on striking her. How did you escape? The man shouted as he noticed Yifeng and the others entering. Seeing this scene, Yifeng was consumed by fury. He charged forward, tackling the man and sending him crashing onto the glass coffee table, shattering it into pieces. The man fell to the ground, attempting to retaliate. But Yifeng swiftly mounted him, delivering a barrage of blows until his mouth was stained with blood. Let us see how tough you are now, Yifeng shouted as he continued to strike until the man lost consciousness. As soon as the man collapsed, Qin Meili hurried to shut the door. After securing it, she retrieved a blanket from the bed beside Chen Moyu and gently draped it over her. At that moment, Chen Moyu finally broke down in tears, especially upon seeing the bloodied marks on Yifeng's hand from his assault on the man. She trembled as she clasped his hand, sobbing uncontrollably. Witnessing her distress, Yifeng felt a pang of sorrow. This little darling had never been in such a state before. However, now was not the time for lamentation. They needed to escape. Yet, given Chen Moyu's condition, leaving in such a state might exacerbate her trauma. Thus, he allowed her to cling to him and weep for a while until her voice grew hoarse before they began to devise a new plan. Once she had calmed down somewhat, Yifeng solemnly questioned her about how she ended up in this situation. As Chen Moyu recounted her brief tale, it became evident, just as Yifeng had suspected, that she had been attacked on her way home and subsequently brought to this dreadful place. I never imagined they would be so audacious as to directly assault me, Chen Moyu remarked, still shaken. With Director Liu present, they can do anything, but this time, I will ensure they face the consequences, Yifeng declared, furrowing his brow. Do you have a plan? Chen Moyu, her face streaked with tears, inquired. Yifeng nodded. Just wait and see. Deep down, he felt a measure of concern for Chen Moyu. Such painful memories might linger with her for a lifetime, and he did not wish for this sweet girl to become unhappy in the end. However, due to the urgency of the situation, Yifeng could only offer Chen Moyu a slight consolation before attempting to lead her away from this wretched place. According to Xiaomi Li, Xiao Shui had already begun to take action, and Yifeng was uncertain about the circumstances outside. Yet, if Xiao Shui had managed to infiltrate this place, it indicated that the main forces of the big boss were likely preoccupied with her. Thus, it was undoubtedly the best opportunity for their escape. With this thought in mind, Yifeng quickly conferred with Qin Meili and Xie Jia about their immediate escape. However, events did not unfold as Yifeng had anticipated. As he and the three women dashed out of the door where the big boss had imprisoned them, they were confronted by a group of men in black. The big boss stood before him, smirking coldly. Yifeng, hello. Upon seeing that familiar face, Yifeng, accompanied by the three young women, froze momentarily. The big boss had actually appeared here. The instant Yifeng laid eyes on him, his heart sank. This was the end. If only he still possessed some strength. But now he truly felt utterly drained. Was he to rely on Qin Meili? What was he to do now? At that moment, Yifeng was at a complete loss. He exchanged a glance with Qin Mi Li, and in their eyes, they could see profound concern. Huh, thinking of fleeing? The big boss remarked with a chilling smile. Do you intend to stay here for a lifetime? Yifeng retorted coldly, now that Xiao Shui and the others were absent. Even with Qin Mi Li's presence, they were certainly outmatched by the sheer number of opponents. In truth, no one could save them at this moment. However, buying a little time was better than nothing. Just as this thought settled in Yifeng's mind, the big boss slowly approached him. Kneel, he commanded indifferently. What? Yifeng was taken aback. I said kneel. As he spoke, the big boss raised his fist and swung it toward Yifeng. Yifeng instinctively closed his eyes and turned his body away. Strangely, in that moment, he felt no impact from the big boss's punch. Thus, he cautiously opened his eyes again. He saw the big boss's fist poised before him, having halted just short of making contact. What are you doing? Yifeng asked coldly. The big boss displayed impressive control over his fist, clearly indicating his mastery. The big boss fixated on Yifeng, sneering. I never expected Xiao Shui would be willing to assist you. It seems your charm with women is quite formidable. Confused by the big boss's words, Yifeng struggled to comprehend his intentions. Do you want to leave here? Seeing Yifeng's silence, the big boss revealed a faint smile and continued his inquiry. Unable to decipher the big boss's motives, Yifeng remained mute. To be honest, the big boss's actions left him perplexed. He had anticipated a fierce confrontation, but the big boss evidently harbored other designs. If you have something to say, just say it, Yifeng challenged. Just kneel, the big boss replied with a smile. Kneel to hell, Yifeng cursed. It seems you have a death wish. The big boss retorted with a cold laugh, suddenly drawing a Swiss Army knife and lunging at Yifeng. Realizing the mad glint in the big boss's eyes, Yifeng's heart raced. This man had truly lost his mind. His stance clearly indicated an intent to kill. Yet, before Yifeng could process this, the steel blade plunged into his abdomen. Yifeng. Upon witnessing the big boss's frenzied action, Qin Mi Li and Chun Mou screamed in horror. The knife's entry unleashed a wave of excruciating pain. Yifeng felt as though his insides had been pierced, blood rapidly soaking his clothing. He howled in agony. Yifeng had never expected the big boss would dare to take such lethal action. The animosity between them had evidently driven him to madness. Standing there, Yifeng gasped sharply, Am I really going to die here? I still have so many women to woo. At that moment, Yifeng's vision blurred, and he eventually lost consciousness. Before succumbing to darkness, he vaguely perceived several vans approaching. As he fainted, he saw Xiao Shui and the others anxiously exiting the vehicles. After that, he completely lost awareness. Time passed, and Yifeng faintly heard the sound of someone weeping, which seemed to belong to Wang Wen. He attempted to open his eyes, but found himself unable to do so. When Yifeng finally regained consciousness, he discovered himself in a hospital. Lying on a pristine white bed with his abdomen wrapped in gauze, Wang Wen sat beside him, her head resting on the blanket in slumber. From this angle, Yifeng could discern the traces of tears on her face. Soon, the sound of Yifeng's stirring awakened Wang Wen. Brother, you're finally awake, she exclaimed, rushing into his embrace. Ouch, that hurts, Yifeng cried out. This girl was utterly oblivious. Her sudden embrace tugged at his wound. I'm so sorry, Wang Wen quickly apologized. No worries. But how did I end up here? Who brought me? Yifeng asked, puzzled. I'm not sure. Someone told me to come, Wang Wen replied, shaking her head. It seemed that Qin Mi Li and the others must have been safe. At that moment, Qin Ruohan and Chun Mou entered the hospital room. The resilient Qin Ruohan's eyes glimmered with unshed tears as she silently gazed at Yifeng. Ruohan, Yifeng gently called her name. She nodded in response, conveying a multitude of unspoken sentiments. Yifeng, are you all right? Chun Mou inquired anxiously from the side. Initially, she intended to approach him, but with Qin Ruohan present, she held back. I'm fine. What about the big boss? Yifeng asked. At the mention of the big boss, Chun Mou clenched her teeth. He got away. No worries, we'll catch him later, Yifeng reassured her. But he has Lu Ju's protection, Chun Mou lamented. Protection? It won't be that simple. Yifeng suddenly chuckled with newfound confidence. What is up? Yifeng shook his head, remaining silent. All right, Yifeng. You should rest well. Chun Mou and I will handle the aftermath, Qin Ruohan said, her demeanor peculiarly detached as she took Chun Mou and left. After this escape, Yifeng finally returned to a semblance of normalcy in his life. Although the big boss remained at large, given the current circumstances, he anticipated a period of relative peace. Once Qin Ruohan departed, Yifeng concocted an excuse to send Wang Wen away and promptly dialed Qin Mi Li and the others. Yifeng, you're okay, right? We can't appear at the hospital, so we want to visit. Qin Mi Li's cool voice came through the line. Yifeng, undeterred, sincerely replied, I truly appreciate your help this time. In the future, when we need assistance, we'll count on you. That is certainly no problem. From now on, your matters are my Yifeng's matters. In this world, there is nothing I cannot resolve, Yifeng declared boldly. Then how did you end up getting captured? Qin Mi Li's voice held a hint of amusement. Come on, could you not undermine me? Yifeng exclaimed in frustration. After hanging up the phone and surveying the tidy hospital room, Yifeng let out a heavy sigh. Now, the time for vengeance was about to commence. Chapter 85, currently. With the big boss in hiding, it was certainly not the optimal time for revenge. However, Yifeng was not deterred. Given the present circumstances, making that group of individuals pay would be a rather simple endeavor. After offering some solace to Wang Wen, Yifeng inquired about the recent conditions of the shop. Things have been quite good lately, and relatively stable, Wang Wen replied honestly. Yifeng felt a tinge of discontent. Damn it. Being trapped in that pyramid scheme for nearly 2 weeks, there was only 1 week left until the deadline for the bet. This was undeniably the most vexing predicament. Although losing could allow for some tactics to be employed, Yifeng would certainly not resort to such measures. Yet, if he truly lost, he would have no choice but to play tricks. Nevertheless, having endured the previous assault, the newly renovated clothing store had reopened after some time. During this period, Wang Wen and her team had diligently advertised the upcoming reopening at the storefront, resulting in a significant influx of customers. Coupled with the publicity from Ming and his associates, the store's performance skyrocketed. As for revenue, Wang Wen had compiled statistics, estimating a gross profit of around 300,000 within just a month. If this trend continued, once the chain stores were established, his growth would undoubtedly be remarkable. Furthermore, their project thrived the longer it operated. And judging by their current earnings, the new store's performance should also be commendable. With this in mind, Yifeng felt an overwhelming sense of confidence. At present, Yifeng's business was markedly different from that of the big boss and Tiange. His enterprise was fundamentally legitimate. He had no involvement in illegal activities. Even though such businesses yielded quick returns, their growth faced considerable limitations. However, under the current circumstances, he was convinced that in due time, Yifeng would emerge as a formidable rival against that group. Ha ha ha, I truly am a business prodigy. Yifeng laughed heartily in the hospital room, drawing several eye rolls. The bar was also thriving. Recently, during your absence, Sister Qin Ruohan had been coming to drink almost every day, Wang Wen said cautiously. Yifeng's heart sank. During his time away, Qin Ruohan must have endured considerable hardship, and he could only imagine the lengths she had gone to for his sake. Yet, without needing to ask, he understood it was beyond his imagination. After 2 days of recuperation, although Yifeng had sustained a stab wound, it had missed vital areas. And after a brief recovery, he was discharged. Within those 2 days, a stream of visitors had come to his hospital room, all expressing concern for his well-being. Particularly Li Ming and Ming, who fervently vowed to make the big boss pay. However, Yifeng was more worried about the identity of the person who had attacked him. Upon his discharge, a call came from Qin Ruohan. Yifeng, come drink with me tonight. Hearing her calm voice, Yifeng was taken aback, but quickly agreed. Over the past few days, Qin Ruohan had appeared quite normal. Regarding the pyramid scheme, she had merely brushed it off without elaboration. That evening, Yifeng arrived punctually. As he drove the Maybach, he felt the gloom that had weighed on him dissipate entirely. Chapter 86. Initially intending to speed through, he found himself frustrated by the unbearable traffic. Watching the electric scooter zip past him, Yifeng felt like despairing. Eventually, he reached the bar. After inquiring with the staff, he learned that Qin Ruohan had reserved a private room. Upon opening the door, a rich aroma of alcohol enveloped him. The room was dimly lit, and as Yifeng stepped inside, he caught a glimpse of Qin Ruohan's stunningly beautiful face, slightly intoxicated, her alluring figure barely visible in the shadows. With a mischievous smile, he approached her and teasingly asked, "Beautiful lady, do you require my services?" In the darkness, Qin Ruohan glanced at him and smiled helplessly. That bright smile tugged at Yifeng's heartstrings. Despite his experience with tumultuous events, he felt a wave of emotion stirring within him. Qin Ruohan pulled him down to sit beside her, speaking in a slightly tipsy tone. "So, do you know about Qin Mi Li and Xiao Shue's backgrounds?" In the midst of their conversation, Qin Ruohan suddenly posed a question. Yifeng was taken aback and shook his head. "If their families were to conflict with ours, whose side would you take?" she continued. Yifeng was bewildered. "No way, it can't be that coincidental, right?" He sighed, deciding it best to let the topic drop. "You will know in due time," she assured him. Yifeng chose not to press further. He sensed that if it involved the old man, the situation was far more intricate than he could imagine. He trusted that Qin Ruohan would reveal what needed to be disclosed. True to her character, she did not pursue the subject any further. "I'm going to take a quick nap," she murmured. Without waiting for his response, she lay down on the sofa. Watching her serene figure, Yifeng felt a flicker of mischief cross his mind. However, he ultimately shook his head, grabbing a pillow to place beside her to prevent her from catching a chill. After a considerable time, Qin Ruohan slowly awakened. "You know, I put in a lot of effort at your shop while you were away. How will you thank me?" she asked, gazing at Yifeng with a faint smile. Feeling a twinge of anxiety, he cautiously replied, "My lady, what is your command? Whatever you desire, I shall fulfill." "That's what you said. Let's go on a trip together," Qin Ruohan exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Realizing her phrasing might have been inappropriate, she corrected herself. "I mean, I want to travel. And you will be my bodyguard. What do you think?" "Bodyguard?" Yifeng repeated, wide-eyed. "What? You don't want to?" he asked, feeling helpless. "My lady, with your skills, why would you need my protection? Besides, with your status, no one would dare to touch you." "Who said I wanted to travel domestically?" Qin Ruohan laughed. "Where are you planning to go?" Yifeng inquired, puzzled. "To Japan." Chapter 87. To Japan? Yifeng was further bewildered. Qin Ruohan's ideas were indeed peculiar. Nevertheless, seeing the anticipation in her eyes, he agreed despite his curiosity. This indeed presents a splendid opportunity. One that not only fosters the bond between Yifeng and her, but also allows him to discreetly inquire about her relationship with Qin Mi Li and the others, thus achieving a dual purpose. Moreover, setting aside these considerations, the prospect of spending time alone with a beautiful woman is undeniably romantic. Oh, how delightful it is to entertain such thoughts. However, reality is rather grim, for it turns out that Qin Ruohan is not alone with Yifeng. She is accompanied by two others. One of them is the driver, who will be self-driving upon arrival, and the other is an assistant who also serves as a translator. As their destination is Japan. Yet, given the circumstances, there is little that can be done. After informing Li Ming and Wang Wen, Yifeng set off regardless. Although he has flown many times before, a sense of apprehension still envelopes him, particularly upon hearing reports of recent aviation disasters. He fervently hopes to avoid such misfortune. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he harbors an innate fear of flying. Could this be what they refer to as aerophobia? Coincidentally, seated by the window, he gazes outside and realizes he has acrophobia as well. Thus, from the moment of takeoff, Yifeng clutches his hands tightly, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. Qin Ruohan glances at him in bemusement. Finally, as the airplane ascends above the clouds, she bursts into laughter. "Hey, what is so funny?" Yifeng inquires. His irritation palpable, yet he knows it is merely a rhetorical question, as she is likely amused by his current state. With this thought, Yifeng feigns nonchalance, withdrawing his hand. "Haha, I wasn't laughing at you. Why are you trembling?" Qin Ruohan deliberately turns her head away, refusing to look at him. Seated beside Yifeng, she has gone unnoticed in her casual attire. Upon closer inspection, Qin Ruohan's ensemble, a pink blouse paired with a short skirt, exudes a unique charm. Her thighs, exposed, rest adjacent to Yifeng's. With a mischievous grin, he subtly shifts his leg to the left, inching closer to her, and in mere moments, their skin makes contact. The sensation is undeniably electrifying. Seemingly unnoticed, Yifeng grows bolder, inching closer still, as warmth radiates between them and his heart quickens. Suddenly, the aircraft jolts violently, shattering his thoughts, and he anxiously peers out the window. Thankfully, they remain above the clouds and have not begun to descend. However, the turbulence intensifies, and the announcements in Japanese elude his comprehension, though the illuminated seatbelt sign is a clear indication of urgency. The shrieks of women and the cries of children heighten his anxiety, prompting him to instinctively grasp the armrest. In his fervor, however, he grips something soft and delicate, a slender arm, not the armrest. Qin Ruohan turns her head in shock, staring at Yifeng before glancing down at her arm. Now ensnared in his grasp, Yifeng feigns calmness as he releases her, momentarily at a loss as his hand lingers in midair. This combination of aerophobia and the unexpected turbulence is utterly mortifying. Fortunately, the shaking subsides, and the cabin returns to tranquility. Qin Ruohan flashes a sudden smile, teasingly remarking, "Yifeng, you fear nothing yet are terrified of flying." Yifeng struggles to defend himself, but the evidence speaks for itself, leading him to retort, "I'm not afraid. I merely find it uncomfortable." "Oh, don't worry, I'll protect you," she quips. "You? Spare me." Yifeng rolls his eyes. It must be said that this trip abroad has allowed both of them to let loose, fostering a more relaxed rapport. Nonetheless, Yifeng is indeed inexperienced. later realizing they had merely encountered turbulence, albeit somewhat severe, without any actual danger. Yet Yifeng feels the embarrassment linger, determined to reclaim his dignity at some point. When turbulence strikes again, he attempts to maintain his composure, becoming much more subdued and no longer inclined to take advantage of the situation. After several hours, they finally arrive in Japan. Hokkaido, Japan, is renowned for its stunning scenery and pleasant climate. The four of them check into a luxurious 5-star hotel, the name of which escapes Yifeng. Nonetheless, it is undeniably opulent, an experience he has never encountered in his 17 years of life. Clearly, Qin Ruohan has spared no expense on this occasion. The hotel features its own private hot springs. That evening, the driver informs Yifeng that he may enjoy the 6th pool and hands him a round metal token, presumably a pass for the hot springs. Yifeng is filled with excitement. As a world-renowned mercenary, he is quite the novice when it comes to leisure. He has never soaked in a hot spring, only hearing that it is 100 times more comfortable than a bath and beneficial for health. Thus, he hurriedly changes into shorts and heads straight to the 6th pool. However, upon reaching the entrance, the attendant blocks his way, speaking a torrent of Japanese that he cannot comprehend, refusing him entry. After some gesturing, Yifeng finally understands that she requires to see his token. Alas, in his excitement, he had left it in his room, forcing him to return. By the time he retrieves it, he finds himself chilled and shivering as he returns to the hot spring. Upon presenting the token, however, the attendant still bars his entry, leaving him frustrated. Is she purposely trying to make this difficult for me? Yifeng fumes, his irritation mounting as he finds no interest in her demeanor. Unable to communicate effectively, he decides to push past her, easily brushing her aside. Given that he has undergone treatment for his previous ailments, he is no longer concerned about confrontation. With a sense of liberation, he swiftly reaches the hot spring and dives in, oblivious to the others present. Oh, this is heavenly. The gentle warmth envelopes his body, each cell seemingly revitalized. He closes his eyes, relishing the blissful sensation. Just then, a piercing scream reverberates through the pool. The shriek is deafening, startling Yifeng, who nearly slips in the water. Opening his eyes, he follows the sound to its source, only to discover that it is none other than Qin Ruohan. At that moment, she is vulnerably situated at the opposite end of the pool. Panic etched across her face. Now it dawns on Yifeng why the attendant had denied him entry. Qin Ruohan was already inside. In a flurry, Qin Ruohan quickly pulls a towel to cover herself, shielding her modesty. Yifeng, regaining his composure, deliberately averts his gaze, raising his hands in a gesture of innocence, indicating that he has seen nothing. Although they are on the verge of becoming a couple, Yifeng has never encountered her in such a state. You, Yifeng, Qin Ruohan exclaims, her fury palpable as her eyes blaze. I wondered who barged in, and it turns out to be you. What are you doing here? It was unintentional. Yifeng replies, exasperated. With her lips pursed, Qin Ruohan leans against the edge of the pool, appearing diminutive as she shivers slightly from the cool breeze. While Yifeng is undeniably captivated by her beauty, he possesses enough restraint not to act recklessly. All right. It was not my intention, he apologizes sincerely. However, her expression was markedly different from when she mocked him on the plane, which was somewhat satisfying. It felt like a small victory. Fortunately, Qin Ruohan's character was inherently kind. After the initial shock, although she was still angry, she did not escalate the situation and merely instructed Yifeng to leave immediately. Yet, having arrived, Yifeng was reluctant to part with the enchanting beauty before him. Miss, I apologize for startling you earlier. How about I make it up to you? He said, half-jokingly. And how do you intend to compensate me? At this moment, Qin Ruohan had climbed ashore, sitting at the water's edge, with only her feet submerged, her upper body modestly covered by a large towel. Watch this, Yifeng exclaimed, then plunged headfirst into the hot spring, performing a handstand. After holding his breath for about a minute, he finally emerged from the water. The warmth of the spring was undeniably comforting, enveloping him in a soothing embrace. If it weren't for the need to breathe, he would have preferred to linger longer. He then splashed around energetically, showcasing various swimming strokes to entertain Qin Ruohan. Fortunately, Yifeng's swimming skills, honed during his childhood by the water's edge, came in handy. Gradually, Qin Ruohan's irritation faded, and she clapped for him like a delighted little girl. Yifeng was pleasantly surprised. The usually aloof Qin Ruohan was surprisingly easy to please. She truly was the woman he admired. Are you no longer angry? He asked, floating in the water with a smile. I didn't expect you to swim so well. If you're not going to be a soldier, you could become a competitive swimmer. Qin Ruohan laughed, her expression brightening. At that moment, she was wrapped in a large towel, though her thighs were exposed, with glistening droplets of water cascading down her fair skin, evoking a rush of desire within Yifeng. He swam towards her, and this time she made no attempt to stop him. Upon reaching her feet, he gazed at her, relishing the rare moment of bliss. Being with Qin Ruhan undeniably allowed one to forget all worries, leaving only the desire for her company. Are you tired from swimming? Would you like to come ashore and rest? Qin Ruhan stood up from the water, gesturing for Yifeng to join her on the bank. Yifeng, having not brought a towel, emerged with his damp shorts, striding confidently. Pervert, Qin Ruhan muttered, her cheeks flushing. As the Ice Queen, she was typically someone to be admired from a distance, but she quickly regained her composure around Yifeng. I almost forgot to ask how things went with my cousin, she said, her expression growing complex as if she had recalled something. Chapter 90. What else can I say? I'm almost ready to give up. Yifeng replied with a wry smile. 1 million is not so easily won, regardless of the outcome. He felt indifferent since her cousin could do nothing to him if he lost. Of course, winning would be ideal, but Yifeng remained nonchalant about it. Regardless, I hope you won't hold it against my cousin. He has always treated me well and has often acted in my best interest, Qin Ruhan said, her tone tinged with melancholy. Hearing her words puzzled Yifeng. It seemed she was aware of something. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could her cousin be the mastermind behind the attack on him? The notion weighed heavily on his heart. If that were the case, the situation would become far more complicated. Qin Ruhan's current demeanor was also a source of concern. Was she siding with her cousin? Such a thought was hard for Yifeng to accept. For now, he could only take things one step at a time, firmly believing in Qin Ruhan's integrity. The following morning, according to their itinerary, Yifeng and Qin Ruhan visited the largest ski resort in Hokkaido, the most intriguing destination of their trip. Unlike the experience of soaking in hot springs, skiing required thick layers of clothing as it was quite cold on the mountains. Dressed in a white down jacket with a red scarf, Qin Ruhan's cheeks were flushed, presenting an adorable sight that left Yifeng momentarily speechless. Come on, let's ski, she urged, tugging at Yifeng, who had been lost in thought. He quickly nodded, refocusing his attention. However, having never skied before, Yifeng struggled to maintain his balance while holding a sled. Haha, you silly, Qin Ruhan teased, laughing at him. What is so funny? You show me how it's done, Yifeng retorted, easing into the moment. All right, just watch. To Yifeng's astonishment, Qin Ruhan leaped from the top of the slope, her legs bent and arms perfectly coordinated, gliding down with the grace of a seasoned expert. Wow, she's incredible, Yifeng marveled, feeling competitive. Skiing was not beyond his capabilities, after all. With his superior physical condition, he believed he could match her skills. Determined, he mimicked her stance, pushing off and propelling himself down the slope. In an instant, he gained speed, quickly closing the gap between them. I'm coming, Yifeng shouted, exhilarated as he zoomed past her, waving back. Having experienced so much in such a short time, this was truly a unique adventure for Yifeng. As he skied, he wished to stop and spend time with Qin Ruhan. But just then, trouble arose. He realized he could not slow down. With the slope beneath him, Yifeng's momentum increased dangerously, and he was unable to halt his descent. If he crashed, it could be perilous. Damn it, I wanted to show off, but now I've really gotten myself into trouble. Be careful, he shouted as he barreled down the slope, attempting to warn others on the ski run. Yet, those around him were equally unsure of what to do. They merely dodged out of his path upon hearing his voice. As his speed escalated, he spotted a sharp turn ahead that nearly formed a right angle. If he couldn't decelerate, he would surely miss the turn and tumble down the mountain. Trees whizzed by, and Yifeng feared the worst. Suddenly, he noticed a figure racing towards him with astonishing speed. Qin Ruhan, the usually cool and composed girl, was risking everything to save him in this critical moment. This scene felt eerily familiar, reminiscent of when Qin Meili had come to his rescue during the pyramid scheme incident. Grab my arm, Qin Ruhan shouted, extending her hand towards him. Seeing her as his savior, Yifeng reached out desperately, ignoring everything else. Yet, his speed continued to increase. Qin Ruhan struggled to maintain her balance on one ski as her strength began to wane. Just as it seemed she would miss him, Yifeng made one last effort and managed to grasp her fingers. She pulled with all her might, but the gravitational force was formidable, and Yifeng's weight overpowered her strength, merely allowing him to maintain his speed, yet he felt himself still hurtling forward. At that moment, they were merely 200 meters away from the turning point. Yifeng steeled himself, resolving that even if he were to encounter an accident, he could not endanger her. Thus, he took the initiative to ask her to let go, insisting that she should not accompany him over the cliff. No, hold on tighter. I cannot allow anything to happen to you. Qin Ruhan vehemently rejected Yifeng's suggestion, gritting her teeth and summoning all her strength to firmly grasp his entire hand. Ensuring she could exert force effectively, Yi Feng could feel their speed beginning to diminish, and he mirrored her actions, attempting to shape the sled into a V, thereby increasing the resistance against the ground. Indeed, this tactic proved effective, as their velocity swiftly decreased. Yet, it was still too late. The turn was just a few meters ahead, and there was no way to stop in time. It's the end, the ski path concluded, necessitating a sharp 90-degree turn to descend. Otherwise, they would plummet off the cliff, an outcome undoubtedly fatal. However, the formidable centripetal force rendered them incapable of making the turn at such high speed. If they wished to survive, there was but one option left: drifting. This technique, typically employed in racing, was adapted for humans without tires or brakes, only a sled. Yi Feng extended his other hand, gripping her tightly, and pushed his legs to their utmost limits. Finally, they reached the corner. Yi Feng almost spread his body flat, successfully reducing their speed to a minimum. Then, at the moment they burst off the track, he deliberately leaned back. Qin Ruhan clung tightly to Yi Feng, being spun around by him in a wide arc. Her center of gravity shifted entirely behind her, and as she fell onto her backside, Yi Feng expended his last ounce of strength to pull her into his embrace, positioning her head against his abdomen. Thud! Yi Feng landed first on his rear, spinning 2 or 3 times on the snow. The two bodies appeared to be heading straight for the right angle. Yi Feng pressed himself against the ground, seeking more friction. At last, just a few meters away from being flung off, they came to a halt. But Yi Feng's head and half of his body slammed against a protruding rock at the side of the path. In an instant, he lost consciousness. When Yi Feng regained consciousness, he found himself lying on a hospital bed. The hospital was bustling with people, chattering in a language he could not comprehend. Nearby, a young boy with tousled hair was engrossed in a video game. Chapter 92. Yi Feng, are you all right? As soon as he awoke, Qin Ruhan rushed over, her eyes brimming with tears. Yi Feng managed a feeble smile. My body can still hold up. You're still smiling. You nearly gave me a heart attack. Qin Ruhan scolded through her tears. It's a miracle I survived that perilous situation. My physical condition saved me, or I would have been done for. Yi Feng reflected with a sigh. Keep it down. A displeased voice interrupted their conversation, admonishing them in fluent Chinese. Yi Feng frowned and turned to look. To his surprise, he encountered a fellow Huaxia person in the hospital. He could not discern whether this was fortunate or unfortunate. Qin Ruhan glared at the individual and lowered her voice. I thought I would never see you again. I'm fine, just a slight headache, Yi Feng replied nonchalantly. Meanwhile, the boy with tousled hair, seeing that they were ignoring him, shook his head and returned to his game. Soon, Yi Feng and Qin Ruhan completed their discharge procedures and exited the hospital. However, to their astonishment, they encountered several police cars parked outside. As soon as the officers spotted Yi Feng and Qin Ruhan, they approached them directly. What is going on? Yi Feng frowned at the leading officer. Hello, sir. We suspect you have been engaging in illegal activities here. Please accompany us, an officer stated from behind. What nonsense. We are tourists. How could we be involved in illegal activities? Yi Feng retorted angrily. However, the officer did not offer further explanation and proceeded to produce handcuffs, ready to restrain him. What are you doing? Let your captain come and speak with me, Qin Ruhan admonished. At the moment the officer was about to cuff Yi Feng, he grew serious and forcefully shoved the officer aside, seizing Qin Ruhan and sprinting in the opposite direction. The other officers, momentarily stunned, quickly jumped into their vehicles to pursue them. With their remarkable physical conditioning, Yi Feng and Qin Ruhan ran at an astonishing speed, and in the brief time it took for the officers to get into their cars, they had vanished from sight. The police, not wasting any time, immediately drove off to search for their whereabouts. At that moment, Yi Feng was panting heavily, hiding in a dark corridor. What is their situation? Should I contact someone back home? Qin Ruhan asked anxiously. I sense this matter is quite complicated. We must devise a plan. It could be related to troubles we stirred up as mercenaries, Yi Feng said, shaking his head grimly. That sounds dangerous. Qin Ruhan exclaimed, alarmed. Right now? We can only take things one step at a time, Yi Feng replied helplessly. But if we contact anyone, they will surely trace us, Qin Ruhan expressed her concern. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Yi Feng forced a smile to reassure her. Upon hearing his words, Qin Ruhan's expression softened slightly. What are you two doing here? Just as they prepared to leave the corridor, they suddenly heard a trembling voice behind them. Chapter 93. Hearing the voice of the boy with tousled hair, they turned around. Clearly, he had witnessed the unfolding events. We are innocent, Yi Feng stated with resignation. Not expecting this boy to be of any assistance, it was already commendable if he did not obstruct them. You're also Huaxia people, right? Qin Ruhan suddenly inquired. Yes. The boy nodded. Then you must have heard of General Qin, right? Yi Feng looked at Qin Ruhan in surprise, uncertain why she would mention the old man at this juncture. Although he was well known, it seemed futile to bring him up here. The boy paused, then nodded again. I am his granddaughter, Qin Ruhan, and I am also the chief of the Beijing District Police Bureau. We believe we may have been framed by the locals here, and if possible, we would appreciate your assistance. The boy furrowed his brow, pondering for a long time before finally saying, What can I do? Yi Feng. You take the lead, Qin Ruhan suggested, entrusting the communication to Yi Feng. Let us exchange WeChat. Using the phone here could lead to discovery. We will contact you later after we return to the hotel to gather our things, Yi Feng proposed. Seizing the moment while the police were likely still searching nearby, they needed to hurry back to the hotel. The boy did not say much and promptly added Yi Feng's contact information. Once they had exchanged details, they officially began conversing on their way. Is there really a problem? Why would so many police be looking for you? Yet you don't seem like bad people. The boy asked. In fact, he had checked on Qin Ruhan as soon as he left, finding her claims to be valid. This situation is complicated, but we won't forget your help, Yi Feng said, trying to establish rapport. If you are truly innocent, that is fine, just don't deceive me, the boy cautioned. Currently, we may need to rely on you to connect with others, but it would be best if your friends could book us another hotel, Yi Feng continued. Why? Does this concern me? The boy questioned, puzzled. Are you really this naive? They will soon investigate you, and your records will be quickly uncovered. We are not safe here, Yi Feng remarked. No way. I will take care of it immediately. Xiao Huangmao appeared quite enthusiastic about Yi Feng and the others. After concluding the phone call with Yi Feng, Xiao Huangmao promptly reached out to his friends to book another hotel. Yi Feng and his companions had already returned to their original hotel. Upon receiving the new address, they began their transfer without delay. They cautiously gathered their belongings and exited the hotel, constantly on the lookout. As anticipated by Yi Feng, shortly after they stepped out, several cars arrived, and a group of individuals rushed into the hotel. Their anxious demeanor clearly indicated that they were undercover agents. Yi Feng felt no concern for Xiao Huangmao. Without evidence, they could do nothing against him. When they left, they were thoroughly covered and had changed their clothes, making it nearly impossible to recognize them. With utmost caution, Yi Feng and Qin Ruhan finally arrived at the room of the new hotel. For Yi Feng, this incident marked the successful navigation of the first hurdle. However, returning home would undoubtedly present numerous challenges. In such circumstances, Yi Feng understood that resolving all issues could only be achieved through the help of his friends back in the homeland. Thus, he swiftly sent a voice message to Li Ming and the others. What? Such a situation actually exists. Li Ming quickly replied. Chapter 94. The immediate priority is how to resolve this, Yi Feng stated. This is easy. Leave it to me, and I will handle it. Let public opinion resolve everything, Li Ming proclaimed. You certainly have a way, Yi Feng acknowledged Li Ming's approach. It must be said that this was indeed a viable solution. Meanwhile, Qin Ruhan also initiated a message through her WeChat, though it remained unclear to whom she was sending it. How about you? After communicating with Li Ming and the others, Yi Feng inquired of Qin Ruhan. I have informed the drivers. They will relay the message to the old man. He should be able to handle it soon. Qin Ruhan exhaled in relief. If the old man is involved, I can rest easy. This matter seems beyond our capacity to resolve, Qin Ruhan admitted helplessly. Recent events have been somewhat unusual. I suspect there is an underlying issue, Yi Feng commented. There is nothing we can do. We must address whatever comes our way, Qin Ruhan shrugged. You're quite the Zen beauty, Yi Feng chuckled. You have a sharp tongue. Qin Ruhan laughed as well, alleviating much of the tension between them. However, soon, both fell into an awkward silence. In a foreign land, sharing a room, such an atmosphere existed, and even if Yi Feng harbored no ulterior motives, the situation felt peculiar. After all, he and Qin Ruhan had yet to solidify their relationship. And with the recent stimuli from Qin Meili and the others, having Qin Ruhan right before him felt undeniably intense. Qin Ruhan's face flushed slightly, leaving her momentarily at a loss. Ruhan, how has work been lately? After a while, Yi Feng broke the awkward silence. Qin Ruhan was taken aback and replied, quite well. Last time, when you resolved that issue with the bicycles, I even received praise from above. Yi Feng feigned a smile, saying, that's wonderful. As long as your work is on track, I can rest assured. At that moment, Qin Ruhan suddenly stepped forward and gently embraced Yi Feng. Yi Feng's body stiffened, instinctively wanting to pull away, yet Qin Ruhan held him tightly. Don't push me away, Yi Feng, Qin Ruhan murmured, burying her face in his embrace. Yi Feng fell silent. I am not pushing you away. I fear I might lose control. However, Qin Ruhan made no further advances. She simply held Yi Feng quietly, seemingly just to feel his warmth. I genuinely want to thank you for everything you've done for me. Qin Ruhan spoke softly in Yifeng's arms. Yifeng remained silent. Qin Ruhan felt indebted to him, but in truth, Yifeng too felt a sense of obligation towards Qin Ruhan. Qin Ruhan fell into silence as well. And after a long while, she slowly released her hold on Yifeng. Yifeng offered her a smile, stating, I believe that, aside from our relationship, there is no need to fuss over the details. Qin Ruhan, taken aback, understood and returned a smile. That night, nothing occurred between them, yet everything had changed. After this night, their hearts had quietly drawn closer. Chapter 95. After concluding their conversation, Yifeng lay on the sofa while Qin Ruhan rested on the bed, both sleeping soundly until the sounds of bustling traffic outside gently roused them. Good morning. Yifeng greeted Qin Ruhan with a smile. What shall we do today? Qin Ruhan mumbled, rubbing her swollen eyelids. I fear we can only remain here for now. Yifeng replied helplessly. Well, it doesn't matter to me. With you here, it won't be boring. We can play games all day. Qin Ruhan laughed. Before that, we need to buy some food. Yifeng chuckled. After saying this, he changed his clothes in the bathroom before emerging. Thankfully, he had been cautious during their arrival, bringing along a hat and a mask. Otherwise, venturing out so openly could have posed problems. Fully equipped, Yifeng left for a nearby convenience store, purchasing a substantial amount of food and daily necessities, filling a bag to bring back to the hotel. Now that he had money, the freedom to buy things felt quite delightful. Sometimes, shopping provided Yifeng with a sense of happiness. His life had been quite arduous, and it was now time to genuinely embrace joy. Upon returning to the hotel room, Qin Ruhan had already completed her morning routine. After finishing breakfast, Yifeng checked his WeChat and found a message from Li Ming. To Yifeng's surprise, Li Ming had boldly chosen to tackle the issue head-on, hiring numerous online commenters to disseminate news about the incident across various communities and forums. Suddenly, rumors of Yifeng facing unfair treatment abroad flooded the domestic social networks. Naturally, such events stirred collective indignation. What the hell? How can they arrest someone without evidence? What is going on? Exactly. Do they think we are easy targets? I agree. This is absolutely outrageous. The internet was rife with various voices of condemnation, and Li Ming's social account was inundated with comments. Li Ming, you are indeed aiming for something big. Yifeng remarked helplessly to Li Ming. This is a great opportunity. It draws attention, and only with such public pressure can we resolve the matter more effectively. Just wait. It won't be long before the relevant authorities will step in to negotiate, Li Ming assured. Yifeng could certainly anticipate the outcome, and Li Ming's approach aligned with his thoughts. Meanwhile, Yifeng's friends, including Chun Moyu and others, also began to rally in support of him, sending numerous messages of concern. After addressing his friends' responses, Yifeng expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Xiao Huangmao. Now, for him, all he could do was wait. It must be said that Xiao Huangmao's assistance had indeed been substantial. I'm afraid I won't be able to help you for the next few days, Xiao Huangmao soon replied. Why? Yifeng was taken aback. Although events were progressing favorably, the assistance of Xiao Huangmao remained crucial. Previously, he had offended certain individuals associated with the Japanese underworld, and he needed to lay low for a few days, fearing they might come knocking today. Upon seeing Xiao Huangmao's message, Yifeng could not help but smile wryly. This fellow truly had a penchant for trouble. Do not fear. With me around, no one can harm you, Yifeng declared with conviction. Now, provide me with your address. I wish to see which of those scoundrels dares to threaten my friend. Chapter 96. Upon receiving Yifeng's message, Xiao Huangmao was deeply moved and eventually sent him the address. Soon, Yifeng and his companions arrived at Xiao Huangmao's room. To Yifeng's surprise, he found the place to be quite shabby, a small single room filled with old belongings, indicating a rather difficult existence. Just as Yifeng was about to speak, a loud knock resounded on the door. Xiao Huangmao jumped in fright, pacing anxiously. What should we do? They must have come for us. Li Yuan, we know you are inside. Come out and clarify matters. We will only cripple one of your hands. Otherwise, if others find out, you are finished. Li Yuan, if you dare to disrupt our business here, you should know the consequences. This is the end for you. The harsh voices from outside nearly brought Li Yuan to tears. Yifeng inquired about the situation, and his expression darkened immediately. It appeared that the matter was graver than he had anticipated. Realizing he must intervene, Yifeng stood and approached the door. Brother, no. Li Yuan rushed to stop him, but Yifeng opened the door before he could reach him. The group outside paused momentarily upon spotting an unfamiliar face. Who are you? A bald man at the forefront inquired. I am a friend of Li Yuan. Yifeng replied calmly. At that moment, someone inside who understood Huaxiao language whispered to the bald man, who then grinned maliciously. Ha ha ha. You Huaxiao people are indeed all in cahoots. The bald man stepped past Yi Feng and sneered at Li Yuan. You will come with us. After conversing with the bald man, the one who spoke Huaxia turned to Yi Feng. Subsequently, Yi Feng, hands in his pockets and masked, accompanied the group, with poor Li Yuan following suit. Not long after, they were taken to an abandoned factory. Upon arrival, the bald man wasted no time and aimed a kick at Yi Feng. With a cold smile, Yi Feng sidestepped the attack and swiftly knocked the man to the ground. Since leaving the hospital, Yi Feng had fully recovered. Engaging him in a fight now was akin to courting death. Everyone was stunned, unable to fathom that Yi Feng dared to retaliate in front of so many. They rushed at him, cursing angrily, while Li Yuan cowered in fear, too terrified to move. Yi Feng remained expressionless, weaving through the approaching crowd. Qin Ruhan, standing nearby, crossed her arms with a subtle smile, evidently confident in Yi Feng's abilities. Indeed, in a short while, Yi Feng had brought the entire group down. Those unfortunate individuals lay on the ground, groaning in pain. Yi Feng surveyed the crowd and calmly asked, "Who else wishes to come forward?" The bald man struggled to rise, fear evident in his eyes. Yi Feng turned to Li Yuan, instructing him to inform them that anyone else who sought trouble would find him ready to oblige. Li Yuan hesitated but ultimately conveyed the message truthfully. The bald man's expression faltered, and he unexpectedly bowed to Yi Feng before conversing with Li Yuan extensively. Yi Feng was taken aback by this behavior. What on earth did this fellow intend? Chapter 97. Hearing Yi Feng's words, the man paused and remarked, "With your strength, they will no longer seek trouble, and they will not mention my matters again." At this, Li Yuan respectfully added, "Indeed." Yi Feng was quite surprised by how quickly their attitude had shifted. Since they had already made their declarations, he chose not to say more and allowed them to leave. Afterward, through discussions with Li Yuan, Yi Feng learned that within their gang, respect for the strong surpassed all imagination. The power he had demonstrated had far exceeded their expectations, thus extinguishing any desire for resistance. Reflecting on Li Yuan's words, Yi Feng felt a mix of emotions. While some rogues back home would occasionally back down, most would still fight, which, to some extent, testified to a national spirit. Of course, sentimentality aside, Yi Feng still needed to resolve the situation. Remaining here was a cause for great concern. However, the developments took an unexpected turn. That evening, someone contacted Qin Ruhan. "Miss Qin, we have arrived. Please provide me with a specific location." Qin Ruhan, caught off guard, quickly inquired, "You have already arrived?" "Under the old man's orders, we must comply. You can call me Xiong. Your situation has stirred quite a commotion domestically, and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs will soon take action. I am concerned about the situation worsening, so I came here with my team to find you," Xiong explained. Qin Ruhan was somewhat bewildered by Xiong statement. Did they not require any sort of plan? Nevertheless, since he had already arrived, they would naturally cooperate with his actions. After providing Xiong with the address, Yi Feng and Qin Ruhan awaited news in their hotel room. The rapid spread of public discourse surrounding the incident had taken Yi Feng by surprise. He initially believed the matter would be quickly suppressed, yet it garnered such significant attention. This situation, however, offered Yi Feng a sense of relief. With such media scrutiny, those in Japan would likely refrain from reckless actions. Shortly after, Xiong sent the address to Yi Feng again. "Is it all right for us to proceed directly?" Yi Feng inquired with a hint of concern. "With the old man involved, there is no need for worry," Qin Ruhan assured him confidently. Indeed, Yi Feng nodded in agreement. If the old man was involved, there truly was little cause for concern. Naturally, Qin Ruhan felt immense anxiety within, but she could not show it in front of Yi Feng. For Yi Feng and his companions, it was indeed the optimal moment to return home. Yet for those in Japan who sought to track Yi Feng, it was not an opportune time. In the hastily established pursuit office, discussions erupted. "Now that we have obtained the meeting point, should we not act swiftly?" One operative suggested. "Given the current pressure from public opinion, can we afford to act immediately?" Another questioned. "There is nothing stopping us, but we must be clever about it. I have arranged for the Nishiyama group to handle this situation," a bureaucrat replied with a smirk. Yi Feng's background is rather complex. Even those tasked with this investigation tread carefully. However, from what I understand, he seems to have military backing, a man in a black suit stated grimly. Military backing. The revelation left everyone gasping in shock. Chapter 98. They had never anticipated that Yi Feng possessed such a terrifying background. Given his formidable connections, should we still confront him? Someone cautiously inquired. Is it then impossible to deal with him? We cannot afford to let this matter go unaddressed, a government official retorted. However, we are utterly incapable of contending with him. With the support of the Huaxiao military, this situation has become exceedingly complicated. If we cannot confront him, Alternative methods can still be devised. I have already taken action regarding this matter. At that moment, a female official stepped forward. As she spoke, all eyes in the office converged upon her. I have already infiltrated Huaxiao with our own operatives. Even if he returns to the country, he will remain under our surveillance, she said with a cold smile. Upon hearing her words, the responsible official nodded in satisfaction and refrained from further comments. Nonetheless, he remained hopeful about the operations of the Rixiang group. Should they succeed, he would have ample justification in diplomatic negotiations. Meanwhile, Yi Feng and Qin Ruhan, having finished their preparations, arrived at the rendezvous point with Xiong-jun. How will we handle the passport issue at the airport? Yi Feng inquired upon meeting Xiong-jun naturally. With a private jet, Xiong-jun replied with a grin. A private jet? Yi Feng was taken aback, surprised by Xiong-jun's lavish arrangements for this endeavor. I truly appreciate your assistance this time, Yi Feng expressed sincerely. The most challenging aspect of this undertaking had been their entry and exit procedures, and with Xiong-jun's involvement, all issues could be resolved seamlessly. Xiong-jun, my father is unaware of this matter, correct? Qin Ruhan asked. Xiong-jun shook his head helplessly. How could he possibly be oblivious to such a significant affair? In fact, he is quite concerned about you falling into the hands of the Japanese. Qin Ruhan replied despondently. I am actually quite curious whether he is more worried about my potential impact on him or my safety. Yi Feng hesitated, wanting to say something, but ultimately remained silent. Just as they were preparing to leave, the area around them was suddenly illuminated by headlights, as countless luxury vehicles surrounded them in an instant. Yi Feng's expression darkened as he turned to Ming'er and Xiong-jun. It seems we are in trouble this time. Both Xiong-jun and Ming'er wore grave expressions, silently gazing ahead. Soon, numerous individuals emerged from the vehicles, brandishing iron rods and swaggering toward the trio. We need to find a way to break through, Yi Feng whispered to Ming'er. Do not worry. I am prepared, Ming'er replied calmly. Yi Feng. At that moment, a burly man with a grotesque face stepped forward from the crowd, regarding Yi Feng with poorly spoken Chinese. What now? Yi Feng coldly glared at him. Rest assured, I will not kill you. If you cooperate and return with us, you may spare yourself some suffering, the man sneered. And if I refuse? Yi Feng retorted indifferently. The current villains certainly love to chatter. Yi Feng mused, recognizing that the individuals before him seemed to possess some level of strength, which should not be underestimated. The man, taken aback by Yi Feng's response, grinned maliciously, then prepared to endure considerable suffering. With that, he waved his hand, and his followers charged forward with their iron rods. Chapter 99. At that critical moment, two figures appeared at the far end of an adjacent road. Upon recognizing the familiar silhouettes, Qin Ruhan's face lit up with joy. One of the men swiftly advanced, landing a punch squarely on the face of one of the assailants. The unfortunate thug was sent crashing to the roadside, blood gushing from his nose, clearly having suffered a broken nose from the powerful blow delivered by the robust man. Seeing reinforcements arrive, the remaining assailants immediately rushed toward the trio of newcomers. As the dark crowd approached, the other slender woman remained unfazed, drawing a metal rod and swiftly darting through the throng with ghostly agility. In no time, she dispatched the seemingly formidable thugs with alarming speed and strength, leaving them in a state of disarray. Witnessing this scene, Yi Feng was momentarily stunned, yet it soon dawned on him that these were the reinforcements Qin Ruhan had summoned, and they were evidently affiliated with the old man, their combat prowess leaving Yi Feng in awe. This revelation also made Yi Feng realize the extraordinary capabilities of the old man's subordinates. Even if Yi Feng were to take the matter seriously, dealing with these two would likely prove challenging. Although he was confident in his ability to triumph, it was rare for anyone to last more than a few exchanges against him. With the arrival of the two fighters, despite the enemy's numerical advantage, chaos ensued among their ranks. After a prolonged struggle, the assailants soon discovered, to their horror, that nearly half of their number lay incapacitated on the ground. However, due to their training, the remaining thugs continued to pose a threat, and the two reinforcements began to show signs of fatigue under the relentless assault. Meanwhile, Yi Feng and Qin Ruhan finally joined the fray. They dashed forward, quickly halting to retrieve wooden sticks from the ground, rushing towards the mass of attackers with lightning speed. With Yi Feng and Qin Ruhan's participation, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. Under the scrutiny of all present, Yi Feng unleashed his formidable prowess, swiftly incapacitating numerous assailants. Ha ha, who wanted to teach me a lesson? Yi Feng exclaimed gleefully as he continued to strike down his opponents with the wooden stick. Before long, the multitude of thugs had been utterly defeated. The leader, clearly taken aback by Yi Feng's ferocity, stood frozen in place, gazing at his unconscious subordinates before collapsing to the ground in defeat. Do we need to deal with this guy? After the battle concluded, the burly man approached. Speaking in a deep voice, Yifeng shook his head, casting a glance at the leader. Such insignificant figures are not worth our attention. We should leave swiftly. With that, the group hastened to depart. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the location of the private jet prepared by Xiong-jun and successfully boarded. 15 minutes later, the aircraft ascended into the sky, marking Yifeng's return journey. Miss Qin, these two are your father's subordinates, the Xing-jun and Xing-mei siblings, Xiong-jun introduced. Qin Ruhan regarded Xiong-jun with curiosity before glancing at the siblings. Noticing her gaze, Xiong-jun turned to her with a smile. They are members of the old man's personal security team, thus exceptionally skilled. The personal security team? Qin Ruhan expressed her surprise. Their capabilities are indeed impressive. Yifeng remarked with admiration. Chapter 100 Impressive? That's an understatement. Xing-mei scoffed. Ha ha ha. My sister can be rather arrogant. Please do not take offense. Xing-jun chuckled heartily. Perhaps we could practice together sometime, Yifeng said nonchalantly. This gentleman clearly knows Yifeng, Xiong-jun noted. A hero does not dwell on past glories, Yifeng interrupted. As long as you are safe, we can consider our mission accomplished. However, given the current tense situation, Miss Qin, you must exercise caution, Xiong-jun advised sincerely. Yifeng chose not to elaborate further. In his view, having the old master's aide discreetly assisting him naturally increased his odds of success. We will protect you from the shadows in the future, Xing-jun respectfully informed Qin Ruhan after Yifeng concluded his conversation with Xiong-jun. There is no need to be so formal with me. I am not accustomed to being addressed as Miss. You may simply call me Ruhan, Qin Ruhan replied with a smile. As you wish, Miss, Xing-jun responded, prompting an exasperated glance from Qin Ruhan. The two individuals were quite peculiar. Yifeng and Qin Ruhan had never encountered them before. Yet their demeanor suggested complete obedience to the old master's commands. Furthermore, the recent peril in Japan hinted at significant underlying issues, prompting Yifeng to recall the series of strange attacks that had occurred recently. It was evident that he must seize the opportunity to clarify matters with the old master. Subsequently, Yifeng communicated with his companions via their messaging tools to assure them of his safety. Naturally, his friends were elated by his safe return, and they began brainstorming ways to celebrate. Let us forego the celebration. As long as my business flourishes, that would be the greatest assistance to me, Yifeng candidly stated. Rest assured, I've got your back, Li Ming confidently declared. I appreciate your help this time. Yifeng expressed his gratitude. Do we even need to mention such things among brothers? Ha. With your words, I'll make sure you pay for a drink when we get back. Who's afraid of whom? After exiting the voice call, a profound silence enveloped the cabin. With the ordeal in Japan now behind them, Qin Ruhan gently leaned against Yifeng and fell into a deep slumber. Reflecting on her behavior over the past few days, Yifeng could not help but smile knowingly. Presently, he had numerous matters to resolve, yet with the covert assistance from Xing-jun and his companions, he felt a surge of confidence. Lost in his thoughts, the plane finally landed 4 hours later. As he set foot on the warm soil of his homeland, Yifeng inhaled deeply. After enduring so much abroad, he felt immense joy at being able to stand once more on this cherished land. The following day after returning home, Yifeng instructed Li Ming to find someone to post an online message declaring that the matter had been resolved satisfactorily. Given that this issue pertained to his own circumstances, Yifeng preferred to avoid drawing too much attention to it. News on the internet travels swiftly. After Yifeng and his team issued their statement, the information quickly faded from the public eye. Before long, Yifeng resumed his calm, yet tumultuous life. Chapter 101. The days of tranquility always seemed to pass quickly. Yifeng busied himself between the women's clothing store and the bar, leading a fulfilling life. After experiencing the ordeal with the big boss, Chen Mayu grew noticeably closer to him and his friends. However, it was evident that she, along with Qin Ruhan and Wang Wan, had formed an alliance, often teasing Yifeng mercilessly. Fortunately, Yifeng was no ordinary individual. He was both capable and articulate, never one to back down. Yet, as time flew by, only 4 days remained until Yifeng's appointment with Qin Ruhan's cousin, and he found himself nearly 500,000 short, which left him quite troubled. Just then, amidst this anxiety, Yifeng received a call from Qin Meili. Miss Qin, how delightful to receive a call from you. Yifeng jested as he answered the phone. Xiao Yu has been taken by the big boss. Qin Meili's somber voice resonated on the other end. No way. How could that scoundrel dare to act? Yifeng exclaimed, alarmed. I don't know. I can't find her anywhere, she replied. Don't worry. I will handle this. I'm heading to Ningcheng to find you. Yifeng quickly reassured her. After gaining a general understanding of the situation from Qin Meili, he hung up. Due to the suddenness of the incident, if Xiaoyu was indeed in trouble, Yifeng knew he must act swiftly, even if it meant going alone. He could never forget the significant help Qin Meili and her friends had provided him. Contemplating this, Yifeng promptly dialed Qin Ruhan, conveying everything Qin Meili had just shared along with his analysis. Yifeng, what do you want me to do? Should I find someone to accompany you to Ningcheng? Qin Ruhan inquired. Precisely, along with Ming, Li Ming, and perhaps Xing Jun and Xing Mei. They will likely need to accompany me as well. I cannot transport all my subordinates quickly, but I will notify Ming to send his men over shortly. This time, it seems we must rely solely on ourselves. Yifeng urgently explained to Qin Ruhan. This marked the first time Yifeng's crew and Qin Ruhan's team would converge. Given the urgency of the situation, if even Qin Meili's strengths could not withstand the big boss, then the scenario they would face would undoubtedly be perilous, serving as a trial for them all. Yifeng then connected with Xing Jun and Xing Mei through Qin Ruhan and arranged to meet at the East Station before promptly having a driver take him to the train station. Unexpectedly, just after returning from Japan, he now found himself heading to Ningcheng once again, which was indeed exhausting. Nevertheless, it was not the journey that troubled him most, but the fact that he repeatedly attempted to call Qin Ruhan, only to find his calls unanswered. This situation filled Yifeng with a sense of urgency, as he was eager to discover what had transpired in Ningcheng. However, having endured so much already, Yifeng maintained a facade of composure, ensuring that his return journey was well organized. While he wished to avoid confronting the big boss prematurely, the sudden turn of events left him with no choice but to act. Chapter 102. For Yifeng, any misstep in his arrangements could lead him to a point of no return. After waiting at the station for what felt like an eternity, Yifeng finally spotted Xing Jun, Xing Mei, Ming, and Li Ming approaching him together, for reasons unknown. Seeing the four of them brought a profound sense of calm to his heart. Although he was uncertain of the big boss's current strength, Yifeng held unwavering faith in his friends and in the Xing siblings. Their collective presence instantly instilled him with formidable confidence. In light of the circumstances, Yifeng refrained from discussing much with them, simply outlining the situation before they all purchased tickets and boarded the train to Ningcheng. On the way, Yifeng continued to call Qin Meili, yet no matter how many times he tried, he could not get through. This ongoing situation heightened his anxiety significantly. Unable to reach Qin Meili, Yifeng decided to call Qin Ruhan once more, asking her to see if she could find a way to contact Qin Meili. With the unknown depth of the big boss's power looming over him, Yifeng remained deeply concerned. If any of them were harmed, the loss would be too great for him to bear. Likewise, he also called Qin Ruhan, requesting her to keep an eye on Wang when in Pingcheng. However, when Yifeng connected the call with Qin Ruhan, she ominously stated, "I have already received news that Qin Meili is in a conflict with another group. It appears that the opposing side currently has the upper hand. You must be cautious upon your return. Wealth is but an external possession, and your safety is of utmost importance." Hearing her words, Yifeng naturally agreed, yet he queried with suspicion, "What about the Ningcheng police station?" This question plunged Qin Ruhan into silence. After a moment, she quietly replied, "I am truly sorry. I fear I cannot assist you this time. It seems there are complications with Director Liu, and if we intervene, it could endanger you." Upon receiving this intelligence from Qin Ruhan, Yifeng realized that this situation was indeed troublesome. It occurred to him that the recent disappearance of the big boss was merely a preparatory phase for their impending conflict. The current circumstances left him feeling quite unprepared. From this perspective, Yifeng was undoubtedly at a disadvantage in terms of information. It could either be that the big boss's secrecy was exceptionally effective, rendering any investigation impossible, or that the big boss was fully aware of Yifeng's movements, thus not requiring any special measures for confidentiality. Alas, all of this could only be attributed to the sheer number of personal matters Yifeng had, which prevented him from dedicating all his energy to this struggle. Fortunately, Xing Jun and his team were now his trump card, as long as they were present. Yifeng believed he still held a significant advantage in this battle. After ending the call with Qin Ruhan, Li Ming approached him with a worried expression. Inquiring about the situation, Yifeng patted Li Ming's shoulder and said, "The situation is more dire than we anticipated. The most pressing concern is the current status of Qin Meili and her group. If they have fallen into the hands of the big boss, things could escalate severely. If they are in their grasp, we must go and rescue them," Li Ming responded. "It seems that is the only course of action," Yifeng sighed. "That big boss truly is a persistent specter. However, this time, we must ensure he is brought to justice." Chapter 103. Yifeng, do not worry. We do have ways to deal with those individuals. As long as we have enough manpower to alleviate some of the burden, dealing with those characters will be a mere formality, Xing Jun declared confidently. His words elicited a mere smile from Yi Feng. This brash man likely remained unaware of the big boss's true capabilities. During the time spent in the pyramid scheme organization, Yi Feng had already witnessed the big boss's methods and, particularly recently, continued to learn about his terrifying power. Truth be told, had it not been for necessity, Yi Feng would prefer not to confront him so soon. He understood that this would be the most formidable battle he had faced to date, one in which his chances of success were markedly slim. Yi Feng was uncertain how this conflict would ultimately unfold, but he knew that if he could not guarantee the safety of Qin Meili and her companions, he would not be worthy of leading a mercenary group. Before long, amidst a tapestry of emotions, they arrived in Ningxing. However, upon disembarking the train and preparing to exit the station, they found themselves surrounded by a dark throng of people, with numerous vans lurking behind, seemingly awaiting their arrival. Upon seeing the sharply dressed enforcers, Yi Feng immediately deduced who was orchestrating this operation: the big boss. It appeared that the situation for Qin Meili and her group was far from optimistic. Meanwhile, Li Ming and the others, upon witnessing the dense crowd before them, wore grave expressions. Despite their exceptional combat skills, the sheer number of trained enforcers posed a significant challenge. Standing in front of the crowd, they felt alarmingly outmatched. While they were still locked in a standoff with the enforcers, an individual emerged from the throng. Indeed, it was the big boss. Upon seeing his familiar face, Yi Feng froze momentarily, his countenance darkening. This man seemed to know their movements better than he had anticipated. Yet, Yi Feng remained unfazed by the big boss's presence. He was resolute that one day the big boss would pay for all he had done. Yi Feng, the big boss sneered. Did I not tell you that what you took from me would soon be returned? Look, I have done just that. Hearing the big boss's words, Yi Feng fixed his gaze upon him, retorting, let us not rush to conclusions. The outcome is still uncertain. Uncertain? Huh. Do you truly believe you and your companions can contend with me? Instead, I shall grant you some time. Let your allies come and collect the bodies. The big boss laughed wickedly, his eyes gleaming with malice. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yi Feng understood that the night would not end peacefully. He had initially hoped to find a place to formulate a strategy, but had never expected events to unfold so abruptly. Collecting bodies? No, no, no. You will pay for everything you do today, Yi Feng declared, his gaze unwavering. Chapter 104. Yi Feng had initially intended to inquire about Chen Xiaoshua's condition, but he surmised that she had likely fallen into their hands, along with Qin Meili. Observing this situation only heightened his anxiety. This man truly seemed intent on courting death. TSK, still defiant? You will soon understand the gravity of your predicament, the big boss said malevolently. With that, he gestured, and the black-clad enforcers in the front row advanced toward them. Witnessing this, Xing Jun and the others swiftly formed a protective circle around Yi Feng, keeping a vigilant watch on the encroaching enforcers. At this moment, the area surrounding the station had been largely cleared, leaving only the big boss's subordinates in sight. Soon, the enforcers charged towards them. As the first assailant swung a fist at Xing Jun, he deftly dodged and retaliated with a powerful strike to the man's nose. Yi Feng smirked, thinking that the big boss must be astonished by Xing Jun's prowess. Indeed, from a distance, Yi Feng noticed the big boss's expression darkening. Despite the number of attackers, the formation created by Yi Feng and his companions proved to be an effective barrier against the onslaught. Li Ming and the others understood that Yi Feng must not be compromised, otherwise, the morale on both sides would shift dramatically. When Xing Jun and his team arrived, they had brought expandable batons with them. With their skillful and decisive strikes, the unfortunate attackers, pushed forward, fell swiftly to Xing Jun's blows. To Yi Feng's surprise, Li Ming and Ming remained composed in the face of the trained enforcers, suggesting that even after a prolonged absence from combat, these two were still formidable. Li Ming moved with remarkable speed, wielding his baton in one hand and striking with his fists in the other, employing dazzling techniques to incapacitate the assailants before him. Ming is incredibly powerful. Although he lacks the speed of Li Ming, every strike he delivers renders the unfortunate adversaries before him utterly incapacitated. Charge! All of you attack! I refuse to believe that so many cannot handle a mere handful. As the thugs before them continued to fall, the boss roared in exasperation. To be frank, witnessing this scenario, Yi Feng felt a profound sense of relief at having unexpectedly reunited with Li Ming and the others. Had it not been for them, Yi Feng would undoubtedly be in a far worse predicament. However, despite Xing Jun and the others effortlessly dealing with these ruffians, the sheer number of these scoundrels was overwhelming. As the tide of dark figures surged forth, Yi Feng noticed beads of sweat beginning to form on their foreheads. This sight stirred a sense of trepidation within him. prompting him to consider stepping in to alleviate their burden. Yet, just as Yifeng contemplated joining the fray, a Ming swiftly pushed him back. If you wish to assist us, find a way to summon reinforcements. There are simply too many foes. I doubt we can hold out for long. If you expose yourself and they strike you, it will only incite further chaos. A Ming spoke rapidly. Upon hearing A Ming's words, Yifeng found himself engulfed in inner turmoil. In such a dire situation, where could he possibly find support? Qin Ruhan was unable to lend a hand, and he couldn't reach Qin Meili. Realizing that apart from his current companions, he had no strength left to rely on, Yifeng felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Chapter 105. Initially, he had intended to locate Chun Xiaoxua and the others upon arriving here before devising a plan, but unexpectedly, he encountered an ambush just after disembarking from the station. However, at that moment, Yifeng suddenly recalled his comrades from the mercenary group. Yet, he quickly dismissed this thought. Even if he were to notify them, their arrival would undoubtedly be too late. In this predicament, they had no choice but to endure on their own. As the black-clad assailants surged forth like a relentless tide, the encirclement tightened alarmingly. Before long, Yifeng could even feel the warmth radiating from Xing Mei's back. Regret washed over him for having rushed in without proper reconnaissance. Despite the struggle becoming increasingly arduous, the number of those who had fallen and could not rise again was staggering. Just then, the distant roar of engines erupted. In an instant, a multitude of vans sped toward their direction. Seeing this, despair began to creep into Yifeng's heart. It seemed that reinforcements had arrived from the boss's side. How were they to face this? Yifeng had yet to locate Chen Xiaoxua. He truly did not wish to meet his end here. However, when Yifeng glanced at the boss, he was puzzled to see that, as the vans approached, the boss's face gradually paled. Something was amiss. This situation was not what it seemed. Clearly, these individuals were not allies of the boss. Otherwise, the boss would not have reacted in such a manner. Indeed, as Yifeng had surmised, once the vans came to a halt, a group of people emerged and encircled the boss's men as well. Faced with this situation, Yifeng was utterly bewildered, uncertain of what had transpired. Could it be that a third party had entered the fray? Upon observing the group attacking the boss's men, Yifeng's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly felt as though he had plunged into a fog, unable to see the path ahead. This unforeseen circumstance left Yifeng bewildered. Who were these individuals? How did they know of their actions today? Was someone else watching them aside from the boss? Could it be the old man? As he watched the group fiercely subdue the boss's men, a thought surged within Yifeng. Wait a minute. Wasn't Xing Jun already affiliated with the old man? But who could these newcomers be? The unfolding situation left Yifeng utterly perplexed. He could not fathom how these individuals had gained knowledge of their current predicament. Such a coordinated effort could only stem from meticulous planning. Soon, the newly arrived thugs launched a fierce assault. To Yifeng's astonishment, the caliber of these individuals was not significantly inferior to that of the boss's subordinates. The boss's men, already weakened by their encounter with Xing Jun and the others, found themselves surrounded, with little hope for victory. Rapidly, with the addition of these new assailants, the boss's forces began to retreat. Chapter 106. Meanwhile, upon witnessing the arrival of these attackers, the boss's face turned ashen. He too was evidently at a loss regarding the unfolding events. However, for him, regardless of the circumstances, it signified that his plans for the night were about to fail. Yifeng, what is happening? Did you summon those people? Xing Jun inquired, turning to Yifeng with suspicion. Shaking his head, Yifeng replied, I have no idea what is going on. This situation genuinely perplexed Yifeng. Could they be your friends? Li Ming asked, puzzled. Although the fact that the boss's men were incapacitated was advantageous, they were equally uncertain about whether these newcomers would turn their attention to them next. Should they confront this new group, their current state would undoubtedly be insufficient to endure. Fortunately, after the boss's men escorted him to safety, the remaining survivors swiftly retreated, and soon the entire station square was entirely occupied by the newcomers. Observing that they had ceased their advance, Yifeng stepped forward and called out, Who is your leader? However, as his words fell, the group ignored him and retreated like a receding tide, all returning to their vans. What the hell? They are indeed formidable. Yifeng was left utterly speechless. These individuals had come and gone as if they were mere volunteer soldiers, assisting in resolving this crisis without any ulterior motives. This entire affair felt exceedingly surreal. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, Yifeng had momentarily extricated himself from this crisis. After the boss's men and the newcomers withdrew, Yifeng and his companions did not take any further action. Although Xing Jun and the others had sustained minor injuries, their physical resilience allowed for these wounds to heal naturally. After a brief rest, They wasted no time and hurried toward the address left by Qin Mili. The vicinity of the station square had been cleared remarkably well. After searching for a considerable time, they finally managed to hail a taxi. As they traveled toward the designated address, Yifeng mentally organized his connections. Yet, no matter how he arranged them, he could not deduce who had come to his aid. However, he was certain that all of this must be intertwined with his father's complex relationships from years past. To be honest, knowing that someone was silently supporting him brought a warm feeling to Yifeng's heart. Although Yifeng was entirely unaware of why that person was reluctant to face him and clarify everything, it was evident that the individual harbored no malice towards him. As they traveled, lost in a myriad of thoughts, Yifeng and his companions swiftly arrived at the address left by Qin Mili. Upon reaching the location, it aligned perfectly with Yifeng's expectations. Indeed, the underlings of the big boss had occupied the area. In truth, the big boss's men were easily distinguishable. Divided into two distinct groups, one clad uniformly in black suits, showcasing considerable strength, while the other comprised evidently temporary thugs. Thus, confronted by such a small assembly, Xingjun and his companions quickly subdued them all. After dealing with these ruffians, Yifeng hurriedly dashed into the residence to search for Qin Mili. Unfortunately, to his dismay, he did not catch a glimpse of her. However, in a corner room on the second floor, he did discover several individuals bound and gagged. Upon unbinding them, Yifeng immediately inquired about Qin Mili's whereabouts. When we were attacked here, Qin Mili had already been rescued. As for Miss Xiao Shui, we are still unclear about her situation. She seems to still be in their clutches. Regarding Qin Mili's current location, we do not know, the subordinates informed him. Hearing this, Yifeng's anxiety deepened. The area was not extensive, yet finding a single person proved exceedingly challenging. Nevertheless, the news that Qin Mili had been rescued provided him with some solace. As long as she was safe, the prospect of victory in this conflict remained feasible. However, Yifeng was genuinely perplexed about the identity of her rescuer. Just as he prepared to leave the residence in search of Qin Mili, he received a call from her. Yifeng, come to Chuanxi Street, number 28. Qin Mili stated directly over the phone. Are you all right? Yifeng exclaimed with relief. I am fine. I have located their position. Come over, and we can act immediately. Qin Mili seemed somewhat anxious. Without hesitation, Yifeng and his group promptly proceeded to the address she had provided. Upon arrival, seeing Qin Mili standing there unharmed, Yifeng finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Damn it, you scared me to death, he said, walking up to her with a frown. I do not know who rescued me, Qin Mili replied, furrowing her brow. I encountered them as well, Yifeng remarked. You do not know who they are either? I do not know, Yifeng shook his head. Well, we can discuss this later. We have discovered that the big boss is stationed in a villa, while another group of his men is gathered at a factory in the outskirts. If possible, we should split up, Qin Mili suggested. My subordinates will arrive tonight. We can take action tomorrow, Ming interjected. Qin Mili glanced at Yifeng and nodded. Let us proceed tomorrow. That way we will have more assurance. The proposal met with no objections from the others. That evening, Ming's subordinates all arrived in Ningcheng. The next day, after preparations were complete, they quickly gathered, ready for the final battle of the day. As Yifeng prepared to set off, their ranks were already filled with their followers. Observing the sea of dark figures, Yifeng felt a surge of excitement within him. He understood that today was perhaps the most intense day he had faced in quite some time. All the animosity between him and the big boss would culminate today. Although uncertain whether the big boss had any hidden strategies, he was reassured by having the old man as his backing, along with his companions. Yifeng felt fearless. Once their forces were assembled, they divided into three groups, each leading a contingent of subordinates, boldly advancing towards the big boss's stronghold. Yifeng was assigned to a group with Qin Mili and Li Ming, leading the way towards the big boss's territory. In the ensuing hours, they relentlessly swept through the big boss's enterprises until they arrived at his villa, where they converged with another group. Upon reaching the villa, they found the big boss's trusted henchmen gathered at the entrance. Yifeng, it seems you are eager to prolong your existence, sneered the bald-headed lieutenant, glaring at Yifeng. It appeared he had not anticipated that Yifeng could rally his forces so swiftly. Your leader stabbed me. Do you think I would let him go? Haha, of course. I will deal with you first. Yifeng fixed his gaze on the man, enunciating each word with precision. With that, Yifeng waved his hand and charged forward. As Yifeng surged ahead, all those behind him followed suit without hesitation. Now fully healed, Yifeng was a formidable force. And having pent up frustration from the train station, he lunged into the opposing crowd, delivering a flying kick that sent a thug hurtling away. Qin Mili and Li Ming, equally determined, wielded their extendable batons against the adversaries before them. Witnessing this trio, the bald-headed man was already terrified. The remaining thugs quaked with fear under such overwhelming pressure. Soon, Yifeng's group began to overpower the scattered thugs around them. Observing the situation, the remaining thugs regrouped under the bald man's command. However, this gathering proved futile against Yifeng's relentless advance, as his subordinates grew bolder and swiftly pushed the opposing ruffians into retreat. Now, the bald-headed man was at the end of his rope. Yifeng knew that as long as they could maintain their momentum, this disorganized mob would inevitably be defeated. As for what was happening with the big boss, Yifeng could scarcely speculate. He merely hoped that the other two groups would execute their plans successfully. As the battle wore on, Yifeng's confidence only grew. Qin Mi Li, witnessing Yifeng's agile maneuvers, was astonished. Nevertheless, despite his prowess, Yifeng had taken a few hits. Yet, to him, such pain was trivial. With a roar, he charged into the fray like a rampaging bull, engaging in hand-to-hand combat with the thugs before him. Meanwhile, inspired by Yifeng's fervor, Qin Mi Li and Li Ming fought valiantly, quickly bringing down numerous adversaries. Observing this, Yifeng's subordinates were equally invigorated, rallying as they overpowered their opponents. Before long, they had seized full control of the battlefield. After some time, under the leadership of Yifeng, Qin Mi Li, and Li Ming, they gradually cleared the big boss's men. The thugs were utterly unable to retaliate against their onslaught. While they did sustain some injuries, compared to the losses suffered by the big boss's men, their own casualties were negligible. Such losses ensured that when the time came to face the big boss, they would still possess the strength to confront him. After subduing that group of ruffians, the remaining agitated subordinates encircled the bald man. Once the last few were dealt with, Yifeng approached the bald man directly. "Today marks the end of your reign," Yifeng remarked with a cold sneer. Upon hearing Yifeng's words, the bald man remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Yifeng. Observing his expression, Yifeng understood that he had relinquished all hope. Faced with absolute power, he was utterly hopeless. Subsequently, Yifeng refrained from saying anything further and made a call to a Ming, inquiring about their situation. However, a Ming did not answer, indicating that the battle was still fierce. After assigning a group of subordinates to guard the bald man, Yifeng hurriedly took Qin Yuming and Li Ming to the lair of the big boss. Upon their arrival, the two groups they had brought together had already converged, launching an assault on the big boss's underlings clad in black. Witnessing so many thugs embroiled in combat, Yifeng's heart raced. The true extent of the big boss's power was indeed terrifying. If he were to confront such formidable strength alone, it would pose an insurmountable challenge. However, it seemed this was likely the big boss's final stand. For Yifeng, once this battle concluded, everything would reach a satisfying resolution. As Yifeng rushed toward a Ming's combat zone, they were quickly surrounded by a throng of the big boss's henchmen. Despite having just fought, Yifeng felt no fear facing them. He understood that following this confrontation, he would soon enjoy a reprieve. Thus, without hesitation, Yifeng let out a fierce battle cry and charged forward, leading his subordinates to attack while closing in on a Ming's position. Under the onslaught of the adversaries, Yifeng sustained more injuries. Nevertheless, even after taking several heavy blows, he continued to grapple with the ruffians. At that moment, Qin Yuming, witnessing their subordinates being knocked down, charged forward without hesitation, joining the fray. Following her lead, Yifeng did not pause, executing a flying kick that struck the foremost attacker, sending him flying. "I will annihilate you all," Yifeng howled as he plunged into the chaotic melee. Time seemed to blur as Yifeng fought on, his vision obscured by blood. Yet, under his relentless assault, the number of black-clad figures dwindled. Suddenly, he heard a cacophony of shouts from behind him. Turning around, he saw Li Ming and his group of subordinates joining the fray. With reinforcements arriving, despair settled over the faces of the big boss's men. At that moment, Li Ming darted through the crowd like a phantom, each punch resulting in a foe collapsing. However, recalling Li Ming's usually dapper appearance in a suit made Yifeng chuckle. The contrast was indeed striking. Thereafter, Li Ming unleashed a flurry of strikes with astonishing speed and power, effortlessly taking down the henchmen, leaving no one able to rise again. Of course, beyond Li Ming, the others also played a significant role, and with their support, they ultimately turned the tide of the battle. After a considerable time of fighting, the number of the big boss's standing men dwindled. Under Li Ming's assault, many were soon grievously injured and unable to rise. Just then, the imposing figure of the big boss suddenly appeared before Yifeng. Armed with a wooden stick, he charged at Yifeng without uttering a word. He quickly closed the distance, halted abruptly, and raised the stick, striking Yifeng's head with blinding speed. Yifeng cursed as pain surged through his skull. It was undeniable that the big boss's strength was extraordinary. With each blow, Yifeng felt as if his head would split open, nearly staggering to the ground. Yifeng, seeing his plight, Qin Yuming cried out, wanting to rush to his aid. Stay back. Just finish them off. Yifeng wiped the blood from his forehead and shouted fiercely. After his words fell, Yifeng fixed his reddened eyes on the big boss, lunging at him to engage in close combat. With each brutal strike, blood flowed more freely from Yifeng's head. However, the big boss was not faring much better either. The scene was nothing short of brutal. Ultimately, after landing a heavy punch to the big boss's jaw, he fell backward in a sprawling manner. Seeing the big boss finally down, a grim smile crept onto Yifeng's face, a smile tinged with bitterness. As dizziness enveloped him and blood obscured his vision, Yifeng slumped to the ground, succumbing to unconsciousness. In the darkness, Yifeng felt a gentle embrace, vivid memories flashing before him. The days spent fighting alongside the mercenary group, the warm moments shared with Qin Ruohan, and even the tender moments with Qin Yuming and the others flickered through his mind like scenes from a film. It was unclear how long he had been unconscious. But when Yifeng awoke, he found himself in the grand villa belonging to Qin Ruohan. Surrounding him were Qin Ruohan, Chen Mou, Wang Wen, Qin Yuming, and Chen Xiaoshui, a multitude of women who had gathered at his side. As Yifeng opened his eyes, they all rushed to him. It is all over, it is all over, Qin Yuming said, her eyes glistening. Upon hearing her words, Yifeng felt the last weight lift from his heart. Chen Xiaoshui was also present, undoubtedly having been rescued successfully. It seemed that this monumental battle had concluded with their victory. Gazing at the radiant faces of the women beside him, the long-buried happiness within Yifeng slowly surfaced. He knew that his true happy life would genuinely commence after eliminating the final puppet master. How long was I unconscious? Yifeng inquired, glancing at Qin Ruohan. One day, Qin Ruohan replied softly, her eyes filled with warmth. Yifeng, I heard from Qin Ruohan about your bed, and I will assist you. Qin Yuming interjected. You will help me? Yifeng replied in surprise. You will find out when you visit the store, Qin Yuming said with a smile. Since Qin Yuming has said so, Yifeng naturally refrained from further comments, lest he appear overly polite. By rescuing them, he felt he had repaid their earlier kindness. After the fierce showdown with the big boss, life seemed to settle into tranquility. After expressing their gratitude, Qin Yuming and Chen Xiaoshui departed, while Qin Ruohan and the others stayed with Yifeng for a long while before returning home. Brother, I was so worried about you, Wang Wen remarked, frowning after everyone had left. Haha, rest assured, I am perfectly fine, Yifeng chuckled. The shop has been doing well lately, so you need not worry. Yesterday, Sister Qin brought over a management personnel who seems quite impressive. Management personnel? Yes, his name is Fong Lei. It appears he is here to assist you, Wang Wen replied. So this is the help from Qin Yumei. I had imagined she would send millions. Nonetheless, having a capable manager is indeed a positive development, better than nothing at all. Even though life has calmed down, it is still imperative to cultivate the business. With the bar now acquired, it stands as the physical pillar of the enterprise, currently in a state of neglect. Thus, Fong Lei's arrival is timely. However, I am curious about the capabilities of this individual sent by Qin Yumei. To Yifeng's surprise, the following day when he arrived at the shop, he found it running smoothly under Fong Lei's management. Wang Wen was resting, with no tasks assigned to her, as Fong Lei had taken on the bulk of the responsibilities. Even the two new cashiers were efficiently handling the accounts, leaving Yifeng quite gratified. What astonished Yifeng further was when Fong Lei respectfully presented him with a document. Bossy, this is the contract Miss Qin has prepared for you. It includes the transfer details for 5 physical stores. She mentioned that the performance of these stores this month belongs to you, totaling around 800,000. Wow. Yifeng was taken aback. Upon examining the contract, he realized it indeed pertained to the equity transfer. Finally, he understood that this was Qin Yumei's genuine assistance. He intended to call her immediately to express his gratitude, but was startled to discover that her number was out of service. Yifeng inquired about this matter with Fong Lei, who replied, Miss Qin has instructed that she is currently unable to meet with you. These arrangements are her way of expressing thanks. Upon hearing this, Yifeng felt a tinge of melancholy. It seemed that Qin Yumei had her own burdens. However, with Qin Ruohan in his life, perhaps this turn of events was a blessing in disguise. After all, fate would eventually reunite them, even if only as friends. This thought brought Yifeng some solace. Fong Lei, you have done exceptionally well. The shop is impeccably managed in my absence, Yifeng praised, patting Fong Lei on the shoulder after surveying the establishment. Fong Lei smiled politely, replying, It was merely small tasks. I am fulfilling my duties. No, These tasks are substantial. You have taken them all on and even guided the new staff. You have truly worked hard, Yifeng insisted. Fong Lei waved his hand dismissively, assuring him it was nothing, and continued with his work. Yifeng genuinely appreciated such an employee. Wang Wen later remarked to Yifeng that Fong Lei was quite impressive, intelligent, and hardworking, likely to excel wherever he worked in the future. Yifeng nodded and then asked Wang Wen about her impressions of the two new employees. Wang Wen described them as lively, noting that the one named Xiao Wu had a humorous personality, while Xiao Mo was quite talkative, both of whom she liked very much. That is splendid. Generally, lively individuals tend to have good intentions, Yifeng remarked with a smile. Boss. Just as Yifeng and Wang Wen were discussing matters, a voice called out from outside the office. They exchanged glances, and Yifeng responded, "What is it?" "Oh, boss, there is someone outside looking for you," Xiao Wu announced. "All right, I'll be right there," Yifeng said, rising to head outside. He wondered who could be looking for him at this hour. Upon stepping outside, he quickly spotted the familiar figure of Qin Ruhan. "So, do you like the gift from Qin Yume?" Qin Ruhan asked, her tone suggestive. Yifeng sheepishly scratched his head and replied, "Isn't it all for your cousin's wager? Those 5 stores are quite decent. I shall be relying on your prowess." "Bossy," she teased. "Ha ha ha, with me around, that is guaranteed." Yifeng laughed heartily. Qin Ruhan rolled her eyes at him. "I knew you would say that. All right, I must take my leave. Enjoy yourself." "Safe travels, Miss Qin," Yifeng bantered, eliciting another eye roll from her. After Qin Ruhan departed, Yifeng returned to the shop. Upon entering, he saw Fong Lei still diligently at work. Fong Lei greeted him with a smile and continued his tasks. Yifeng nodded in satisfaction and turned to see Xiao Wu quietly observing Fong Lei. Upon noticing Yifeng's gaze, she quickly feigned nonchalance and looked away. Does the girl have a little crush? Yifeng chuckled to himself as he retreated to the small office at the back of the shop. "What is up? Who was looking for you?" Wang Wen inquired as Yifeng settled beside her. "It was your sister, Qin Ruhan, just came to check on me," Yifeng replied, blissfully closing his eyes as Wang Wen's gentle fragrance wafted into his senses. "Oh, I see," Wang Wen acknowledged, shifting slightly away from Yifeng and gently massaging his neck. "Brother, you've been quite busy lately. Don't worry about things and take some time to rest." Yifeng nodded, and under Wang Wen's soothing touch, he inadvertently drifted off to sleep on the sofa, only waking up during the evening closing time amidst her teasing laughter, and they left together. With the addition of the 5 stores, Yifeng felt he had fulfilled his wager with Qin Ruhan's cousin. This lifted a weight off his shoulders, and he eagerly anticipated the day when he could confront that fellow. The next morning, shortly after rising, Yifeng received a call from Fong Lei, asking him to bring the shop keys. "Keys? What happened?" Yifeng asked, puzzled. Fong Lei explained that Xiao Wu had forgotten the keys when she left, and everyone was now waiting for him to unlock the store. "Goodness, this manager seems a bit unreliable," Yifeng mused, feeling somewhat frustrated. After freshening up, he promptly set out in his Maybach. On the way, Yifeng received another call from Fong Lei. "Hey, brother Yi, it's all sorted. You don't need to come anymore. I've opened the door," Fong Lei informed him. Yifeng was taken aback. "How did you manage that?" "I found a shop selling safes and used their tools to get it open," he replied nonchalantly, as if it were the most ordinary thing. "You pried it open yourself?" Yifeng asked, skeptical. "Well, you could say that, but I assure you the lock isn't damaged," he explained earnestly, seemingly concerned that Yifeng might blame him for damaging the lock. It appeared this fellow was quite capable of handling matters independently. Yifeng considered that it might be time to entrust the clothing store's management to Fong Lei, although he hesitated, pondering whether he should test him further. With that thought, Yifeng ended the call and continued on to the shop. Upon arrival, he found everyone had entered the store and was engaged in their usual routines, maintaining the standard business operations. Fong Lei's abilities were indeed impressive, and he appeared to have a trustworthy demeanor. Perhaps it was time to seriously contemplate assigning him full responsibility for managing the store. Feng retained his faith in Qin Yume's judgment. He was merely a rough individual, adept at fighting, but conducting business necessitated capable assistance. However, there remained an issue within the establishment. The employees lacked enthusiasm. Through discreet observation, Feng noted that as soon as he stepped out, Xiao Wu had resumed lounging on the front desk, embodying a lethargic disposition. Witnessing this, Feng chose to wait outside for Fong Lei's return, intending to discuss this matter with him. Upon Fong Lei's arrival, Feng promptly invited him to the office. Once inside, he encouraged Fong Lei to make himself comfortable, to which Fong Lei obediently complied, settling in front of Feng, awaiting his words. "Fong Lei, although your time here has been brief, I must express my appreciation for your performance." "Thank you, brother Feng," Fong Lei responded, affirming Ye Feng's sentiments. In truth, Ye Feng harbored hopes of handing over the business to Feng Lei. After a conversation, Ye Feng candidly outlined Xiao Wu's situation to Feng Lei. To Ye Feng's surprise, Feng Lei, upon hearing this, directly approached the front desk, summoned Xiao Wu, and commenced a thorough reprimand. It must be said that Feng Lei's principled demeanor proved advantageous in management. Observing Feng Lei's fair reprimand of Xiao Wu, Ye Feng's admiration for him grew. Nevertheless, Ye Feng realized that Feng Lei alone could not shoulder the responsibility with Xiao Wu's current attitude. He worried about the state of affairs in his absence. After all, expecting employees to perform well without supervision was a daunting task. Individuals like Feng Lei were indeed rare talents, possessing intellect, principles, and the potential to excel in management. Regrettably, Ye Feng was uncertain how long he could retain such a person, believing he had no means to secure his loyalty. Nonetheless, he felt compelled to explore this possibility, as having such talent was crucial for his future endeavors. Once Feng Lei concluded his reprimand of Xiao Wu, Ye Feng pulled him outside the shop. "Do you have any thoughts regarding the future of the store?" Ye Feng inquired after stepping outside. In response, Feng Lei shared several ideas about the shop's future development. Observing his earnest demeanor, Ye Feng could not help but marvel at the potential energy he could unleash in a formal business environment. Clearly, Qin Yumei had accurately assessed his capabilities. This young man possessed an objective perspective. "I have an idea. If I offer you equity, would you be willing to wholeheartedly assist in its development?" Ye Feng asked. Gazing intently at him, Feng Lei appeared momentarily stunned, responding, "A purely equity-based profit-sharing arrangement? But is that truly advisable?" "If I say it is, then it is," Ye Feng replied with a smile. "In that case, I would certainly be willing." Feng Lei quickly recovered from his shock, recognizing the advantageous nature of the proposal. "However, I have one condition," Ye Feng continued. "You will have full authority over the expansion, but I require profitability across the board. How does that sound?" Upon hearing this, Feng Lei did not rush to answer. Instead, he thoughtfully inquired, "How extensive is my authority in developing the shop?" His calm demeanor only solidified his confidence in him. Most individuals would have readily accepted such an offer without hesitation, but Feng Lei clearly was not short-sighted. Currently, the shop earned approximately 300,000 per month. And with the additional 5 establishments, reaching a monthly income of 1 million was certainly feasible. Just contemplating this brought Ye Feng immense satisfaction. Finally, I shall truly become a behind-the-scenes magnate, not to mention the newly acquired bar. With this in mind, Ye Feng stated, "You have full autonomy in development. I only require clarity in the accounts." After considering Ye Feng's proposal, Feng Lei nodded in agreement. "If that is the case, I have no objections," he affirmed after a period of contemplation. Following his agreement, Ye Feng took Feng Lei back to the shop and announced to the staff that Feng Lei would serve as the temporary manager. After making this announcement, Ye Feng entrusted Feng Lei with full responsibility, alleviating a burden from his mind. By the time they exited the shop, it was already midday. The bar was bustling with patrons, prompting Ye Feng to investigate the situation. Despite the cessation of gambling, the bar's business remained decent, though it was evident that it did not match previous levels. Another strategy would be necessary to address this decline. However, upon arriving at the bar's entrance, Ye Feng noticed a woman staggering toward him, seemingly intoxicated from the drinks consumed within their establishment. Just as Ye Feng passed by, he observed her brow furrowing, beads of sweat trickling down her forehead. "What is the matter?" Ye Feng inquired, taken aback by her condition. "I feel unwell," she replied, her complexion turning pale, which alarmed Ye Feng. Realizing she must have overindulged, he quickly assisted her to a seat. Yet, as soon as she sat down, her head tilted, and she fainted. At that moment, Ye Feng's mind raced with a flurry of expletives. This situation was dire. He certainly did not wish for such an incident to occur in the bar. Hurriedly, he carried the woman to his Maybach and sped towards the hospital. Throughout the drive, the woman began to mutter incoherently, frightening him. "Please, don't die in my car." He anxiously wiped her sweat while silently praying for her well-being. Eventually, they arrived at the nearby hospital. As Ye Feng rushed inside with the woman, she remained unconscious. Promptly, medical staff took her into the emergency room under Ye Feng's frantic urging. After a thorough examination, the doctor informed Ye Feng that the woman had suffered acute gastroenteritis due to excessive drinking. In that moment, Ye Feng could only think, no harm comes from caution. Hearing the doctor assure him that she would be fine, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Once the medical team completed the necessary emergency procedures and confirmed her stable condition, Ye Feng was allowed to enter her hospital room. Observing her pale face evoked a sense of compassion within him. Although the incident was not directly his fault, Witnessing a solitary woman in his bar succumb to such a state naturally left him feeling unsettled. She reminded him of Qin Ruhan, who often sought solace in bars. However, seeing her now, frail and unconscious, undeniably softened any lingering resentment he held. After watching her for a moment, Yefeng felt as though he had almost forgotten her previous intoxicated state. Gently, he brushed aside the stray strands of hair from her forehead and took a seat beside her bed, watching over her. At this moment, she lay in tranquil slumber, her eyes gently closed, her visage exuding an air of innocence. Yifeng was perplexed. Despite her pure appearance, she had ended up in such a state. After observing her for a while, he too began to feel drowsy and thus rested his head upon her blanket for a brief respite. To his surprise, he soon drifted into a deep sleep. He was unaware of how long he had slumbered, but upon regaining consciousness, he felt a warm sensation enveloping his hand. Slowly, he lifted his head, and the woman's innocent face came into view. She was gently holding his hand with her delicate, soft fingers, and upon noticing Yifeng's awakening, she gazed at him steadily, without flinching. At that moment, apart from her slightly pale complexion, she appeared to have recovered significantly, indicating that the doctor's efforts had indeed borne fruit. "Do you feel better now?" Yifeng inquired softly, smiling at her. "Much improved," she replied, tightening her grip slightly before adding, "Thank you." Hearing her words, Yifeng smiled gently, assuring her that it was the least he could do. After the doctors conducted a thorough examination and confirmed that there were no major issues, Yifeng accompanied her as she was discharged from the hospital. Once they left, he escorted her home and learned her address. To his surprise, she resided in a rather upscale neighborhood within the city. As dusk approached, Yifeng found himself on the brink of a busy evening. So after a brief exchange of gratitude, he took his leave. On his way, he called Qin Ruhan. "Hey, Ruhan. The day after tomorrow marks the date to fulfill the bet with your cousin. Are you excited? Thrilled?" On the other end, Qin Ruhan rolled her eyes numerous times, responding, "This is merely the first step. Don't get ahead of yourself. Ha ha ha. I must be a genius. I managed to secure $1 million. Yifeng boomed with laughter. Qin Ruhan was left in a state of mixed emotions, neither crying nor laughing. Just as Yifeng continued to jest, a shrill ringtone abruptly pulled him from his reverie. Glancing at the screen, he was taken aback to see the call was from the woman he had just been with. Upon recognizing her name, Fong Fong, he hastily answered the call. However, upon picking up, he was met with the sound of a man hurling insults, accompanied by the crashing of furniture. When Fong Fong's piercing scream reached his ears, Yifeng felt a surge of urgency and sped towards her home. Arriving breathlessly at her doorstep, he found the door ajar. Inside, Fong Fong's tear-streaked face was being gripped by a short, stout middle-aged man who was tugging at her hair. "You wretched woman, you dare to think of leaving me?" the man shouted, delivering a harsh slap to Fong Fong's face, causing her to cry out once more. Witnessing this scene ignited a furious rage within Yifeng. He charged forward and knocked the man to the ground. As the middle-aged man attempted to retaliate, Yifeng landed a punch that sent him reeling, blood spilling from his mouth. "Yifeng, please, stop!" Fong Fong cried, desperately grasping his hand to prevent further violence. "Get lost!" Yifeng halted, seizing the man and delivering a swift kick that sent him stumbling outside. The man cast a terrified glance at Yifeng before fleeing the scene. After he left, Yifeng retrieved a blanket from nearby and gently draped it over Fong Fong. Once she had calmed down somewhat, he solemnly inquired about the situation, why the man had assaulted her. As Fong Fong wiped her tears, she began to recount her story. The man had been 15 years her senior, having deceived her into becoming an unwitting third party in an affair. Under his coercion, she had lived in fear, concerned for her family's safety. If she failed to appease him, she faced physical retaliation. What Yifeng had just witnessed was but a glimpse of Fong Fong's grim reality. After absorbing her tale, Yifeng fell into a contemplative silence, unsure of how to respond to her plight. "I will help you. I have connections at the police station who can assist," he assured her. Yet, he recognized that such matters might be beyond the reach of the law. "Perhaps Qin Ruhan could be of assistance. She holds a position at the city bureau," he added. "What position?" Yifeng asked, taken aback. "The deputy director's secretary." Fong Fong replied, her tone tinged with melancholy. Yifeng chuckled. What a coincidence. However, just as he was about to speak further, Fong Fong added, "I have collected evidence of their crimes." Yifeng was momentarily speechless. If she possessed such evidence, it could indeed expose them all. "So, do you wish to take them down?" he directly questioned. "I dare not," Fong Fong murmured. Yifeng understood her fear, even if the culprits were apprehended. Who could guarantee that they did not have other allies lurking outside? This predicament was undeniably complex. "In that case, if you provide me with the evidence, I will handle it, he proposed, locking eyes with her. Fong Fong remained silent for a moment before entering her room, returning shortly with a USB drive. All the evidence is contained within, she stated. Do you trust me so readily? Are you not afraid I might betray you? Yifeng queried. Fong Fong smiled softly, replying, I believe in you. Yifeng nodded, assuring her, rest assured, I will resolve your issues. Fong Fong offered a silent nod in response. After leaving her home, Yifeng made his way to his shop. With this new evidence in hand, he recognized that he must tread carefully. It was clear he would need to leverage Qin Ruhan's influence in this endeavor. Soon, he arrived at the shop, only to find Wang Wen, who was supposed to be at home, present there instead. Aren't you supposed to be at home? What brings you here? Yifeng asked, smiling at her. I hadn't come by in several days, so I thought I'd check in, Wang Wen replied cheerfully as she flipped through the account books. Just then, a sudden groan escaped Xiao Mo, who stood nearby, his complexion turning ashen. Wang Wen quickly turned to him, rushing forward, but in the next moment, he collapsed onto the floor. What happened to him? Wang Wen exclaimed, panic evident in her voice as she looked at Yifeng. I don't know, Yifeng said as he hurried over, discovering that Xiao Mo had completely lost consciousness, having just rescued one unconscious woman. He felt overwhelmed at the prospect of another incident occurring with his employee. Call an ambulance. Quickly, Wang Wen shouted to Fong Lei. Fong Lei, taken aback by Xiao Mo's sudden fainting, appeared bewildered. Hurry up and make the call, Yifeng urged Fong Lei. Before long, Fong Lei dialed for an ambulance. And after finishing the call, he approached Yifeng, exhaling deeply. Yifeng was oblivious to the circumstances leading to Fong Lei's exasperation, but hearing his words elevated his opinion of Xiao Mo significantly. Soon, the ambulance arrived, and they swiftly transported Xiao Mo to the hospital. Wang Wen harbored a slight grievance against Yifeng, reproaching him for his lack of attention to the employee's workload. Aware of his shortcomings, Yifeng remained silent, standing beside Wang Wen. Upon arriving at the hospital, Xiao Mo was immediately taken into the emergency room while the others anxiously awaited outside. Shortly thereafter, the doctor emerged from the ward, shaking his head. Does this patient have a history of substance abuse? What? Yifeng was taken aback, as Xiao Mo seemed perplexed by the doctor's statement. Chapter 118. The doctor looked at Yifeng and shook his head. We have observed a significant fracture in his pelvic region. However, the relevant blood indicators show no signs of increase. We suspect that certain substances may have suppressed the elevation of these indicators. Yifeng's expression darkened, and he nodded in a half-understanding manner, inquiring, What should we do now? The doctor replied, For the time being, we will keep him under observation. A shorter duration does not allow us to ascertain the specifics of his condition. Yifeng acknowledged this, following Wang Wen and the others into the ward to assess Xiao Mo's state. At that moment, Xiao Mo lay on the bed, his face pale, and Yifeng reached out to touch his fingertips, which were chillingly cold. Yifeng pondered whether the excessive workload could truly lead to such a state of unconsciousness. Especially since his salary was decent, it seemed unreasonable for the workload to be so overwhelming. Perhaps the doctor's earlier comments held some truth. If that were the case, Xiao Mo might be concealing something from them. Wang Wen, she suddenly called out to Yifeng, her gaze fixed on Xiao Mo, who lay motionless like a corpse. Yifeng snapped back to reality, asking, What is it? Wang Wen turned to face him directly and said, We should increase his salary moving forward. Consider it compensation for this incident. Yifeng realized that since Wang Wen had approached him with this request, he could not refuse. Despite his doubts, he quickly nodded in agreement with her proposal. Subsequently, Yifeng patted Wang Wen's shoulder and whispered, You should head back for now. I will take care of things here. Make sure to return early, Wang Wen replied, blinking her eyes. After Wang Wen departed, Yifeng and Fong Lei stepped outside to discuss Xiao Mo's situation. Has Xiao Mo ever had any past issues? Yifeng inquired directly. Fong Lei shook his head, responding, He has no problems. Is something wrong? Yifeng conveyed the doctor's remarks to Fong Lei. Fong Lei was taken aback for a long moment before frowning and saying, There might be a misunderstanding. Xiao Mo is quite reliable, so perhaps there was an issue with the doctor's examination. Yifeng contemplated this, and with a smile, he patted Fong Lei on the shoulder, saying, No worries, I just wanted to understand. Thank you for your efforts. In truth, Yifeng surmised that Qin Mili's subordinate should not have any problems, otherwise, she would not have recommended him. It seemed likely that any issues had arisen recently. Yet, why would it be Xiao Mo? Yifeng found this perplexing. Damn it. People these days are truly insidious. With no resolution in sight, Yifeng returned home. However, upon arriving, he received a call from the hospital informing him that Xiao Mo had awakened. As Yifeng entered the hospital, he encountered Fong Lei, who had just exited the doctor's office. Yifeng discreetly led him aside. What did the doctor say? How is Xiaomo now? Yifeng asked softly. He has regained consciousness. No other abnormalities? Yifeng pressed further. Fang Lei seemed puzzled by Yifeng's inquiries, but suddenly recalled something, looking at Yifeng incredulously and asking, "Are you still doubting Xiao Su?" Yes, the doctor did mention that Xiao Mo's blood indicators were quite abnormal after his illness, which they suspect might be due to prior substance use. Yifeng explained, clarifying what he had previously left unsaid. However, Fang Lei hesitated, appearing conflicted. Xiao Mo had consistently behaved well, and Fang Lei had come to trust him greatly. Yet, the findings from the examination warranted further scrutiny, Yifeng thought with concern. Fang Lei shook his head, choosing not to elaborate. It seemed he found it difficult to accept this situation. For Yifeng, this was indeed a source of considerable inner turmoil. Chapter 119. Subsequently, he entered the ward to see Xiao Mo. The young man's complexion had improved significantly, yet Yifeng's feelings towards him remained complicated. "Brother Feng," Xiao Mo cautiously called out upon seeing Yifeng approach. "Xiao Mo, tell me, have you encountered any issues recently?" Yifeng asked directly. Xiao Mo shook his head and replied, "I haven't." Yifeng forced a smile, refraining from pressing further, advising him to take care of himself before departing. After spending 2 days in the hospital, Xiao Mo returned to the shop to continue his work. Yifeng granted him a relatively generous monthly salary, prompting Xiao Mo to express his gratitude profusely, bowing and shaking hands repeatedly while calling him boss. Yifeng waved his hand, saying, "Just assist me diligently here. I will ensure you do not suffer any losses." Xiao Mo cheerfully responded, "I understand, boss. For anything you need or any matters in the shop, I promise to be the first to step up. You can rest assured." "Indeed. As long as you know how to proceed," Yifeng replied calmly. However, he had yet to fully process his concerns regarding Xiao Mo. Just as Yifeng was conversing with Xiao Mo, a tall figure entered from outside. "Yifeng, long time no see." Turning around, Yifeng was taken aback to see Tiangu, the man from the underworld, accompanied by a striking woman whose figure threatened to burst from her revealing dress. "This is Shi Jia, my companion," Tiangu said with a smile. "What do you want?" Yifeng inquired, his expression darkening. "Just came to say hello. I've opened a venue across the street. Drop by sometime," Tiangu replied with a smirk before turning away and leaving. Yifeng stepped outside to see them heading towards a club not far from his shop. He had never paid attention to that place. Little did he know it was Tianji's territory. This situation was certainly troublesome. They were not friends, and given Tianji's previous misfortune involving Hugo, he likely harbored ill intentions. With uncertainty about Tianji's motives, Yifeng resolved to remain observant. That night, Yifeng returned home as per his usual routine. However, on his way back, he spotted a black Volkswagen parked in the middle of the road, where 3 men were attempting to shove a bound man into the trunk. Yifeng considered intervening, but ultimately hid behind a nearby dumpster, exposing only half his head while quietly observing their actions. It was important to understand that kidnapping an adult carried serious legal consequences, and Yifeng was unsure whether the bound man was alive or dead. "Hey, Tiangu. We captured him. What should we do now?" The tallest man in black spoke into his phone. Chapter 120. Tiangu. Yifeng was stunned. Was the abducted man perhaps an enemy of Tiangu? All right, understood. After receiving instructions from the other end of the line, the tall man immediately directed the other 2 men to get into the vehicle. The black Volkswagen stood out in the crowded alley, and as its headlights illuminated the surroundings, Yifeng instinctively shrank back, concealing himself behind a garbage bin. The vehicle made a turn and gradually exited the alley. Only after confirming that he could no longer hear any sounds from the car did Yifeng cautiously emerge from his hiding spot and rush to the spot where the car had previously halted. There, he discovered a large pool of liquid on the ground. Due to the late hour, he could not discern whether it was human blood. Squatting down, he dipped a fingertip into the substance and brought it closer to his eyes, noticing a slight yellowish hue. Bringing it to his nose confirmed his suspicion. It was indeed human blood, most likely that of the kidnapped man. What enmity could the kidnapped man possibly have with Brother Tian to endure such brutality and be secretly taken away? Such actions, driven by deep-seated hatred, are rarely unleashed without just cause. In their line of work, a mere scuffle or show of intimidation suffices. It seldom escalates to the point of fatality. This was no trivial matter. Brother Tian had previously remained dormant, and now he was back in action, raising concerns about what significant events might unfold this time. The last encounter with Brother Hua had left unresolved issues, suggesting lingering dangers. In the ensuing days, Brother Tian's side remained eerily quiet. Yifeng focused on investigating Xiao Mo, managing to gather some evidence. This situation only heightened Yifeng's apprehension. Just as business at the store began to stabilize, chaos erupted. One night, shortly after arriving at the bar, Yifeng received a call from the store reporting a disturbance. Approximately 20 minutes later, Yifeng, along with Li Ming and A Ming, swiftly arrived at the storefront. True to the report, a throng of burly men had gathered, brandishing benches and wooden sticks, clamoring to enter the establishment. "Clear the way," Yifeng bellowed as he approached the entrance. The crowd halted, turning to see him, and the imposing figures began to retreat, forming a path. At the forefront stood Shi Jie, arms crossed, exuding an air of calm confidence as she regarded him. "Well, what brings you here?" Yifeng asked, slowly approaching her, a cold smile playing on his lips. "I thought it was some reckless fool, but it turns out to be you." He reached her side, standing shoulder to shoulder. In contrast to Yifeng, who faced inward with his hands behind his back, she stood outward, arms crossed, arching an eyebrow disdainfully at him. Noticing her lack of intention to leave, Yifeng leaned closer to her ear and whispered, "What do you intend to do, Shi Jie?" A slight tremor coursed through her, but she quickly feigned composure, taking a few steps outward before turning to face him, raising an eyebrow. "Cut the nonsense. Your establishment is hiding a plethora of contraband, enticing guests to indulge, and even allowing them to bring those items to our club. I am here to demand justice for our establishment. This is a clothing store. Do you think it's a bar?" Yifeng retorted, frustration evident in his voice. "What exactly do you want?" The method of entrapment she employed was an insult to intelligence. He then offered her a cold smile, feigning a search around her, before raising his voice. "It seems Brother Tian is absent today. Shall I call it a tax on your intellect? And what if he isn't?" Shi Jie feigned indifference, proudly declaring, "Even in Brother Tian's absence, I will still tear down your store." With that, she raised her hand, signaling her hulking companions to advance and vandalize the shop. "Shi Jie, you might not understand one thing. I can just as easily demolish your club," Yifeng replied, unperturbed by her threats, knowing that the worst-case scenario would leave both parties in ruin. The difference, however, lay in the fact that while Yifeng could afford to lose his possessions, Shi Jie would not dare to let anyone recklessly damage Brother Tian's assets. "Are you afraid?" Yifeng inquired, observing Shi Jie's hand hovering in the air, as if she were on the verge of lowering it. He shrugged nonchalantly and said, "You can try, but you seem to have misunderstood my intent." Shi Jie appeared momentarily puzzled by his words, her hand remaining still. Yifeng shook his head in resignation and clarified, "What you misunderstood is that the club belongs to Brother Tian, not to you," as he emphasized the final two words. His gaze bore into her before gradually shifting to the club behind her. Shi Jie maintained her stance, unmoving, prompting Yifeng to mirror her posture. He then noticed her body tense up. With a smile, Yifeng watched her as she gritted her teeth in frustration. "Yifeng, you will regret this. Brother Tian will not let you off lightly." Gradually lowering her raised hand, she shot him a fierce glare before strutting back to the club. Flanked by her entourage of muscular men, Yifeng chuckled coldly within. He was well aware that Brother Tian would not easily dismiss him, but Shi Jie lacked the capability to pose a legitimate threat. As soon as the group departed, A Ming approached Yifeng and whispered something before discreetly stepping back. Yifeng gestured for Li Ming to enter. Li Ming nodded, and several brothers followed suit. Once inside, Yifeng deemed it too crowded and instructed some to leave, while the remaining individuals stood watch at the entrance. As soon as he sat down, Yifeng promptly dialed Wang Wen's number, feeling a wave of relief wash over him upon confirming her safety. After ending the call, he subtly signaled to Li Ming, who leaned in closer. Yifeng whispered a few words, and Li Ming, maintaining a composed demeanor, nodded in understanding. The conversation revolved around Xiao Mo, and Yifeng realized he had not misjudged the situation. The contraband issue Shi Jie mentioned was undoubtedly linked to Xiao Mo. With a cold smile, Yifeng surveyed the scene. Most of his brothers stood before him, while the staff had been temporarily dismissed, leaving only Xiao Mo. Yifeng remained seated among them, not lifting his gaze as he demanded, "Who leaked the information? Step forward now." At his words, the individuals present exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily unsure of what had transpired, before murmuring among themselves. In that moment, Li Ming slammed his hand on the table and thundered, "Did you not hear what Boss Yi said? I will count to 3, and if no one steps forward, I will take matters into my own hands." He flexed his arms, appearing ready to take action. Li Ming's declaration silenced the room, the quiet so profound that one could hear the sound of each breath. 3. Li Ming moved his neck, surveying the crowd. 2. Yifeng slowly raised his eyes, casually locking his gaze onto Xiao Mo. "Still not coming forward? Then I shall leave you to Li Ming." With that, he hurled his phone to the ground. The device contained the evidence he had gathered on Xiao Mo over the past few days. "Whose is this? Step up and claim it," Yifeng stated coolly. Hoping to spare Li Ming the trouble of taking action, Xiao Mo stood rigid among the crowd, his expression devoid of emotion. Yifeng observed him as he bowed his head, fixated on the phone at his feet, his gaze vacant. The brothers observed Yifeng fixating on a particular direction, gradually redirecting their gazes towards Xiao Mo. Xiao Mo remained stationary, resembling a lifeless object. Xiao Mo, I can overlook your past actions in the shop during these days. Yifeng paused, rising to retrieve the phone from the ground, walking towards him as the brothers instinctively parted to create a path. You may go to Tiangu unscathed, continuing to serve them. But should I learn that you have divulged any information detrimental to me, I will ensure that your life becomes unbearable, even if it means my defeat. Yifeng approached Xiao Mo, gently taking his hand to place the phone into his palm, closing his fingers around it. You understand what I mean, do you not? Yifeng's tone was declarative, and being astute, he surely had his own conclusions. Xiao Mo's right hand gradually tightened around the phone, trembling uncontrollably. The brothers, incensed by Yifeng's words, glared at Xiao Mo, some even rolling up their sleeves. Ready to confront him. You should leave. This is no longer a place for you, Yifeng stated, turning to walk towards the office, with Li Ming and Ming following closely behind. The brothers outside were evidently aggrieved, still wishing to confront him, yet restrained by Yifeng's earlier warning. They directed their ire towards Xiao Mo, hurling profanities urging him to exit swiftly. Xiao Mo glanced down at the phone in his hand, opening it to reveal the messages within, offering a bitter smile. It turned out that Yifeng had already cracked his phone and transferred the data to this device. He had anticipated his exposure ever since he fainted, foreseeing the inevitable outcome of remaining in the shop. The hospital was the last place he wanted to visit. Yet the doctor had still uncovered the abnormalities in his health indicators. He felt utterly helpless against Tiangu. After being coerced into consuming these substances, he realized he was hopelessly ensnared in addiction. Thus, on that fateful day, when the urge struck, he reluctantly acquiesced to Tianji's demands, receiving a daily allowance of contraband, carefully regulated to maintain a semblance of normalcy in his behavior. Xiao Mo numbly exited the shop, having said nothing from the beginning. As he was uncertain of what to convey before Yifeng, he was aware of his guilt and recognized Yifeng's innocence, yet he had long since lost hope. As long as he remained ensnared by these substances, he could never escape this identity. Outside, the rain transitioned from a light drizzle to a torrential downpour, and Xiao Mo chose not to return to the club, knowing the outcome would be the same. He preferred to linger in the rain a while longer. In Chapter 123, within the office of the shop, Li Ming and Ming entered the private room with Yifeng, settling naturally across from him. Li Ming, brimming with curiosity, immediately inquired, Yifeng, how did you know this undercover was him? Before answering, Yifeng glanced at Ming. After reviewing the shop's surveillance footage, I observed some peculiar behaviors. Peculiar behaviors? Li Ming questioned, bemused. For instance, he would often isolate himself in the restroom for extended periods and consistently return to his room at 8:30 p.m. Additionally, that phone contains all the messages he has sent. It was only after suspecting him that I sought to investigate. Yifeng felt a sense of pride as he continued. Especially at the hospital, I had just left, and he undoubtedly had issues. However, I did not expect Tiangu to summon him. Given Yifeng's understanding of Tiangu, he doubted that he would risk using a pawn that was exposed to enemies and still dependent on him. Since the crackdown, it had become challenging to imagine anyone daring enough to hoard drugs. Tiangu seemed to be the only candidate. Now, armed with evidence against Lu Ju, facing Tiangu was no simple task. After briefing Ming, they commenced their investigation into Tianji's club. Soon, they identified a student-like individual who consistently entered and exited Tianji's establishment at fixed times. Yifeng was quick to deduce that this young man was certainly one of their potential leads. With Ming's probing, the individual's identity came to light. He was Lin Yan, a student from a nearby school. Ming showed Yifeng Lin Yan's social media photo, depicting a rather refined student. Nevertheless, the situation was quite tricky. Lin Yan was currently associated with Shijie, making it complex to tackle the issue of Tianji's contraband through him. However, Yifeng thought that the temple would not dismantle, and the monk would not flee. Thus they could devise a long-term strategy. Send some people, we will intercept him on the road, Yifeng instructed. Understood, brother Yifeng. Intercepting someone at the club was undoubtedly challenging. Thus Yifeng chose a location on the street after the Four Corners. As Tiangu operated an entertainment venue, the early hours were its peak business time, prompting Ming to select the late-night hours to stake out the four main roads. For 3 consecutive days, Ming reported to Yifeng that they had seen nothing. It was as if Lin Yan had received a tip-off. Tomorrow, I will join you. I will go personally. As Yifeng still had business to attend to, he could not venture out in the dead of night, so he aimed to locate Lin Yan on Friday evening. That night, Yifeng and Ming positioned themselves on the southeast street, while Yifeng arranged for recordings to capture the passers-by on the other 3 streets, ensuring that if they missed Lin Yan, they could rely on the footage for future identification. Amidst the chorus of chirping insects, Yifeng and Ming, along with their group, concealed themselves among the bushes, with 2 individuals per bush, peering through the gaps to observe the approaching figures. Turn off your phones. Do not alarm the pedestrians, Yifeng instructed. The brothers nodded in agreement, promptly powering down their devices. After a considerable duration, their legs grew numb from squatting, yet they had not spotted any high school-aged boys. Just then, a young man in a white sweatshirt passed by, engrossed in his phone, appearing quite youthful. However, Yifeng could not discern his face, as the hood obscured much of it. Yifeng signaled discreetly to the brother furthest from him, who promptly understood, stretching his legs before stepping out from the bushes to block the young man's path. Yifeng followed suit, moving in the same direction as the young man, while the others remained still, allowing the brother to feign a bully-esque demeanor, preventing the boy from proceeding. Out for a late-night stroll, are you? This is a generous offer, isn't it? The brother confronted the young man, adopting a threatening posture. Alarmed, the boy instinctively covered his pockets. Big brother, spare me. I have neither money nor good looks. Huh, who the hell wants your looks? Yifeng's subordinate glared fiercely, raising a finger to warn him, when speaking to me. Take off that hood. The man in white was utterly terrified, trembling as he cautiously removed the hood of his sweatshirt. At that moment, Yifeng feigned the demeanor of a passerby, sauntering past the man in white, casting a furtive glance that revealed the entirety of his face. To his astonishment, it was not Lin Yan. As he approached the underling, Yifeng subtly gestured to indicate that this individual was indeed not Lin Yan, and then distanced himself from them. Scram, you shameless coward. You've sickened me. Upon grasping Yifeng's implication, the brother promptly urged the man to leave. The man in white bowed profusely and hurriedly fled the scene. It was already 3 a.m. Why had he not yet emerged? Ming lamented as he observed the retreating figure. Perhaps he was detained by Shi Jia, Yifeng replied coolly, continuing to scan the corner for any signs of life. Ming seemed to grasp the underlying meaning of Yifeng's words in an instant, feeling slightly awkward as he glanced at Yifeng, who appeared unfazed, prompting him to silently close his mouth. If we don't spot him in another hour, we shall return. In truth, an hour and a half passed without any sign of Lin Yan. They had mistakenly identified 2 other individuals, and Yifeng, feeling exhausted, yearned to return home for some much-needed rest. Let's call it a night. Inform the other 3 brothers to bring me the tapes. Back at the shop, everyone was utterly fatigued, some slumped over, others sleeping or eating. Observing their weariness, Yifeng retreated to his office to review the footage. The club across the street had nearly emptied of patrons, while their shop remained bustling and noisy. Yifeng shook his head in resignation as he operated 3 video recorders simultaneously to replay the footage from that day. After a cursory examination, he found no young men resembling Lin Yan, but rather a myriad of businessmen and women. Frustrated, he rewound the tapes for another viewing, yet still yielded no results. How peculiar, he pondered. How could this be? Logically, Lin Yan, an ordinary student under Shi Jie's control, should be visiting her at the club every night. Could Shi Jie be aware that I am investigating him? Yet, the manner in which Ming conducted the search should not have raised any suspicions. Why then? Have I never encountered him on the usual route leading out of the club? Chapter 125. Yifeng's confusion deepened, and impatience overtook him as he switched off the 3 video recorders. He stepped out of his office and announced loudly to the waiting underlings. We did not locate Lin Yan in the footage. We shall continue the search tomorrow. Upon hearing the news, the underlings wore expressions of silent despair. Yifeng offered them reassurance. 500 for an hour's work. Put forth your best effort. The mention of money instantly uplifted their spirits, dispelling the gloom that had previously clouded their faces. Indeed, money can move mountains. The following days passed in a similar fashion, yielding no results. As the second round of the mobile game competition drew near, Yifeng and Ming alternated their stakeouts at different locations, yet the outcome remained unchanged. Neither on the streets nor in the recordings did Yifeng spot anyone resembling a high school student. Doubts began to creep into his mind. Was it possible that Lin Yan had been sent away by Shi Jie or Tiange for some other reason? Contemplating further, Yifeng speculated on a more alarming possibility. Could he have been imprisoned? As this thought crossed his mind, Yifeng recalled the image of the man he had seen previously, who had been kidnapped. He shook his head, dismissing the notion. Lin Yan, from his photograph, appeared to be the type of timid, reticent boy who would be easily manipulated, consistently summoned by others. His timid nature and cautious demeanor would prevent him from causing trouble, even if he were aware of something. He would dare not speak of it in public, confiding only in those closest to him. Such a character would undoubtedly be of interest to Tiange. They must have struck some sort of deal. A person like him, merely striving to remain inconspicuous, could hardly attract Tiange's favor. Yi Feng surmised that Tiange likely viewed Lin Yan merely as a plaything in Shi Jie's possession. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Yi Feng reviewed the footage again, this time foregoing fast-forwarding. As he stared intently at the 3 screens, his eyes growing heavy with fatigue. He found nothing. His eyelids were nearly drooping as he continued his fruitless search. Realizing that he had exhausted his efforts, he glanced at the clock, past 5 o'clock. He could manage a brief hour of sleep before heading to the shop to assist. After an entire day of toil, at midnight, Yi Feng set out with Ming and the others. This time, they ventured westward. The final street they occupied was markedly the most desolate and remote, as traversing further led into the outskirts, where few would wander. Ming felt that their prospects were dim, and Yi Feng concurred, yet they proceeded nonetheless. They remained quietly concealed in the underbrush for another 3 hours, observing as only a few peddlers passed by, all residing in the outskirts, their homes rather dilapidated. Ming could no longer suppress a yawn, having now yawned more times than he could count. Their relentless pursuit of Lin Yan had left them both sleepless and fatigued, even Ming feeling somewhat overwhelmed. At that moment, a shabby-looking vendor wandered past them, his oversized straw hat ill-fitted and perpetually sliding down over his eyes, obscuring his vision. This suspicious figure, hunched over, clutched only a small handful of fruits, evidently just returned from purchasing them. Ming observed the vendor's passage, stifling yet another yawn. He patted Yi Feng's shoulder and remarked, "It seems today will yield no results either." Chapter 126. Yi Feng shot Ming a disapproving glance, exclaiming, "You and your pessimistic predictions." However, as he turned his head back, he suddenly sensed something amiss. What had that individual been holding? Where had those fruits come from? There were no fruit stands in the vicinity. Where could he have obtained them? The more Yi Feng pondered, the more suspicious he became, and he dashed out from the underbrush, only to find that the vendor had vanished from sight. They continued to wait until 4 o'clock, but still found no trace of Lin Yan, returning home with their spirits dampened as if defeated. Yi Feng retrieved the footage from other locations for review. Yet everything appeared as it had before, with no discrepancies, except for the vendor who had held the fruit. Yi Feng rewound the tape repeatedly, seeking out the earlier segments recorded on that secluded street, scrutinizing them meticulously with the intention of locating the vendor. To his astonishment, he discovered that this vendor passed through that area every night, dressed in the same attire, always clutching fruits of identical quantity and variety, as if he were merely a facade. At this point, Yi Feng was approaching a conclusion. That individual was Lin Yan. Upon this realization, he felt an overwhelming urge to pound his chest in frustration. How could he not have considered that since Shi Jie had him under her control, she would undoubtedly ensure he did not attract too much attention, including from Tiange? Thus, she would certainly have made arrangements for him to disguise himself adequately both upon arrival and departure, so that others would not discern his age. Yi Feng chuckled inwardly, realizing he had finally tracked him down after 4 long nights of vigilance. Subsequently, he conveyed this information to Ming, urging him to put in one last arduous night to capture the individual. Upon hearing this, Ming was elated, knowing that the difficult days were coming to a close, and he eagerly agreed to Yi Feng's request. "Do not harm him. He is not a bad person," Yi Feng cautioned, to prevent them from unintentionally injuring such a fragile individual. Ming acknowledged this and promptly called his brothers. Yi Feng returned to the private room, gazing at the figure he had frozen on the video, a gentle smile gracing his lips. The following morning, the store door was knocked upon vigorously. Yi Feng recognized it was Ming and the others returning, and upon opening the door, his eyes fell first upon Lin Yan, who stood shivering beside Ming. At that moment, Lin Yan's straw hat had been removed, revealing his smooth, clean forehead. He appeared to be faring reasonably well, his complexion still fair and unblemished, his inherent beauty undiminished. Yi Feng greeted Lin Yan with a polite smile and ushered him inside, offering him a seat. Lin Yan remained visibly anxious, trembling as expected, clearly a timid person prone to fear. If that were the case, matters would be simpler to navigate. "Greetings, I am Yi Feng." He extended his hand, intentionally introducing himself. Lin Yan cautiously glanced at Yi Feng, but remained silent. "What were you doing with Tiange?" Yi Feng continued to inquire. "If you are willing to cooperate, I can assist you. If you do not confide in me, I trust you are aware of the consequences that await you." "I was coerced." Lin Yin trembled as he spoke upon hearing Yi Feng's icy words. Huh, they kidnapped my brother. Yi Feng was taken aback. At last, he comprehended that the person he had witnessed being taken away that day must indeed be this man's brother. Do you know where my brother is? Lin Yin asked, his emotions surging, clearly desperate to ascertain his brother's whereabouts. No, I do not know where your brother is now, but I suspect his situation is far from optimistic. I have not been able to contact him for a month. I do not know where he has been taken. He already had old injuries, and his right leg could barely support him, let alone enable him to escape. My brother was fine until that day he encountered Tianji, after which disaster struck. Lin Yin lamented, covering his face in profound sorrow. What do you mean by disaster? Yi Feng probed. Lin Yin sighed silently, shaking his head as he replied. He helped Tianji transport contraband. So, you are involved as well? Yi Feng remarked nonchalantly. Lin Yin nodded again. I sensed something was amiss. But I found myself unable to leave that place, Lin Yin confessed. At this juncture, he turned to Yi Feng, grasping the hem of his garment, pleading earnestly. I know you possess great capabilities, unafraid even of Tianji. My brother is missing, and I do not know whether he is alive or dead. I implore you to save him. I am willing to do anything you ask in return for his rescue. Yi Feng regarded him with some skepticism, realizing he was entangled in a complex situation. Now, even Lin Yin was unaware of his brother's location. How could Yi Feng possibly uncover any leads? If his brother were already deceased, all the time and effort Yi Feng expended would yield nothing but a hollow endeavor. Yet, Lin Yin could prove to be quite useful. This could indeed be a fortuitous opportunity. Lin Yin was no ordinary thug, having spent considerable time with Shi Jie. He could serve as an invaluable asset in infiltrating the enemy ranks. With this in mind, Yi Feng ultimately agreed to assist Lin Yin in locating his brother, Lin Ming. In the ensuing days, Yi Feng diligently sought Lin Ming's whereabouts, yet found no leads. He even enlisted Qin Ruhan's assistance, but she too was at a loss. Today, after working for a while, a store attendant approached him to inform him that someone was searching for him. Perplexed, Yi Feng wondered who could possibly be seeking him at this hour. As he stepped outside, he spotted Lin Yin pacing anxiously at the entrance. Yi Feng approached and inquired, Shi Jie actually permitted you to come here? Lin Yin, upon seeing Yi Feng, brightened momentarily, standing before him with a glimmer in his eyes. No, I snuck out on my own. Yi Feng nodded in understanding, cautioning him. If Shi Jie discovers this, the consequences will extend beyond just you. Lin Yin adopted a pitiful expression, shaking his head. No, she is out with Tianji today. I am the only one left in charge. Just you? Yi Feng asked, astonished. Yes, that is why I dare to sneak out and find you. He swallowed nervously, fixing his gaze on Yi Feng. When do you plan to help me find my brother? I am anxious to know. At this question, Yi Feng felt overwhelmed. He could not help but rub his temples, indicating his difficulty. Lin Yin, sensing Yi Feng's predicament, was aware that locating his brother would not be an easy task, yet Yi Feng might be his last hope. Gritting his teeth, Lin Yin suddenly knelt before Yi Feng. Yi Feng was startled and hurried to assist him. I will not rise until you promise to help me find my brother. I beg you, my brother and I have relied on each other since childhood. I cannot abandon him now. Lin Yan's eyes were filled with a rare determination that Yi Feng had seldom encountered. Though Yi Feng was ruthless toward his adversaries, he felt a twinge of compassion for a student who cherished his brother so dearly. However, even if Yi Feng wished to assist, this was not a matter that could be resolved swiftly. Please rise. I never said I would not help you, Yi Feng urged, pulling him to his feet and brushing off the dust from his clothing. Lin Yin stood reluctantly, evidently seeking a definitive assurance from Yi Feng. Unable to resist, Yi Feng finally nodded. Lin Yan's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. Yi Feng felt as though he had fallen into yet another trap. Initially, he had intended for Lin Yin to act as an informant, but now he found himself embroiled in a troublesome affair. Nevertheless, Lin Yan's information had proven quite beneficial. Brother Yi, in the future, should you require anything, do not hesitate to command me. I will fulfill any task within my capabilities. Yi Feng nodded in acknowledgement, gesturing for him to return swiftly. Lin Yin, filled with excitement, exited the store and stealthily made his way back to the club. Yi Feng sighed, contemplating the challenges ahead as he observed Lin Yan's departing figure. Standing beside him, Fang Lei seemed to sense his frustration and approached, asking, "What troubles you, boss? You appear to be in quite a predicament." Yi Feng turned to face him, musing on Fang Lei's perceptive nature, and replied, "I promised to help him find his brother, but I have a foreboding feeling." Before Yi Feng could finish, Fang Lei had already grasped the implication of his words. A sense of foreboding enveloped him. "Are you suggesting that his brother has encountered misfortune?" He spoke with an air of calmness. Yifeng raised an eyebrow in surprise, then nodded in acknowledgement, stating, "You truly are astute." He smiled at Yifeng and resumed his tasks. At present, only Feng Lei and Xiao Wu remained in the store. Yifeng felt hesitant to discuss Xiao Mo's situation with Qin Mi Li. Yet, there was little choice in the matter. He had not anticipated that Tian Gu could be so treacherous. Reflecting on his previous demeanor while collecting debts, it was indeed true that appearances can be deceiving. Chapter 129. Given the current circumstances, Yifeng realized it was imperative to ensure the safety of the store. Otherwise, another incident of vandalism would be exceedingly infuriating. Particularly considering that there were now 6 clothing stores, the potential for problems was significant. Contemplating this, Yifeng contacted A Ming to discuss the matter. A Ming arrived promptly. But upon seeing his gloomy expression, Yifeng felt perplexed. "What troubles you? Is something on your mind?" Yifeng inquired curiously. A Ming paused, shook his head, and replied that there was nothing. Yifeng refrained from pressing further, simply patting his shoulder to offer reassurance. He mentioned that there was nothing pressing outside and encouraged him to rest while letting the younger staff keep an eye on things. Perhaps touched by Yifeng's words, A Ming's eyes reddened as he bowed his head, expressing, "To be honest, Yifeng, my mother has fallen ill and has been in the hospital for over half a month now." Yifeng was taken aback. "Why didn't you tell me sooner? I thought you had enough on your plate, so I kept silent." "Are you out of your mind? What could be more important than our brotherhood?" Yifeng's indignation grew as he continued. "We are brothers who share both joy and hardship. If something is amiss, you should confide in your brothers without hesitation. Do you need financial assistance? How is your mother faring?" Observing A Ming's regretful demeanor, Yifeng gradually calmed down, contemplating solutions. "I estimate around 2 million will be required." As A Ming spoke, tears welled in his eyes, and he covered his face with his hands, struggling to suppress his sobs. "My mother has endured a difficult life, and I, her incapable son, only add to her woes. I truly despise my past self for being so inept. We command respect in the outside world, yet when misfortune strikes at home, we find ourselves powerless." A Ming's body trembled with emotion, and he was at a loss for words. His hands pressed against his face as he fought to contain his tears. Yifeng furrowed his brow, realizing the gravity of the situation. The 2 million was no trivial amount. While the store was currently thriving, much of the capital had been invested in new locations, leaving Yifeng with limited funds. Seeing A Ming start to weep, Yifeng offered a wry smile and patted him on the back. "You, a giant of a man, reduced to tears like a delicate girl, why fret? I'm here." A Ming, witnessing Yifeng's smile, began to feel a flicker of hope and eagerly asked, "Do you have a plan?" Yifeng raised an eyebrow, indicating he was still formulating one, but reassured him, "Rest assured, even if it means I forego food and drink, I will assist you." A glimmer of determination crossed A Ming's face, and he declared, "Yifeng, whenever you need my help in the future, I will not hesitate. Don't worry, you know my earnings. I will find a way. I am a wealthy man now," Yifeng joked. A Ming chuckled at Yifeng's jest, declaring, "I fear nothing. Knowing you is a blessing in my life." Yifeng recognized that A Ming's heart was inherently good. Once he set his mind to something, he would endeavor to excel, as he genuinely cherished their bond, accepting them as lifelong brothers ready to endure hardships together, even more so than blood relatives. Nevertheless, the 2 million posed a formidable challenge for Yifeng. Yet, having made a promise, he was determined to act. Based on current business, accumulating that amount would take considerable time, and he was uncertain how long A Ming's mother could endure. Chapter 130. Initially, Yifeng thought of Qin Ruohan. She should be able to assist, but he felt reluctant to burden her further, given her prior help. After much contemplation, he considered Qin Mi Li and Qin Xiaoyun. If they could invest in his store, liquidating some capital, A Ming's predicament would be much easier to resolve. With this in mind, Yifeng shared his assessment with A Ming. Upon hearing this, A Ming appeared on the verge of tears again. "Yifeng, your kindness is something I will forever remember." He bowed deeply several times, nearly kneeling before Yifeng. Yifeng quickly halted him, saying, "No need for thanks. First, I must speak with others." A Ming ceased his gestures, silently cherishing Yifeng's generosity in his heart. Observing A Ming's despondent demeanor, Yifeng sighed inwardly. It truly was a tumultuous time. Seeing A Ming in such a state of despair weighed heavily on Yifeng, as he was accustomed to A Ming's resilient nature. With this thought, Yifeng gave him a firm pat on the back, urging, "Do not dwell on it. I will resolve this. You should return to your efforts." "How can I do that, Yifeng? This is a family matter. Go when I tell you to go. There is no need for further discussion. Now hurry along. I can see you're troubled. Just leave." Yifeng pushed him out of the store. Ultimately, A Ming, though somewhat stubborn, could not withstand Yifeng's insistence and departed. After Ming left, Yifeng promptly purchased a ticket to Ningcheng. By the afternoon, he arrived in Ningcheng, and after contacting Qin Mili, he proceeded to the Qin Corporation following the provided address. However, Yifeng found it peculiar that Qin Mili's tone had seemed somewhat off, rather cold. When he informed the front desk that he wished to see Qin Mili, the receptionist regarded him with skepticism, seemingly incredulous that an ordinary person like him could know their president. Please hold on. The receptionist called the president's assistant, who, after consulting with the president, conveyed that Qin Mili was unavailable, instructing Yifeng to wait until her meeting concluded. Yifeng was taken aback. What had happened to Qin Mili? Despite this, he politely replied, "All right, I will wait." Yifeng then settled onto a sofa in the lobby, waiting for 2 hours without any update from the receptionist regarding the meeting's conclusion. Growing impatient, he returned to the front desk and inquired, "Is the president available now?" The receptionist, recognizing him again, lazily remarked, "It's you again. Our president does not wish to see you. You should leave." Yifeng was momentarily stunned. What was going on? It seemed that something was amiss with Qin Mili. Chapter 131. This situation did not resemble the behavior one would expect from a friend. Using a meeting as an excuse to dismiss him, followed by an immediate request for him to leave, seemed illogical. Most importantly, despite their recent lack of communication, Yifeng had supported her in the past, and he believed that she would not treat him this way. However, despite the indignation brewing within him, Yifeng managed to restrain himself. After calming his emotions slightly, he inquired, "Miss, could you please place a call directly to your president? I have some crucial matters I wish to discuss with her personally." The response he received was clear. Their president had explicitly instructed them not to allow him in and to find a way to make him leave. Yifeng narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze upon the individual before him, and slowly uttered, "I am not one to engage in frivolous chatter. Will you or will you not make the call?" The woman before him appeared momentarily intimidated by Yifeng's demeanor, showing outward defiance, yet hesitantly reaching for the phone. "President, the gentleman is still in the lobby and refuses to leave. He insists he has matters to discuss with you personally. Shall I allow him to come up?" In her office, Qin Mili sat in her executive chair, her tone cold as she spoke. The receptionist, taken aback by the president's consent, lowered the phone in shock and stammered to Yifeng, "All right, you can go up now. The president's office is on the 27th floor." "Thank you," Yifeng replied, his previous expression now replaced with a sense of triumph as he walked past the front desk toward the elevator. After pressing the elevator button, he began rehearsing the scene of their imminent reunion in his mind. It had been over a week since he last saw her, and there had been no exchanges between them, only the gradual widening of the chasm created by time. Qin Mili's demeanor had drifted far from Yifeng's previous understanding of her. Was there something amiss? He couldn't help but speculate. Thus, not only did Yifeng wish to invite her to invest in his venture, but he also yearned to uncover the truth behind her current state. The elevator swiftly ascended to the 27th floor, where he was greeted by Qin Mili's assistant. The young woman before him was quite charming, though slightly plump. She exuded a warm aura. "Hello, Mr. Tang. My name is Jing, but you may call me Xiao Jing. Our president is in there." She gestured politely toward the large door ahead. Yifeng expressed his gratitude and proceeded to gently push open the heavy door, revealing Qin Mili seated upright in her executive chair. She seemed to recognize him without lifting her gaze, continuing her quiet examination of the densely packed documents on her desk, occasionally jotting down notes. Yifeng stood awkwardly at the entrance, perplexed by her behavior. "You came to see me. What is it?" Qin Mili broke the silence, still not looking at Yifeng, maintaining her orderly focus on her work. Suddenly jolted back to reality by her question, Yifeng stepped forward, standing before her desk, and earnestly declared, "I wish to forego any pleasantries. They feel insincere. I have come to discuss a potential business collaboration." It seemed his words registered with her, momentarily pausing her writing before she resumed. Observing her disinterest in conversing, Yifeng continued, "I am offering shares in my clothing store. Would you be interested?" Chapter 132. As he spoke, Qin Mili finally halted her work, lifting her head to glance at Yifeng. It had been many days since their last meeting, and she appeared to have grown thinner. Her cheekbones were more pronounced, giving her an air of weariness. Her gaze toward Yifeng carried a mixture of haughtiness and disdain. "I do not wish to collaborate. Please leave," she replied, crossing her arms and reclining in her chair, crossing her right leg over her left. "Yifeng, leave." "Qin Mili, what is wrong with you? You seemed fine before. Why have you changed?" Yifeng questioned, puzzled. "Huh." Qin Mili chuckled softly. "Yifeng, there are matters I prefer not to discuss. Please refrain from inquiring." "I do not understand," Yifeng replied directly. Are you really going to pressure a woman at this point? For some reason, Yifeng noticed contempt in Qin Meili's eyes, yet he remained steadfastly in place. Leave. She insisted, her tone resolute, her gaze maintaining its condescending edge, rendering him a stranger. Very well, I do not know what has transpired with you. If you feel inclined to share, then please do so. Acknowledging that further discussion would be futile, Yifeng, though perplexed by her transformation, recognized her stubbornness and ultimately departed from the Qin Corporation. Returning home, Yifeng felt somewhat dejected, contemplating how to assist Ming with his financial needs. The entire situation was undeniably frustrating. Nevertheless, he resolved to adjust his mindset and contemplate alternative solutions to address Ming's predicament. Yet, Qin Meili's current attitude was utterly unexpected to Yifeng. He could not fathom why she felt compelled to treat him this way, igniting an even greater desire to uncover the hidden truths behind her actions. For the moment, Yifeng believed he should prioritize resolving Ming's situation. However, the funds required were indeed substantial. No one could predict what the future held, nor could they afford to wait until it was too late to devise a plan. Yifeng was one who prepared for unforeseen circumstances. He contemplated the possibility of selling 2 or 3 stores to raise the necessary funds, but upon reflection, he deemed it unfair to the efforts of Fong Lei and the others during this time, ultimately abandoning that course of action. Perhaps a bank loan? Yet, if he approached the bank for a loan, it was unlikely they would readily grant him such a significant sum. Securing a bank loan was far from simple. With no other options available, the following day, taking advantage of the weekend, Yifeng decided to bring relevant documentation regarding his stores to the bank in hopes of obtaining a loan, even if it was merely a chance. He approached the situation with a mindset of cautious optimism. However, that day, he spent at least 2 hours at the bank, engaging in extensive discussions. But the bank remained unmoved, ultimately rejecting his loan application on the grounds of insufficient estimated value. Yifeng emerged from the bank feeling utterly defeated. He found himself at a complete loss. His spirits plummeted into despair as he contemplated the tragic fate that awaited Ming's mother should he fail to secure the funds. With a heavy sigh, he was overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness, realizing that despite his efforts, he lacked the ability to safeguard his brother. Chapter 133. In the days that followed, Wang Wen became aware of the situation. However, under Yifeng's firm insistence, she opted to keep the matter from Qin Ruhan. As for Qin Ruhan, she remained blissfully unaware, continuing her daily interactions as if nothing were amiss. Wang Wen may not have had solutions, but she consistently visited to inquire about Yifeng's situation. Initially, Yifeng merely offered vague reassurances, claiming he would find a way. However, after the bank loan debacle, when Wang Wen came to check on him again, he could no longer muster confidence and divulged the entire truth. If someone were willing to invest in the new store, they could gather enough money for Ming. He felt increasingly stifled, yearning for someone to share the burden. Is there truly no way out? Wang Wen lamented. Do not fret. We will surely find a way to overcome this challenge. Yifeng reassured her, though internally, he remained uncertain. Brother. Wang Wen suddenly turned serious, her face marked by solemnity as she addressed Yifeng. Although I lack financial resources, if you truly find yourself in need and cannot discuss it with Ruhan Jia, I am willing to take drastic measures. Listening to her words, Yifeng could not help but smile bitterly. He understood her desire to assist Ming Dong. However, the situation had not yet reached its direst point, and there was no need to resort to such extremes. Though the circumstances appeared bleak, Yifeng held on to the belief that a turning point would eventually present itself. One should not begin with the most pessimistic outcome in mind. This time, Yifeng relayed the situation to Ming, advising him to scout for potential partners for collaboration. About a week later, the anticipated turning point indeed materialized. Early one morning, Ming arrived at Yifeng's workplace, breathless and eager. Upon seeing his flustered state, Yifeng promptly inquired about the matter at hand. Ming informed him that he had found someone willing to invest and collaborate. When Yifeng asked for the identity of this benefactor, Ming revealed that the man was named Guilin, a prominent businessman. Although Yifeng had not previously heard of him, he was inclined to explore this opportunity given Ming's confidence. With that in mind, Yifeng instructed Ming to reach out to Guilin without delay. Shortly thereafter, Ming returned with news. Yifeng, Boss Gua has arranged to meet you today at the bar in the west of the city at 8 o'clock. It is his establishment. Yifeng agreed, recognizing the urgency of their situation and the financial resources that Boss Gua possessed. Despite harboring some doubts, he resolved to attend the meeting. The West City Bar was the largest in that area, which indicated that Boss Gua was indeed a person of considerable stature. That evening, after confiding in Wang Wen, Yifeng made his way to the bar, contemplating the equity he was willing to offer Guilin. He decided to retain 51% of his shares, willing to sell the remainder. Having an additional partner could prove beneficial. Initially, he had considered approaching Qin Meili, but her current attitude left him at a loss. Given the profitability of his bar and establishment, he realized that this venture would not be a loss. Upon arriving at the West City Bar, Yifeng disembarked from his vehicle, accompanied by Ming, who would serve as his introduction. As they were there for a business discussion, Yifeng chose not to bring additional associates, as it might convey a lack of sincerity. Just as Yifeng entered, a bartender clad in black opened the door for him and led the way without uttering a word. The atmosphere was solemn and quiet, leaving Yifeng feeling somewhat uncomfortable, though he could not pinpoint the source of his unease. All he wished was to meet Bosqua swiftly and conclude their discussion. The bar was well appointed, with some services exceeding even those of a fine dining establishment. Yifeng found himself curious about the proprietor who could orchestrate such meticulous attention to detail. Before long, they arrived at the door of Bosqua's private room. The silent bartender halted, opening the door for Yifeng. Inside, he beheld a man seated, who appeared to be in his 30s, exuding vigor and possessing prominent features that conveyed an air of distinction. At that moment, the man had his eyes closed, awaiting Yifeng's arrival. Yifeng glanced back at Ming, who nodded in return before following the bartender to an adjacent room, leaving Yifeng to enter alone. "Hello," Yifeng greeted as he took a seat opposite Bosqua, extending his right hand. Bosqua, upon hearing the voice, opened his eyes and offered a polite smile before shaking Yifeng's hand. Instantly, Yifeng perceived a commendable character in Bosqua. At least he exhibited good manners. Yifeng mused that perhaps it was such refined individuals who could cultivate a thriving establishment like this bar. "Mr. Yi, I am Jiang Han," Bosqua introduced himself. Causing Yifeng to pause in surprise, the man spoke with a Japanese accent. No wonder the private room felt distinct from typical venues. It was imbued with an exotic flair stemming from this Japanese-influenced individual. Nonetheless, Yifeng felt a slight apprehension regarding a partnership with someone of Japanese descent. He turned to Ming, who appeared equally awkward, suggesting it was also his first encounter with Bosqua, likely based on hearsay from others. "Please do not take offense, Mr. Yi. I am of mixed heritage, but I have a deep affection for Huaxia," Bosqua stated calmly. "I have heard that you are open to selling your shares. I would like to know what price you are willing to entertain." 2 million, no more, no less, he replied in broken Mandarin, pausing to communicate with Yifeng. "In that case, I must clarify, I am only willing to relinquish 20% of my equity. How does that sound?" Yifeng calculated quickly in his mind, deciding to test this Japanese gentleman, even if he was of mixed heritage. "Agreed." To Yifeng's astonishment, Bosqua readily acquiesced. However, his unique accent nearly caused Yifeng to suffer an internal injury from stifled laughter. He had not anticipated securing 2 million with such ease. This transaction was undoubtedly profitable. Yet, given his previous encounters in Japan, he remained somewhat wary of these individuals, uncertain if ulterior motives lay hidden beneath the surface. Yifeng scrutinized Bosqua's expression for any signs of deceit, but discerned nothing amiss. Seizing the opportunity before any change of heart, he retrieved 2 copies of the contract from his bag, along with a pen and seal, handing one to Bosqua while signing the other. Bosqua executed his signature with remarkable efficiency and returned the document to Yifeng, stating, "Mr. Yi, the 2 million will be transferred to your account, but it will require some time." "I understand," Yifeng replied, taking the signed contract and promptly affixing his seal. "I look forward to a fruitful partnership, Bosqua." "Indeed. A pleasant collaboration." At last, a hint of a smile broke through Bosqua's typically stoic demeanor, although it appeared somewhat out of place on his otherwise expressionless face. The successful negotiation filled Yifeng with elation. "Mr. Yi, when can I expect the transfer of those shares?" he inquired suddenly. "Shortly, given your accent." "I seem to have unconsciously slowed my speech," Yifeng said. "Once the funds are in, I will promptly transfer the equity to you." "Very well, Mr. Yi." Bosqua nodded, evoking the image of a Japanese samurai in Yifeng's mind. "I shall take my leave now." As Yifeng prepared to depart, a thought struck him, prompting him to pause and return to his seat. "Mr. Yi, is there anything else you wish to discuss?" Bosqua maintained his composed demeanor while politely inquiring. Initially, Yifeng had wished to conclude the transaction swiftly, but a lingering question compelled him to probe further. He adjusted his posture and began. "I would like to ask a question. Feel free to inquire. It is not an issue." He exhibited an air of calmness that elevated Yifeng's admiration for him. After a moment of hesitation, Yifeng finally mustered the courage to inquire. "May I ask, Mr. Gua, what prompts your interest in acquiring our shares? I have heard about your recent endeavors in Japan, and upon learning of the opportunity to do business with you, I conducted thorough research on your background and found great promise in your potential, Mr. Guo replied. Likewise, Mr. Yi, in matters of business, I believe it is prudent to maintain a level of discretion. Mr. Guo's demeanor was remarkably composed as he lifted a cup of fine tea from the table to his lips, taking a delicate sip. In business, to achieve greatness, one must possess discernment. Yifeng pondered this. From Mr. Guo's words, it was evident that he was a serious businessman, endowed with acumen and a clear understanding of his desires and concessions. Such a capable and perceptive individual could indeed be a valuable partner, particularly amidst the uncertainty surrounding Qin Meili's situation, where he could provide substantial assistance. Mr. Yi, if circumstances allow, I foresee many areas for future collaboration, Mr. Guo remarked, raising an eyebrow slightly. Yifeng, understanding the implication, nodded in agreement and expressed, I too am eager to collaborate with someone as astute as you, Mr. Guo. After exchanging farewells, Yifeng opened the door to the private room, revealing the waiting black-clad bartender. The bartender nodded to another attendant in the corridor and escorted Yifeng outside. After exiting the bar, he entered a vehicle, shortly followed by Ming. Yifeng, what are your thoughts on this matter? Ming eagerly asked during their journey home. Yifeng smiled and inquired about how he had managed to find Mr. Guo. With a proud smile, Ming explained, one of my associates used to work at that bar and has some connections. He helped relay the information, which, unsurprisingly, reached Mr. Guo's ears. Mr. Guo possesses considerable charisma. I believe he is quite formidable. Regardless, your issues seem to have found resolution, Yifeng said with a grin. Chapter 136. Upon hearing Yifeng's words, Ming was momentarily taken aback. Is it truly resolved just like that? Yifeng, you wouldn't have traded your shares for my funds, would you? I assumed you were merely partnering with him. Realizing the implication, Ming finally reacted. This was the only solution available to me, Yifeng replied with a hint of resignation. Hearing this, Ming's eyes welled with emotion. Yifeng, your kindness leaves me at a loss for how to repay you. I have told you, there is no need for repayment. Your happiness and well-being are the greatest rewards you could offer me, Yifeng stated earnestly. Upon hearing Yifeng's words, Ming fell silent. Fully aware that further discussion would be futile, he silently vowed to uncover the truth behind Li Liang's matter as a means of repaying Yifeng. The following day, Yifeng sent the equity authorization contract to Mr. Guo. Meanwhile, he confirmed that 2 million had successfully arrived in his account from the bank the previous day. Once verified, he ensured that Mr. Guo received 20% of the project shares. As the renovations for the other establishments would take some time, the profits would naturally commence only after the grand opening, a fact Mr. Guo did not contest. However, surprisingly, upon receiving the contract, he extended another invitation to Yifeng, stating there were matters to discuss. Without hesitation, Yifeng sought out Ming and accepted the invitation. Upon arriving at the bar's entrance in the western part of the city, he instructed Ming to wait outside while he entered. Upon reaching the private room, Mr. Guo remained as composed as when they first met, seated and savoring the fragrant tea before him. Mr. Guo, it has been a few days, Yifeng greeted. Hello, Mr. Yi, came Mr. Guo's response, his Chinese still somewhat halting, yet sufficient for their communication. Mr. Guo poured a cup of tea for Yifeng, and the exquisite teaware, clear tea, and skillful technique contributed to an ambience rich with cultural depth. It appears you have a fondness for the art of tea, Yifeng remarked with a smile, savoring the freshly brewed tea sip by sip. It is merely a hobby, he replied without raising his gaze, discarding the tea in front of him to brew anew. It seems that individuals with such refined interests are becoming increasingly rare. Yifeng maintained his smile, glancing at Mr. Guo's expression. Apart from his heavy accent, Mr. Guo's most notable trait was his stern demeanor, as if the world owed him a significant debt. He rarely smiled at others. May I inquire, Mr. Yi, what interests you? He asked, preoccupied with the tea utensils, manipulating them with finesse. Though Yifeng was not well versed in tea artistry, he grasped the underlying message in Mr. Guo's words. This individual was no ordinary character. Chapter 137. My interests are few. I trust you are aware of that, Yifeng replied, pursing his lips and fixing his gaze on Mr. Guo. However, there is one matter that I believe will pique both your and my interest. Yifeng paused deliberately, observing Mr. Guo's reaction. As anticipated, Mr. Guo ceased his manipulation of the tea utensils, calmly placed the teapot down, rested his hands on his thighs, and slowly met Yifeng's gaze, inquiring, I am quite curious, Mr. Yi, what is this matter you allude to? Yifeng smiled gently, confident in his knowledge, and replied, leverage. Oh, pray, elaborate, Mr. Guo responded, a hint of a smile gracing his lips for the first time. In a game of chance, the value of the stakes may not be the sole determinant of victory. However, often, the party with the greater stakes possesses a higher probability of success. Do you understand why? Because some individuals cannot afford to lose. Yifeng chuckled, leaning closer to ask, Indeed, I cannot afford to lose. Hence our collaboration extends beyond mere business. Now, I must ask you, can you afford to lose? With a soft laugh, he shook his head, addressing Yifeng, Mr. Yi. I perceive your sincerity, but as for whether I can afford to lose, that remains my secret. Surprised by Mr. Guo's audacity, Yifeng had already demonstrated ample sincerity. Yet he received no commensurate response in return. Yifeng understood that Mr. Guo had summoned him to delve deeper into their partnership. However, he found it frustrating that Mr. Guo was beating around the bush instead of addressing the crux of the matter. Yifeng suddenly felt a sense of danger. Mr. Guo, I shall place my intentions for collaboration here. You may contemplate it further before reaching out to me, Yifeng declared without hesitation, rising to leave. Just as he was about to exit, Mr. Guo suddenly spoke again. In fact, I have something that intrigues me even more than your leverage. Mr. Guo tilted his head toward Yifeng and asked, Might I inquire if Mr. Yi could fulfill this curiosity? Yifeng narrowed his eyes, uncertain of what was to come next, yet he turned back to face him. Mr. Yi, I have heard that you were once quite close to Miss Qin. Miss Qin? Qin Meili? Why was he mentioning Qin Meili? After a moment's hesitation, Yifeng ultimately nodded, confirming, Yes, we are friends. However, upon reflection, he realized that this was not entirely accurate, so he added, But currently. That is well, Mr. Guo interjected, nodding toward Yifeng. I am quite eager to meet this young lady in person. Upon hearing Mr. Guo's statement, Yifeng seemed to grasp his intentions, though he hesitated momentarily, deep in thought. After much contemplation, Yifeng concluded that this situation might serve as an opportunity to clarify the misunderstandings between him and her. I will do my utmost, he stated. I shall await Mr. Ye's news, Boss Gu acknowledged with a nod. Upon exiting the private room, someone was still waiting 2 meters away, and upon seeing Yifeng emerge, they guided him out. Observing Yifeng's expressionless demeanor, a Ming quickly approached him and inquired about the outcome. Yifeng replied calmly, Get in the car. I will explain everything inside. After entering the vehicle, he started the engine and sped away. I suspect Boss Gu's intentions are not entirely pure, Yifeng suddenly remarked during the drive. Chapter 138. Not entirely pure? Ming did not comprehend. Yifeng realized that his abrupt statement might have been too sudden. So he recounted his earlier conversation with Boss Gu. Ming nodded solemnly. So, it appears Boss Gu is indeed targeting Miss Qin? He seems quite aware of your relationship. It cannot be definitively stated that way. He merely expressed a desire to meet her, perhaps because he lacks acquaintances who are familiar with her, and might be seeking my assistance. However, I had not heard of any prior connections between Boss Gu and the Qin family. Why would he suddenly wish to meet her? This was the very question that puzzled Yifeng. The fact that Boss Gu proactively sought to meet Qin Meili indicated that there was a compelling reason for the Qin family to engage with him. It seemed that meeting Qin Meili held greater significance for Boss Gu than demonstrating sincerity to Yifeng. Evidently, Boss Gu aimed to win over Qin Meili. Nonetheless, having a strategic individual like Boss Gu around Qin Meili would only yield benefits and not detriments. Perhaps this meeting could prove advantageous, providing Yifeng insight into the circumstances surrounding Qin Meili. After returning home, Yifeng began devising a plan to arrange a meeting with Qin Meili. Yet, her current demeanor made it exceedingly difficult to secure an appointment. However, he had already acquiesced to Boss Gu's request and was eager to see her again. Yifeng pondered what means might persuade her to meet him once more. Should Boss Gu take the initiative? If she were to show courtesy to Boss Gu, he would not be seeking Yifeng's help now. It seemed that this matter was far from straightforward. As Yifeng wrestled with how to approach Qin Meili, a figure emerged in his thoughts, Qin Meili's close friend, Chen Xiaoyun. In fact, Yifeng had considered her when he previously sought Qin Meili's assistance on Ming's behalf. This girl had a temperament that starkly contrasted with her friend Qin Meili, exhibiting a notably fiery disposition. However, since it had been a while since he last contacted her, he had not kept track of her recent developments. It felt somewhat awkward to have neglected Chen Xiaoyun. So this time, Yifeng specifically messaged her, inquiring if she would be willing to help him meet Qin Meili, perhaps out of gratitude for Yifeng's prior assistance. She readily agreed and expressed her full support for his intentions, stating that she too felt Qin Meili had changed significantly and wished to uncover the reasons behind it. Hearing this made Yifeng increasingly concerned for Qin Meili. He wondered what she had endured that had led her to develop such a distaste for closeness with others. Reflecting on a prior inquiry from Qin Ruohan about whom he would side with in a potential conflict between her and Qin Meili, Yifeng sensed a possible connection. Chen Xiaoyun was currently in Ningcheng and mentioned that she could meet Yi Feng the following day. Yi Feng agreed, scheduling their encounter for the next day. It seemed that it was time to uncover the truth behind the matters concerning Qin Mi Li. Chapter 139. The next day, Saturday. Yi Feng hastily grabbed a quick breakfast before driving to the cafe for their meeting. Upon arriving at the cafe, he spotted Chen Xiaoyun seated by the window, deftly swiping her phone screen, while slowly raising her coffee cup to her lips for a sip. Long time no see, Yi Feng greeted as he approached her. I haven't heard from you lately. How have you been? He expected that Chen Xiaoyun's willingness to meet would indicate some warmth, but to his surprise, she remained as distant as a stranger, not lifting her gaze from her phone as he took a seat across from her. Well. There's nothing pressing at home, and others are managing the company's affairs, so I'm just coasting through life without much ambition, she replied nonchalantly. Yi Feng could only manage a wry smile. It seemed that winning over this girl would be no easy feat, although Chen Xiaoyun's tone was light. She quickly mentioned her friend Qin Mi Li, leaving Yi Feng momentarily unsure of how to respond. How is Qin Mi Li doing? He finally asked. Upon hearing her friend's name, Chen Xiaoyun glanced at him, though her attention quickly returned to her phone as she remarked. It's normal for her to be busy with company matters and not have time for you. There's no need to take it to heart. Yi Feng sensed something amiss. Was this girl oblivious? I believe Qin Mi Li's unusual behavior extends beyond just her treatment of me. You, her close friend, haven't you noticed anything? He asserted, confidently addressing her unspoken doubts. Chen Xiaoyun seemed taken aback by Yi Feng's words. She abruptly placed her coffee cup down with a clatter and exclaimed, I agreed to help you because you helped me before. Don't think that gives you the right to speak freely. Although Qin Mi Li isn't as friendly to me as she used to be, she suddenly fell silent, as if inadvertently revealing something significant. Yi Feng smiled at her from across the table, pretending not to have heard, and said, regardless, I am very eager to understand the reasons behind it. He then fixed his gaze on Chen Xiaoyun, earnestly requesting, I hope you can assist me this time. This matter is of great importance to me. Chen Xiaoyun, still reeling from her earlier slip, found herself caught off guard by Yi Feng's serious demeanor and nodded, albeit bashfully. By the way, I heard that Qin Mi Li has a meeting tonight. We should head over now, she suggested, and Yi Feng nodded in agreement as they exited the cafe together. Soon, they arrived at the company. Indeed, being with Chen Xiaoyun made a noticeable difference. Upon entering, people greeted them with utmost respect. Among them was the receptionist who had previously obstructed Yi Feng, now staring wide-eyed at him as he walked alongside Chen Xiaoyun. You really are riding on my coattails. Typically, someone like you would have been tossed out before even entering the lobby, she remarked, her sharp tongue still intact, as she led Yi Feng through the entrance. Yi Feng maintained a polite smile, realizing that they were still unfamiliar with each other. It was necessary to uphold a facade, as his true objective was to uncover the reasons behind Qin Mi Li's aberrant behavior, rather than engage in a contest of wits with this capricious girl. Chapter 140. All right. We've arrived, Chen Xiaoyun announced as the elevator reached their floor, pressing the button. As the elevator doors opened, the familiar figure of the presidential assistant who had greeted Yi Feng on that fateful day came into view. She respectfully bowed and nodded to Chen Xiaoyun and Yi Feng, ushering them inside. Standing at the entrance of the presidential office, the atmosphere grew tense. Knock, knock, knock. Chen Xiaoyun rapped on the door, lowering her head in anticipation of a response from within. Come in, came the voice of Qin Mi Li from inside. Chen Xiaoyun nodded to Yi Feng, signaling him to enter alongside her, and he reciprocated with a nod. Initially, Qin Mi Li had shown a glimmer of joy upon seeing Chen Xiaoyun, but her expression turned entirely impassive when she noticed Yi Feng following behind her. What brings you here? She coldly tossed the documents in her hand onto the table, casting a frosty glare at Yi Feng, who stepped forward to meet her gaze. You're not here to ask for money again, are you? She abruptly interrupted him, her tone dripping with indifference. Although Yi Feng felt a flicker of displeasure, he chose not to dwell on it. He shook his head and replied, I have resolved the issue. Rest assured, I have no intention of making you a shareholder. I genuinely wish to understand what has transpired. Indeed, Mi Li, you would never have treated people this way before. Yi Feng was speaking when Chen Xiaoyun suddenly interjected, her voice tinged with a childlike sense of grievance. Last night was like this, and you scolded me last weekend too. What on earth is happening with you, Qin Mi Li? Chen Xiaoyun's face flushed crimson, revealing her inner turmoil. Enough. Chen Xiaoyun, are you now siding with this man to condemn me? Qin Mi Li retorted, her face a mask of anger as her sharp gaze fixed on Yi Feng. What sweet nothings has he whispered to you to make you stand with him? He hasn't he? Can't you see? He helped us. He saved us. To everyone's surprise, Chen Xiaoyun, who appeared to have the demeanor of a spoiled young lady, understood clearly in her heart who had treated her well and who had not. Yi Feng felt a rush of emotion, realizing that his past efforts on their behalf had not been in vain. Open your eyes. This person before you has never been on our side, Qin Meili explained to Chen Xiaoyun, then turned her gaze back to Yi Feng. Do you wish to know what has happened? I will reveal it to you today. So you won't have to bring anyone else to trouble me. Yi Feng found himself enveloped in confusion, unsure of what to clarify or how to begin. Suddenly, Qin Meili strode towards him, halting directly in front of him, and raised her hand as if to strike. Yi Feng quickly blocked her, his expression darkening. What are you doing? Let go of me, Qin Meili said coldly. Yi Feng's expression turned frigid as he released her arm, speaking slowly and deliberately. You despise it when others strike you. Today, you had better provide a reasonable explanation, or we shall no longer be friends. Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, Qin Meili stood rooted in place, regarding him with a frosty demeanor. Yi Feng, you deceived me, and now you deceive Chen Xiaoyun, thinking you can control us indefinitely? I'll tell you this. I am fully aware of all your past deeds. Do not pretend to be the good Samaritan before me. All those events were merely a play orchestrated by you and your ilk. Your true aim is to take down my family. Yi Feng was momentarily taken aback, struggling to grasp the situation as Qin Meili launched into an unrelenting tirade, further clouding his understanding. Did you think you could keep me in the dark forever? Your feigned assistance is just a means to resolve your own issues while plotting against us. I refuse to be fooled. Tears streamed down her cheeks. You have never truly wished to assist me. Your kindness was merely a facade to gain control over my family. You are no different from Qin Ruhan, who seeks to benefit her family, and you have the same motives. Realization dawned upon Yi Feng. He had never anticipated such profound misunderstandings. Recalling Qin Ruhan's mention of their intertwined histories, he understood that Qin Meili must have uncovered certain truths, likely related to the ongoing conflict between their families. At this moment, Qin Meili's emotions were heightened, and Yi Feng found himself powerless to calm her enough to explain. He could only endure her accusations. He is aligned with the Qin family, Chen Xiaoyun exclaimed in disbelief, pointing at Yi Feng. I must have been blind to think you genuinely wished to help us. Without responding to Chen Xiaoyun, Qin Meili staggered a few steps toward Yi Feng, her anger palpable. Tell me, is that the case? She demanded, standing mere inches from him, her tear-streaked eyes searching for sincerity. Yi Feng grasped her shoulders firmly, looking her in the eye. No, that is not the case at all. She forcefully shook off his hands and pushed him away. I do not believe you. If I had known you were affiliated with Qin Ruhan's family from the start, I would never have engaged with you. There would have been no assistance, and I would not have developed feelings for you. With each accusation, Qin Meili's eyes brimmed with helplessness and disappointment as she advanced toward him. Yi Feng was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Qin Meili might actually harbor feelings for him. Though her initial demeanor had been peculiar, he had assumed it was merely a figment of his imagination. Yi Feng, I can hardly believe you are such a person. I, Chen Xiaoyun, will ensure you leave this place today. With rising fury, Chen Xiaoyun launched a swift kick aimed at Yi Feng. He narrowly dodged the blow, intending to intervene. But another kick swiftly followed. As he retreated, attempting to explain, Chen Xiaoyun's rapid movements left him with little room to respond, almost resulting in a direct hit. Enough. I do not wish to see him anymore. Let him leave. He is never to set foot in our corporation again. Did you hear me? Leave. Chen Xiaoyun shouted with equal fury. Yi Feng's expression hardened as he bellowed. Qin Meili. Chen Xiaoyun was taken aback, clearly unaccustomed to such a display from him. This is not as you perceive. Yi Feng insisted. Qin Meili remained unconvinced, tilting her head, her eyes still glistening with unshed tears. What does that even mean? Do you want to continue deceiving me? She questioned, suspicion lingering in her voice. Yes. Are you still attempting to fool us? Chen Xiaoyun echoed from the side. I am not deceiving you. Someone is clearly sowing discord between us. As for Qin Ruhan, she was merely my childhood friend. There is nothing to conceal. You may investigate it all. Regarding what you just mentioned, forget it. I, Yi Feng, have a clear conscience. Why would I need to investigate that woman's affairs? Qin Meili immediately retorted to Yi Feng, yet ultimately, she was able to listen to his words. You should leave. Chen Xiaoyun, witnessing Qin Meili's emotional agitation, felt her own temper flare, contemplating a physical confrontation. Chen Xiaoyun, can you not be so disruptive? Qin Meili admonished. Upon noticing Chen Xiaoyun glance at her, Qin Meili nodded slightly, allowing her to step back and permit Yi Feng to continue speaking. Yi Feng approached Qin Meili, gazing earnestly into her eyes. Qin Meili, I am uncertain of the nature of your relationship with them, yet it is irrefutable that she belongs to old Master Qin. I indeed have some connection with him. Ultimately, you are still Qin Meili, and that is a separate matter. Yefeng shook his head and sighed. I do not comprehend who has influenced you to believe this way. If I desired something from your family, would I have assisted you? Without your interference, I would likely have achieved my goals more easily. Qin Mili's expression became somewhat strained. For Yefeng's words were undeniably difficult to counter. Furthermore, if I were a person purely motivated by profit, perhaps I might pursue you for monetary gain. What then would become of Qin Ruhan? Yefeng fixed his gaze upon her, asserting, however, I genuinely wish to assist you. You are also my friend. Upon hearing Yefeng refer to her as a friend, Qin Mili was overcome with emotion and began to weep, though she felt a sense of reluctance. All misunderstandings evaporated in that moment. Yet, she refrained from disclosing who had sought to sow discord between her and Yefeng. Enough of the tears. It is all in the past, Yefeng consoled, gently patting her back. Gradually, Qin Mili ceased her sobbing, while Chun Xiaoyan stood awkwardly nearby, uncertain whether to remain. Since it is all a misunderstanding, I shall take my leave. You two continue your conversation, Chun Xiaoyan hastily declared, exiting the office. Yefeng watched her retreating figure, then turned to Qin Mili, asking intently, who has said such things to you? In chapter 143, Yefeng distinctly observed Qin Mili's body tense momentarily before she regained her composure. She did not respond immediately, leading Yefeng to feel a tinge of curiosity, but ultimately deciding against pressing further. Yefeng, love renders one's intellect to 0. I have finally come to understand this, she suddenly remarked after a prolonged silence. Yefeng was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. Qin Mili lifted her head, looking at him with a mix of grievance and embarrassment. It was an old subordinate of my father's who sent someone to speak with me. You were ignoring me at the time, so it became irrelevant. As long as you do not doubt me, that is sufficient. Yefeng blurted out his understanding. Thus, it became clear that the entire affair was the covert machination of her father's subordinate. Yefeng, however, remained ignorant of Qin Mili's father's identity and the specific subordinate involved, recognizing that she would not divulge such details. Regardless, the situation was finally clarified. After reassuring Qin Mili, Yefeng broached the topic of Boss Jiang's invitation. Following their resolution of misunderstandings, Qin Mili readily agreed to Boss Jiang's request. Consequently, Yefeng accomplished this task with ease, feeling as if a great weight had been lifted as he returned to the shop. Upon entering the office, he discovered two individuals, Feng Lei and Ming, examining the account books. Their intentions unclear. Yefeng knocked on the office door and sauntered in. Startled by the sound, both men turned quickly, visibly relieved upon recognizing him. Observing their reaction, Yefeng chuckled. What mischief are you two up to that you are so easily startled? Feng Lei rolled his eyes at Yefeng. You are fortunate. Ming mentioned he wished to repay your money and was curious about the recent business performance, so I showed him the account books. Yefeng, surprised by Feng Lei's words, turned to Ming, incredulous. He had not expected Ming to accumulate such a substantial sum in such a short time. This seemed implausible. Do you truly possess that much money? Driven by curiosity, Yefeng directly inquired. Ming, avoiding eye contact, appeared somewhat uneasy. Not quite yet, but I currently have 500,000. I believe I can repay you this portion first, he said, looking down. Noticing Ming's peculiar demeanor heightened Yefeng's suspicions. He promptly asked where the 500,000 had originated. Ming explained that he had taken on a project that yielded significant profits, assuring Yefeng that he would repay the remaining amount as well, claiming the project was indeed lucrative. However, Yefeng found it hard to accept Ming's explanation. It seems improbable that any project could generate such wealth in such a brief period. Eventually, he pondered whether Ming was involved in any questionable enterprises. Upon hearing this, Ming's complexion paled, and he hastily insisted he was not engaged in any illicit activities. Yefeng expressed his confusion, stating, I do not comprehend how you could earn so much. While your repayment is appreciated, I would prefer you not to resort to dubious means for it, as I cannot condone such actions. In response, Ming fervently assured Yefeng that his endeavors were entirely legitimate. In chapter 144, given Ming's assurances, Yefeng chose not to press further. Nevertheless, he maintained a cautious stance, as the situation remained suspicious. Eventually, Ming requested Yefeng's bank account details, promising to transfer the funds the following day before departing the shop. The next day, indeed, Ming transferred the full amount of 500,000. After receiving the repayment, Yefeng called to inform him of the successful transaction, intending to inquire further about the nature of Ming's project. Yet, despite his persistent questioning, Ming remained tight-lipped. Frustrated by the lack of clarity, Yefeng ultimately abandoned the line of inquiry and concluded the call. Days passed, and Yefeng continued to busily attend to matters in the shop, where Feng Lei had maintained order. This provided a positive indication, prompting Yefeng to contemplate his next steps. After careful consideration, he resolved to visit Qin Meili at her company again, aiming to solidify their alliance and connect Boss Jiang, Qin Ruhan, and the Qin family with his endeavors. Upon arriving at the 27th floor of the company, the receptionist, upon recognizing Yefeng, displayed a newfound eagerness. After he stated his purpose, she promptly notified Qin Meili without any delay. Evidently, following the resolution of their previous conflicts, Qin Meili had briefed her employees regarding Yefeng. Soon, the receptionist informed Yefeng that he could enter. "Yefeng, did you miss me? You returned so soon after just leaving," Qin Meili remarked with a smile, reclining in an elegantly comfortable leather chair. At that moment, Chun Xiaoyun was not present, leaving Yefeng unsure if she remained in the company. Had she been there, he would have wished to discuss additional matters with her. "May I say I have business to discuss?" Yefeng replied, his face adorned with a smile. "Not permissible." Qin Meili shot Yefeng a playful glare. "If you have business with me, you should at least say something flattering." "Very well, let us address the matter at hand," Yefeng stated earnestly, shifting to a more serious tone. Upon witnessing Yifeng's suddenly serious demeanor, Qin Meili instantly adopted a professional stance, transforming into a figure of a strong woman. "Speak," she said, gazing into Yifeng's eyes. Yifeng paused momentarily to regain his composure, then gently patted her slightly flushed cheek and stated, "I have come to discuss your potential participation in our company's shareholding." Upon hearing Yifeng's words, Qin Meili did not inquire further. Her expression immediately darkened as she retorted, "Is this how you intend to treat me? Must you always rely on my assistance? It is truly laughable. Just moments ago, you claimed it was not for profit, and now you present this proposal. Do you not find this utterly absurd?" Observing Qin Meili's attitude, Yifeng felt as though he had been run over by a fleet of cement trucks, utterly resigned. It seemed that although the previous misunderstanding had been clarified, Qin Meili still bore the scars of past grievances. This, Yifeng could understand. After all, it is unreasonable to expect someone to instantly forget the bitterness of past enmities. Yet, Yifeng was increasingly concerned about the implications of having both Qin Meili and Qin Ruohan, both sharing the surname Qin, in the same equation. Suddenly, a realization struck him, prompting a jolt of anxiety. Of course, Yifeng would not dwell on this possibility for long, as the odds were exceedingly slim. If it were indeed the case, he would accept it. Thus, despite his inner discontent, he endeavored to maintain a light-hearted tone as he addressed her. "You see, it is truly a challenge to earn your trust. Everything I propose aligns with your interests." Qin Meili was taken aback. "What do you mean?" "I have the capable management of Feng Lei at my disposal, which allows me to expedite our development. With the support of Boss Jiang, I plan to redistribute shares, allocating a portion to Feng Lei in the form of equity for him to manage fully, thereby maximizing his potential. Moreover, once you invest, we can establish mutual channels. And with Boss Jiang's backing, we would form a stable alliance." Yifeng spoke earnestly, his previous levity replaced by seriousness. As he spoke, Qin Meili's expression softened. "All right, how much do you need? Just give me a number." She contemplated for a moment. Seeing her so readily acquiesce, Yifeng was still somewhat incredulous and hastily inquired why she had agreed so quickly, as if she did not need to think it over. "As long as you are doing this for our benefit, I will wholeheartedly support you," Qin Meili stated, her gaze fixed on Yifeng with unwavering sincerity. Her words deeply moved him. Before long, the two reached a consensus regarding the equity agreement in the office. With this matter settled, Yifeng merely needed to inform Boss Jiang and Feng Lei. However, just as he prepared to take his leave, Qin Meili suddenly grasped his wrist and declared, "I wish to see Qin Ruohan." Yifeng was momentarily stunned, his mind racing as he processed this unexpected revelation. This was a significant development. He was decidedly opposed to meeting Qin Ruohan at such a critical juncture. Yet, he could not disclose the full circumstances to Qin Meili, fearing it would jeopardize their newly mended relationship. Thus, he inquired about her motives for wanting to see Qin Ruohan. "I simply wish to understand the woman you are so concerned about," Qin Meili replied, her expression darkening. Clearly, she remained troubled by the situation. However, who could blame her? If the roles were reversed, Yifeng would likely struggle to remain composed. He recognized that Qin Meili's feelings might stem from her desire to aid her family. Although Yifeng's bond with Qin Ruohan was strong, he was uncertain of her true feelings, yet it was undeniable that Qin Ruohan held a more significant place in his heart than Qin Meili. In light of the current circumstances, Yifeng advised Qin Meili against pursuing the meeting, urging her to avoid unnecessary distress. "Rest assured, my intention in seeking out Qin Ruohan is not what you may think. Besides, she will undoubtedly be involved in your management." so it would be beneficial for the two managers to discuss future developments. Qin Mi Li feigned a casual demeanor as she glanced at Yifeng. Observing her pretense, Yifeng felt a pang of sympathy and reassured her. Qin Mi Li, I understand your sentiments. While I cannot guarantee anything, I will do my utmost to ensure your development proceeds smoothly. Perhaps sensing the sincerity in Yifeng's words, or perhaps motivated by her own inclinations, Qin Mi Li responded. What if I simply assist you in your development? Absolutely not. Yifeng firmly rejected her suggestion. Despite his pressing need for funds, he would not resort to such means. Even if he were to engage in dubious actions, he would staunchly uphold his principles. Recognizing Yifeng's steadfast character, Qin Mi Li understood he would not acquiesce. So she did not press the matter further. Since you have refused my request, you must allow me to meet Qin Ruohan. You must agree to at least one of these two requests. She insisted resolutely. Yifeng found himself at a loss for words. Ultimately yielding to her persistent entreaties and agreeing to take her to see Qin Ruohan. Before they set off, to alleviate Yifeng's concerns, she earnestly assured him that she would not harm Qin Ruohan. With her assurances in mind, Yifeng refrained from further objections. After contacting Qin Ruohan to arrange a meeting at the shop, he accompanied Qin Mi Li to their establishment. Upon their arrival, Qin Mi Li surveyed the shop and remarked, to attract more customers, you really ought to consider renovating the store. Yifeng nodded in agreement, acknowledging her suggestion. The initial hurried opening had resulted in subpar decor, a point he had long criticized. After a brief discussion about renovations, Yifeng led Qin Mi Li inside. By the time they entered, Qin Ruohan had already arrived. Upon seeing her, Qin Mi Li hesitated momentarily, glanced at Yifeng, and then approached Qin Ruohan. When Qin Ruohan looked up to see both Yifeng and Qin Mi Li approaching, she appeared momentarily stunned, her expression reflecting confusion. Noticing the shock in Qin Ruohan's gaze, Yifeng shrugged helplessly and stepped forward, stating, Qin Mi Li asked me to find you. You two should discuss matters of development. With that, Yifeng chose to withdraw, opting to patiently await the outcome outside the shop. Now that he had allied with Boss Jiang and resolved Qin Mi Li's issues, his focus shifted to strategizing on how to overcome Tian Ge. In the current conflict, it can be said that both parties have completely abandoned any moral boundaries. Anything that can eliminate the opponent is permissible. The most pressing issue now is that while Feng Lei can manage alone due to the small scale, he will inevitably face limitations in terms of growth. After standing at the entrance for over half an hour, Yifeng finally saw Qin Mi Li and Qin Ruohan emerge, interlinking their arms, their faces marked by tears. Chapter 147. Observing their appearance, Yifeng approached them without hesitation to inquire about the situation. However, both were choked with emotion and offered no response to Yifeng's questions, seemingly disregarding his words entirely. This left Yifeng feeling somewhat anxious. Yifeng, don't ask. You will understand what we discussed today when the time is right. Qin Mi Li said, her voice laced with sorrow. Hearing her words, Yifeng chose not to press further. Their reluctance to share was understandable, yet it appeared that their relationship had not deteriorated. Rather, it seemed to be evolving positively. Regarding whether they had made any agreements or undertaken other actions, Yifeng trusted that, as Qin Mi Li mentioned, he would eventually come to know. Yifeng, please escort Qin Mi Li back to the company, Qin Ruohan implored, holding onto Qin Mi Li's arm and weeping. Yifeng, surprised by Qin Ruohan's request, glanced at Qin Mi Li before deciding not to ask further questions and simply took her back to the company. Yifeng, I have decided to assist you in developing your company, Qin Mi Li stated during their journey. At this moment, her tears had dried, and her expression was notably serious. Initially, Yifeng intended to decline, but seeing that she had expressed this sentiment a second time, he inquired about her reasoning. She explained that this was a decision made in conjunction with Qin Ruohan and asked Yifeng if he wished to bring happiness to Qin Ruohan. Of course. Yifeng quickly responded to her question. Upon hearing his affirmation, Qin Mi Li softly remarked, I believe your words, but how do you intend to protect her now? Qin Mi Li's inquiry rendered Yifeng momentarily speechless. Observing the effect of her question on him, Qin Mi Li smiled gently and said, so do not worry. What I have given you today, I know you will eventually return to me. For now, you need to build your own strength. And I hope this share serves merely as your launching pad. Frankly, Qin Mi Li's words deeply moved Yifeng. It was evident that she and Qin Ruohan had reached some form of understanding. Otherwise, she would not have remained so fixated on this matter. Consequently, Yifeng ceased to hesitate and agreed to her proposition. Following his agreement with Qin Mi Li, a profound sense of responsibility blossomed within Yifeng's mind. To him, his company was no longer a mere venture. He must leverage it to grow and ultimately provide a safer and happier life for those he cherished. Qin Meili was indeed correct. Yifeng lacked the capital to protect them, necessitating a swift accumulation of resources. The first step, naturally, was to expedite the growth of his company. After reaching this consensus, Qin Meili began preparing for the transfer of shares, while Yifeng continued to manage his shop diligently. During this period, things with Tiangu seemed relatively peaceful, though whether this tranquility signified the calm before a storm remained uncertain. One morning, upon arriving at the shop, Yifeng had just entered the restroom when he heard a faint sound emanating from the nearby women's restroom. At such an early hour, who could be making such distressing noises? This piqued Yifeng's curiosity. Thus, he decided to linger near the women's restroom after exiting to ascertain who it was. After emerging from the men's room, he stealthily approached the women's restroom and soon spotted a slender girl trembling as she exited. Who could it be? Yifeng's curiosity deepened, and he quickly concealed himself in a nearby grove, intent on observing. After a brief wait, he finally saw a graceful figure pass by, glancing around before swiftly entering his shop. It was the new employee Xiao Wu. Chapter 148. She certainly had not anticipated that Yifeng would be nearby. When Yifeng entered the shop, Xiao Wu appeared to have regained her composure, seemingly as if nothing had transpired. This strange situation left Yifeng considerably perplexed. It seemed that Xiao Wu too harbored secrets. At noon, Qin Meili called again, inviting him to lunch with her and Qin Ruhan. Initially, Yifeng was reluctant to go, but under Qin Meili's earnest invitation, he acquiesced. After agreeing, Yifeng hurried to retrieve his car, locating Qin Ruhan and taking her to a nearby restaurant that appeared quite pleasant. At the dining table, they engaged in light conversation, avoiding any peculiar topics. However, despite not knowing the specifics of the agreement between Qin Meili and Qin Ruhan, it seemed there was still a certain degree of unfamiliarity between them. "Let us have a little drink," Qin Meili suddenly suggested. Yifeng, feeling exasperated, replied, "I still need to drive, so I want tea drink. You handle it yourself." Qin Meili shot him a disapproving glance before turning to Qin Ruhan. Qin Ruhan shrugged and replied, "I want tea drink either." Qin Meili pouted, expressing her disappointment. Yet she ordered the drinks regardless and began to drink them on her own, disregarding Yifeng and Qin Ruhan. "Boring, so boring," Qin Meili exclaimed as she downed her last glass, feeling dejected. "It's so hot." After a while, it seemed that Qin Meili had perhaps drunk a bit too much, as she attempted to remove her clothing. This action immediately attracted the attention of the patrons at the neighboring table. "Don't be reckless." Yifeng quickly intervened to stop her. "You're making a scene." Someone from the next table, clearly inebriated, shouted. It appeared that Qin Meili's actions had indeed caught the eye of some drunken men, who were now expressing their discontent with Yifeng for restraining her. Hearing their remarks, Yifeng cast them a cold glance and retorted, "If you want to watch something, go home and watch a movie." While Yifeng was generally amiable with friends, he would not tolerate anyone harboring inappropriate thoughts towards his friends. "What did you say?" A tattooed man stood up, pointing at Yifeng. "Do you think your numbers intimidate me?" Yifeng scoffed, recognizing at a glance that these 5 men were mere ruffians who posed no real threat. Thus, after exchanging words with them, Yifeng dialed a Ming's number. "Ming, I have some troublemakers here. Can you send a few people over to help me out? A dozen or so will suffice." Yifeng was well aware of Ming's influence in the area, and considering the small size of the locale, it wouldn't take long for assistance to arrive. If they dared to act before then, Yifeng would ensure they regretted it. Ming? Upon hearing Yifeng mention Ming's name, someone in the group immediately regarded Yifeng with a look of fear. Yifeng turned to see that these men seemed to recognize Ming. "Ha ha ha, I truly did not mean to show off." Chapter 149. Upon reflection, it made sense. Although Ming was obedient to Yifeng, any ruffian who did not recognize Ming's reputation in this area would be foolish to claim they were involved in the underworld. "Who is Ming?" one of his associates inquired. The individual cast a fearful glance at Yifeng and quietly explained the situation to his companions. Upon hearing his explanation, the expressions of the other 4 shifted significantly, their gazes towards Yifeng now laced with trepidation. "Big brother, we were unaware that you were a friend of Ming. Please, show us mercy." One of them stepped forward respectfully to plead. "Is there no more trouble?" Yifeng inquired with a smile, to which they could hardly dare to respond otherwise. The crux of the matter was that they were far too intimidated to create any further discord. Yifeng declared that this matter would not conclude today. Their mockery of his friend could not simply be overlooked without tarnishing his reputation. Trembling, the 5 asked then, "Big brother, what do you intend to do?" Yifeng replied, "I have no particular plans. As it happens, I am currently in need of more personnel. Please provide me with your names, and I will allow you to join Ming." Once they had provided their names, Ming soon arrived with a group of ruffians. showcasing remarkable efficiency. As Yifeng stood face to face with the five, they prepared to engage in a brawl without hesitation. Observing the situation, Yifeng swiftly intervened, informing Ming that he had already accepted these individuals and suggested they become his subordinates, assuring them that following Ming would yield great benefits. Upon hearing Yifeng's concise account, Ming readily agreed to accept the newcomers as his underlings. Witnessing Yifeng resolve the situation so effortlessly, Qin Ruhan's perception of him transformed. Subsequently, she gazed deeply at Yifeng and slowly remarked, "Look at Qin Meili. She is completely intoxicated. What do you propose we do?" Qin Ruhan's words left Yifeng momentarily flabbergasted. Had she not reminded him, he might have completely forgotten about the now sleeping Qin Meili. Yifeng then suggested, "What can we do? We must first take her to a hotel. Sending her home in this state would be inappropriate, and it would be rather pitiful for her to be drunk and unattended." Realizing that mentioning this in front of Qin Ruhan may not be advisable, he was relieved to see that she seemed unconcerned. After Yifeng spoke, Qin Ruhan unexpectedly fixed her gaze on him and insisted, "I will go too." Faced with Qin Ruhan's request, Yifeng had no choice but to acquiesce. Soon, the two escorted Qin Meili to the hotel and left her a note before departing. Following this incident, Yifeng found himself entering a phase of dedicated career advancement. However, the next day upon arriving at the shop, Yifeng immediately noticed Xiao Wu's distressed expression, which piqued his curiosity and reminded him of the peculiar sounds he had heard from her previously. He waited, filled with questions, to discover what was troubling her. Xiao Wu, equally distressed, hurriedly informed him of her discomfort before dashing outside. Without hesitation, Yifeng followed her. Trailing behind, he noticed she was headed towards a nearby office building. Glancing up at the rooftop, he realized she likely intended to go up there. However, if she reached the rooftop first and locked the door, he would be unable to follow. Thus, Yifeng quickened his pace, racing ahead to catch the elevator before her and concealing himself on the rooftop. Moments later, Xiao Wu arrived, leaning against the edge and nearly losing her balance. Concerned and curious, Yifeng mustered the courage to approach her. At that moment, she had her eyes closed, her body swaying strangely. Soon, she sensed something amiss and slowly opened her eyes. Upon spotting Yifeng standing before her, she screamed in surprise, uttering a few words in Japanese before jumping up. Seeing her reaction, Yifeng was even more perplexed. "What are you doing here?" Xiao Wu demanded, taking the initiative. "I was about to ask you the same question." He replied, I am not doing anything," she stammered, lowering her gaze. "Xiao Wu, this is the second time I have encountered you like this. I truly do not understand," Yifeng said helplessly. "I am not," Xiao Wu exclaimed, her words tumbling out in panic. "Then what could possibly be the reason?" Yifeng inquired suspiciously. He genuinely could not fathom what hidden issues there might be, yet he sensed there was something peculiar at play. With that thought, Yifeng's mind flickered with the notion that Xiao Wu might be afflicted by some strange ailment. "Xiao Wu, have you contracted some unusual illness that is causing this?" he pressed. "I do not know. Please, do not ask me." Xiao Wu burst out, her reaction confirming Yifeng's suspicions that something was indeed wrong. Taking a step closer, he offered, "If you confide in me, I may consider allowing you to remain at the shop, and I will do my utmost to assist you. You will help me?" "How can you possibly help?" she cried, tears welling in her eyes. Yifeng found her demeanor reminiscent of a child, yet recognizing the potential for progress, he continued, "Speak freely. I assure you, there is nothing I cannot handle." With that, Xiao Wu ceased her weeping. After a moment of contemplation, she finally spoke, "In truth, I have taken." Noticing her slight trembling, Yifeng realized the effects of the substance she had consumed were still lingering. "What kind of substance? Is it related to a medical condition, and could this be a side effect?" "No, it is a problematic medication, which is why I am in this state," Xiao Wu explained. "A specialized medication?" Yifeng was utterly astonished. Indeed, he struggled to comprehend why Xiao Wu would consume such a substance to come to work. Following her revelation, she continued to recount her story, leaving Yifeng utterly shocked. To his astonishment, Xiao Wu was of mixed heritage. Her father was Japanese, while her mother was of Huaxia descent. At the tender age of 14, her father began to reveal his disturbing inclinations. For 10 long years, every time Xiao Wu ventured outside, her father would administer this medication to her. From that moment, she was thrust into a hellish existence. Because of this issue, she had no friends in Japan and had never experienced love. Fortunately, throughout this lengthy ordeal, she had managed to remain undetected, a miraculous feat indeed. However, it seemed that Yifeng had inadvertently shattered that miracle. This time was meant to provide Xiao Wu a temporary escape from her torment, but unexpectedly, when her father learned of her plans to leave the country, he physically assaulted her and insisted on accompanying her. Upon arriving in Huaxia, the consumption of the medication by Xiao Wu continued unabated, with each instance approached with utmost caution to avoid detection. However, persisting in this manner is not a viable solution. After listening to her tale, Yifeng inquired darkly. Unable to fathom the existence of such a father in this world, it was indeed perplexing. Fortunately, Xiao Wu's father had not subjected her to any further transgressions. His sole demand was that she must take her medicine. Should she resist, a severe beating would inevitably ensue. Regardless of the circumstances, he is still my father, she lamented, tears streaming down her face once more. Such a person is wholly unworthy of the title of father. I truly cannot comprehend your thoughts on this matter. Yifeng could only attribute this situation to the differing cultural backgrounds of various nations. Nevertheless, he firmly rejected the notion of accepting such conduct. While Yifeng seethed with righteous indignation, Xiao Wu's complexion gradually paled. Trembling, she stammered. Could you please step back for a moment? This is quite troublesome, Yifeng replied, observing her condition. He recognized that the effects of the drug were once again taking hold. Fortunately, it seemed that the substance did not damage her nerves, as she still appeared lucid. Given this situation, Yifeng chose not to linger and turned to exit the rooftop. After a considerable interval, Xiao Wu approached him to continue their conversation. My father has mentioned you, she confessed, her cheeks flushed. He only advised me to pay attention to you, though I cannot discern the reason. Yifeng found it curious that her father would reference him. Xiao Wu explained that her father undertook brutal assignments while in Japan, and now that he was here, it seemed someone might be aware of his arrival and had come to assign him tasks. Upon hearing this, Yifeng was taken aback. Initially, he had presumed Xiao Wu's father to be merely a deviant, contemplating how he might confront him in the future. However, he had not anticipated that such a man would possess a clandestine identity akin to that of an assassin, a profession often depicted in films. This revelation implied that if her father mentioned him, it could signify that someone intended harm toward him. Grateful for Xiao Wu's disclosure, Yifeng acknowledged the complexity of the situation, especially in light of the events in Japan. The implications heightened his anxiety. The only individual posing a threat to him was Tiange. The person seeking Xiao Wu's father might very well be connected to Tiange. After informing Xiao Wu of this, Yifeng deemed it prudent to not let her remain there for too long, while others might not easily discover her. Caution was still warranted. Following this episode, they feigned normalcy as they returned to the shop. After a day of labor, Yifeng and Wang Wen shared a meal. And after much deliberation, he resolved to call Chun Mou. Given that Tiange had opened a club nearby, and that Xiao Mo had recently succumbed to drug use, the matter warranted serious attention. Moreover, it would be unwise for Qin Ruohan to intervene, so he sought out Chun Mou instead. With this in mind, Yifeng dialed her number. After several rings, she answered. Hello, I am from XXX Insurance Company, wishing to offer you an insurance policy, he joked upon connecting. To his surprise, Chun Mou fell for it, hastily listing her reasons for declining insurance, claiming her health was robust and that she would have her future husband purchase it for her. Amused by her response, Yifeng chuckled and clarified, It's me, Yifeng. Realizing she was about to hang up, he quickly identified himself. Yifeng, are you kidding me? Chun Mou exclaimed on the other end. I was just teasing you. Who knew you would take the bait so easily? Besides, you don't have my number, he replied. Why should I need your number? I thought your voice sounded familiar. After some light-hearted banter, Yifeng turned serious and conveyed his intentions. However, after briefly discussing Tianji's situation, he urged her not to speak of it over the phone. Uncertain of her whereabouts, especially if she were at the police station, discussing such matters publicly would be ill-advised. He suggested they meet at a restaurant to discuss further. The next day, they swiftly reconvened at the restaurant. Upon seeing Yifeng, Chun Mou beamed. It has been ages. Dressed in a fitted t-shirt, her alluring figure instantly captured the attention of several tables of men, who gazed at her with envy upon noticing Yifeng. Observing this, Yifeng couldn't help but reflect on the challenges of being in the company of such a captivating woman. Once they entered a private room, Chun Mou immediately inquired about Tiange. Yifeng stressed the need for confidentiality regarding Tianji's alleged drug involvement, urging her to keep it a secret. She countered that if secrecy was paramount, how could she assist him? She shared his sentiment, believing that Tiange would be well guarded and that her solo efforts would be insufficient. Yifeng assured her that he had allies. Yet he expressed concern over the potential presence of firearms at Tianji's location. If there were no guns, his people could likely infiltrate. Chun Mou shot him a skeptical look, saying, Do you think you're in the mafia? While Yifeng was not part of the underworld, he found himself entangled with those who were, and they were keenly aware of him, even seeking to eliminate him. This thought filled him with trepidation. As he pondered when the situation might escalate, he regretted not having taken a more straightforward path, such as driving for a ride-sharing service, which may have spared him from such complications. Despite lacking grand ambitions, Yifeng was inherently restless, and even casual outings often led to unforeseen troubles. The discord with Tiangu was irreconcilable. Thus, he asked Chen Mou if she knew of any trustworthy individuals who had no ties to Tiangu. After some contemplation, she mentioned a few potential candidates, but noted that if the matter went unreported, it might be problematic for them. Ultimately, they devised a plan for Chen Mou and her associates to investigate the club and determine if a surprise inspection could thwart Tianji's operations. Concurrently, Yifeng would send his own people to gather intelligence on the situation at Tianji's establishment. It must be said that Chen Mou is undoubtedly a person of action. Within just a day, she called Yifeng to inform him that she would conduct a surprise inspection that very night. Initially, Yifeng intended to discuss Director Lu's matters with her. But upon reflection, considering the multitude of issues at hand, he wisely decided against it. As night fell, Yifeng met Chen Mou at a bar near Tiangu Club, having gathered his subordinates in close proximity. Yifeng, you must be fully prepared for tonight, was Chen Mou's first utterance upon seeing him. Her words immediately shifted Yifeng into a serious mindset. Without exchanging pleasantries, he called over the nearby subordinates who appeared to be in a state of confusion. After assembling them, he informed them of the tasks they were to undertake that evening. When the young ruffians learned that they were to confront Tiangu, they exchanged glances, their expressions revealing the notorious reputation Tiangu held in the underworld. Indeed, many of them displayed signs of fear upon hearing the news, which boded poorly for their operation. Yifeng had summoned them primarily to mitigate any potential backlash from Tiangu after a search, and if they were already intimidated before commencing, that would be unacceptable. Thus, he entrusted them to a Ming and Li Ming for motivation, and as for the effectiveness of their efforts, it was left to fate. However, Yifeng had faith that they would devise their own strategies. After ensuring everything was in order, Yifeng began to patrol the establishment, primarily to observe if anyone exhibited unusual behavior, such as signaling warnings. To his relief, both the staff and his subordinates appeared entirely normal, showing no signs of suspicion or irregularity. Meanwhile, Chen Mou had also commenced her operations. In Chapter 154, Yifeng and his group waited nearby, anxiety gnawing at their hearts. They were uncertain how much time had elapsed when the distant wail of police sirens pierced the air. Yifeng, have they managed to capture him? Li Ming exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. If Tiangu were apprehended so easily, it would be a tremendous boon for them. We'll find out upon notification, Yifeng replied, shaking his head, sensing that matters were unlikely to be that straightforward. Soon, the sirens grew ever closer, culminating in several police vehicles arriving before Yifeng. Emerging from the cars was none other than Chen Mou. Upon seeing her, Yifeng's previously taut heart finally began to ease. However, he was taken aback when Chen Mou alighted from the vehicle, casting a cold glance at him without uttering a word before striding into the bar behind her. What happened? Yifeng hurriedly queried as she entered. I don't know how you obtained the intelligence, but when we entered, there was nothing, no trace of any drugs whatsoever. The most critical aspect is that we have now compromised our position. Chen Mou expressed her frustration. Inside the bar, her demeanor remained tense. Yifeng, concerned, inquired about her well-being. Although they had found nothing, her reaction seemed disproportionate. She explained that this incident would likely lead to significant trouble for her with her superiors. Yifeng looked at her apologetically, expressing his regret for dragging her into this mess. Yet, as he spoke, he inwardly mused about Director Lu and the challenges that lay ahead. Chen Mou shook her head, stating that lamenting their circumstances was futile. The priority was to find a way to resolve the case. Hearing her words intensified Yifeng's feelings of guilt. If she could just unleash her anger upon him, even striking him would alleviate some of his unease. However, her stoic acceptance of the burden was profoundly disconcerting. Nevertheless, despite his discomfort, the primary focus remained on taking down Tiangu. At that moment, a call came in from Qin Mili. Yifeng, Chen Xiaoyun has been captured. What? How could that girl get caught again? Yifeng exclaimed, panic rising as he heard the tremor in Qin Mili's voice. Damn it, those thugs. What are they thinking? Targeting Chen Xiaoyun. Hurry to 37 Missouri High Road. I am serious. Qin Mili was now in tears. What happened? Chen Mou inquired anxiously upon seeing Yifeng's pallor as he hung up the phone. Chen Xiaoyun has been taken, Yifeng replied darkly. There's no doubt this is Tianji's doing. Quickly, Yifeng and Chen Mou made their way to Chen Xiaoyun's residence. Upon arrival, they found Qin Mili already there. The The front door of Chun Xiaoyun's home stood ajar, indicating she had been abducted inside. They rushed in to investigate. Discovering the place in disarray, the situation was indeed dire. In Chapter 155, Chen Mou asked Yifeng, aside from Chun Xiaoyun, who else do you usually contact? Wang Wen. I need to call her, Yifeng responded. He stepped outside to dial Wang Wen's number. Fortunately, she was safe, indicating that only Chun Xiaoyun, who lived independently, had fallen into peril. As Yifeng called her, Wang Wen expressed her anxiety with a barrage of questions. He refrained from divulging Chun Xiaoyun's predicament, simply advising her to exercise caution in the coming days, as there were individuals who might pose a threat to her. Wang Wen's tension was palpable, her speech faltering as she grasped the gravity of the situation. Nevertheless, her concern for Yifeng's safety overshadowed everything else, prompting her to inquire incessantly until he managed to reassure her somewhat. After calming Chun Mou, Yifeng returned to her side. Chun Mou regarded him with a sidelong glance, her expression laden with meaning as she remarked on his efforts to comfort the young lady. Yifeng, feeling embarrassed, scratched his head and insisted that Wang Wen was unharmed. Their sole focus now was to locate Chun Xiaoyun. However, just as Yifeng finished speaking, his phone rang again. This time, it was not a text but a call. He and Chun Mou exchanged glances, and she gestured for him to answer. He picked up the call, but upon hearing the mocking voice on the other end, he froze in place. Yifeng, this is Lin Ming. Lin Ming. Isn't he Lin Yan's brother? How did he get this number? As Yifeng pondered the sudden appearance of Lin Ming, a familiar voice cut through the line, Chun Xiaoyun's voice. Yifeng. Hearing her voice sent a chill down Yifeng's spine, and he immediately tensed. At that moment, Yifeng was acutely aware of his precarious situation. Although he was unaware of Lin Ming's motives or how he knew of his existence, he understood that Chun Xiaoyun was in grave danger. Seizing the opportunity before Lin Ming could hang up, Yifeng coldly warned him not to act recklessly, stating that if any harm befell Chun Xiaoyun, he would seek vengeance even at the cost of his own life. Lin Ming, however, displayed no reaction to Yifeng's threat, merely responding coolly, "You're already at your wit's end. What significance does your bravado hold? If you wish to retrieve Chun Xiaoyun, you must present 10 million first, and then we can discuss the matter." Now Yifeng finally comprehends that he has indeed fallen into a trap. If not resolved properly, not only he but everyone around him will plummet into the abyss. Most importantly, he is oblivious to the role that Tiangu plays behind the scenes. Thus, when Lin Ming proposed his demands, Yifeng did not refuse. Instead, he inquired about how to establish contact once the funds were gathered. However, Lin Ming, exhibiting high vigilance, did not elucidate how the transaction should proceed, merely informing Yifeng that he would reach out again before abruptly ending the call. Faced with such a predicament, Yifeng finds himself utterly at a loss. 10 million. If he makes an effort to gather it and seeks assistance from others, he could certainly procure it. Yet, the most urgent matter at hand is locating Chun Xiaoyun. Chapter 156. Since Lin Ming has reemerged, it proves that the information from Lin Yan was erroneous. Reflecting on how he previously received news from Tiangu without justification, Yifeng's heart sank, prompting him to suspect that this situation was perhaps orchestrated by Tiangu. After reassuring Qin Meili, he implored Qin Ruhan to assist him in searching for Chun Xiaoyun's whereabouts. "Have you considered checking the warehouse?" Qin Ruhan queried Yifeng. "I have refrained from going there, fearing it may be too perilous," Yifeng replied. "Given that Tiangu has already received information, it is highly probable that the news he provided you was false. Therefore, I believe we should investigate the warehouse. We may uncover something of significance," Qin Ruhan suggested. Upon hearing her words, Yifeng fell into contemplation. This indeed appears to be the only viable option at present. However, before proceeding, Yifeng resolved to consult Bosqua, as he might offer assistance. After all, he is quite resourceful. Otherwise, encountering weapons on the opposing side would spell trouble. Following communication with Ming and scheduling a time, Yifeng hurriedly made his way to Bosqua's location. Upon arriving at Bosqua's office, Yifeng was taken aback to find an unfamiliar face there. Although the visage was strange, Yifeng felt an inexplicable familiarity with it. "Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Chun-san from Japan, a friend of mine," Bosqua said, pointing to the bald man. Upon hearing the name, Yifeng was momentarily stunned. It was evident that this individual was the deranged father of Xiao Wu. Yifeng had never anticipated encountering him at Bosqua's place, let alone discovering that Bosqua was his acquaintance. With the matter concerning Tiangu unresolved, another peculiarity had arisen. Furthermore, Yifeng was unaware of Chun-san's purpose for being there. "Chun-san, this is Yifeng, the capable young man I often mention. And coincidentally, he is your daughter's employer." Chun-san slowly turned his head, casting a cold glance at Yifeng. He nodded but did not engage further. Bosqua inquired about Yifeng's reason for visiting, to which Yifeng candidly explained that Chen Xiaoyan had been abducted by Tianji's men and hoped he could assist in uncovering the location of Tianji's smuggling warehouse. Naturally, given the tense atmosphere between him and Tiangu, Yifeng refrained from divulging too much to Bosqua. Although Bosqua had aided him previously, Yifeng remained cautious, especially with Chen San's presence there. He felt it prudent not to reveal the gravity of his situation with Tiangu. However, after listening to Yifeng's account, Bosqua did not extend the assistance Yifeng had anticipated. Instead, he stated it was not convenient for him to directly offend Tiangu and suggested Yifeng think of other solutions. As Yifeng absorbed Bosqua's response, a chill settled in his heart. The alliance they had established appeared to be on the verge of collapse. Just as Yifeng was preparing to take his leave, Bosqua unexpectedly suggested that Chen San accompany him to resolve the issue. Initially intending to refuse, he felt it inappropriate to decline Bosqua's offer and thus reluctantly acquiesced. After bidding farewell to Bosqua, Chen San and Yifeng exited the company together. Bosqua's stance was indeed perplexing. Chapter 157. Yifeng had always maintained a reserved attitude regarding their partnership, and it was becoming increasingly evident that problems existed. Now, with Chen San by his side, Yifeng could no longer meet with Chen Mou. So he sent her a message asking her to refrain from coming and to keep an eye on the store for any unusual occurrences. Where do you intend to go? Chen San inquired of Yifeng. Yifeng was surprised to find his Mandarin quite impeccable, perhaps learned from Xiao Wu. In Yifeng's memory, Chen San had always been perceived as a lecherous old man, yet he appeared remarkably gallant now, prompting Yifeng to reconsider his previous perceptions of Xiao Wu's words. Having endured numerous experiences, Yifeng was naturally cautious about trusting anyone. Initially, he intended to take Chen San to the store, but after some thought, fearing unforeseen complications, he decided they should head directly to Tianji's warehouse. Upon hearing this, Chen San scrutinized Yifeng before stating, "If you are resolved to go to war now, then let us proceed." In pursuit of finding Chen Xiaoyan, Yifeng disregarded any hesitations and they set off for Tianji's warehouse without delay. Upon arriving at the warehouse, they cautiously conducted their reconnaissance and, indeed, spotted Lin Meng there. However, what shocked Yifeng even more was the presence of Lin Yan. Yifeng clenched his fists tightly, glaring furiously at the scoundrel Lin Yan, realizing he had been deceived. At that moment, Lin Meng and Lin Yan were surrounded by a considerable number of people. "Is there a problem?" Yifeng inquired. "Haha, of course not," Chen San retorted with a cold smirk. Without hesitation, he strode forward, and Yifeng followed suit without pausing. "Ha ha ha, Lin Yan, very well, you dare to deceive me?" Yifeng and Chen San confronted them with disdain. "Oh, so this is the legendary Yifeng?" Lin Meng jeered at him. "If you know what's good for you, you'd better hand over Chen Xiaoyan immediately, otherwise, you'll regret it," Yifeng declared coldly. "You want to exchange money for a person?" Lin Meng scoffed. Yifeng then turned to Lin Yan, saying, "Lin Yan, I initially promised to save your brother, yet you set a trap to ensnare me? You were aware of all this from the beginning, weren't you?" Lin Yan looked at Yifeng with a hint of trepidation and then, as if steeling himself, replied, "Yifeng, we are also compelled by circumstances. Tiangu is not someone you can confront." "Ha ha, then let me show you whether he can be confronted," Yifeng retorted with a cold smile, lifting a metal rod and slowly advancing towards the two brothers. Just as he was walking, a shadow suddenly darted past him. Moments later, a scream echoed, and Lin Meng was knocked unconscious by Chen San's strike. The current situation was undeniably beyond Yifeng's expectations. He had not anticipated Chen San would act so rashly, yet his fighting style clearly indicated he was a well-trained fighter. After incapacitating Lin Meng, Chen San plunged into the crowd, swiftly taking down numerous opponents in the blink of an eye. On the other side, the thugs finally reacted, brandishing their weapons as they charged forward. Witnessing such a multitude advance upon him, Chen San displayed no fear. He wielded an iron rod, deftly weaving through the crowd, swiftly dispatching each assailant. This situation left Yifeng utterly bewildered, yet it was evident that Chen San was an exceptional fighter. He recalled the substances Xiao Wu had mentioned, a wave of concern washing over him. The fact that Japan had embarked on such a research trajectory posed a substantial risk. Of course, this was not the moment for such thoughts. After Chen San rapidly dealt with the gang, Yifeng hurried inside to rescue Chen Xiaoyan. Once he had successfully extricated her, the only person remaining by Chen San's side was Lin Yan. Yifeng approached Lin Yan, his expression dark, and inquired whether this was part of Tianji's scheme. Lin Yan, his eyes reddened, nodded slightly. At last, Yifeng grasped the entire sequence of events. No wonder he had fortuitously witnessed a kidnapping and subsequently stumbled upon Lin Yan's whereabouts, only for Lin Yan to conveniently seek his help. Yet, it was clear that Tiangu had severely underestimated his capabilities. Had he been an ordinary individual, Tiangu would have effortlessly brought him down without showing his face. "I'm sorry, Yifeng," Lin Yan murmured, bowing his head. "Let us report this to the police," Yifeng replied with a cold smile. He then instructed Chun San to escort Chen Xiaoyan home, while he personally contacted Chen Mou, ensuring that the two brothers would receive their just desserts. With charges of extortion and kidnapping, they would likely spend a considerable time in prison. Just when he thought the matter would soon reach a conclusion, an unexpected visitor appeared at his shop that evening. Sister Shi, who he hadn't seen in days, suddenly arrived with a group of people. Upon receiving the news, Yifeng rushed over, only to find Sister Shi had vanished, replaced by a Ming, who was confronting the staff with a complex expression. What could this mean? Yifeng's heart raced as he recalled a Ming's earlier debt of 500,000. "Yes, I'm sorry, Yifeng," a Ming stuttered. Without needing further explanation, Yifeng instantly understood. No wonder Lin Ming and Lin Yan had so easily infiltrated his affairs. Now, he comprehended everything. Standing before Ming, an overwhelming sense of betrayal surged within Yifeng. Momentarily losing his composure, he lunged at a Ming, delivering a punch that sent him crashing to the ground. When a Ming's underlings attempted to intervene, a Ming firmly halted them. "I'm sorry, Yifeng," a Ming said, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. His demeanor eerily calm as if nothing had just transpired. Yifeng found his tranquility puzzling, yet he pressed on, questioning why a Ming would betray him after everything he had done. What truly gnawed at Yifeng was that he had entrusted a Ming with over $1 million to resolve his family's issues, only to be met with such a disheartening outcome. As Yifeng's stern inquiries rang out, a Ming lowered his gaze, remaining silent, his expression a tumultuous mix. After what seemed like an eternity of contemplation, he stepped closer to Yifeng and said, "Yifeng, you will understand in due time." A Ming's attitude aroused Yifeng's suspicions. It appeared there were deeper issues at play, ones that a Ming seemed reluctant to divulge. Was a Ming perhaps acting as an undercover agent? Just as Yifeng was engaged in conversation, Sister Shi emerged from the throng, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "Oh, it seems Yifeng has grown increasingly audacious, daring to defy Tiangu. It appears the lessons have not been sufficient, have they?" Listening to Sister Shi, Yifeng remained unfazed. However, Tiangu's recent demeanor struck him as peculiar. Qin Ruhan was someone he knew Tiangu dared not provoke, yet now Tiangu was exhibiting a newfound assertiveness, implying a formidable backing. As for the venomous words from this woman, he would let her indulge. He would one day repay them in full. Realizing that further conversation with Sister Shi would lead nowhere, Yifeng decided to retreat into his shop. Yet, as he turned, Sister Shi called out with a mocking tone, "How's business tonight?" Being cornered, "I assume you haven't been able to operate?" Yifeng replied with a sly smile. "You should consider finding someone to protect you after work. I fear my subordinates might inadvertently harm you." Sister Shi's face paled in terror as she stammered. "What are you saying? Are you threatening me? If anything happens to me, Tiangu will not let you off." Seeing her fear brought Yifeng immense satisfaction. Yet he knew to maintain the intimidation. "I truly cannot fathom why Tiangu would be involved with someone like you. I wonder, if I were to have someone break your leg, would Tiangu come to your aid?" He chuckled. "Sister Shi, perhaps you've grown senile. Do you really believe Tiangu would wage war over your insignificant self? You, a Ming, how can you allow him to speak to me like this?" Sister Shi, now trembling, could only call upon a Ming for assistance. Yet, Yifeng was well aware that a Ming was merely following Tiangu's orders, rendering Sister Shi inconsequential in the grand scheme. Indeed, a Ming paid no heed to Sister Shi's cries. This realization brought a smirk to Yifeng's face. If Sister Shi thought him a mere youth to be bullied, she was gravely mistaken. Despite his relatively modest power, Yifeng's personal strength was not something to be trifled with. Noticing Sister Shi's silence, Yifeng added one last warning to be cautious on her way home before turning his back and returning to his shop. Whether Sister Shi would suffer for her audacity was no longer his concern. It was merely the cost of her own recklessness. Upon returning to the shop, Yifeng felt elated, acutely aware of the advantages that power brought. It seemed imperative for him to expedite the expansion of Li Ming's influence. In this unfolding situation, Qin Ruhan was undoubtedly Yifeng's greatest ally against Tiangu. Coupled with the incriminating evidence obtained from Lu Ju, he would ensure they all fell into his net. As Yifeng entered, a Ming inquired, "Is everything all right?" "He might be assisting us," Yifeng replied. Wang Wen hesitated, ultimately choosing silence. After concluding business for the night, Yifeng and Wang Wen returned home together. Given the escalating tensions, Yifeng knew he had to prepare meticulously to protect those he cared for from further harm. On their way home, Yifeng noticed a vehicle that seemed to be stealthily following them. He deliberately took several turns, curious to ascertain whether the car was indeed tailing them. Indeed, no matter where Yifeng went, that vehicle persistently followed them without changing direction. Observing this situation, Yifeng placed a call to Li Ming, instructing him to choose a nearby street for their rendezvous and to forcefully halt that car. After making the call, Yifeng continued to drive in circles, refusing to return. It was only when Li Ming contacted him to inform him that he was waiting on the street ahead that Yifeng headed straight to their agreed meeting point. Upon arrival, Yifeng immediately spotted Li Ming's vehicle, and after a brief conversation, he abruptly turned around and charged towards the car, compelling it to stop at the roadside. However, when Yifeng knocked on the car window, he was taken aback. He never expected that the one following him would be Xiao Wu. Remembering that her father worked for Boss Gu, and given Boss Gu's current demeanor, Yifeng couldn't help but harbor grave doubts regarding Xiao Wu's intentions. After realizing it was Xiao Wu, Yifeng instructed Li Ming to escort Wang Wen back, and then intended to speak directly with Xiao Wu to ascertain her current situation. After Li Ming drove away Qin Ruhan in Yifeng's car, Yifeng entered Xiao Wu's vehicle, taking a seat in the passenger side. Xiao Wu stammered, "Do you need something from me?" Yifeng fixed his gaze on her and asked, "What brings you to follow me?" Xiao Wu cautiously explained, "I just wanted to see what you were doing." Relieved by her explanation, Yifeng pondered her father's identity and questioned whether she was aware of what her father did. As he suspected, Xiao Wu had no idea about her father's occupation. Later, Yifeng inquired if her father truly administered that kind of drug to her. Upon hearing this question, Xiao Wu's expression darkened, and she asked if Yifeng did not believe her. Observing her demeanor, Yifeng felt that Xiao Wu was unlikely to deceive him, so he began to ask about her father. To Yifeng's surprise, Xiao Wu instead pressed him for information regarding Chen San's whereabouts. She mentioned that her father had not returned for several days. Yet, Yifeng was puzzled. Chen San was neither injured nor likely pursued by Tian Ge. Why hadn't he returned home after dropping off Chen Xiaoyan? Did he have another mission? Contemplating this, Yifeng instructed Xiao Wu to inform him as soon as she had news about her father. Initially, Xiao Wu appeared skeptical about Yifeng's directive, but she seemed accustomed to acquiescence, thus she nodded in agreement without protest. It appeared that Xiao Wu's father, Chen San, was likely the key to unraveling this entire matter. If this issue could be resolved, then the ultimate truth would also be unveiled. After clarifying matters, it was time to return home. However, on the way, Xiao Wu cautiously inquired whether she could visit his home. Yifeng's heart skipped a beat at her request, prompting various scenarios about her visiting his home. In truth, after Yifeng's injury last time, he had secured a new residence for emergencies. Frankly, Yifeng was intrigued by Xiao Wu's request, and thus provided her with the address of his new place. Upon driving into the community and exiting the car, Yifeng noticed Xiao Wu's attire. Though Xiao Wu was no longer a child, her current style appeared rather youthful. She wore a pink short skirt paired with patterned white stockings and a loose-fitting cotton and linen t-shirt that exuded a whimsical, Japanese girl vibe. Once inside Yifeng's home, Xiao Wu unexpectedly embraced him, pleading, "Yifeng, please help me." Upon hearing her words, Yifeng urged her to calm down before asking what was wrong. She explained that her father had been missing for several days. Despite her father's heinous actions towards her, she still wished to find him and sought Yifeng's assistance in locating him, promising to pay any price for his help. Xiao Wu's predicament left Yifeng in a state of confusion. To be honest, he found it hard to believe that she would still want to help a father who had wronged her so deeply. He sensed there was an unspeakable secret between them. Consequently, Yifeng recognized that involving himself in this matter could be perilous. Nevertheless, he eventually acquiesced to Xiao Wu's request, assuring her that he would arrange for people to help find her father the following day. He then asked her if her father truly abused her. Xiao Wu met his gaze and nodded without speaking. "If I discover you are deceiving me, I will no longer assist you in the future, understand?" Yifeng stated earnestly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's countenance suddenly shifted. "Yifeng, I truly did not mean to deceive you." Yifeng was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that he was indeed correct? He immediately pressed her for the underlying truth. Xiao Wu locked her gaze on his and revealed that her condition was not due to her father drugging her. Rather, it stemmed from the day on the rooftop when she lied to him to conceal her circumstances. "I can empathize with you, but I hope you can tell me everything." Yifeng consoled her as he noticed her on the verge of tears. "This is something I feel no one would believe if I shared it," Xiao Wu said, her face contorted with sorrow. "Speak freely. Anything you tell me, I will believe," Yifeng assured her. Indeed, upon learning Xiao Wu's story, Yi Feng was utterly dumbfounded. He had never anticipated such occurrences in contemporary society. It turned out that Japan had a long-standing tradition of developing drugs to enhance soldiers' physical capabilities. Chen-san was among the first generation of test subjects. However, this experiment was not as glamorous as depicted in films. It was not simply a matter of receiving an injection to become a super soldier. This process entailed prolonged trials, often accompanying the subjects throughout their lives, with unimaginable suffering. Ultimately, it was the unbearable torment of the experiment that had led Chen-san to flee with Xiao Wu, eventually hiding under Boss Gu's employ as a henchman. Xiao Wu, too, bore the consequences of this ordeal. Due to the experiment, the area of her brain that governs desire had been irreparably damaged. Hearing this, Yi Feng felt as if he had sunk into a quagmire. He had heard whispers of such matters within the mercenary group, but never imagined they would touch someone close to him. Fortunately, Xiao Wu informed him that they had managed to evade detection all these years and had survived in this manner. After listening to Xiao Wu's tale, Yi Feng remained silent for a long while before simply stating, "I will help you find your father." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu broke down, embracing him as she wept. Yi Feng hurried to console her, and after some time, Xiao Wu's emotions began to stabilize. At that moment, Yi Feng suddenly recalled the formidable fighting prowess of Chun San and, intrigued, inquired of Xiao Wu whether she was also well-versed in combat. Indeed, Xiao Wu nodded, bashfully admitting that she might be the most skilled fighter. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng quickly asked her how her abilities compared to her father's. She lifted her gaze, contemplated briefly, and confidently asserted that her skills were quite impressive, even claiming that she was likely far superior to her father. Yi Feng was both elated and astonished. If Xiao Wu surpassed her father significantly, he would have a reliable female martial artist by his side. Xiao Wu explained that, as a second-generation experimental subject, her enhanced abilities naturally exceeded those of her father. "If possible, I could assist you in fights," Xiao Wu suddenly declared. Yi Feng was taken aback. "Well, that would certainly be wonderful," he murmured. Xiao Wu nodded. Undoubtedly, based on her description, her strength must be considerable. Such a development could indeed prove beneficial to him. It must be said that this young woman, in a time when manpower was scarce, was truly an unexpected boon for him. Subsequently, after informing Xiao Wu that he would begin searching for her father the following day, Yi Feng escorted her home. The next day, after resolving matters at the shop, Yi Feng returned home. However, on the way, he unexpectedly spotted Xiao Wu walking along the roadside with an unusual expression. Noticing her demeanor, Yi Feng realized that her affliction had likely flared up again. He halted his vehicle and asked Xiao Wu where she was headed. Yet, he observed her in a daze, walking ahead without acknowledging him. At that moment, a large group of individuals suddenly appeared behind them, charging towards their direction. Seeing this, Yi Feng needed no further contemplation to conclude that Xiao Wu had undoubtedly caused trouble. Without hesitation, he swiftly grabbed her and pulled her into the car. Just then, the group caught up, wielding wooden clubs and striking the vehicle. Faced with such a situation, Yi Feng dared not linger. He immediately accelerated and fled. In the car, Yi Feng loudly demanded to know what Xiao Wu had been doing moments ago. However, to his surprise, Xiao Wu remained silent, trembling uncontrollably. Her current state left Yi Feng both amused and exasperated. Given her disoriented condition, he refrained from pressing her further and took her to another home. Upon arriving downstairs, Yi Feng exited the car to inspect it. Fortunately, its quality was robust, and the assailants were unable to damage it. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu remained in a dazed state, unresponsive to Yi Feng's calls. In desperation, he resolved to carry her home. Yet, to his astonishment, as he lifted Xiao Wu, she suddenly clung to him and began to cry uncontrollably. "Yi Feng, my father is in danger. My father is in danger." Her heart-wrenching cries prompted Yi Feng to urgently inquire what had transpired. After a moment of emotional collapse, Xiao Wu fainted. The situation escalated Yi Feng's anxiety. It was evident that the group had pursued her due to some incident, and her tone suggested that Chun San might be in peril as well. However, with Xiao Wu now unconscious, Yi Feng felt there was little he could do aside from taking her to the hospital. Nevertheless, fearing that the pursuers were searching for Xiao Wu, he decided to seek out a private clinic rather than a large hospital. At this hour, few hospitals were open, and after a prolonged search, Yi Feng finally found a modest private hospital still operating in the eastern part of the city. Upon their arrival, the doctor conducted a thorough examination of Xiao Wu, but could not ascertain the cause of her fainting. Noticing the tear stains on her face, he merely suggested that it might be a result of emotional shock. Listening to the doctor's words, Yi Feng immediately recognized him as a quack. He dared not allow the doctor to continue treating her, and after a preliminary diagnosis, he took the unconscious Xiao Wu and left the clinic. Back at his home, Yifeng placed Xiao Wu on his bed. Observing her tightly shut eyes and tear-streaked face, he couldn't help but ponder her background and gently tidied her disheveled hair. Just then, as his hand brushed against her, Xiao Wu abruptly opened her eyes. Her sudden awakening startled Yifeng, and seeing her bewildered expression filled him with concern, leaving him uncertain of how to proceed. Fortunately, upon seeing Xiao Wu's abrupt movement, Yifeng quickly grasped her shoulders. Ultimately, through his efforts, she let out a piercing scream and gradually regained her senses. As her eyes cleared, Xiao Wu looked at Yifeng with a sorrowful expression. What has happened? Why were so many people chasing you? With her clarity restored, Yifeng hastily pressed for answers. My father. My father. Upon hearing Yifeng's inquiries, Xiao Wu became frantic, attempting to rush outside with such force that Yifeng struggled to restrain her. Calm down, he shouted, pulling her back firmly. Under the weight of Yifeng's voice, Xiao Wu finally halted her frantic movements, breaking down into loud sobs. Please, tell me what is going on. You know I will help you. Do not worry, all right? Yifeng reassured her, holding her shoulders. After weeping for a considerable time, Xiao Wu lifted her head, her tear-filled eyes gazing at Yifeng as she revealed that her father was likely in the clutches of Boss Gua. Hearing Xiao Wu's words, Yifeng was perplexed. Wasn't Chun San an underling of Boss Gua? How could there be a conflict? It seemed that during Chun San's recent disappearance, something significant must have occurred. Xiao Wu explained that Boss Gua had initially intended to capture her to pressure her father into revealing his whereabouts. However, when the group surrounded Xiao Wu, Chun San had suddenly appeared to provide cover for her escape. Overwhelmed with emotion, Xiao Wu's condition deteriorated rapidly, resulting in the state in which Yifeng had first encountered her. Reflecting on the sheer number of those pursuing Xiao Wu, it was clear that Chun San was in grave danger. Furthermore, the fact that they were able to pursue her indicated that they had likely dealt with Chun San. What to do? What to do? Xiao Wu was in a state of panic, and Yifeng, observing her distress, felt equally helpless. However, considering his current strength, rescuing her father would be no simple task, and this was not the time for open confrontation. Yet, Yifeng was concerned that delaying further might worsen Chun San's predicament. For Yifeng, finding a way to rescue Chun San had become the singular focus of his thoughts. Regardless of whether it was out of gratitude for Chun San's past assistance or for Xiao Wu's sake, he had to devise a plan for his rescue. Thus, Yifeng began to contemplate various strategies. Unfortunately, whether through brute force or cunning, he could not conceive a viable method to extricate Chun San from his predicament. Guo Laoban's subordinates numbered in the hundreds. Despite his formidable strength, it was inconceivable to confront such a multitude. Additionally, he was unwilling to let Qin Ruhan and the others fall into traps again due to this matter. He had already learned his lesson from the previous incident involving the big boss. I will charge in myself, even if it means slaying them all. I shall rescue my father, Xiao Wu exclaimed, her voice quivering with emotion. At that moment, Yifeng experienced a spark of inspiration and suddenly recalled a certain individual, Chen Moyu. This matter necessitated the assistance of the police. Subsequently, Yifeng shared his thoughts with Xiao Wu. However, she responded that such a plan was unfeasible. Her father was already entangled in numerous illicit affairs, and should the police become involved, the outcome would undoubtedly be disastrous. Xiao Wu's words caused Yifeng's heart to sink once more. In the end, he resolved to take a bold step forward. Are you truly skilled in combat? Yifeng inquired. Xiao Wu nodded affirmatively. I am quite capable. After all, I have undergone the experiment, and you can trust in my strength completely. Upon hearing her words, Yifeng gritted his teeth and declared his intention to rally all his subordinates to confront Guo Laoban, while Xiao Wu would seize the opportunity amidst the chaos to rescue her father. After Yifeng finished speaking, Xiao Wu gazed at him in stunned silence for a considerable time before shaking her head and saying, I cannot allow you to sacrifice yourself for me. Your father has once aided me, and I would never be an ungrateful person. In truth, aside from his wavering resolve regarding women, Yifeng considered himself to be quite loyal to his brothers, particularly regarding the incident with Ming. Although he ultimately betrayed him, Yifeng had no regrets. Hearing Yifeng's words, tears began to well up in Xiao Wu's eyes.